Abyss Domination Chapter 367 to Chapter 434. This time, Soren left after making full preparations. Before leaving, he drew a further blueprint for the Outer Islands. According to his original layout, the population of Mordor City was about 50,000 people, which was already a large city in the current era. The port was still operated by the Church of Wealth and the Sea Church. Soren paid more attention to the land, and his future focus was also on the land. When his strength had accumulated to a certain extent, he might directly go to Treasure Island, where the wealth was enough to easily replace the overseas trade. After all, no matter how profitable the trade was, it was not as profitable as mining gold. In the future, it would be quite difficult to change from a pirate to a higher class without the support of a gold mine. Note, Treasure Island was mentioned before, and the Outer Islands have rich mineral resources. It was much more convenient to travel alone. Soren directly drove the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, along the overseas route to Shipwreck Bay. There was no need to resupply on the way. After a little inspection of the Slade Black Market, he went to the north. The north was located in the northwest of the continent. The Frost Kingdom was located in the northernmost position, so Soren's voyage this time was quite long. If he wanted to collect the other 3 elemental stones, he would need to travel almost half of the continent. From the south to the north, from the north to the east, and finally across the Desert of Death into the Underdark, because the last elemental stone was somewhere in the Underdark. A place where he might encounter a beholder. Back in the north again, Soren's mood was very different. He landed from the deepwater port and left the ghost ship in the nearby sea. The port was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, in the noisy crowd, there were many more people with weapons. Even some half-grown children had a dagger hidden in their waists. Soren could not help but frown slightly. He walked along the road and saw many wanted posters as he approached the gate of the deepwater port. There were humans, dwarves, and lizard men. The security here seemed to have deteriorated a lot compared to the last time he was here. Dozens of arrest warrants of various sizes were pasted on a notice board. The guards in charge of patrolling were also much more nervous than before. They were not as lazy as they used to be. The Adventurers Guild was more lively than before. There was even a bulletin board outside with many tasks written in bright red. For example, the few pieces in front of him. 100 miles south of the deepwater port, Ancient Tree Town has been attacked by the dark-scaled lizard men. The number of enemies is small, and the danger level is C. The mission reward is 1,200 Kindler coins. This is an emergency mission. There will be additional rewards after completion. Ogres have appeared near Faulkner Town. Recently, people have been disappearing one after another. The mayor wants to ask someone to investigate this matter and determine the number and traces of the ogres. The reward is 300 Kindler coins, and there will be additional rewards for assisting the town guards in killing the ogres. Yesterday, the deepwater port found a strange fog in the nearby waters. Some merchant sailors said that they had seen traces of the ghost ship. This is a special mission. Anyone with clues will be rewarded. Mission difficulty, B rank. Perhaps it was because the timeline was getting closer and closer to the time of turmoil, the Adventurers Guild had issued more quests than before. However, what made Soren feel a little bit dumbfounded was that there were more than a dozen bulletin boards outside, and the difficulty of the missions ranged from F to C. The only B rank mission was to investigate the strange fog that appeared in the deepwater port yesterday. Needless to say, it must be because of Soren's arrival. Before he got close, he activated the fog summoning ability of the dead man's voice, but he didn't expect that the nearby sailors still saw a trace of it. That was why today's B rank mission was a special investigation mission. It was really surprising to think about it. Soren also received missions from the Adventurers Guild in the past, but he didn't expect that one day, he would also receive a difficult investigation mission. There was a team gathering outside the city gate. Before Soren walked out of the town, he saw the militia training. Most of them were adult men, and there were many 15 or 16-year-old children. In previous years, the militia training would not be conducted in March, which was the busy period of farming. The training would be conducted during the slack period after the wheat harvest. Therefore, as long as someone took a look at the situation, they could guess that there was a problem with the security nearby. Something big must have happened nearby for the militia to be urgently trained. Otherwise, how could there be such a time to plant spring wheat? Soren did not stay here. In fact, he had already been mentally prepared for the arrival of chaos. A catastrophe was far more than what he saw in front of him. When the real chaos came, it would be the real outbreak of the disaster. If there were no accidents. Soren should arrive in the Frost Kingdom tomorrow, but just after he left the deepwater port, a little accident happened. He saw a pile of corpses. Strictly speaking, it was a pile of corpses that had been dead for a while, and the corpses had basically begun to rot. The reason why Soren was alarmed was the stench that came from here. Corpses were not rare in this era. If it were just corpses, Soren would not care at all. However, these corpses had a distinct feature that made Soren stop. Their eyeballs were all dug out. Strictly speaking, their eyeballs were taken out, bloody eye sockets, the eyeballs of all the corpses had been taken out. There were signs of battle on their bodies. Judging from the signs of struggle in some places, some of them had their eyeballs dug out while they were still alive, and then their throats were slit by the enemy. It was a very familiar killing method. Soren glanced at these corpses and could not help but murmur, the unseen. Has this group of people appeared? The unseen. A Cthulhu church that was not very powerful, but not weak either. They believed in Cthulhu without eyeballs. These people liked to dig out the eyeballs of their enemies after defeating them, or sacrifice to the Cthulhu they believed in with a massacre. Finally, they would dig out the eyeballs of the people they killed as a sacrifice. The reason why Soren knew them was very simple. He had received a mission to investigate another Cthulhu church. That Cthulhu church was called the Blind. There were certain similarities between the two fallen evil organizations. Soren had encountered the followers of the unseen when he was investigating the Blind. Die. Evil people. When Soren looked at these corpses, he pondered for a moment and was about to leave. Suddenly, a spell that made him extremely uncomfortable appeared, and then the paladin's signature spell, Detect Evil, fell on him. It was as if a mine was triggered. Soren's body exploded with an extremely rich blood-red light in an instant. As the most powerful pirate king on the south coast, Soren's hands were now covered in blood. Although he brought order to the south coast and made the lives of ordinary merchants much more stable. But it was undeniable that he controlled the black market trade, the slave trade, and squeezed other merchants for protection money. Therefore, no matter from which point of view, the evil aura on Soren's body was very strong. In this world, there was only one kind of person who would cast Detect Evil on others without even asking. That was the paladin. Soren's body showed a trace of murderous intent. If there was anything in this world that he hated the most, it was undoubtedly the paladin who cast Detect Evil on others. So at this moment, he had the urge to kill, but what he didn't expect was that the paladin in front of him was the first one to shout die. It was a young and handsome man. He looked like a noble because he was wearing a gorgeous full body armor. After he cast Detect Evil on Soren, he had a righteous expression on his face and directly slashed at him with his sword. At first glance, this paladin didn't have much combat experience. The distance between the two hadn't closed, but he had already begun to accelerate. Soren could even see the trajectory of his attack with his eyes closed. This was a rookie who lacked experience. He estimated that his profession level was around grade 3, and if he wasn't wrong, it should be around grade 12. From the color of the magic aura, Soren didn't belong to the kind of people who committed heinous crimes. Therefore, after seeing such a rich blood-red light, the paladin didn't hesitate to attack. In his opinion, Soren belonged to the kind of sinner who should be judged directly. Don't be impulsive. Come back. You're crazy. Don't throw, Detect Evil. A female voice came from behind the young paladin, and there were 2 or 3 other mixed voices. It seemed that this was a team of adventurers. The paladin seemed to have taken over the role of a warrior. They looked like a team of adventurers who had accepted a certain mission. And the paladin in front, after seeing the pile of corpses and Soren standing next to them, his first reaction was not to ask, but to throw out, Detect Evil. What the F***ck, with a clang, Soren instantly pulled out his curved sword, Icing Death, and then rushed forward at high speed like a monk. After swinging his sword to block the paladin's attack, he slashed at his head. No. there was a cry of alarm. 3 figures rushed out from the side of the woods. One of the female voices sounded familiar to Soren. There were quite few people who could make him feel familiar, so after a moment of hesitation, he twisted his sword and replaced the blade with the back of the sword. Clang, thump. The young paladin was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground like an onion. Soren turned to look at the 4 adventurers who were approaching. He glanced at them and immediately found a familiar figure. Annalyn. The young priestess who had helped them in Amber City. P.S. That's all for today. Swoosh, a sharp arrow flew out from the front. Soren's ears moved slightly, and he frowned. In an instant, his hand moved as fast as lightning, and in front of the other party's incredulous expression, he directly caught the arrow with his bare hands. Catching an arrow with his bare hands, there was dead silence all around, and the thief who had just shot an arrow could not help but open his mouth wide. He had just seen the paladin being stunned by Soren, and without thinking much, he shot an arrow to avoid the enemy, but he did not expect that the other party could catch the arrow with his bare hands. It was almost instantaneous. The adventurer team in front of him realized that all of them together might not be a match for this man. Soren looked at the group in front of him. A paladin, a priest, a rogue, and a ranger. The last person was wearing a robe, so it was hard to tell, but the probability of him being a spellcaster was very high. He was either a wizard or a warlock. This was a standard adventurer team. The paladin and the ranger replaced the warrior and barbarian. The rogue looked like a veteran, and his reaction was the fastest among all of them. This kind of adventurer team configuration was enough to deal with most situations. The expression on the young priest's face changed very quickly. At first, it was worry and surprise, then doubt and contemplation, and then there was a look of shock on her face. Because she recognized Soren in front of her, half a year. Soren's appearance did not change much. What really changed was his aura. From a lowly thief in Amber City to the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. The changes that happened to him made his aura completely different. You. The young priest could not help but take a step forward in surprise. The rogue next to her was very alert and pulled her back. And Leah still had an expression of disbelief and murmured, "You are Soren?" They knew each other. Hearing the young priest in front of them call out Soren's name, the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the man in front of her was unbeatable. If they knew him, they might be able to avoid this battle. Even though they hadn't fought yet, the other adventurers in the party were already drenched in cold sweat. Soren had taken countless lives along the way, and this kind of murderous aura was not something adventurers of their level could handle. Not to mention, Soren also had the terrifying gaze of divinity. If it was someone with a slightly weaker willpower, they might have been so scared that their legs would have gone soft. Clang, Soren sheathed his curved sword and looked at the priestess in front of him. He nodded and said, "Long time no see." You. The priestess had a complicated expression on her face as she slowly said, "You're not dead. This is great. After what happened that day, I've been worried about you and Vivian's safety. But when I went to the slums the next day, it was already in ruins. I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find any trace of you. Is Vivian okay?" The expression on Soren's face softened a little, and he said softly, "Vivian is fine. We've already left Amber City a day in advance." The priestess's face was full of doubts. It seemed that she had a lot of questions in her heart, such as why Soren would appear here, and how did his strength become so strong in just a little more than half a year? After such a big incident in Amber City, she also put in double the effort and finally became a grade 3 priestess. But now, it seemed that she might not be able to win against Soren. Soren didn't mean to say too much. He glanced at the other adventurers in the party and said in a deep voice, "Are you here because of other missions, or are you here to investigate the unseen?" Silence. Facing Soren's question, the others were obviously silent. The priestess's face was a little hesitant. She gritted her teeth and said, "We received a mission to investigate their identity." "Are they called the Unseen? Do you know their identity?" "You don't even know the situation of the unseen." Soren shook his head after hearing this sentence. He didn't know if they were too bold or eager to die. He said in a deep voice, "If it's really to investigate the unseen, I suggest you go back now and ask the higher-ups to send high-grade professions." With your current strength, it's okay if you can't find them, but if you find them, I'm afraid none of you can go back alive. Alarmist talk, or is it true? Soren's words made the others' faces dignified. The ranger and the thief next to him looked at each other and bowed slightly. Your Excellency. Do you know their situation? These people have killed many ordinary people. Recently, some people from the church have been investigating them. With Soren's strength, whether good or evil, he was worthy of them calling him Your Excellency. Soren looked down at the unconscious paladin, thought for a moment, and said, The Unseen. An organization that believes in evil gods. They like to dig out the eyeballs of their enemies after killing them, and they prefer to dig out the eyeballs of living people directly during sacrificial ceremonies. I'm not sure what kind of followers they have, but I know that there are 2 legendary professions among them. With your strength, you're simply going to die. Silence. The young priestess's expression was a little stiff, and she slowly said, But the church has no way to mobilize more people. Recently, the vampires' movements have been abnormal, and high-grade priests have been sent to deal with those vampires. Vampires? Is it related to the demigod vampire? Soren frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, What's wrong with the vampires recently? The young priestess's face showed a little hesitation, and then she said, There are many vampire servants in the south and north. We suspect that there is a vampire church that is constantly turning ordinary people into vampires. Recently, the priests of the God of Light are gathering people. The spread of vampires has greatly threatened the lives of ordinary people. All the high-grade members in the church have been sent to deal with them. It seemed that it was really the demigod vampire Reinhardt, as the son of fear who ascended as a vampire. He had to have enough believers if he wanted to expand his divine power. Ordinary people couldn't become his believers. His core clergy was the Lord of Vampires, which greatly limited the scope of his believers. So if he wanted to expand his faith, he must turn others into vampires. But the number of vampires was too large, and it would threaten ordinary people. After all, the source of food for vampires was needless to say. The appearance of too many vampire servants was definitely a disaster for ordinary people. This kind of thing was bound to attract the attention of the God of Light. As a follower of the Light of Dawn, the young priestess often needed to cooperate with the Church of the God of Light. Because the Light of Dawn was one of the gods of the God of Light. Do you want to help her? Soren's heart couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He still had some confidence in dealing with the unseen, but he didn't like to deal with the paladins, and others may not trust him. But if he helped them get rid of the unseen, maybe he could find a way to let the people of the God of Light concentrate on dealing with the demigod vampire. As the backbone of the good faction, they would never allow creatures like vampires to spread. That was to say, the God of Light and the demigod vampire were more antagonistic, and it was basically impossible to reconcile. The demigod vampire was Soren's biggest enemy at present. And he, as the biggest pirate king on the south coast, might not be his opponent now. After all, the other party had succeeded in becoming a god. Soren didn't like to owe others. So after thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, Follow me. I'll help you track them. After that, he turned and walked in one direction. The adventurers behind him looked at each other in surprise, and finally turned their eyes to the young priestess. After seeing her nod, they immediately came forward to help the unconscious paladin, and then quickly followed the pace of Soren. A rogue who seemed to be at the legendary level. If they had the help of this rogue, they would undoubtedly have a high chance of winning against the unseen. Soren's tracking ability had always been strong. Basically, his basic skills had been improved slightly after every battle, but because these improvements were relatively scattered, he didn't care much about the improvement of 1 or 2 points of basic skills. Naturally, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Note, the increase of 1 or 2 points after each battle is not specifically listed. At present, his overall basic skills had all improved by 20 or 30 points compared to the past, and the improvement in wilderness survival, search, intimidation, and listening were even more obvious. Soren's tracking speed was very fast. The adventurers behind could only wake up the paladin and then quickly follow up. There was a sound of argument behind him. It seemed that the paladin who woke up still wanted to destroy the evil. Soren was not interested in this at all, but if the other party dared to come up again, he would never be merciful. A day's time passed like this. Soren followed the traces left behind at high speed, and the adventurers behind followed all the way. The paladin seemed to be very repulsed by him, but because he was defeated by Soren in one move, there was still a little fear in his eyes. If a war really broke out, they estimated that they wouldn't last more than a few minutes in Soren's hands. The next day, the traces of Soren's tracking became more and more obvious. The unseen were obviously moving in a large group, and there were probably more than 10 of them, so the traces left behind were more obvious. They tracked the unseen all the way to a place called Withered Leaf Town in the north. As they approached the town, the traces left by the unseen in the wilderness faded a lot, but according to Soren's intuition, the unseen should have entered the town. "It's here." He stopped, turned to look at the others, and said in a deep voice, "The unseen should be inside. Your goal is too obvious. Let's split up and move in pairs." As soon as he heard that they were going to split up, the young paladin immediately wanted to object. But at this time, the young priestess glanced at him and said, "Okay. Let's do it this way. You two go together. Dino, you follow Lancaster. I'll go with Soren." The paladin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the veteran rogue next to him. He seemed to have guessed a little bit of Soren's identity. In fact, this veteran rogue had seen Soren's curved sword several times along the way. As a rogue, he had some understanding of the legendary figures of his profession. Yesterday, he followed Soren for a whole day. The more he looked at Soren, the more he felt that Soren was the legendary beheader, the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. For this existence, the outside world had different opinions. Some people thought that he was a formidable figure, while others thought that he was too ruthless. But there was no doubt that if anyone angered His Excellency the Beheader, they would end up in a terrible state. If the man in front of them was really Soren, the most powerful pirate king on the south coast, then they had better listen to his arrangements completely. Because compared to this rapidly rising legend, they were just a group of third-rate adventurers. This veteran rogue still believed in his own eyes. According to his judgment, there was an 80% chance that the other party was the pirate king on the south coast. In fact, he was not the only one who guessed this. The young priestess had more or less guessed this in her heart. But she did not ask, because now was not the time to ask. The group soon split up. Soren entered from the other side with the young priestess, and the others entered the town in batches. The two of them acted together, and the target was much smaller. In this era, the vigilance against foreign adventurers was still very strong. A group of more than 5 people would easily attract the attention of people with bad intentions. The two of them easily entered the town and then came to the inn here. The young priestess was silent behind them, and her expression was a little complicated. Yes. Her heart was also very complicated. Back then, she had looked down on Soren. It wasn't because she hated Soren, but because she liked Vivian very much. She also thought that a petty thief like Soren wouldn't be able to give Vivian a good life. Then, she kindly suggested that Vivian become a priestess and find a way to help Soren find a job that was more respectable. Unfortunately, Soren rejected her without hesitation. In the eyes of the priestess at the time, Soren was unappreciative of her kindness. However, time proved that she was wrong. Looking at Soren's current strength, the equipment he had, and the aura he exuded from his every move, everything told her that the petty thief of the past was no longer the same person he used to be. Not only had he become a powerhouse in the legendary realm, he might even be a character who could shake the south coast with a stomp of his feet. Whether good or evil, right or wrong, Soren's achievements had exceeded her imagination. The young priestess thought about a lot of things in her heart. After seeing that there was no one else nearby, she finally gathered her courage and said, "Soren, is the person on the south coast really you? I always thought it was just the same name." Soren didn't answer, but nodded gently. The young priestess was shocked. She finally got the answer, but the shock in her heart was not small at all. How long has it been, from the disaster of Amber City until now? She had started a life of adventure because her original temple was destroyed. She thought her progress was fast enough, but now she had just become an official priestess, and Soren had become the legendary most powerful pirate king on the south coast. She suddenly felt that fate was unpredictable. "Come with me." Soren glanced at the people near the inn, then grabbed the young priestess behind him and took her into an alley. The young priestess was a little stunned when he grabbed her hand, but she quickly reacted and said, "You found those unseen? Where are they?" "No." Soren shook his head and said in a deep voice, "There are vampires here." "Vampires?" The young priestess looked a little stunned and murmured, "Vampires? Have they already developed to this point?" Soren's senses were very sharp. As a top rogue in the Grey Domain, he also knew a lot about dark creatures. Just glancing in the inn, he found that there were 1 or 2 people in a somewhat abnormal state. Their skin was too pale. As residents of a town of this size, these people had to work hard every day. It was difficult for people who worked for a long time to have pale skin like them. Moreover, these people looked quite strong. At the same time, their breathing was very weak, not as strong as ordinary people. Soren's powerful observation ability could find that the rise and fall of their chests was significantly lower than that of ordinary people, only about 1/3 of the strength of ordinary people when they breathed. If a normal person breathed like this, they would probably be a little short of oxygen. They're vampires. And they should be vampire servants who had just been converted not long ago. They didn't know how to disguise themselves to look more like ordinary people. The son of the vampire? Soren's brows could not help but frown, and he secretly said in his heart, his power has grown so fast. He actually developed his minions to such a remote place. No. The more prosperous the place, the more powerful the church organization. These relatively remote towns are the places where it is easy for him to enter. The prosperous areas were divided by the gods' churches, and it was not easy for the son of the vampire to enter. In other words, these more remote towns were weak in defense, and it was easy for vampires to infiltrate, and then gradually spread his faith and expand the number of followers of the son of the vampire. "What do we do now?" The young priestess looked at him and asked. Soren glanced around, took her and continued to walk forward, and said in a deep voice, "Let's find a place to stay for the night first. Vampires like to move at night. I'll follow them and see what I can find. If the unseen are also here, there will definitely be some interaction with them. The power of the son of the vampire must be suppressed." Recently, the information collected by Soren was not very good for him in all aspects, especially the strength of the son of the vampire, which made Soren feel a deep threat. "Okay." The young priestess nodded. On the other side, the group of people who acted separately were also preparing to go around to the other side to enter Withered Leaf Town. "What?" The paladin's face showed a hint of surprise and murmured, "You said he is the legendary beheader, Soren? How could Xianxia know him?" When he heard his companion say the true identity of Soren, even if he was a paladin, he couldn't help but feel cold sweat on his back. That was the most ruthless pirate king in the rumors. Maybe he didn't have any cruel behavior, but his style of doing things was extremely ruthless. There were rumors that almost thousands of people died under his hands. The paladin was not an idiot. There were so many evil deeds in the world, and it was difficult for them to control them all. Therefore, the paladin's doctrine also warned them not to act blindly. If he didn't know the identity of Soren, maybe he would still dare to fight, but after knowing the identity of Soren, he had no desire to fight in his heart. Because he was no match for him at all, he even knew very well what kind of disaster it would bring to the adventurer team if he angered the legendary pirate king. It should be him. The veteran rogue's attitude towards Soren was very good, and even had a bit of admiration. He said in a deep voice, "Worthy of being one of the strongest rogues in the legends. To be able to become the most powerful pirate king on the south coast in just a few months. His strength can be said to be unfathomable. When he first fought with you, he didn't even use much of his strength. Heroes were rarely born from rogues. The main reason was that rogues had no advantage in frontal combat, and their fighting style was used to assassination, spying, sneak attacks, and so on. Therefore, most rogues liked to hide behind the scenes, which was safer for them. Soren was definitely an accident. In recent hundreds of years, there were very few rogues like him who appeared in the front, and he was a rogue swordsman with a tough fighting style. He was like the protagonist in the anecdotes of bards. In fact, the story of the rise of the evil pirate king based on Soren had already appeared in the bards' mouths, but most of them were negative comments. People regarded him as one of the most terrible pirate kings of this era, the bards would not be so bored as to describe a pirate king as a legendary hero. People's understanding of him was more of fear. But this was different among rogues. There were also legendary figures among rogues, but many of them did not show up at all, or they were mysterious figures who only left some legendary names. This was also conducive to their safety. Soren was the only legendary rogue who stood on the stage and was the leader of a force. Even if it was an organization like the Shadow Thieves that had been around for many years, the leader of the force would not blatantly let others know like him. Basically, nearly half of the rogues in the world had heard of his name, and many of them admired him. Because the rogue's concept of good and evil was weak, many rogues started as thieves. There were even legends that the beheader, Soren, was just an inconspicuous thief in the past. The rogues were more optimistic about the rising figures of this profession. So Soren's reputation was very high among the rogues. Wait. The experienced rogue walking in front suddenly stopped, and then quickly came to a cemetery, and said in a deep voice, "Look at these graves. The tombstones have been standing for a long time, but the soil was recently turned over." Hearing his words, the others immediately woke up and quickly came to the cemetery. On the site of Withered Leaf Town was a graveyard. In this era, the remote towns rarely placed the graveyard too far away. This was similar to the tombs in the east. The graveyards were concentrated near the gathering place. Originally, other people would not pay so much attention to the graveyard when passing by, but most of the rogues served as scouts in the adventurer team. Naturally, their observation ability was much stronger. The veteran rogue glanced around and found that some of the graves in the graveyard were not right. The soil looked like it was newly turned. It should have been a few days ago. The ranger picked up a handful of soil and looked at it. He also pulled out the weeds that originally grew on the graves. He said with a dignified expression, "At most 7 days ago, someone dug up these graves. The tombstones were re-erected later. Someone moved the graves." This discovery made the other people present look dignified. The spellcaster, who had been silent from beginning to end, looked around, then cast a spell similar to detection, and then said, "It was not done by the necromancer. There is no breath of the undead nearby. The graveyard here has been blessed by the priest, and it will not automatically give birth to the undead." The paladin's expression was a little angry, and he said in a deep voice, "Then who did it? Blaspheming the dead is a heavy sin." The secular world still respected the dead. Generally, after being buried, they should not be disturbed. Most of the laws strictly prohibited this kind of behavior. "Open it and see," the rogue said with a dignified expression. The 4 people present heard this and looked at each other. The paladin's expression was a little hesitant, but in the end, they nodded. There was something strange about the graveyard. Soon, they dug up one of the graves that had been turned over, and then they found that the coffin in the grave was empty. Dark creatures. The ranger sniffed inside and said in a deep voice, "This disgusting smell is definitely from dark creatures. I remember their hatred very clearly." The rogue observed the situation of the grave and said slowly, "It may be vampires. Maybe this place has also been infiltrated by the Church of Vampires." Soren still didn't know the situation in the graveyard. However, it was much easier for him to find vampires than these people. As the sky gradually darkened, he quietly entered the tavern. The tavern was very lively. Next to the bar, there was a bard who looked quite down and out. Although bards were also one of the professions, many of them were not doing well because this profession was too versatile. There were very few powerful bards. It was a complete accident that there was someone like the Helpheimer. Most of the bards were like the one in front of him, pleasing others with their performances in exchange for some rewards. Occasionally, some good-looking bards could hook up with some noble ladies, so they could earn some extra money. Third-rate casting ability, third-rate combat ability, and third-rate thief techniques. Together, these are the bards. There had been some powerful bards in the past, but in order for this class to be powerful, they had to have high stats. Even Soren's stats might not be enough to support a bard that was strong in all aspects. Back then, the bards who could do this basically had special adventures or received help from the gods. In the past, there was a point of view that only those with 18 initial stats could become top-level bards. If their initial stats were that high, then they would be first-rate spellcasters, first-rate warriors, and first-rate thieves. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. And no matter what profession they advanced into, they would be the best. After all, Soren's initial stats weren't that high. The bard was telling a story in a unique way in the north, and the protagonist of the story was called Soren. That's right, he was talking about the battle between Soren and the pirate king Ashrod. This was the largest naval battle on the south coast in decades. It was spreading in all directions at a very fast speed. More and more ordinary people heard about this battle. However, the bard's story had nothing to do with the battle. In his words, the battle was more like a duel between nobles. Soren and Ashrod fought for 300 rounds. In the end, the more evil decapitator Soren killed the pirate king Ashrod and pleased the cruel sea goddess. That was the story. The main point of the story was the battle between Soren and Ashrod. How the two sides fought back and forth, and how the decapitator Soren killed the other pirate king. Most of the bard's stories were unreliable, but this artistic way of expression undoubtedly attracted the attention of others. Soren was a little surprised. He was a little unaccustomed to being the protagonist of the story, especially when the bard said that his strength was weaker than Ashrod, and that he needed to use tricks to defeat him. Soren's target soon appeared. When the sky gradually darkened, two slightly sneaky figures walked out. He quietly got up and hid in the shadows, then followed behind them. The two new vampire servants didn't find him, and it was impossible for them to find Soren's trace. They crossed the street and came to a rather luxurious mansion. Nobles, the ruler of Withered Leaf Town seemed to be a lord whose name Soren didn't remember. The two vampires entered from the back door, and it was not convenient for Soren to follow them directly. He could only wait for them to enter, and quietly climbed into the yard. The breath of dark creatures. As soon as Soren entered, he felt the breath of dark creatures. There didn't seem to be many living people in the mansion. Sure enough, there is a problem here. He sneaked in with a serious expression and said to himself, no wonder the vampires were lurking here and no one found them. It seems that the nobles who ruled here have been corrupted by them. With the upper nobles hiding the truth, even if there were signs of the spread of vampires, it could be temporarily covered up. The north was the territory of the witches. Such a remote place was a blind spot for them to manage, and the power of the temple was also quite weak. They must be destroyed. Soren frowned and listened to the movement, then quietly approached the hall. The power of the demigod vampire could not be further expanded, and this matter must be reported to the Witch Council. Presumably, they would not want a large number of vampires to appear in their territory. Patter. There was a very light sound of footsteps. Just as Soren entered the mansion, another figure followed in, but the figure who followed in was a bit special because his eyes were covered with bandages. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, as if there were no eyeballs inside. As soon as Soren stepped in, a figure followed him in. However, he did not go straight to the front door like Soren, but quietly entered one of the rooms from the side window. The rooms here were lavishly decorated, somewhat out of place compared to this remote town. There were even some extremely expensive oriental porcelain placed on the wall shelf in the corner. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and the quilt in the room was expensive velvet. From any point of view, the decoration here was not something a small noble in a remote area could enjoy. There was not much farmland in Withered Leaf Town, and there were not many specialties. The tax was mainly based on the rent collected by the lord. This money was barely enough to maintain a decent life. It was estimated that in some larger cities, slightly wealthy merchants could live more comfortably than this kind of noble. But now looking at the decoration inside this house, it was at least the level of a Viscount noble, which was the luxurious decoration of a middle-level noble's private manor. This noble's background may not be clean. Soren walked around this rather luxurious mansion and realized that the identity of the other party may not be clean. Simply put, normal income could not support this kind of life. Ordinary bedrooms were decorated at this level. It was estimated that the master's bedroom was comparable to Gloria's bedroom in Whiterun City. What was Gloria's identity? She was a member of the Northern Witch Council and the actual ruler of a northern city. The gap between the status of the two was not comparable. Da. Soren, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. He was completely invisible and sneak, so he was not worried about being discovered by others. Just now, a vampire servant walked in front of him and did not notice Soren, who was standing 1 meter in front of him. Unless Soren had an obvious smell of blood and relied on the vampire's blood-tracking ability to find him, it was basically impossible for them to detect the existence of Soren. There was a slight noise in another room. Soren took a step back vigilantly, and then saw the door of a room with a window on the side open, but he did not see anyone. The door was gently opened and then gently closed. A rogue, there was another high-grade rogue here. The opponent's stealth ability was on par with Soren's. Soren couldn't see through the opponent's stealth, and the opponent didn't seem to notice Soren either. If it wasn't for the door suddenly opening, the two of them would have to be close enough to discover each other based on their senses and accumulated experience. But now that Soren had confirmed his opponent's location, he had the upper hand. If he wanted to, he could even kill his target within 3 seconds. But if he did that, his tracks would be exposed. Soren's curiosity was piqued, and he temporarily suppressed the thought of confirming the other party's identity. Instead, he quietly followed behind and put some distance between them. He wanted to see what the other party was trying to find out. He was definitely not a vampire. Not many people would be bored enough to sneak around in their own territory. It was obvious that he had waited for the vampire servant to leave before coming out. It was very likely that he was a lurker from another force. In such a remote town, other than Soren the Unseen, he couldn't think of any other high-level rogue. This house was relatively large. The rogue in front seemed to be familiar with it. He must have secretly come to investigate. Soren saw that he came to a door and then opened a door that led to the basement. Creak. When the door was opened, there was an obvious sound. The rogue in front seemed to be a little nervous. After opening the door, he quietly sneaked in and then closed the door behind him. Closing the door behind him was undoubtedly not a good habit. Soren had no choice but to wait for a while, and then gently opened the door. There were torches on both sides of the basement, and there were stairs below that led to the depths. It seemed that there was also a tunnel. It seemed that this place had been here for a long time. As soon as he entered the basement, Soren smelled a faint smell of blood. At the corner of the stairs, he saw a limp corpse. The killing method was very simple. It was a very simple kill, directly hitting the enemy's heart, and then twisting the enemy's neck. It's a master. Soren glanced at the corpse, and his expression gradually became serious. The vitality of a vampire servant was very tenacious. To be able to kill it in one blow was definitely not something an ordinary rogue could do. Either he was an experienced veteran, or he was a high-level professional with a profession level of 16 or above. Soren saw a little bit of the assassin's ruthlessness from the position where the corpse was hit. This guy may have received combat training as an assassin. Along the passage, there were some strange murals. Soren didn't have time to look at them, because he found 2 more corpses in front of him. Strength close to legendary. Soren glanced at the 2 corpses lying in the corner, and his expression became more and more serious. These 2 enemies were killed in one blow, without alerting the others, and at the same time, 2 enemies were killed at the same time. Even with Soren's current ability, it wasn't that easy. The rogue in front of him might have a profession level of 18 or above. That was to say, he was at least a quasi-legendary rogue. As he went deeper and deeper, Soren's vision gradually widened. In front of him, there was a large secret room. The most eye-catching thing was an altar-like building. In the center of the altar, there was a blood pool, and there were several smaller blood pools around it. No wonder these vampires didn't find out that their companions were killed. The smell of blood here was too strong, and it was basically impossible for them to smell other blood. The altar of the demigod vampire, as a dark creature that fed on the blood of the living, Soren naturally didn't expect to see anything good near their altar. However, looking at the size of these blood pools, it seemed that the vampires had been here for some time. Without dozens or hundreds of missing people, it was impossible to fill these blood pools. There was a prayer ceremony in the altar. In the center was a priest wearing a black robe, followed by an old man who was obviously dressed like a noble. Vampires didn't age, so his current appearance undoubtedly meant that he was transformed into a vampire after his body entered the state of old age. As for the reason for becoming a vampire, It was estimated that there were only a few reasons. A fanatical prayer ceremony. Soren didn't find the first rogue, but he could be sure that the other party was hiding somewhere nearby. Bring up the sacrifice. After completing the last prayer, the black-robed priest ordered the believers kneeling under the altar. Soon, one of them was brought to the front of the altar. His body was shackled with chains. From the back, he didn't seem to be an ordinary person. To deal with ordinary people, these vampires didn't need to be shackled with steel. This was a profession. Soren couldn't see the other party's appearance from the back, and he couldn't judge his profession. He could only be sure that he should be a melee profession. However, as the man was brought up as a sacrifice, Soren immediately found that the nearby shadows were distorted. Kneel. The black-robed priest shouted with a cold expression, but what responded to him was thick phlegm and a fanatical voice. The blind one is the true God. You false God believers won't be able to live for long. Boom. A heavy punch came out, and the man's words were abruptly choked back. Hearing what he said, Soren immediately figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It seemed that the blind one and the vampire church had a conflict. Both sides wanted to divide this place into their own territory, and it seemed that the blind one believer was captured by the vampire. When the man on the altar was hit by a heavy punch, Soren also saw the other party's appearance when he turned sideways. The man had only one eye, and the other eye socket was empty. A high-grade member of the unseen organization, only a true fanatic would dig out his own eye. No wonder a high-grade rogue would come to save him. However, how could a rogue defeat these vampires? Soren just had a trace of doubt in his heart when he felt a vibration around him, followed by a violent noise from above. P.S. That's all for today. There was a loud rumbling sound. Soren seemed to feel the vibration of the explosion, and then the vampire believers in front of him moved quickly. Some pulled out their weapons and prepared to go out to see the situation, while others hid in a panic. There were women among these vampires, and they looked young. She was dressed in a standard lady's dress, and the expression on her face was a little panicked. It seemed that she had no combat experience. However, the black-robed priest's expression was very calm. He ordered a few words in a deep voice and let people go out to check the situation. At the same time, he pulled out a sharp blade and prepared to bleed the captive unseen believers. For any God's church, fanatics were the most important wealth. It was not easy to cultivate a fanatic. No organization would easily give up their fanatics, even the evil God's church. Soren had never tasted defeat all the way, from killing the Swamp King to successfully slaying the dragon, and then the decisive battle with the pirate king Ashrod. After so many battles, there were not many pirates under Soren's command who worshipped him fanatically, but these people were the core cornerstone of his rule on the south coast. As long as these fanatic elite pirates were not exhausted, he could make a comeback in any situation. Under normal circumstances, the number of fanatics within a God's church was at most 1 in 1,000. If it was other forces, this proportion would be even smaller. Soren's elite guards were currently only 100 people. Among them, the proportion of fanatics who worshipped him was less than 1/3. These people had experienced the Battle of the Swamp King, the dragon-slaying battle, and the decisive battle on the south coast. For the unseen organization, a high-grade fanatic could not be easily given up. Just as the black-robed priest was about to cut the throat of the sacrifice, the high-grade rogue who had been hiding in the dark finally could not sit still. A distorted shadow emerged, and the high-grade rogue instantly crossed the plane of space and appeared behind the black-robed priest in the form of Shadow Jump. A fierce cold light emerged. The high-grade rogue instantly stabbed the priest's heart, but what came out was the sound of metal colliding. Clang! The black-robed priest's clothes were torn open, revealing a full body armor forged with fine steel. Priest was just another name for a priest. Their fighting style was slightly different from that of a priest. However, priests were also people who could use divine spells and were equipped with full-body armor. This kind of profession was like a steel plate, and it was a steel plate profession that could use divine spells. The dagger failed to penetrate the full-body armor of the black-robed priest. The high-grade rogue turned around and slashed, and another cold light appeared and slashed at the shackles of the sacrifice. Crack! A crisp breaking sound was heard, and the steel shackles were directly cut off. Adamantine weapon? Soren, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but tremble in shock. He then thought to himself, to be able to directly cut through the shackles made of stainless steel, it seems that apart from first-rate legendary equipment, only adamantine weapons can do that. That ray of light doesn't seem to be a first-rate legendary weapon, so the possibility of it being a fine gold weapon is extremely high. Roar, an angry growl sounded. As soon as his shackles were cut off, the captive on the altar let out a furious roar and directly slammed into the person next to him. Crack, the powerful impact made a vampire's chest cave in. At the same time, the man instantly grabbed the sword and cut off the head of the noblewoman who was panicking at first. A series of slashing and killing. The man seemed to be a high-grade barbarian warrior. In the blink of an eye, he was like a killing machine that killed 3 to 5 vampires. Many of these vampires looked like members of this noble family. The sound of fighting came from the entrance. After the high-grade rogue cut off the steel shackles, he attacked continuously. The storm-like attack forced the black-robed priest to have no chance to use divine spells. He couldn't give the caster a chance, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Clang. Clang, clang. But what was quite surprising was that in the face of the ferocious attacks of the high-grade rogue, the black-robed priest blocked them one after another. The weapons he used were a shield and a scepter, and he was not weak at all in a head-on collision. Battle priest, this was a high-grade priest who had received special combat training. He probably also learned the skill of using shields. Another cold light appeared. Soren finally saw the face of the high-grade rogue. The other party's eyes were covered with a black cloth, and there seemed to be nothing inside. He didn't know how he saw the surrounding situation. While he was frantically attacking the black-robed priest in front of him, Soren also locked onto another weapon that was slightly refracting golden light. It was a very small dagger, which did not seem to be his usual weapon. Sure enough, it was a fine gold weapon. This kind of expensive metal was rare in the Underdark. The price of forging large weapons was too expensive. Even forging such a dagger was quite expensive. A small amount of fine gold could be forged into a +1 rare grade equipment. If it continued to be quantified, it would be a +2 or +3 grade equipment. The dagger in front of him was at least a +3 fine gold weapon. On the surface, the percentage of fine gold infiltration was definitely not small. A group of unseen believers attacked. These guys were easy to recognize because many of them were missing an eye. This was a fallen blasphemy ritual. After completing it, they would get an additional blasphemy bonus. The effect was similar to Soren's God's Blessing. Many sacrificial demon rituals could also get this blasphemy bonus. The more advanced ones were the emblems on the fallen witch's body, which was the top blasphemy ritual. Soren began to move. The battle between the vampires and the unseen seemed to be a bit of a draw. Dark creatures had a natural attribute bonus, and the blasphemy bonus advantage of the unseen was not obvious. However, Soren was not interested in getting involved in this kind of melee. His goal was the high-grade rogue and the black-robed priest. The fine gold dagger was of great value to him, and the priest was the key to spreading the faith of the gods. If he killed the black-robed priest, the power of the demigod vampire would be severely damaged here. Before launching the attack, Soren tore a piece of cloth from his body and tied it over his eyes. But it was not the kind of thing that was completely blindfolded, just for show. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Sword form, beheading. Soren's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed priest. For the black-robed priest who was resisting the attack of the unseen, Soren's sneak attack was undoubtedly worse. He couldn't even dodge or block, and he was killed under the siege of 2 high-grade rogues. The legendary curved sword in Soren's hand directly cut off the priest's head. With blood gushing out, the headless body of the black-robed priest fell to the ground. The sudden appearance of Soren surprised the unseen. However, as the black-robed priest was beheaded, especially after seeing the black cloth covering Soren's eyes, the unseen could not help but relax a little. But this moment of relaxation was extremely fatal. Soren's expression was cold as he stabbed forward again. In the unseen's somewhat stunned expression, the sword instantly pierced his heart. Pada. Soren threw away the black cloth covering his eyes and crushed the enemy's heart with a backhand twist. The unseen's incredulous expression was still on his face, but his body had lost its breath of life. Bang! The 2 corpses fell to the ground one after another. Soren quickly took out the fine gold dagger from the unseen's body. A proper strategy could kill the enemy more easily. Soren successfully killed 2 high-grade professions in one blow, and then instantly activated evade sight and re-entered stealth. The scuffle continued. But now it was time for him to hunt alone. Not good. When a violent explosion came, the priestess's face immediately changed, and then she approached the place where the fire came out. Paladins, rogues, rangers, and other figures soon appeared. The movement here alarmed many people, and even the town's guards quickly approached. However, they needed time to assemble, so there was no need to expect too much from the guards of a remote town. It's the unseen. The ranger was the first to rush into the burning mansion. He glanced at the corpses nearby and said in a deep voice, "They attacked here. Something's wrong. Everyone be careful." He leaned over to look at another corpse and said in a deep voice, "It's vampires. There are vampires here. Be careful." The paladin whispered, took out a shield to protect the others, and said in a deep voice, "There may be their leader below. This place is full of evil. It's very likely to be the vampire's lair. They have corrupted the nobles here." The group quickly set up a standard battle formation, and then carefully moved inside. But the deeper they went, the more surprised they were because there were all corpses inside, and there was not a single living person at all. And the way these corpses died was very strange. They even saw the body of a vampire and a believer of the unseen die directly together. It seemed that they were killed at the same time. The killing method was quite sophisticated, and many of them were killed in one blow. "There's a master." The ranger's expression was serious, and he murmured, "I'm afraid it's a legendary master." The priestess heard this thoughtfully. The others also looked at each other and couldn't help but speed up because they guessed something. Finally, they saw Soren. He was wiping his curved sword on a corpse. After seeing the group of people, there was no surprise on his face. Instead, he reached out and groped the corpse a few times, and said in a deep voice, "It's all settled. But there should be a few fish that escaped the net. P.S. First update, there's another chapter today." The light of dawn shone down. The luxurious mansion from yesterday had been reduced to ruins. The young priestess was negotiating with a middle-aged man who looked like the captain of the guards. She took out a badge that represented the light of dawn and the badge that the Church of Glory had assigned to her as proof. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Church of Glory had a high status because they stood on the side of good and justice no matter what. There were many bodies of vampires in the ruins, and she believed that it would not be a problem for her to deal with this matter. Soren sat on the roof and played with an emblem, or rather, a coat of arms. This was found from the body of the unseen. It was engraved with a huge beholder, but unlike other beholders, its eye stalks were all cut off. The eyeballs on its tentacles were cut off one by one. Even the huge eye in the middle of its body was dug out cruelly. It opened its bloody mouth and stared in front of it. Its empty and bloody eye sockets were surrounded by a mass of twisted flesh and blood, as well as something that could not be described. Evil Eye Tyrant? Soren carefully observed the emblem and murmured, "It turns out that the predecessor of the unseen was the Evil Eye Tyrant. Who defeated this monster with a challenge rating of 25? And dug out its eyes? It seems that it has embarked on the path of an evil god? Evil Eye Tyrant. A very terrible creature in the evolution of the beholder. Its strength was even stronger than the Dead Eye Tyrant. This was a variant of the beholder. There were only a few in the entire multiverse. Although Soren had been in contact with the unseen in the past, it was the first time he had gotten such an emblem. The rogue should be a core member of the unseen organization. A monster with a creature level close to 30 was preparing to become a god. The chaos must have just begun. In history, no beholder had succeeded in becoming a god. Soren was not sure if this guy had succeeded because no one had seen the real body of this evil god. Patter, when the priestess finished negotiating with the town guard, Soren also came down from the roof. It's been negotiated. The priestess's expression was a little strange. She looked at Soren and said, "We have sent someone to inform the witch council. I think someone will come to deal with it soon. I don't think they want a large number of vampires in their territory." Soren nodded and tossed the emblem to her. "You're leaving?" The priestess raised her head and asked. Soren glanced at her and smiled. Yes, it is. There are other things that need to be dealt with. Angelia nodded and said softly, I hope we'll have the chance to meet again. I miss Vivian. Soren smiled. Then he turned and walked out of Withered Leaf Town. He had killed so many vampires and believers of the unseen, some of whom were nobles. This matter must be explained to the Witch Council. They had to stay and explain everything to the Witch Council before they could leave. Otherwise, the Witch Council was likely to be angry because of the death of a noble. Even the people of the Church of Radiance did not dare to offend this group of powerful witches. Soren didn't have time to stay here. Angelia and the others would have to wait for at least 3 days to deal with the follow-up work of these matters. Punishing the evil and encouraging the good and then walking away would only lead to greater chaos. There were still many trivial matters here. If a noble was corrupted by a vampire, the problems that would be implicated in the end would probably cause a lot of damage to the nearby nobles. But that should be a headache for the vampire church. Soren directly crossed the north. With the help of Fly, he crossed the ice and snow mountains and returned to this cold country again. The ice and snow here had not melted yet. Soren followed the route in his memory and went to a small town near Glacier City. When he left the north, he passed by here. Winterspring Town. It seemed to be called this name. It was a town between Glacier City and Arendelle, with a population of thousands of households. It was not a big place, but not a small one. After sleeping outside for a few days, Soren was ready to spend the night here, so he went directly to the hotel after entering the town. The passers-by were in a hurry. In just a few months, it seemed that panic had spread to this cold world. The town guard stopped Soren and asked a few questions, then warned him not to cause trouble and let him go. It seems that something has happened. Soren glanced at the nervous guards and then entered the tavern. There was news he wanted to know. In fact, the news had already spread. It was just that because of the distance, it did not reach Soren's hands in time. After all, the Frost Kingdom was too far away from the south coast. What Soren was worried about finally happened. Without the protection of the Princess Royal, Arendelle's wealth brought disaster to them. About a week ago, shortly after Soren received the news from the Frost Kingdom, Arendelle was attacked by the enemy. Not only were the Vrykul pirates entrenched in the ice islands outside the sea, but even the southern island countries also launched an attack on them. Arendelle's port was blocked. The war had not yet broken out. The fleet of the southern island countries only joined with the Vrykul pirates to ambush Arendelle's warship, temporarily cutting off the route of the Frost Kingdom. The port was blocked. This was the precursor to the outbreak of war. After the news spread, even other places were affected. There was a lot of discussion in the tavern. Some merchants complained that after the port was blocked, all the goods could not be shipped out. But more discussions were about how Princess Anna of Arendelle would deal with the crisis. Huh? Have you heard? A bearded merchant who had obviously drunk a lot burped and looked at the others. I heard that the person who led the fleet to block the port of Arendelle is a prince of the southern island country. This shameless bandit made a very rude request after blocking the port. Request, Soren, who was sitting in the corner, frowned. He glanced at the middle-aged merchant who deliberately kept others in suspense. He took out a kindler and threw it over. He said in a deep voice, "What request?" "I don't like to listen to people beating around the bush, or I'll break your neck." The middle-aged merchant quickly reached out and caught the kindler, then swallowed and said, "I also heard it from others. The prince of the southern island country seems to be called Hans T. He sent a messenger and said, if Princess Anna agrees to marry him, he will order the removal of Arendelle's blockade. Otherwise, Arendelle's ships will not be able to leave." Crack. The wine glass in Soren's hand shattered, and a cold murderous look appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, yes." The middle-aged merchant was startled by him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He seemed to have sobered up a lot, and his speech gradually became clearer. "I also heard it from others. I have a relative who works in Arendelle." Soren's eyes became colder when he heard this. He casually threw a kindler on the bar, then turned and walked out of the tavern. It was getting late. Soren's figure entered the night and soon disappeared into the vast night. Storm, looks like there's going to be a flood. There's a power outage, so I'm using my laptop's remaining power. I'll write as much as I can. It should be enough for 2 chapters. Under the dim light of dusk, a shadow stretched out on the road. Soren's body was covered in a large cloak as he once again entered this once bustling place. Arendelle's prosperity was supported by trade and taxes. With the port blocked by the Southern Kingdom's navy, Arendelle's trade was completely cut off. Many ordinary people lost their jobs at the port and had to find other ways to make a living. There were a lot of goods piled up near the tavern. There were hundreds of merchant ships coming and going every day. Once they were all blocked here, there was no way to transport the goods out. There were many complaints in the city, but the merchants who pursued profits naturally didn't think so much. They only hoped that the war would end as soon as possible. Soren pushed open the tavern's door. The weather suddenly changed in the evening, and it began to rain heavily. It was almost summer, and the season of the storm was coming. Under the washing of the rain, the ice and snow were about to melt, and soon this cold country would be covered in greenery. Damn bastard! A drunk man raised his head and looked at Soren, who opened the door, and a cold wind blew in. He cursed, "Hurry up and close the door, or I'll throw you out." Soren walked in front of him expressionlessly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's neck like a duck. Then, the man who weighed more than 200 pounds was easily lifted up by him and thrown into the smelly ditch outside the tavern. The tavern finally quieted down. The others looked at Soren in surprise, and some who looked like adventurers looked at him with interest, as if they were guessing his profession. "A cup of good rum." Soren shook his cloak and ordered the best rum, but he didn't drink it himself. Instead, he put it across the table. He gently tapped his fingers and waited. The others quickly turned their attention back and talked about other things. It was just throwing out a drunkard with a dirty mouth. No one would care too much about this kind of thing. Only the adventurers on the side were quite interested in Soren. About 30 minutes later, the tavern's door was opened again, and a cold man with a scar on the corner of his eye walked in. He was about 30 years old. His sharp eyes swept across the tavern, and he directly sat across from Soren. "Your Excellency." The cold man handed over a document from under the table and said, "This is what you wanted." "Yes." Soren nodded. Then he threw a diamond over, pointed at the rum on the table, and said, "It's on you. When did the Thieves' Guild register my information?" The cold man was hesitant, but when he met Soren's eyes, he immediately lowered his head. "Last October. We will collect any valuable information. Your Excellency has always been the focus of our attention." Soren nodded slightly and did not have much of an expression. He stood up and looked at the cold man in front of him. "When you have time, ask your leader to come and see me. I have something to talk to him about." After that, he turned around and walked into the heavy rain. Under the heavy rain, the docks were dead silent. Many piles of goods were placed near the warehouse. After the port was sealed, these goods couldn't be transported out. They could only be sold at a low price or stored for a short period of time. On the side of the docks were low shacks. Even the wealthy Arendelle couldn't avoid a group of poor people. There were many strong men sitting under the eaves in a daze. Most of them were coolies at the docks, relying on their strength to support their families. Now that there was no work at the docks, they could only sit here and do nothing. Soren, who was walking alone in the heavy rain, was a little eye-catching. People looked at him curiously, wanting to know what this man who looked like an adventurer was going to do. Because the rain was too heavy, the patrolling guards were hiding from the rain, so under the dark night, no one disturbed Soren's work. He walked step by step to the edge of the docks, then stood in the sea. Soren pulled out a dagger that reflected a faint golden light, then he cut his palm. Drops of blood fell into the sea. When Soren put his palm into the sea, an invisible magic light spread out. What happened over there? A boy who looked at most 15 or 16 years old shook his head, then rubbed the corner of his eyes and said, "Did you see that? It seems like a light spread out." The other people around him didn't seem to see anything. "Did I see it wrong again?" The boy's expression was a little depressed. He reached out and grabbed his feet, then looked at the sky in a daze. Deepwater port. On the sea dozens of kilometers away from the port, there was a sudden wave. Then the sea separated to the left and right, and a black mast rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The ghost ship's sail quickly opened, and the hull of the ship broke through the waves. The drowned undead began to work. With the cold night, a fog spread out from the nearby sea. Then the ghost ship sailed at a very fast speed in the direction of Arendelle. It felt Soren's call. As a quasi-legendary undead, the ghost ship had the ability to sail automatically. Snake Island. The base camp that was once destroyed had been rebuilt, but it was obviously not as large as before. Now it was just a transit station, a supply point for the overseas route. On the calm sea, a huge shadow gradually floated up. The first thing that came out of the sea was a hideous sharp bone spur, then a piece of black scales. The gigantic sea monster appeared on the surface of the sea and stayed in the same place for a moment. Then, as if it felt some kind of call, it swam towards the northern sea. Its huge body dived into the sea once again and moved forward at a speed far faster than any warship. Its master was calling it. The blood told it the location of its master. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could track the location. Arendelle's dock. Soren slowly retracted his palm. The wound on his palm had almost healed. He looked at the vast sea under the night, then turned to look at Arendelle's palace and murmured, 3 more days. The rainstorm continued. With the approach of the Avatar crisis, even the climate in various places was much worse. The storm in the outer islands had been raining for many days, and now the Frost Kingdom seemed to be the same. It was estimated that it would not stop for a day or two. Soren stood in the rainstorm and moved forward. With a loud rumbling sound, a flash of lightning crossed the sky. He leaped and landed on the roof, and then his figure flew across the night sky. His toes gently tapped on the roof and he was more than 10 meters away, just like a top master of lightness skill. Pata, Soren's figure landed on the top of a bell tower. He looked up at the dark sky, and lightning flashed in the storm. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound spread in all directions. He sat on a high place and looked at Arendelle's palace, and then gradually fell into contemplation. Soren was a person who valued promises very much, but it was not suitable for him to see Princess Anna. Not only because the time was not right, but also because he could not have too many ties now. Soren was in danger. People related to him would also be in danger. If Princess Royal had not disappeared, even the incarnation of the gods would not necessarily be a threat to her. But now the Princess Royal had mysteriously disappeared. If the relationship between Soren and Princess Anna was known, especially in the near future when Soren might go to war with the Church of the Gods, the threat of Princess Anna being too close to him would increase exponentially. She was not Gloria. Gloria was a powerful northern witch and a spellcaster who was about to advance into the realm of legends. Princess Anna was just an ordinary person. Even if she was the successor of Arendelle and her status was equivalent to that of a queen, her own strength was still too weak. Soren could not show up. He might not even be able to see her again. Soren's plan had already reached the realm of the gods, and it was best not to let the outside world know that he was too close to Princess Anna. He didn't believe that Princess Royal would die like this. Perhaps when Princess Royal returned and Princess Anna's safety was guaranteed, Soren could rest assured that she wouldn't be involved in a god-level battle. He was a very cautious person. Soren had always known what he would face in the future. Thump. He stood at the top of the clock tower and took one last look at Arendelle's palace before disappearing into the night. Just let everything end quietly. She might be able to guess who did all this, but she definitely couldn't bring it to the table. In the hotel room, Soren spread out a roll of documents, which recorded a lot of information about the Vrykul pirates and the situation of Prince Hans who blocked the port of Arendelle. He was the successor of the Southern Isles, a coastal country in the southwest. Its wealth and strength were not as good as Arendelle, but it was equivalent to a small principality. Soren spread out a brief map of the continent. He first picked up a quill and drew a circle in Arendelle, then found the south coast and drew a circle in Port Tylon. The outer islands, Port Tylon, Snake Island, Shipwreck Sea. These 4 locations were connected by Soren into a line, and then he drew the deepwater port in the north. The north was actually in the northwest of the continent, and the Frost Kingdom was really north. The west coast was the principality that rebelled. This route was not of much value because it was the territory of the dark tide fishmen, and the power of the pirates was mainly concentrated in the northwest. Soren connected Xianxia with the deepwater port in the north with a line, and then from the north-south to the Southern Isles. The location of the Southern Isles was gradually approaching the South Pole. Although the material plane was not a planet-like world, the coordinates of the North and South Poles were still a bit similar, and they were all very cold countries. The Southern Isles was a bit like the Outer Islands, but more like the Indonesian region on Earth. It was similar to a small continental plate country near the Pacific Ocean. It used to be part of the continent, but then there was a land deviation due to great destruction. Continuing south from the Southern Isles, there was an endless cold country. It used to be a vast continent, but now it was covered with blue ice. There weren't too many living people in this land, but there were quite a few living undead. They were an intelligent species with blue eyes that were similar to undead creatures, but lived in a different way. They were the products of terrible disasters caused by the destruction of the Arcane Empire. Soren had not been near the polar regions, but he had read about them. Xianxia, Deepwater Port, Southern Isles. Soren drew a line with his pen, and then drew a line from the southern island countries, all the way along the west coast to Arendelle. There was a slight cold light in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "The supplies can keep up. We can get supplies from the Deepwater Port through Gloria's authority, and then directly attack the Southern Isles from the west coast." Soren was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Since Prince Hans of the Southern Isles dared to attack Arendelle, then he must pay a painful price. Soren stared at the map in front of him. Finally, he drew a cross near the capital of the Southern Isles, and then drew a symbol of a sword under a skull. A transoceanic expedition, the main force of the Southern Isles, blocked the port of Arendelle. Soren did not believe that the Southern Isles still had enough naval fleet. It was too far to support Arendelle from the south coast. It was almost equivalent to crossing the continent, but attacking the Southern Isles from Xianxia was within the scope of Soren's expedition. It was time to fight. By the way, with this expedition, he could directly take the northwest coast of the North Coast into his own territory. Soren stood in place and pondered for a long time. Finally, he put away the map and turned to walk outside. He was now in Arendelle. If he wanted to mobilize the fleet on the south coast, he must get in touch with the wizard's means. He had not mastered the communication spell, so he needed to rely on the power of the northern witches. There were still 3 days before the full launch, and he had enough time to prepare. 3 days passed quickly. In the hull of Snake Island, the pirate leaders under Soren's command were gathered. "This is the order from His Excellency." The red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella looked at the others, then took out a sealed document and said in a deep voice, "The one responsible for the transmission is the Northern Witch Council. There shouldn't be any mistakes." The half-elf first mate was also among them. However, he was now the leader of the Eastern Sea route. He had gathered hundreds of warships under his command. Soren's promotion of him had made him the second leader of the pirate group. Of course, this was not counting the young Lady Vivian and the Northern Witch Gloria. These two had no interest in the internal power changes of the pirates. Their centers were all in the outer islands, but their status was superior. After all, these two were powerful spellcasters. What order? The half-elf first mate reached out and took the document directly, then opened the seal on it. His action inadvertently made the red-haired female pirate a little dissatisfied, but she forced herself to endure. The half-elf first mate had made several contributions in a row, and his reputation among the pirates was obviously higher than hers. This behavior did not make the others present feel dissatisfied, but it made the red-haired female pirate, who used to be the second in command, very uncomfortable. "Huh?" The half-elf first mate took a quick look, then his face showed an excited and bloodthirsty smile, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency wants us to attack the Southern Isles." He handed the document to the others, and soon all the pirate leaders present read it. The order was simple. Mobilize the fleets of Port Tylon, Snake Island and Shipwreck Bay to attack the Southern Isles from the west coast route to the Deepwater Port, then get supplies from the Witch Council, and then cut off the route of the Southern Isles and loot and harass the coastal cities of the Southern Isles. It also named the half-elf first mate to command the dragon-headed warship to attack the capital of the Southern Isles, but it was not a real attack, but a feint to make them feel threatened. The focus of the mission was to take the opportunity to annex the west coast and force Prince Hans to withdraw from Arendelle. Your Excellency has issued the Pirate King's enlistment order. The red-haired female pirate glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, all the pirates on the south coast can act together. The loot obtained from the plunder does not need to be offered. All of it will be their private loot. The south coast had the most pirates. Because of the natural sea route, the pirate group on the south coast was the most active. Eastern Sea Route, Outer Sea Route. Not all of these pirates were Soren's men. As the Pirate King, Soren was only the largest group of pirates. In addition, there were many large and small pirate groups on the south coast. These pirates were equivalent to making a living in Soren's territory. Usually, they could not plunder merchant ships at will, and they had to offer a part of the loot. Under normal circumstances, this ratio was about 3 to 7, and 30% of the loot had to be offered. Now many pirates on the south coast had turned to part-time merchants, but there were many private fights. After all, it was much faster to rob than to work hard to do business. Soren issued the enlistment order. It was equivalent to ordering other pirate groups to fight together in the name of the Pirate King. All the loot belonged to them, and the name of plunder was Soren's name. In the future, if the Southern Isles wanted to retaliate, they could only go to Soren to fight. It was impossible for them to retaliate against the small groups of pirates who went to war. This was equivalent to an opportunity to rob openly. They were responding to the call of the Pirate King, and they did not have to bear the consequences of plundering. Most of the consequences were borne by Soren. Revenge, suppression, pirate law, etc. P.S. There are 2 updates today. Snake Island. With Soren's enlistment order, all the pirates on the south coast began to move. The southern island country was a coastal principality. Although it was not as rich as Arendelle, it was still much better than other places. In addition, after Soren unified the south coast, private plundering was strictly prohibited. Many small and medium-sized pirates had no business recently. They could only follow the fleet controlled by Soren behind the scenes. Although the overseas route and the eastern route were quite profitable, it was also very time-consuming to go back and forth. Especially the eastern route, it took at least half a year to go back and forth. The profits earned by sailing for half a year were not as comfortable as plundering a merchant ship. Some people liked a stable life. But there were also people who liked excitement and adventure. Many pirates were still eager to reap without sowing. The Pirate King's enlistment order quickly received a lot of responses. Even those who were not interested in it planned to send some people to fight out of fear and to curry favor with Soren. Anyway, the navy of the southern island country was still in Arendelle. It was not their turn to deal with the regular army. Their task was to harass the coast. At worst, when the navy of the southern island country came back, they could sneak away. Most of the pirates were fast ships. They were not afraid of being caught by the navy. However, for this order, there were other people who had other ideas. The next night, in a certain stronghold of the shipwreck port, several other pirate leaders under Soren's command gathered here. Adele Isabella. Scarface frowned and looked at the other pirate leaders present. He said in a deep voice, "Why did you secretly call us here?" He was not the only pirate leader present. In addition to Scarface, there was Cyclops, Giant, Knight, Butler, and so on. Basically, except for the half-elf first mate, nearly half of the other pirate leaders were present. For the red-haired female pirate's invitation, the others did not seem to understand her meaning. At this moment, they were also looking at her with a puzzled face. "This time I invited everyone here because I have something to discuss with you." The red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella looked at the pirate leaders present and said, "His Excellency Soren issued an order to attack the southern island country. In the order, he told us to act according to the situation. The focus is to harass the coast of the southern island countries and then find a way to weaken their strength. So, I have a bold idea." The red-haired female pirate waved her hand and asked someone to take out a map. Then she pointed to a mark on it and said to the other pirate leaders, "This is the capital of the southern island country. This is their coastline. This is the west coast route. From here to here, unless we barge into the Dark Tide Fishman's territory, we will definitely pass by the Dark Tide Canyon." At this point, she turned to look at the others. To be able to be promoted by Soren all the way to the level of a pirate leader, most of the people present weren't simple. Very quickly, some of them guessed her thoughts, and even if they didn't, they understood something. If we attack the southern island countries, Arendel's navy will definitely return to defend. The red-haired female pirate's expression was calm, and she said in a firm voice, Sir Soren's order is very firm. It seems that he has reached an important strategic cooperation with Arendelle. So, if we can expand the results of the battle, maybe His Excellency will be very satisfied. One Eye has been listening quietly, playing with the dagger in his hand. When she stopped, he slowly said, What do you mean? We ambush Arendel's navy in the Dark Tide Canyon? Our chances of winning against the regular navy are not so high. The red-haired female pirate turned to look at him and slowly said, We have at least a 60% chance of winning. In terms of equipment, we are not weaker than the regular army. In terms of combat power, all of our men are elites who grew up in killing. The navy of the southern island countries only trains a few times a month, and we are drifting on the sea all year round. Our chances of winning are higher. If we can damage or even destroy the navy of the southern island countries, then from here to here, it will all be our territory. The other pirate leaders present fell into deep thought. Knight looked up at the map and suddenly said, Why not invite Kasa, half-elf first mate? He is the most powerful among us, and he has the most elite troops under his command. The red-haired female pirate's expression was a little stiff, and then she calmly said, Because his status and power are high enough. Moreover, he has to contain and threaten the capital of the southern island countries. The Eastern Sea route is now under his control. If this mission is completed, as the commander of the Dragonhead warship, his contribution will definitely be greater than any of us present. If this operation is successful, then the route from Shipwreck Bay to the west coast, and then to the southern island countries, and maybe even the route to Arendelle will be included in our territory. I think these territories should be handed over to other meritorious people to manage. What do you think? Hearing the red-haired female pirate's words, the other pirate leaders present could not help but fall into deep thought. Many of them had a slight light in their eyes. Yes. The half-elf first mate's power was already very high. He was in charge of the most prosperous Eastern Sea route, and his warships were much more than theirs. If he still contributed the most in this mission, according to Sir Soren's style of rewarding meritorious deeds, it was very likely that the territories near Shipwreck Bay would be handed over to him to manage. The pirate leaders present all had some thoughts in their hearts. They all wanted their own territories to be bigger, more men to have a higher reputation. If they could take down the west coast, it was equivalent to opening up the route to Arendelle. This was also a rich territory, and it was not much worse than the outer islands and the Eastern Sea route. If they wanted to go further, they must make greater contributions. From the north of Shipwreck Bay, there was a big cake. If they took it down, many of them could become pirate leaders in charge of a region. What's your plan? The first person to speak was Scarface. His strength was greatly reduced because of the fall of Snake Island. Even if he later defeated the pirate king Ashrod, his territory was still the least among the other pirate leaders present. So he was the first to respond to the red-haired female pirate's plan and said in a deep voice, It's not that easy to deal with a regular navy. We must make a detailed battle plan. The red-haired female pirate smiled when she heard that. She then turned her gaze to the other pirate leaders. Obviously, many people were already moved. The benefits of the west coast were big enough. Their status was not as high as the half-elf first mate, but they still wanted to compete. Now that there was a chance to make greater contributions, they were naturally moved. Who was the half-elf first mate? At that time, he was just a pirate sailor under the red-haired female pirate. Because of Sir Soren's promotion, he became the first mate of a ship. But what about him now? He was in charge of the Eastern Sea route alone. There were thousands of pirates under his command. There were also hundreds of warships of various sizes. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was above tens of thousands of people. The other pirate leaders present were the first or second in command of a pirate force. They might not really be convinced by the half-elf first mate. The red-haired female pirate, Adele, had always wanted to compete with him. Soren was quite cruel to the pirate leaders under his command. If they wanted to suppress the half-elf first mate, they had to make greater contributions. Arendelle. 3 days passed quickly, and Soren's figure once again came to the port. On this day, Arendelle seemed a little different because there was a strange fog near the port. This made others a little surprised and even alarmed some of the witches in the palace. However, they did not find anything. The port was also quite peaceful today. Everything seemed to be the same as before. However, at the bottom of the sea in Arendelle, a huge shadow gradually approached and finally stopped at a certain place, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Soren's figure gradually walked towards the sea. He stepped on the sparkling water and moved forward. When he got closer to the deeper parts of the sea, a huge black shadow appeared under his feet. The first thing to emerge from the sea was an extremely sharp bone spur, followed by a huge and ferocious back. Soren stood on the head of the mutant killer whale and gradually entered the deeper sea as it swam. Rumble. The sea in front of him separated in all directions. A black mast broke through the waves from the bottom of the sea, and then the ghost ship rose from the bottom of the sea. The surrounding fog became thicker. After the battle with the pirate king, Ashrod, the ghost ship seemed to have gained some kind of improvement. The number of souls it bound had increased a lot, but there were no more obvious changes. It seemed that the death energy was not strong enough. As a kind of living undead, the ghost ship was a living machine, which meant that it also had the potential to evolve. Soren's figure flew out and landed on the deck of the ghost ship. Pata. He gently landed on the cabin, then raised his hand to take off the black cloak on his body and said, "Full speed ahead." Haha. The ghost ship moved, and the ghost ship's sail opened automatically. The ghost ship broke through the waves at a very fast speed. Strange howls sounded, and the souls bound on the ghost ship seemed to have a hazy shadow. They moved around the ship like ghosts, making the ghost ship's speed even more amazing. This was a battle that belonged to one person. Soren was ready to fight the navy of the southern island country and the Vrykal pirates of Iceland alone. P.S. That's all for today. The sky was clear for only one day. The next day, there were dark clouds again, and it looked like it was going to rain again. Soren stood on the mast of the dead man's voice and looked at the sea in front of him. On the side of the ghost ship, there was a huge black shadow. At the moment, it was undulating in the waves, and only a shadow could be seen. He looked forward silently, as if waiting for something. Soren had always been a very patient person, so he waited very calmly, but his eyes occasionally looked up at the sky. Rumble. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, drops of rain fell. At first, it was just a light rain, but soon it became a rainstorm. Deep sea diving. Soren finally showed a smile, but it was cold and cruel. He gently waved his hand, and the undead on the deck quickly moved. In the strange whispers of the ghost siren, the dead man's voice began to descend, and the whole ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The surrounding seawater rushed to the deck, and Soren gently jumped to the rudder, and then let the seawater completely submerge him. The seawater poured into the hull, and Soren's hair scattered with the seawater. When the dead man's voice finally sank to the bottom of the sea, he looked up at the sky. The wind and waves on the sea were getting bigger, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Rumble. The storm shrouded the sea, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. It seemed that the storm and rain had only stopped temporarily, and now it was just beginning. The sea was turbulent, but the bottom of the sea was quite calm. The dark deep sea could not block Soren's sight. The dead man's voice was diving hundreds of meters under the sea. He was calculating the enemy's position, and he had collected a lot of information before he set off. With his current reputation as the pirate king of the south coast, the Thieves' Union would rather offend the southern island countries than offend him. Rise 300 meters. Soren looked around. There was a reef in front of him, and some fish in the sea, but because of the death energy, almost none of them wanted to get close to the dead man's voice. Mutant killer whales escorted around. Although the north coast was not as dangerous as the south coast, there were also some deep-sea monsters, and these deep-sea monsters did not seem to care about the blessing of the sea goddess. There were other gods in the world involved in the sea domain. For example, the god of the Vrykal people was involved in the sea domain from the pirate domain. The Vrykal people believed in a barbarian god. Should be the only god of pirate, but one of his clergy was Vrykal of pirates, and few other pirates believed in him. The birth of this clergy was due to the fact that the Vrykul were born pirates and lived by plundering other merchant ships. Rise 100 meters. Soren looked at the surrounding environment and observed the movements on the sea at the same time. After rising to a height where he could vaguely see the sea, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Summon the fog. The undead to sink their warships." In the dark sea, a group of ferocious-looking undead appeared. They took the tools to sink the ship and slowly moved upstream, gradually approaching the sea. Boom! A thunderbolt crossed the sky, and the wind and waves shook the hull. "Damn it!" A middle-aged man in a navy uniform cursed, then grabbed a corner of the hull and shouted, "All of you, work harder. When we get back to the port, I'll treat you to a drink. This damn weather. I said the storm wouldn't end so soon. In this weather, how can a fleet go out to sea? There's no need to send us out to patrol." A wave came crashing over. The hull of the warship shook, and the sea rushed to the deck. A Navy sailor stood unsteadily and hit the barrel, but he was not seriously injured. He just frowned and trembled in pain. "What about the South Sea?" The middle-aged man looked around. He didn't know when the fog had appeared around him. He couldn't help but curse again, "This damn weather. How can it dance in a storm? Come on. Light the torches. Don't get separated from the escort fleet." It was a very strange weather. Logically speaking, it was impossible for fog to appear in such a storm. So the middle-aged officer, who had been at sea all year round, intuitively felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Everyone, be alert. This fog is strange. Maybe we've encountered a sea monster." Ah! As soon as his voice fell, a Navy sailor screamed in fear. Hearing his voice, the others were suddenly frightened. The middle-aged officer immediately shouted, "What are you screaming for? What did you see?" Boom! The hull suddenly shook. Many people on the deck lost their balance and fell. There was also a sailor who almost fell from the ship into the sea. Fortunately, his ankle was entangled by a cable. Black shadow." The sailor who shouted at first said with a frightened face, "What a big black shadow. It's bigger than the ship. It's there. Under the water. I didn't see what it was. But there's something under the sea." The middle-aged officer's heart thumped, and his expression was a little scared. He murmured, "Don't tell me we're so unlucky to encounter a sea monster?" Boom! The hull shook again. Now, everyone could see that there was indeed a huge shadow wandering in the fog. The ship was shaking because it had bumped into it. No. Not good. Another exclamation sounded. A sailor who was drenched ran out and shouted, "The cabin! Water is coming in from below the cabin." Boom! The hull shook again. A sailor was directly thrown into the sea. He only had time to let out a mournful cry before he disappeared in the rolling waves. Buzz! Boom! The storm seemed to be getting bigger. The warship was still shaking in the waves. The waves made it look like a small boat that could capsize and sink at any time. Gotcha! The sound of the keel breaking came from the hull. Then the warship shook violently. Finally, it turned over in a huge wave and sank to the bottom of the sea little by little. On the sea, incomparably sharp bone spikes appeared one after another, and an incomparably huge shadow swam in the sea. Vaguely, one could see the blurry shadow of a pitch-black warship in the sea. "Help! Help! Someone help me!" The sinking warship did not immediately kill these sailors. In fact, many of them were low-grade professions. Their tenacious vitality allowed them to still swim up after sinking into the sea. But at this time a black cable flew out of the sea. The black hull on the bottom of the sea became clearer and clearer. The cable entangled the sailors who fell into the sea, and then dragged them deeper into the sea. Faintly, some humanoid monsters with seaweed-like bodies appeared nearby. They rushed over with a hideous smile and mercilessly slaughtered those who escaped the net. Dragonbone Island. This was an island occupied by the Vrykul pirates. It was said that a dragon was buried here, so it was called Dragonbone Island. The area of the island was not very large. It was estimated that it was not the size of Snake Island, but it had a semi-natural port because a steep mountain wall blocked the whistling sea breeze. There was a lighthouse built on this island. Basically, any port city would have a landmark lighthouse, which could guide the sailing ships. Even lighthouses in some places could guide ships to avoid reefs, greatly improving the safety of the fleet at night. Why haven't they come back yet? Above the lighthouse, a young man dressed in standard aristocratic attire frowned and looked into the distance. He said in a deep voice, according to the time, they should have come back long ago. Rumble. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The lightning illuminated the sea in the distance, and the waves on the sea were getting bigger and bigger. Your Royal Highness. Behind the young man was an old man with a white beard. He was wearing a delicate robe. He said in a deep voice, they haven't come back yet. I'm afraid they are in trouble. Prince Hans's expression suddenly turned ugly. He said with a pale face, a standard patrol fleet, a large warship, and 3 guard warships. Even if they are in trouble, how can they not come back? Could it be that Arendel's fleet attacked them? No. We joined forces with the Vrykul pirates last time to hit Arendel's navy. I'm afraid they don't even have the ability to go to sea now. This was the battle he was extremely proud of. First, he let the Vrykul pirates attract the attention of Arendel's navy, let them think that it was just pirates who came out to plunder, and then he mobilized a fleet to deal with these Vrykul pirates. But what he didn't expect was that near the Dragonbone Island, they also encountered the main navy of the southern island countries, which was the fleet led by Prince Hans. The result of the battle was naturally needless to say. Facing nearly twice the number of enemies on their side, Arendel's navy was almost completely wiped out. Arendelle was so badly hit that it was basically difficult for him to assemble a fleet to go to sea again. Near the port. With wave after wave, a broken piece of the deck gradually floated to the edge of the port. The nearby defenders seemed to have discovered it and hurriedly shouted loudly. There were more broken pieces of wood nearby, and the waves washed them nearby. Rumble, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Under the dark clouds, the waves on the sea were even more frightening. In the deep night, it was as if there was a terrifying monster silently watching the island, waiting to devour everything on it at any time. P.S. That's all for today. Dawn came after the storm. Prince Hans stood at the port with a pale face, which made him look a little gloomy. No matter who it was, they would be in a terrible mood if they didn't receive any news of their patrol fleet after they left. It could even be said that they had disappeared without a trace, dead or alive. A whole day has passed, and the patrol fleet has completely disappeared since yesterday morning. No one knew if it was sunk by Arendel's navy, or if it sank in the storm last night. Logically speaking, a storm of this level could not threaten a large warship. Last night's storm at most overturned some fishing boats. Your Highness. A heavily armed young man quickly walked over, knelt on one knee, and said, "There's no news. The warships sent out to search have no clues." Time passed little by little. Soon, the warships sent out to search today returned to the port one by one. Prince Hans, who was waiting at the port, glanced at them, and his face immediately turned ugly. He frowned and said, "Where's the Orion? Didn't the Orion go out to sea together today?" Hearing his question, the others also looked around in surprise. Sure enough, the Orion warship was not found. However, the warship sent out to search had just returned, so someone comforted the prince, "Your Highness, don't worry, the Orion may still be behind. I've told them not to leave the nearby sea area today, so as not to be attacked by Arendel's warships. If there's any movement, they will immediately send a signal flare, and we can see it directly from here." Prince Hans nodded, but his expression was still ugly because his intuition told him that things were not good. On the calm sea, a broken hull was sinking little by little. Soren stood on the deck of the Dead Man's Voice with a blank expression, watching the sinking warship in front of him. He was playing with something similar to a firework in his hand, and his expression seemed to be thinking about something. After about a moment, he directly opened the signal flare, accompanied by a bright light, and then a very eye-catching firework exploded in midair. Even during the day, it could be seen from afar. Deep-sea diving. Soren looked at the island in the distance, then ordered in a deep voice, "Summon the fog. Undead drowned, prepare for battle." The ghost ship gradually dived into the bottom of the sea, and a fog appeared on the nearby sea. However, because it was daytime, the fog only made everything look a little hazy, and the scope seemed to be reduced a lot. It only covered the nearby sea. At the other side, near the port of Arendelle, above a towering lighthouse, Princess Anna also looked into the distance with a sad face and whispered, "Did you not see their warships today?" In order to seal off Arendelle's port, warships from the southern island countries would appear in the nearby waters once a day. They didn't dare to attack the port yet, so they could only temporarily seal it off. After all, Arendelle was still a kingdom. No matter how badly damaged their navy was, they still had the basic ability to defend themselves. "Your Highness." Standing next to her was a bearded general. He put down the monocular in his hand and said in a deep voice, "I didn't see any enemy patrol warships today, not even the Vrykal warships." Princess Anna frowned slightly and whispered, "Could it be that they withdrew their troops?" "It's unlikely." The bearded general shook his head and said, "I'm more worried that they want to attack the port. Last time they shelled the lighthouse, but our fleet immediately attacked and forced them to retreat. The number of enemy warships is twice as many as ours. I'm afraid they won't give up so easily." Princess Anna was silent. She seemed to have not slept well for a long time. Her beautiful face seemed a little haggard. She murmured, "If only my sister were here. I'm so useless." The bearded general looked bitter and said in a deep voice, "It's all because of my incompetence. If I hadn't discovered their trap, the kingdom's navy would have been able to fight at sea. Your Highness' talent is unquestionable. During this time, His Majesty has managed the kingdom's affairs in an orderly manner. It's all my fault." Princess Anna waved to stop him and whispered, "General Bassa, don't blame yourself. We didn't expect them to be with the Vrykal pirates. A kingdom's regular navy actually joined forces with a group of notorious Vrykal pirates. This kind of thing would damage the kingdom's reputation. They also didn't expect Prince Hans of the southern island country to do this. Many kingdoms had jointly issued a pirate decree in the past. Arendelle's prosperous economy was due to the decline of pirates. After all, there were not many pirates in the world like Soren. Most of the pirates were chaotic and relied entirely on robbing merchant ships to survive. "Your Highness." The bearded general named Bassa suddenly raised his head and pointed to the distant sky, "Look over there. There's a situation." A flame shot straight into the sky. The signal flare was so bright that even Arendelle could see it clearly. This was a specially prepared alchemy item that could be seen far away. Dragonbone Island. As time went by, Prince Hans's face became more and more ugly. When the other warships returned, he still didn't see the Orion. He said in a deep voice, "Look out? Haven't you seen the Orion yet?" "Your Highness." A naval officer standing next to him suddenly raised his head and pointed to the sky and said in a deep voice, "Look. Signal flare. There's a situation over there. It should be the signal flare sent by the Orion." Prince Hans was shocked when he heard the words and immediately ordered, "Gather the fleet. Let the Vrykal pirates go together. A patrol fleet went missing last night, and another warship didn't come back today." Intuition told him that something bad had happened, so he immediately ordered the fleet to gather and set off. The fleet of the southern island country gathered quickly, and the navies that had been on standby boarded the ships and went out to sea. The Vrykal pirates also appeared in the port. Their number was only half of that of the southern island country, but most of them looked fierce. A burly man with a horned helmet said a few words to Prince Hans and boarded a dragon-headed warship. Perhaps because the missing warships were from the southern island country, the Vrykal pirates looked indifferent. Less than one-third of the pirate ships went out to sea. However, in the end, hundreds of warships, large and small, moved toward the location where the signal flare was fired. In the blue sea, Soren's hair fluttered with the current. He quietly watched the sea, waiting for the enemy to appear. Harvesting heads was undoubtedly the fastest way to gain slaughter EXP, especially since many of the navies of the southern island country were advanced professions. Just last night's battle, he gained nearly 50,000 slaughter EXP, and this was because many enemies died in the hands of the undead and the mutant killer whales. At this rate, he was afraid that he didn't need to complete the chain quest of the 4 elemental stones. As long as he defeated Prince Hans's navy, he might enter the legendary realm. Soren's Slaughter EXP had now reached a total of 230,000, and he could upgrade the Shadow Dancer profession level at any time. This time, he didn't save the Slaughter EXP, but directly upgraded the Shadow Dancer to level 6. The Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 6. Received 32, DEX 26 plus, INT 22 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8 plus, con 22 to 10, *0. 5. At this stage, Soren's speed of improvement was slow because he had entered a bottleneck period, which was the realm of the half-legendary. Only when his strength broke through the legendary realm would he receive a greater improvement. At that time, he would be able to master Danger Sense, Reflex Evasion, and Flexible Mind as rewards. The legendary realm was a huge watershed. After entering the legendary realm, Soren could further master the legendary combat skill, Shadow Step, as well as the legendary ability, Shadow Realm. Warriors and barbarians who had just entered the legendary realm would receive the most obvious improvement because at this time, they would receive the ability, Epic Strengthening. After this ability appeared, they would become quite inhuman. Under normal circumstances, the incarnation of the gods had more than 500 HP. Among all professions, only warriors and barbarians could reach this level. Epic Strengthening, if raised to the limit, could increase the HP by more than 300. They were able to bathe in the magma because of their abnormal vitality. As for the other professions, they would probably need a long time to learn and train after entering the legendary realm, especially spellcasters, who needed a lot of time to learn and master legendary spells. After entering the legendary realm, the rogue's ability to fight head-on would be pulled apart by the traditional melee professions, so mastering Shadow Realm was the key to deal with them. Soren had received a message prompt. 2 more times and he would be able to master Shadow Realm. At that time, no matter how strong the enemy was, he could try to escape across the plane. As he got closer and closer to the legendary realm, Soren's Slaughter EXP needed to level up his professions also doubled. His current professions were level 10 Commoner, level 7 Rogue, 018-6500, level 6 Shadow Dancer, 021-5000, level 10 Wizard, 014-8500, grade 4. 2 more professions and he would enter the ranks of the legendary professions. However, the last 2 professions were also the most difficult because he might need close to 450,000 Slaughter EXP. After deducting the current Slaughter EXP, there was still a gap of nearly 400,000. According to the gains from last night's battle, he would need to do at least 9 more times. In other words, he would need to sink at least 50 warships from the southern island nation. P.S. That's all for today. I'll start adding more tomorrow. This Lunar Futu's performance was terrible, sorry. There's fog? Prince Han stood on the deck and looked around. He said in a deep voice, "Why is there fog in this weather? Your Excellency Kenloto. Please expel this fog." Standing next to Prince Hans was an old man in a robe. He nodded and said, "Okay. This fog is a bit strange." The light of a spell appeared. As the old man in front of them cast the spell, a gust of wind blew in all directions, blowing away the fog on the sea. However, a new fog soon appeared, blocking their vision, but it didn't seem as dense as before. The old man standing next to Prince Hans frowned. He raised his hand and cast another spell. It seemed that he was a high-grade warlock, so he didn't need to memorize spells in advance. Under normal circumstances, sorcerers rarely memorized spells like this. This fog isn't formed naturally. The high-grade warlock named Kenloto had a dignified expression and said in a deep voice, "It seems that something is summoning the fog. Your Highness, we may have encountered a sea monster." Normal fog would not appear on the sea so strangely, and it was only in this area. There was no geographical environment nearby that could form fog, so according to the high-grade warlock's speculation, the most likely possibility was that there was a sea monster here that could summon fog. Damn it. Prince Hans hammered the deck of the ship and said slowly, "Why did a deep-sea monster suddenly appear here? So the missing battleship yesterday and the missing Orion today were all done by it?" The high-grade warlock nodded gently and said, "It's very likely. If it was a sea monster that attacked them, I'm afraid they are all dead." Prince Hans nodded with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, "Can we kill it?" The high-grade warlock next to him pondered for a moment, then turned to the naval officer on the side. After asking a few questions, he said, "Yes. The Vrykul pirates have some whaling cannons on their ship, and we also have some equipment on our ship to deal with large sea creatures. If we can find it, we should be able to kill it." Prince Hans showed a smile on his face and said in a deep voice, "But how do we find it? This is the sea. If it hides at the bottom of the sea, I'm afraid we can't do anything. Lord Kenlodo, please take care of this sea monster. Otherwise, I'm afraid our warships will be attacked again. If this happens, it will be a great blow to our morale." The high-grade warlock hesitated for a moment and then said, "I'll try." A faint light of magic appeared. Then, something that looked like an eye appeared in front of him, and the situation around the fog gradually became clear. "Found it." A trace of excitement suddenly appeared on the face of the high-ranking warlock, and he said in a deep voice, "It's in front. It really is a deep-sea monster." It was a huge shadow. Through the light produced by the spell, the other people present also saw a trace. It was a very large black shadow, wandering on the seabed in front of him. Its body was probably much larger than the largest blue whale. With such a huge body, it was obvious that it was a deep-sea monster. After seeing this huge shadow, a smile appeared on Prince Hans's face, but soon it became serious again because such a monster was not so easy to deal with. "Prepare for battle." The admiral next to him quickly gave an order and shouted, "Load the whaling cannons. Everyone, prepare for battle." The fog in front of them became a little thinner. With the order of the admiral, the fleet was scattered a lot, so as to avoid being affected in the battle. The fleet sailed forward in a fan shape. To deal with this kind of giant sea monster, only by opening up space could they cause tons of damage. Because of some unknown energy mutation in this world, possibly related to the energy radiation of the Arcane Empire, some mutant creatures often appeared in the sea. The most common of them was the giant octopus, so the navies of these southern island countries had experience in dealing with sea monsters. The calm sea seemed to be brewing a terrible storm. The vague huge shadow was locked by the warlock's spell. Even Prince Hans, who was standing on the deck, was a little nervous. After all, it was not easy to deal with such a monster in the sea. "Warning!" The scattered warships in front of them suddenly exclaimed, and then someone shouted, "Enemy found! It's Arendel's navy. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." "What?" Prince Hans looked up in surprise, and then saw a fleet with Arendel's flag in front of them. The number of the other side was obviously less than theirs. It seemed that because of the fog in the sea, they did not discover each other until they were closer. When they saw so many warships of the southern island countries in front of them, Arendel's fleet also seemed a little flustered, and seemed to be planning to turn around and retreat. "Kill them." Prince Hans's expression was obviously excited, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about that sea monster for the time being. As long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't dare to attack so many people. Order the warships to move forward at full speed. We'll destroy this Arendel's fleet." On the other side, a bearded general was also standing on a large warship. When the nearby fog gradually thinned, his face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Not good. It's the fleet of the southern island countries. Damn it. We've fallen into their trap. The signal flare that rose into the air today was too obvious. Even Arendelle saw it. Although he suspected that it might be a trap, in the end, he decided to lead his fleet to see the situation. In order to avoid being intercepted by the enemy, all the ships he brought out this time were fast ships. If it wasn't for this strange fog, he should have seen the enemy's tracks from afar, but because of the fog obstructing their vision, they only discovered the enemy when they got closer. Therefore, the first reaction in his mind was that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Rumble, the roar of cannons sounded. The warships that first entered the range fired continuously, and the leading warships of the Vrykul pirates quickly rushed over, wanting to board the enemy's deck. Only the pirates' fast ships can catch up with them. Many of the fleets of the southern island countries are medium-sized warships with fierce firepower. However, Arendel's fleet also reacted very quickly. Following the general's order, they immediately turned around and retreated. It seemed that they had no intention of fighting with them. In fact, they didn't have the ability to fight at all. If the warships want to increase their speed, they must give up their firepower. Most of the fast ships don't even have half of the firepower of a medium-sized warship. A large warship like the Dragonhead warship can be equipped with hundreds of cannons. It can be said that even the dead man's voice may be blown up in a head-on naval battle. Of the warships sent by Arundel, the strongest was only 24 cannons. Shooting at each other was simply a matter of life and death. However, Arundel also has their advantage, that is, Arundel has a group of ice witches. The fog became even thicker. The ice witches seemed to have cast a spell to strengthen the fog on the sea, making it gray 50 meters away. Many of the gunfire hit the sea, and Arundel's fleet could only see a vague shadow. The Vrykul pirates screamed and rushed into the fog. When the distance was 100 meters away, the navy of the southern island countries couldn't even see their pirate ships clearly. "Don't fire." A naval officer stopped the gunners from loading and said with an ugly expression, "Those idiots rushed up. It's easy to accidentally hurt them if we fire now." The field of vision in front of them was very small. The possibility of accidentally hurting allies like this was too high, and it was difficult to aim at the enemy, unless the distance was reduced to a certain extent. At the same time, just as the navy of the southern island countries was about to annihilate Arundel's fleet, a huge shadow slowly rose from the dark bottom of the sea. Near this huge shadow, a ghost ship gradually floated up. The undead of the drowned had a grim smile on his face, and he swam up little by little under the cover of the fog. The battle had just begun. The unexpected appearance of Arundel's fleet did not affect Soren's plan. P.S. Today's third update, love you. Boom. Boom, the sound of continuous artillery bombardment could be heard. No one noticed that under the calm sea, there were already some hazy shadows approaching these warships. With a muffled creak, a southern island warship suddenly shook, and then a huge black shadow slammed into it. The hull was directly knocked over, and many of the sailors on it fell into the sea. The fog on the sea became thicker and thicker. Although the sound here could be heard, it had become unclear in the sound of gunfire. The warship of the Vrykul pirates caught up with Arundel's warship. The pirates threw out hooks and boarded the deck. Soon a fierce hand-to-hand battle broke out. Shouts of killing could be heard everywhere, the sky was covered by fog, and it was difficult for the ship to navigate in it. At this time, Prince Hans found that he had completely lost control of the fleet. He could only mobilize the 20 or 30 warships around him. As long as the distance was more than 500 meters, not to mention giving orders to fight, even the shadow of the warship could not be seen. The hull of a warship was basically more than 5 meters long. Unless they sailed close together, it was easy to pull away and disappear without a trace. This damned fog. Prince Hans slammed the deck and said in a deep voice, "Can't you disperse it? The other warships have lost contact, and they can't see the flags hanging up." The visibility of the fog was at most 10 meters. Beyond this distance, it was all hazy. There were faint screams nearby, but it was not known whether it was Arundel's navy or Prince Hans' own men. Not good. The high-grade warlock standing next to him suddenly changed his face slightly and said in a deep voice, "The deep-sea monster floated up." Boom, there was a sound of impact in front, mixed with the excited howls of the Vrykul pirates. It seemed that they had caught up with one of Arundel's warships. Gotcha. There was the sound of the deck breaking. The undrowned undead with wet seaweed appeared. They rushed over with a grin, waving their sharp blades to harvest the enemies who fell into the sea. In the ocean, even people with higher profession levels might not necessarily be able to defeat these undead that did not need to breathe. The sea was their main battlefield, and the advantage of these undead that did not drown was too obvious. Animated ropes shot out from the pitch-black seawater, entangling the enemy's body and dragging them to the bottom of the sea. It was like a bloody mouth devouring everything. Blood spread out. There was a slight change on the body of the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice. There were many dead souls on the ghost ship's sail, and a faint dark red line appeared on the ghost ship's sail. Those were naturally formed lines, just like blood vessels. They were not enchanted by someone else. Soren's expression was cold. He concentrated on controlling the rope on the Dead Man's voice. After harvesting the enemies on the battleship, he paused for a moment and then turned his target to another group of enemies. However, at this moment, he discovered that one of Arendel's battleships seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The Vrykul pirates were more ferocious than the pirates on the south coast. If it weren't for their small number, they would be the real overlords. In terms of combat power, the Vrykul pirates should be the most ferocious of all the pirates. Soren frowned and thought for a moment, then ordered the Undrowned to board the ship, and at the same time, controlled the mutant killer whale to rush over. Arendel's navy was still useful. With them, the fleet of the southern island countries could not react so quickly. These battleships could at least confuse the enemy's line of sight and temporarily divert their attention to facilitate Soren's actions. On the sea, sharp bone spikes appeared one after another. The huge body of the mutant killer whale floated to the surface of the sea and then directly crashed into the battleship of the Vrykul pirates. The ship shook violently. Many of the Vrykul pirates who intended to land on the enemy's battleship all fell into the sea, and what greeted them was a bloody mouth. The mutant killer whale opened its huge mouth and swallowed a group of people. 5 layers of sharp teeth cut the enemy into pieces, and almost no one was left alive. Rise! Soren glanced at the surrounding pirate ships and immediately ordered, "Prepare the cannons of the dead man's voice. Load the heavy boomerangs." After so many battles, the number of Undrowned didn't increase much, but the number of resentful sea monsters working on the ghost ship increased a lot. The undead trapped on the ship moved quickly. As a black mast broke through the surface of the sea and rose, the cannons of the undead's voice were loaded. The surrounding waves separated. In the thick fog, the dead's voice broke through the waves, followed by a dull sound of gunfire. 24 cannons fired continuously, and in an instant, the pirate ships on both sides were riddled with holes. At the same time, the heavy boomerangs at the bow of the ship fired continuously, penetrating the hull of a dragon-head battleship on the spot. Then a large amount of seawater poured in, and the dragon-head battleship in front of them was almost sinking. What is this? The Vrykul pirates, who were besieging the Arendelle navy, were instantly stunned. No one expected that a warship would suddenly emerge from the bottom of the sea. At the same time, the firepower was so fierce that they didn't even have a chance to react. Ghost ship. With the appearance of the dead's voice, some people also saw its true appearance through the fog. The broken hull, the dark ghost sails, and the rich death energy spread in all directions. As long as people were close to it, they would feel a chill from the soul. Twisted souls danced in the air, and indistinct cries of agony could be heard. Standing on the deck were the vengeful spirits of the sirens, and the undead of the Sawajan grinned as they boarded the enemy warship. Ghost ship, even the Vrykul pirates, who ranked at the forefront of the pirates in terms of ferocity, felt cold at this moment. After all, the undead were not living people. The terrifying legend of the Spectre ship had long spread throughout the world. They might not be afraid of powerful living enemies, but it was inevitable that they would be a little frightened when they fought with these ferocious undead. Sea monsters, attack! After many battles, the ghost ship had also improved a lot, but this improvement did not have a qualitative change. It was still the accumulation of quantitative changes. With Soren's order, some half-real and half-virtual sea vengeful spirits flew up and pounced on the enemy with bared fangs and brandished claws. Then, a series of screams could be heard. At this time, the attributes of Spectre ship and Deadman's voice were very different. Creature name, Ghost ship, Deadman's voice, mutated undead construct, creature type, activated ghost ship, creature description. This is a battleship that sank hundreds of years ago. It woke up at the bottom of the sea, and the souls and wraiths of the dead gradually assimilated with it, turning it into a ghost ship that roams the sea. There were many legends about it. Finally, it attracted the attention of the believers of the sea goddess. The legendary priests captured these ghost ships, and then secretly activated these ghost ships into low-level undead life forms under the divine power of the sea goddess. It has a simple consciousness and can recover itself like the undead. This ghost ship can sail in any sea. Its power in the sea is terrifying. Note, killing and death made it slightly mutated. Captain, Soren. Sailor, drowned undead, 72 people, Ocean Wraith, 24 people, Ocean Spectre, 108 people, Naga Banshee, 12 people, Undead Sharkman, 11 people, Bound Spirit of the Dead Speaker, 1105 people, Equipment, Drowning Hell, Ram, Cannon of the Dead, 24 pieces, Ghost Sail, Mutated, Heavy Revolving Cannon, 2 pieces. Basic skills, Summon Fog, Ghost Ship's characteristics, Deep Sea Diving, Activate Life, Activate Ropes, Curse Ship Hull, Dead Voices characteristics. Special skills, Soul Eater, characteristics. The change of the ghost ship happened after the number of bound spirits of the dead exceeded 1,000. Soren only noticed it recently. In the original ghost ship's characteristics, it had an additional special form, Mutated Undead Construct Life. At the same time, the number of undead sailors on the ship gradually increased due to the increase of bound spirits. The most obvious ones were the sea monsters and sea ghosts. And the original underwater navigation ability had become deep sea diving. Soren was not sure about the specific effect because he had not yet steered the ghost ship to dive too deep into the sea. Finally, the ghost ship had an additional special, Soul Eater, characteristic. Even Soren did not understand this characteristic, but with the appearance of this Soul Eater characteristic, the ghost ship's spirit binding characteristic disappeared. In the past, the ghost ship had a spirit binding characteristic, but now it only had the Soul Eater characteristic. Ocean ghosts flew out one after another. These half-real and half-virtual undead creatures had a 50% physical attack evasion ability. In the past, Soren also relied on holy water to kill the ghosts he encountered. Now, these Vrykul pirates were even more difficult to deal with. What is that? A ghost ship? On Arendel's ship, the bearded admiral reached out and wiped the blood on his face, then looked ahead in surprise. A ghost ship suddenly appeared on the side of the warship, and it looked like it was helping them deal with the Vrykul pirates. This kind of thing was very strange, and they were completely unprepared. However, he quickly grasped the opportunity and began to gather his men to prepare to kill the enemy on the deck. A ghost ship might not be able to change the situation. The most important thing was to find a way to escape before being surrounded by the enemy. The undead did not feel tired. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the undead on the dead man's voice moved quickly and poured firepower to the left and right at an astonishing speed. Very soon, 3 enemy warships were sunk by the cannon fire. The animated ropes that danced in the air swept out like venomous snakes, entangling the approaching enemies one by one. Soren stood on the deck with the elven bow in his hand. He was not in a hurry to kill the enemy, but he shot arrows to kill the targets entangled by the animated ropes. Boom! The ghost ship, Dead Man's voice, shook a bit. After a round of fierce gunfire, the enemy finally reacted and began to turn the muzzle to fight back at the ghost ship. Even though the ghost ship was an activated undead construct and could automatically dodge the attacks, it was still hit by the dense barrage of cannon fire. There was a hole in the broken hull of the ghost ship. The seemingly rotten hull was actually very strong, and there was only a small hole in it. But the next scene subverted the knowledge of all the pirates. They only saw the wailing souls flying out of the ghost ship's sail, and then the hull that was penetrated by the cannonballs began to repair little by little. It was like the flesh and blood of a human body regenerating, and the place where the ghost ship was hit recovered little by little. This was the horror of the ghost ship. It would never be sunk as easily as other warships, but in order to repair the hull, the number of bound souls on the ghost ship also decreased slightly. These bound souls were part of the ghost ship. The ghost ship's recovery ability relied on these souls, because it was an animated construct of the undead. The number of bound souls of the dead was still abundant. In other words, unless the firepower was fierce enough to tear the ghost ship apart, Soren was not afraid of being sunk. But the role of the bound souls of the dead was very important. Whether the ghost ship could continue to improve its strength depended on the number of bound souls accumulated, so he did not intend to consume too many of them. Full speed ahead. Seeing that Arendel's warship in front of him was almost out of trouble, Soren immediately ordered, "Prepare the sinking whaling ram. Sink the ship in front." The ship began to accelerate. The sharp ram charged towards the pirate ship in front of him, instantly creating a huge hole in the ship. The submerged howl ram was the equipment Soren used the least. If it wasn't close enough, he would have preferred to use the alchemy rune, the Dead Man's cannon. Retreat. Turn around. Following Soren's order, the dead man's voice didn't need anyone to steer the ship. It directly turned the ghost sail around and pulled away. Soren looked at Arendel's marines in front of him and said, "Deep sea dive." Rumble, seawater surged in from all directions, and the ghost ship, dead man's voice, sank to the bottom of the sea little by little. Under the cover of the fog, it became more and more hazy, leaving only a ship full of astonished sailors and a broken ship floating on the sea. The enemy's bodies were devoured by the mutant tiger sharks. The whole battle took less than 5 minutes, and a round of salvo from the dead man's voice severely damaged the Vrykul pirates. As the dead man's voice gradually dived to the bottom of the sea, the mutant tiger sharks also began to dive, and finally, the sea returned to calm. On Arendel's warship, the bearded general had a shocked expression on his face. After a long time, he murmured, "Ghost ship. Ghost ship. Black sail? Dead man's voice? Soren the Beheader? Is it the pirate king who ran rampant on the south coast? Why is he here? Why is he helping us deal with the enemy?" His heart was full of doubts, but there was certainly no answer now. "What?" Prince Hans's face changed dramatically, and he said angrily, "Gone? What about those Vrykul pirates? Are they all dead?" The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The pirates who just felt that they were playing a game of cat and mouse, after losing contact with several warships in a row, instantly felt that the role had been reversed. They felt as if there was a shadow in the fog, waiting for the opportunity to hunt them down. The sound of gunfire. Screams. The roar of battle. They heard a lot of sounds in the fog, but they couldn't see the situation on the battlefield. When they followed the sound, they only saw the spreading blood and the gradually sinking hull. They lost at least 10 warships. But they didn't even see the enemy's trace. Some people only vaguely saw a huge shadow moving in the sea. Fear spread. The unknown enemy was the most terrible. Prince Hans was so angry that he couldn't extricate himself, but there was nothing he could do. Because until now, he hadn't found any trace of the enemy. This damn fog covered everything. Even Arendel's warship was gone. "Look." The high-grade sorcerer standing next to him suddenly said, "Your Highness. There's a living person there." There was a wooden barrel floating in front of him. There was a bloody pirate sailor holding it. After all, Soren was not a god. It was difficult to guarantee that no one would escape from such a battle. "Hurry up." Hearing this, Prince Hans's spirits were lifted and he immediately shouted, "Pick him up. Hurry up and get him up." The sailors on the deck moved quickly. Soon someone rescued the pirate. His breath was very weak. His chest was penetrated by a wooden plank, and he wouldn't live long. What happened? Prince Hans grabbed him and shook him hard, saying, "Hurry up and tell me. What happened in front of us?" The pirate sailor gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and then his face showed a look of fear. He trembled and shouted, "Undead. Black sail. Ghost ship. Monster. Dead. Dead. All dead. All dead." The words were a little incoherent. However, the words that came out of his mouth shocked everyone nearby, and they felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if there was a cold gaze watching them in the fog. Undead? Prince Hans's mouth was a little dry. Ghost ship? Black sail? How could it be? Where is the ghost ship here? How could it be? When did a ghost ship appear near Arendelle? As a person who lived in a coastal country, he certainly knew the terrible legend of the ghost ship. This kind of thing was more terrible than the monsters in the deep sea. Until now, there were very few people who had really seen it. "Your Highness." A naval officer next to him swallowed and lowered his voice. "Legend has it that where the ghost ship appears, there will be a fog that can't be dispelled. I'm afraid there are really undead here. How about, let's retreat first?" He was afraid. Not only him, but the other sailors on the deck could not help but feel a little fear after hearing the news about the ghost ship. One must know. People who died on the ghost ship could be imprisoned on it forever. Retreat. Prince Hans's expression was uncertain, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's retreat to Dragonbone Island first." The current situation is very unfavorable to us. Wait until we figure out the enemy's situation before we deal with them. Damned fog. This strange fog completely crippled them. They couldn't find the enemy's trace, and there was no way to command the battle. Everyone was like a headless fly in the fog. If the enemy was really a ghost ship, their losses would only be greater if they stayed here. The undead ignored the fog. They observed the world according to the color of the soul. The vision of the undead was more like the vision of the spiritual world. It was a gray color, and they could see the light of the soul. In this case, the enemy could find them, but they couldn't find the enemy. Woo woo woo, a desolate bugle horn sounded, signaling the retreat of the warships. The warships around them all stopped. What's going on? Why did they suddenly retreat? Where are they? Why is old Deco's ship gone? Wasn't it nearby just now? Bursts of voices came back. Those targets targeted by the dead man's voice were naturally doomed, but those warships that were not targeted by the dead man's voice had been running around until now and had not encountered any enemies at all. Only when the others heard the horn of retreat and gradually gathered around Prince Hans's warship did they find that there seemed to be a lot of people around them. One of the fleets that had set off with them had even completely disappeared. What's going on? Where are Kenner and the others? Why did they come back? Some admirals of the southern island countries looked around in surprise. After the horn of retreat was blown, Prince Hans's warship began to retreat, and the other warships naturally followed. As they gradually left the area covered by the fog, everything nearby gradually became clear, but when Prince Hans counted the warships under his command, his face became quite stiff. A total of 16 warships were gone. 5 of them were the warships of the Vrykal pirates, and the others were all his men. The fog in front of them was still thick, and it had become quiet inside. Without the sound of cannon fire, they could vaguely hear wails and cries that sent chills down their spines. It wasn't a man's wail, but more like a rather sharp half-male, half-female voice. It was like the background music in a ghost story. It was quite horrifying to listen to. At first, the sound of gunfire was too deafening. Now that it had quieted down, everyone who heard the sound felt their hair stand on end. It's a wraith. The high-grade warlock standing behind Prince Hans had a dignified expression as he murmured, and there are quite a lot of wraiths. Vengeful spirits were a special kind of undead life form. Their wails could directly cause an effect similar to the intimidation spell. Ordinary people with weak willpower might directly faint from fright. Retreat. Prince Hans stopped the fleet outside the fog and waited for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go back first." It seemed like the battleships that did not catch up would not be able to return. The ghost ship did not leave the scope of the fog, which made his idea of hitting the target fail. Until now, he was not sure if the ghost ship appeared here by accident or if it was reinforcements invited by Arundel, because everything was too coincidental. As soon as they arrived at the location of the signal flare, they encountered Arundel's navy, and then they encountered this strange ghost ship. If this was really Arundel's reinforcements, then the situation was a bit bad. Prince Hans couldn't help but feel a little gloomy when he thought of this. As the fleet of the southern island country left, some pale white phantoms vaguely appeared in the fog, and then a black ghost ship appeared. "Come back." As Soren's voice fell, the sea wraiths flying around the ghost ship all floated down, and then one by one they integrated into the ghost ship's sail. He did not chase after the enemy, because no matter how strong Soren was, he was only one person and one ship. Legendary professions may be very powerful, but there were more than 1 or 2 of them who had been besieged by the enemy. Even the saints, who were the incarnations of gods, could be besieged and killed. A quasi-legendary like him naturally did not dare to take risks. In fact, his purpose had been achieved. The navy of the southern island country had been hit so hard, and the morale would definitely be much lower. At most, the news of the south being looted by pirates would come in a few days. At that time, the navy's sailors would be eager to return home. Prince Hans would not stay here to fight with Arundel unless he was crazy, and would not care about the pirate army raging in the southern island country's waters. Once his navy retreated, it would never be so easy to make a comeback. Soren had prepared a big meal for him on the west coast. He mobilized the pirate army to control the west coast and backed by the Northern Witch Council. As long as he finished his work, he could teach Prince Hans a lesson at any time. Night fell. Soren stood on the deck and looked at the sky. The stars tonight seemed a little dim, and many of the once bright stars seemed to be gray at the moment. These lights were getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that it would not be long before they went out. Even the bright moon under the night sky seemed to have a gray veil. Time passed little by little. Soren quietly waited for midnight to come. Dealing with Prince Hans was certainly not just a matter of defeating him on the sea. Soren was a quasi-legendary rogue. If a professional like him wanted to deal with a person by hook or by crook, the result would be terrible. If he was not sure that Prince Hans, as the crown prince of a country, would be protected by high-grade professions, he would be more inclined to directly behead the target. But this behavior was too risky. He was not sure how many legendary items Prince Hans had, let alone how strong the person responsible for protecting him was. Soren had always been very cautious. He would not do things that he was not sure of. Deep-sea diving. With Soren's order, the ghost ship dived into the sea again, and then gradually approached the location of Dragonbone Island. A huge black shadow in the sea also moved with it, and finally stopped about 3 kilometers away from Dragonbone Island. Get ready for battle. Soren changed into a suit, and with a cold light, he pulled out his curved sword. The ghost ship was quiet. He looked at the undead who were ready to stand by and said in a deep voice, "Be ready to support me at any time. If you see fire, bombard the enemy's dock from the south." The undead Naga Siren nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Shadow hide. Soren's figure escaped into the night. With a magic aura, he gradually floated from the ghost ship and then landed lightly on the sea. Haste. Soren's toes tapped lightly on the sea, and then his whole body flew out. He stepped on the sea surface at high speed, and his whole body approached the location of Dragonbone Island like a sharp arrow. Soren was an assassin in the Underdark. If it weren't for the drow matriarch who wanted to squeeze him dry, Soren would have become a nightwalker in the Underdark. Soren had been active in the Underdark for many years, and he had long been familiar with the means of assassination and guerrilla warfare. Today, dealing with the navy of these southern island countries was just a small test. Pada. Soren's figure lightly landed on the wooden planks on the side of the port. There were warships docked on the dock, and many guards were responsible for training. He was not in a hurry to attack, but waited patiently. Found it. Soren's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then quietly moved towards a dark corner. He approached quietly, and then in an instant, he pulled out his sword. Poochie. Blood splashed out, and Soren slowly put down the body in his hand. A hidden sentry, his long-term experience told him that this kind of action must be carried out first. Prince Hans led the army to attack Arendelle this time, and it was impossible for him to not have 1 or 2 high-level rogues around him. Next. Soren's figure disappeared into the night again. Only when these hidden sentry were taken care of, tonight would be his wanton hunting feast. It seemed that he had not fought like this for a long time since he left the Underdark. Fortunately, his skills were not out of practice. A cold light flashed. The guard who was patrolling slowly fell to the ground, covering his neck. Soren reached out and grabbed his body before it fell to the ground, and then put it in a dark corner around the corner. The enemy would not leave him much time. The patrolling guards would change shifts every once in a while. When they found something unusual or saw these corpses, the alarm would sound soon. Shadow hiding. Soren observed for a moment with a blank expression, then bent down and leaped. With a slight landing sound, his figure had jumped to the roof next door. He moved forward stealthily, reached out and grabbed the corner of the roof as he approached it, and then landed lightly. In front of him was a room. There was a sound of snoring coming from inside. The sailors would not stay on the ship after docking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Soren counted the number of people in the room, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He gently pushed the door open, and then quickly slashed at one of them. With a splash of blood, he instantly slashed at another person. A cold and ruthless light appeared. Soren slashed 3 times in an instant, directly stabbing the enemy's fatal point. Then he rolled forward and slashed at the other 3 enemies again. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Soren simply slashed 6 times in a row, and then left 6 dead bodies in the room. A top rogue who let go of his bottom line was quite terrible, because no profession could be better at stealth and assassination than a rogue. If they did not have scruples, the final result would be quite terrible. If he had been an assassin instead of a shadow dancer, which was more suited for frontal combat, then tonight would have been a nightmare for everyone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Arendelle. The palace was brightly lit at night. Princess Anna sat on the throne and listened. Next to her were the fully armed captain of the maids and a witch in a dark blue robe. Ever since Prince Hans had sealed off the port of Arendelle, the number of guards in the palace had doubled. There were countless open and hidden sentries, and the court witches had also been summoned to set up alarm spell traps everywhere. After all, Princess Anna was not Princess Royal. With Princess Royal's terrifying strength, every move in the palace was under her control. But now that Princess Royal had mysteriously disappeared, only the palace witches could protect Princess Anna's safety. That's how it is. Below the throne was a bearded general with bloodstains on his body. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said in a deep voice, "After discovering that something was wrong, I withdrew from there." The hall was silent. Princess Anna was wearing a pure white lace dress. After listening to the bearded general's report, she whispered, "You mean? A specter ship appeared nearby? Are you still helping us deal with those enemies?" "Yes." The bearded general nodded and said in a deep voice, "It didn't attack us." "I'm afraid that's the case." Hearing his words, the others present obviously did not believe it. The ice witch standing on the right side of Princess Anna frowned slightly and said, "Most of the specter ships are wandering undead. Even if they appear, I'm afraid they won't help others. Maybe it happened to be attacking the Vrykul pirates and not you. Maybe it's just a coincidence." The bearded general glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the specter ship is controlled by someone. I don't know if your Royal Highness has heard of the beheader?" The beheader? Princess Anna's expression was a little blank. Since the mysterious disappearance of Princess Royal, she had been exhausted. On the one hand, she had to worry about the safety of her sister and find ways to find her. On the other hand, she had to deal with many things in the kingdom. As a girl who had just reached adulthood, it was not so easy for her to deal with the huge affairs of a kingdom. Sometimes she was so tired that she fell asleep on the desk. Especially after the Vrykul pirates looted the coast of Arendelle, there were more things she needed to deal with. In fact, she did not know much about things outside the Frost Kingdom. The beheader? The only one present who had heard of this name was the Ice Witch. She was surprised and said, "Do you mean the pirate king who has recently risen on the south coast?" "The beheader, Soren. It is said that he also has a powerful specter ship under his command." "How did he appear here? Is this the Frost Kingdom?" "And he is said to be active on the south coast. I'm afraid it's more than half a continent away from here." "Soren." When she heard the name from the Ice Witch, Princess Anna could not help but tremble and then stood up in disbelief. Clatter. The crystal cup placed next to the throne fell to the ground and was accidentally knocked down by Princess Anna. But at this time, she was not in the mood to care so much. Her voice was a little surprised and joyful. She murmured, "Soren? Do you mean his name is Soren? Did he appear? Did he really appear? Did he come back?" Hearing Princess Anna's somewhat incoherent words, the others present were puzzled. Only the captain standing next to her was surprised. Perhaps she did not know who the beheader was, let alone the pirate king who rose on the south coast half a continent away, but she knew the name Soren. She was even familiar with this name because this name was mentioned more than once in Princess Anna's mouth. "Is it really him?" Princess Anna seemed to suddenly remember something and said anxiously, "No. It's too dangerous. He's alone. Summon the army immediately. I'm going to help him. How can he deal with so many enemies alone?" The captain looked at the emotional Princess Anna and immediately reached out to hold her down. She said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Maybe it's just the same name. Moreover, if it's really him, with his cautious character, he shouldn't act rashly. I'm afraid we have to figure it out first." Princess Anna gradually calmed down, but her expression became firm. She said seriously, "It's him. It must be him. He said that when I need him, he will come back, and he will stand behind me. Dragonbone Island. Under the pitch-black night, the massacre was carried out silently. After an unknown amount of time, a patrolling guard finally noticed that something was wrong. Then, he saw the corpses that were dragged to the corner. A sharp alarm sounded, in an instant. The whole island was alarmed, and the shouting spread everywhere, waking up those who were still asleep. Enemy attack. Enemy. Assassin. There was a burst of panic, but it was eventually drowned out by a series of explosions. Rumble. There was a series of explosions near the port. It seemed that the place where gunpowder was stored was ignited. The explosions turned the entire port into a sea of fire. But this was just the beginning. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The sound of artillery fire came. In the dark night, a fog appeared in front of the port, and then a black warship appeared from the fog. The intense firepower poured down on the warships docked near the port. A raging fire was ignited. As the gunpowder barrels in the warehouse were detonated, the entire port had turned into a sea of fire, and as the fire spread, the sails of some warships were directly ignited. It seemed that the wind was fanning the fire, and more than a dozen warships were on fire. Although the hull was made of wood, it was not so easy to ignite it. Only the sails were the easiest to ignite, and the fire immediately burned them up and then gradually spread to other places. Boom. A series of gunfire sounded, and the dark ghost ship fired continuously at the port. When the enemy realized that a warship had lifted anchor, they gradually escaped into the thick fog. At this time, Soren's figure could no longer be found. Only death, fire, and destruction were left on this island. Prince Hans's somewhat panicked figure appeared. There were many guards around him, and there were a few vague figures. After finding signs of other high-grade rogues' assassination, the number of people responsible for protecting Prince Hans doubled. At this moment, there was no anger on Prince Hans's face, but a trace of fear, a terrible fear caused by a deep sense of powerlessness. Although there seemed to be only one enemy from beginning to end, he still felt like a prey trapped on this island, and could be swallowed by the enemy at any time. The fog under this night was like a prison, and he could not even determine where the enemy was. It's a high-grade rogue. A vigorous figure with a veil appeared and gently landed beside Prince Hans. He said in a deep voice, "The killing method is simple and neat. It is very likely that he is an assassin close to the legendary level." Soren's assassination method was very similar to that of an assassin. In fact, in the Underdark, even rangers had received combat training as an assassin, let alone an orthodox rogue like Soren. "Can you find him?" Prince Hans turned his head and said with a stiff expression, "Is he still on the island? Can you find him?" The masked man standing beside him shook his head with some difficulty and said in a deep voice, "The other party is proficient in stealth. There are no traces nearby. He may have left the island." "Your Royal Highness. This kind of high-level assassin is very dangerous. It's very difficult for others to discover him. From now on, it's best if you don't leave my sight." "Leave?" Prince Hans turned his head with difficulty, looked at the high-grade warlock next to him, and said in a deep voice, "I can be protected by you, but what about the others? What if he sneaks in like this every day to assassinate others?" "Sir? Is there any way to find this assassin?" The high-grade warlock pondered for a moment and then said, "If I can find his approximate position in advance, I can use magic to break his stealth. But the entire island is so big that we can't possibly monitor every place. It would be very easy for him to sneak in. Unless there's an expert in tracking who can find him in advance." The fire was gradually extinguished. However, the losses were quite heavy. The leader of the Vrykul pirates yelled angrily because many of his pirates were killed in their sleep. This way of dying was a disgrace to them because they didn't even get to see the enemy's face. "I can arrange some magic traps." The high-grade warlock looked at the fire around him and unconsciously felt a little nervous in his heart, as if someone was watching him. He said, "But don't expect too much. This kind of high-level assassin is also very good at disarming traps. If he wanted to assassinate someone, the first target must be Prince Hans, and the second target was likely to be a spellcaster like him. So he also felt a little scared at the moment. In fact, there were not many high-grade rogues, because many rogues were stuck at the level of petty thieves. If they wanted to advance to a high grade, they had to undergo strict training and gradually grow through killing. The casualty rate of rogues in the adventure team had always been high because they had to explore, disarm traps, and investigate the enemy. A little mistake could lead to eternal damnation. The number of high-level assassins like tonight was even rarer, and it would be even more difficult to deal with them. For a first-class assassin, it was not difficult to kill spellcasters below the legendary level. How are the casualties? Prince Hans stood in the crowd and asked a naval officer next to him, "How many of our men did we lose?" The naval officer looked a little panicked and lowered his voice. "The casualties are not very high. Many of the dead were Vrykul pirates. Many of our men were on the ship. But our gunpowder warehouse was ignited, and I'm afraid there is not enough ammunition. There was also an explosion in the place where we stored the materials. The loss is probably not small." Prince Hans heard the words and slammed the wall in front of him. He said with a ferocious expression, "Damn it, the result of this night's battle was quite brilliant." Soren stood on the deck of the dead man's voice, watching the flames on the distant island that had not yet been extinguished. He did not expect that the enemy would set up the warehouse where the gunpowder was stored near the port, and the defensive force was not very strong. This was simply great luck. Then there was the scene after he evacuated. He directly ignited the gunpowder barrel and blew up the whole warehouse. This time, the navy of the southern island countries could be said to have suffered a heavy blow. It was estimated that they would not be able to attack Arendelle with only the materials stored on the warship. Because of today's incident, he was afraid that they would increase their defense in the next few days. Soren was going to take it slow and wait for the incident on the west coast to brew. As long as the news of the southern island countries being attacked by pirates came back, Prince Hans would not be able to sit still. After taking one last look at the burning Dragonbone Island, Soren ordered the dead man's voice to return. Today's battle was very rewarding. Because after so many battles, Soren finally got a legendary level special background ability. Death Walker. Death Walker, legendary background ability. You have become accustomed to death and blood after killing again and again. Ending life has become as simple as eating and drinking for you. You are ruthless to the enemy. You have ended thousands of lives in your hands. You have begun to ignore death. In battle, you will awaken the ability of the Death Walker, which will make you have no mercy for the enemy. Even spells such as Friendly Spell will not affect your judgment at all. At the same time, the aura of death will further strengthen your intimidation ability, forming a kind of pressure that affects all nearby people. Any enemy who fights with you must go through a forced test of will. Otherwise, they will fall into a state of panic because of fear. Permanent will +3, intimidation +50. Note, because you have ended too many lives, you may attract the attention of some beings in the spiritual realm. Death Walker. As Soren's enemies reached more than 1,000, he finally got this legendary slaughter background ability. And because of the additional intimidation ability of the Death Walker, Soren's intimidation had become a basic skill, second only to sneak and knowledge. His intimidation skill had reached 135 points. However, the most important ability of the Death Walker was not the increased will and intimidation, but the intimidation effect caused by the death energy. This was an invisible range ability. It could be understood as a weakened version of Dragon's aura, making weak enemies lose the courage to fight when facing him. This ability could greatly strengthen Soren's way of coping when facing a siege. If combined with the Gaze of Fear ability added by the Divinity of Fear, ordinary soldiers would not even have the courage to fight against him now. This was similar to the ability of demons. High-grade abyssal demons would inflict fear on the enemy in battle. Many times, an army had the ability to kill a high-grade demon, but in the end, they were easily defeated because of fear. Dawn was coming. Before Soren got close to Arendelle, he let the ship dive to the bottom of the sea, and then returned to the port alone. He was waiting for news from the south. Rumble. Bursts of gunfire resounded over the town of this southern island. Pirate ships with black sails could be seen near the port in the distance. Hundreds of cannons fired at the city wall at the same time, and a gap was blasted out in just one round of fire. The fierce vitality suppressed the defenders on the city wall and they could only find ways to hide in the corner. There were cries and shouts everywhere in the town. This sudden attack frightened the civilians who usually lived a comfortable life. Damn it! A man dressed in noble attire shouted, "Return fire! Fight back quickly! Why are there pirates here? Black flag! Aren't they the beheaders' men? Why are they attacking us? Aren't they afraid of the kingdom's revenge?" Rumble. What answered him was a second round of gunfire. With the suppression of firepower, speedboats were released from the pirate ship in front. Groups of ferocious-looking pirates began to disembark with weapons in their hands. Some jumped directly into the sea and then rushed towards the town ahead. Bursts of strange cries sounded, and the pirates waved their weapons and rushed towards the town's defenders, launching an almost one-sided massacre. Attack! All of you, charge! A cold light appeared in the one-eyed man's eyes, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Don't worry about those ordinary people. Break through the governor's mansion. What can those civilians do? Let's end this quickly. There are troops from the southern island countries stationed nearby. We must retreat before they arrive." Rumble. The one-eyed man killed a guard with a swing of his sword, glanced around, and then said, "Follow me. This is the Chamber of Commerce's residence. Charge in." A group of pirates rushed over and fought with the guards of the Chamber of Commerce. The whole town has been plunged into war, but the core of the battle was still where the nobles and merchants lived. The slums were not affected much. Because no pirate would be stupid enough to rob there. There was no profit there. At most, they could snatch some rotten bread and a few pieces of copper dirhams from them. Soon, one of the Chamber of Commerce's residences was captured. Among the bloody corpses lying on the ground, 2 burly pirates carried a box. At this time, another garrison counterattacked, and they immediately picked up their weapons to fight. Whoosh! The box he was carrying fell to the ground, and kindler and silver dirhams immediately spilled out. The shiny gold coins attracted the attention of many people. Then a few guys who looked a little different from the pirates rushed over and grabbed a handful of gold coins, ready to stuff them into their pockets. Clang, a cold light flashed. One-eyed pirate swung his sword and beheaded the pirates who were trying to rob him. He then looked around coldly. His gaze stopped on the leader of another group of pirates and roared, "Have you forgotten the rules set by Sir Soren? Whoever dares to act recklessly will end up like him." There were clearly 2 groups of pirates attacking. One group was well-organized and ferocious, attacking the warehouses and mansions in a planned and arranged manner. The other group was looting wherever they went. Some pirates wanted to retreat after getting something. Needless to say, they were just a small group of pirates that fought alongside him. Broken. The storehouse has been breached. Cheers came from the front, followed by shouts of killing. One-eyed dragon looked around and said to his confidants, "Follow me." Boom, the door of the storehouse was smashed open, and the wealth inside was immediately revealed to the others. There were boxes of kindler and silver dirhams, a variety of other goods, as well as food that was collected as taxes. The southern island countries were quite rich. The entire storehouse was filled to the brim, and there were also many swords and weapons. "Take it away. Take it all away. Hurry up and take it away." One-eyed dragon smiled with satisfaction, then shouted, "Has the governor's mansion been breached?" "No." A young pirate replied, "There's a magus there. We've suffered a lot of casualties. Xanadu and his men have retreated. Let those guys go and waste their time with them." Wizard, One-eyed dragon heard this and narrowed his eyes, then said, "Then let them have it. Hurry up and take it away. The army should be here in half a day." Boom. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire continued. On the east side of the town, there was a castle built halfway up the mountain. The mansion at the foot of the mountain had been breached, but the nobles who ruled here had retreated to the castle. Without enough firepower, it was very difficult to capture the castle. After the first wave of attack was defeated by the defenders, a group of pirates had retreated. "Damn it!" An old noble stood on the castle and roared, "Where are the reinforcements from Nag City? Why haven't they come yet? These damn pirates. I want." Boom, a pirate warship turned around and fired at the castle halfway up the mountain, but it was beyond the range of the cannons, so it was basically useless. The battle was still going on, however, some pirates began to retreat in an organized manner, carrying boxes of gold, silver, and goods back. In the end, they didn't even let go of the food in the storehouse. They carried sacks of it back to the warship. The whole town was a mess. Many places were on fire, and cries could be heard everywhere. Sporadic battles were still going on in some corners. By the time these pirates retreated, the whole town had almost turned into ruins. The only intact place was the slums, which had no prophets. Another place that was almost unaffected was the temple. Few pirates dared to attack the temple, so it had become a shelter for the poor. Many old, weak, women, and children had here to seek shelter. The power of the gods made mortals fearful. Even these fierce and cruel pirates did not dare to attack the temple. Boom! Boom, boom. There were cheers and howls on the pirate ship. The gunners fired a few more shots at the town in front of them, and then left calmly. The same scene happened in many places. The pirate leaders under Soren's command, as well as the scattered pirates summoned by the corresponding pirate kings, looted the cities along the coast of the Southern Island Kingdom. The endless attacks made the army of the Southern Island Kingdom exhausted. Except for a few towns that were not captured, many places were looted like here. And because the kingdom's navy was taken out by Prince Hans, now they couldn't even go out to sea to fight. They could only hide in the town and defend passively. The sea had completely become the world of pirates. Everything seemed to be in a mess. The pirates were rampant. The Southern Island Kingdom had to issue an order to retreat and evacuate all the towns along the coast. As long as they were far away from the coastline, the pirates had to go ashore to attack. Once they went ashore, they would be no match for the regular army. And as long as they were far away from the coast, it would not be so easy for the pirates to retreat. A heavy cavalry of the Southern Island Kingdom could make them suffer. But it seemed that all the pirates had no intention of going ashore to fight. Arendelle. Soren sat in the corner of the Copperforge Tavern and waited quietly. About half an hour later, the gloomy man he had seen before appeared here. Compared to the last meeting, this time his expression was more respectful, and there was even a trace of panic and fear. It seemed that he didn't dare to look directly into Soren's eyes. "Your Excellency." He bowed slightly and handed a sealed document to Soren, and said in a deep voice, "This is what you want." Soren nodded and reached out to take it, then opened it and quickly glanced at it. He slowly said, "Has the attack begun? It seems that Prince Hans will retreat soon. Help me pass on another order. The fleet of the Southern Island countries has been hit hard. I need them to gather the enemy in the Dark Tide Strait and hit the fleet of the Southern Island countries." The gloomy man immediately nodded, then glanced at Soren. Seeing that he had no other orders, he quickly left. No matter what. The order from above was to try to be on good terms with the Pirate King. The Thieves' Union was also optimistic about his ability. The next day, Dragonbone Island was in a mess. Half of the port was destroyed, and many warships needed to be repaired. Prince Hans stood near the port and watched all this. There was a deep sense of frustration on his face. Just a ghost ship made him so embarrassed, which made him feel weak and powerless. Hurried footsteps sounded. The figure of the high-grade sorcerer appeared behind him. Before he got close, he anxiously said, "Your Highness. Something bad has happened. This is the news sent by the kingdom." Hearing the words of the high-grade sorcerer, Prince Hans's heart skipped a beat. The spellcaster had a fifth circle communication skill, so he had always been in close contact with the Southern Kingdom. He anxiously reached out and took the document. After a brief glance, his face turned pale. He seemed to have suffered a great blow. He murmured, "The beheader, Soren. So it was him who attacked us. Why did he attack us? Why did he help Arendelle?" The high-grade warlock looked at Prince Hans's pale face and reached out to touch him. He said anxiously, "Your Highness. The most important thing right now is not why Soren the beheader attacked us. Instead, it was because the situation in the kingdom was already very bad. Our coastline has been completely lost, and the enemy is running amok in our sea region. Every place along the coastline may be attacked. His Majesty ordered us to retreat immediately. Without the ability to go out to sea, the pirates' warships could directly bombard the cities along the coast. Now, the entire southern island nation was in a state of panic, especially when many gods began to fall silent. After the priests did not get any response, they could not even pray for help from the temple. The pirates from the south coast were just like the Viking pirates that invaded Europe. They were like locusts that plundered any place that could be attacked. Retreat. Prince Hans's face was pale as he muttered, "Order the army to retreat." The attack on Arendelle had ended in failure. All the plans had become a dream. The original purpose of blocking the northern sea route to the west coast had also completely failed. Prince Hans could imagine how much blame he would receive when he returned home. The nobles would blame him, and the kingdom would blame him. And the brothers that he had worked so hard to defeat might have already begun to plan a comeback. In the end, he might not even be able to keep the throne that he inherited. Go back. Prince Hans's expression gradually recovered, and his eyes were dignified as he said, "I must go back first. As long as I inherit the throne, I can still make a comeback. The army is still in my hands. Everything still has a chance." Speaking of this, his expression was slightly distorted, as if he was planning something. He looked at the high-grade warlock behind him and said with a ferocious expression, "I want to see the Sea Witch. I have completed the agreement, and she must help me take the throne according to the agreement." Hearing Prince Hans's words, the high-grade warlock's face changed slightly, and then he lowered his voice and said, "Your Highness. Let's go back and talk about this." Arendelle, Royal Palace. Princess Anna looked at the bearded general in front of her with surprise and said in disbelief, "What? You mean the enemy has retreated?" "Yes." The Ice Witch standing next to her nodded and said, "We have been monitoring the nearby waters and can be sure that they are retreating." "Great." Princess Anna stood up happily. Then, a trace of worry and sadness appeared on her face, and she murmured, "Is it him? Why didn't he come to see me? Does he hate me that much? He came here, but he won't even see me?" Hearing Princess Anna's sad words, the others next to her looked at each other. Finally, the Ice Witch said, "Your Highness. There is news that the pirates on the south coast have attacked the southern island countries. I am afraid that it is really Sir Soren who secretly helped us. The enemy also retreated in a hurry because of the attack from the rear." Princess Anna nodded blankly and murmured, "Is that so? Then why didn't he come to see me?" There was a burst of hurried footsteps. At this moment, a guard suddenly rushed up and shouted, "Not good. Ghost ship. A ghost ship has appeared in the port." Everyone raised their heads in surprise. Princess Anna rushed out and ran toward the port. "Let's go." The captain glanced at the others and quickly followed. Soon they caught up with Her Highness, who was trotting in front. The port of Arendelle was filled with fog. Through the fog, a black warship docked in the distance could be seen. The black hull, the black sails, and the black flagpole made people feel deep pressure at a glance. A huge black shadow wandered around the specter ship. None of the nearby ships dared to approach. Everyone was looking at them with awe and fear. "Soren." Princess Anna looked at the black warship in the distance. She didn't know why tears fell down. She put her little hand to her mouth and shouted, "Is it you?" There was no response. The dark ghost ship seemed to be empty. It stayed for a moment near the port of Arendelle, and then gradually disappeared into the fog. The dark clouds dispersed. The bright sun shone on this rich and beautiful city in the Frost Kingdom, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. The clouds of war were fading. The mysterious disappearance of Princess Royal did not make this rich country decline, because they knew that there was another person, another figure guarding here. Guarding the mistress of this place. Maybe he didn't show up, but she believed that he would appear again when she needed him. Because this was his promise. Arendelle regained his calm. However, Soren's war was not over yet, because he had to teach Prince Hans a painful lesson. Otherwise, when he recovered, he would definitely threaten the west coast. Soren absolutely did not want to see another threat. As long as Prince Hans's fleet was destroyed, he would not be able to threaten Soren's rule of the west coast in a short time. This was because the time, energy, and wealth needed to build a fleet was far more than the reconstruction of a legion on land. Only by destroying the navy of the southern island countries could Soren let his pirate leaders control the route to Arendelle. South Coast, the Outer Islands. South Coast, the Eastern Kingdom. South Coast, Arendelle. When these three lines were connected, Soren's power would spread across the three seas, and his wealth would increase at an alarming rate. It might even exceed the total tax of a kingdom. At that time, there would be a lot of things that could be done. Soren's financial, material, and manpower were all in place. The power network connected by the three routes was like a C-shaped encirclement, and he could advance to his goal at any time. At that time, the role of the red-haired female pirate, Adele Isabella, could be played. Soren's economic strategy would be completely formed at this moment, Dark Tide Strait. This was a very special route. Because this was the boundary between the dark tide fishmen and the human sea, the sea creatures had their own territory. Just like Soren's sea route would never easily enter the territory of the Naga sirens. There was a vast border in the sea, and the intelligent sea creatures divided their own territory. They would not be stupid enough to bring the vast sea into their sphere of influence, but they would never allow other creatures to easily enter their territory. Therefore, there were some places in the sea that could not be easily entered, especially when a large fleet was sailing. On land, it was like a legion under your command all the way to the territory of other countries. The most likely result of this was a war. The Dark Tide Strait was a demarcation point. The mutated Dark Tide fishmen had built their own kingdom at the bottom of the sea. They had magnificent cities and palaces, just like the other mutated creatures on this sunken continent, living a life that was almost isolated from the world. Marine creatures rarely communicated with humans. In fact, with the protection of the sea goddess, Soren still had a hard time interacting with the Naga sirens. Marine species were full of aggression. In Soren's memory, marine creatures were ranked at the top of the list of the most difficult places to gain reputation. It was even easier to gain friendliness with the ogres. Just send more meat. The ghost ship approached. On the side of the strait, there were densely packed pirate ships that were ready to set off. A few of them were large warships, but most of them were small fast ships. Due to the narrow terrain of the strait, fast ships could fight more flexibly, and it was convenient for the pirates to land and fight. Almost half of the pirate leaders under Soren's command came, but he did not see the half-elf first mate. The leader was the red-haired female pirate, Adele Isabella. Soren naturally guessed something, but he did not care. The southern island countries still had some military forces, and the coastline there needed to be controlled. Although Soren set off from Arendelle later, he arrived at the Dark Tide Strait first. With the appearance of the ghost ship, the pirates immediately felt excited. This was the power of a leader. Since Soren's rise on the south coast, he had not tasted defeat. Naturally, the pirates under his command were full of confidence in the upcoming battle. Morale was accumulated through victory after victory. Perhaps some people liked to use encouraging words to boost morale, but Soren believed that victory gave them courage. Words were actually very weak. Unless it was a desperate situation where there was no way out, the morale of the troops should be built up through battle after battle. Your Excellency Soren. The red-haired female pirate, Cyclops, Scarface, Knight, Giant, and other pirate leaders gathered. They knelt down on one knee in front of Soren, bowed and said, "We are all ready for battle." As Soren's territory grew bigger and bigger, his status was naturally different. Although he was still the pirate king, some people thought that he had almost established a pirate kingdom. Pirates should be chaotic. But he established the order of pirates, although this order was accumulated with blood and slaughter. But order was order, and order would make rules. The rules belonged to pirates. Especially after Soren single-handedly defeated the navy of the southern island countries, some of his subordinates even proposed to reformulate the legendary pirate code. The ruler of the south coast, the beheader, the master of Moto, the protector of the sea goddess, and the protector of Arendelle, Soren, to reformulate the legendary pirate code to establish his supreme position among pirates. The king of the three seas. The pirate leaders under Soren believed that Soren was already qualified to be the pirate king who ruled the south, west, and north coasts. And as Soren's right-hand men, their status should also be further improved. Prepare for battle. Soren's figure flew into the air. Flying allowed him to overlook the sea from a high altitude, and then easily found the approaching enemy in the distance. The enemy was entering the strait. Prince Hans probably never dreamed that the pirates of the south coast would ambush him here. For a long time, pirates did not dare to fight with the regular army. Soren should be the only person who led pirates to fight against the kingdom's navy in the past 100 years. This was not a personal grudge between pirate kings. Once the battle started, it was equivalent to declaring war on a kingdom. But Soren now had such confidence and strength, because he was the real king of the sea. Boom, the muffled sound of gunfire rang out. When the enemy appeared in sight, the pirate ships immediately began to attack. The fast ships were full of pirates waving their weapons and shouting. These guys immediately threw the hooks in their hands after approaching the enemy's warships. A huge shadow emerged from the bottom of the sea. Not only did the figure of the mutant killer whale appear, but also another huge twisted body appeared. It was a sea snake with 3 heads. After the incarnation of the sea goddess descended, it became Soren's servant. Black flag. It's pirates. Prepare for battle. The black warships in front of them all hung the black flag that represented Soren's subordinates. When they saw that the number of enemies in front of them was no less than their own, the navy of the southern island immediately shook. The nightmare of a few days ago seemed to be still in front of them, and now they were facing a greater challenge, the entire pirate coalition on the south coast. Prince Hans stood on the deck, his whole body cold, and a trace of despair appeared on his face. This was because he saw the ghost ship appear in the distance, the ghost ship that had appeared in his nightmares. Your Royal Highness. The high-grade warlock's expression was also a little panicked. He pulled Prince Hans next to him and whispered, "Get ready to retreat. We can't be the enemy's opponent." Retreat? Prince Hans's expression was a little numb. He murmured, "How to retreat? Retreat to Arendelle?" The high-grade warlock's gaze was somewhat evasive. As a high and mighty spellcaster, he didn't want to lose his life here. He said in a voice that only Prince Hans could hear, "I have set up a teleportation array on this ship, which can directly teleport us to my tower." Teleportation array. Prince Hans's expression showed a trace of vitality, and he said with an ugly face, "What about them? We can retreat. What about these troops?" The high-grade warlock's face was resolute. He lowered his voice and said, "Your Royal Highness. We can't care so much now. Wait for the enemy to rush over. It won't be so easy for us to retreat again." The pirate army was unstoppable. The pirate leaders under Soren's command were all high-grade professions who grew up in battle. They were all high-grade professions that grew up in battle. Perhaps none of them had advanced into the legendary realm, but many of them used to be the leaders of pirates and had rich combat experience. Not to mention, there were still 2 sea monsters and Sauron's ghost ship. The pirate minions were all in high morale and roaring. The battle on Raging Sand Island had just ended. They were basically not afraid of the scene in front of them. Some of the pirate minions even thought that the terrible light would appear again. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon. Prince Hans stood stiffly in the same place. In the end, he gritted his teeth, handed over the command to the admiral next to him, and then followed the high-grade warlock into the cabin. The flank had been disrupted by the sea monsters. If they didn't leave now, they might not have a chance. On the other side, Soren was also looking for Prince Hans's warship. It was naturally the best thing to solve the enemy once and for all. However, the enemy would not be so stupid to let the warship appear at the front. It was completely giving the enemy a chance to focus fire on it. In a naval battle of this scale, even the dragon-headed warship with the strongest defensive ability was in the center. Only the ghost ship, a special warship that could dive into the sea, could allow Soren to swagger among the enemy. The battle in the Dark Tide Strait continued. However, the result of the battle was predictable. No one noticed that on the other side of the strait, some sea creatures with dark scales were also watching them. Don't worry about them. A strange creature covered with dark green scales was watching the front. It had a mouth that was close to half the size of its head and a strange green metal weapon in its hand that looked like a sea fork. Near it were many sea creatures of similar size. Their bodies were all covered in dark scales, and they stayed in the sea like an army. The dark-tide fishman, who looked like the leader, sneered and said slowly, it's just an internal war among humans. As long as they don't enter our territory, don't worry about them. If they dare to enter our waters, immediately sink all their warships." These sea creatures dived back into the sea. However, some dark green figures could still be seen in the area outside the strait. P.S. There is only one update today. This naval battle is over. Next is the plot of the God Line. 3 days had passed since the battle in the Dark Tide Strait. After defeating the navy of the southern island country, Soren naturally took over the route from the west coast to Arendelle. However, it was a pity that some of the enemies still managed to escape, especially Prince Hans of the southern island kingdom. Soren did not see him at all since the beginning of the battle. He probably escaped with the help of magic when he saw that something was wrong. This made Soren feel sorry for a while, but he was also a little helpless because Prince Hans must have high-grade spellcasters around him. After the spellcasters entered the higher grade, the difficulty of killing them increased sharply. In these 3 days, Soren redivided the pirate leaders under his command. The half-elf first mate was still in charge of the eastern route, but the overseas route was handed over to the steady knight and butler. These 2 pirate leaders were descendants of nobles. The battles between the nobles and the mainland were also very fierce. They belonged to the losers of the noble family, which was almost equivalent to being exiled. If such a noble family fell, it was very likely that they would lead the knights in the family to become pirates. The 2 of them were the newly risen pirate leaders. Compared to others, these 2 pirate leaders received more education. The political skills of the nobles were more conducive to dealing with Port Tylon and shipwrecks overseas. The west coast route was in charge of the one-eyed man. His ruthlessness could shock others. As for the red-haired female pirate Adele Elizabeth, who was most eager to be recognized and wanted to be on an equal footing with the half-elf first mate, she was a little disappointed recently. Although Soren let her take charge of the north coast route, he also sent 2 other pirate leaders over. They were the brave giant, part of the giant bloodline, and the cruel and bloodthirsty Scarface. Although Soren defeated the navy of the southern island country on the north coast, it was the territory of the Vrykal pirates after all. This group of Vrykal pirates living in Iceland was very fierce. Naturally, Soren's men were also the kind who were good at fighting and killing. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door. Soren sat in the room, looked up and said, "Come in." "Your Excellency." The red-haired female pirate came in and bowed her head. "What can I do for you?" Soren looked her up and down. Although she had been drifting on the sea all year round, the red-haired female pirate's skin was still fair. She was tall, slender, and well-proportioned. No matter from which angle, she was a first-class beauty. More importantly, because of the education she had received since she was a child, she had the aura of a noble woman. This was very important to Soren because the red-haired female pirate was a very important chess piece in his next plan. "There's a shirt over there." Soren took a few glances and pointed to the side. "Change your clothes and let me see." A faint blush appeared on the red-haired pirate's face when she heard this, but she still obediently prepared to change her clothes. He had prepared a lace-patterned noble lady's dress for her. The delicate sleeves were very beautiful, and there was also a pair of white silk gloves at the side. The red-haired female pirate rarely wore such clothes, so after hesitating for a moment, she clumsily changed into them in front of Soren. No matter what he wanted, she had no right to refuse. Moreover, she might not be willing to refuse. But unfortunately, Soren had no other ideas. When the red-haired female pirate changed her clothes, he lowered his head again and picked up the quill pen to write a letter. When the red-haired female pirate in front of him changed her clothes and came over, he looked up and glanced at her with a smile on his face. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Very beautiful." After changing her clothes, Adele Isabella looked like a beautiful noble lady. Her originally fierce aura was softened by the way she was dressed. In addition to the aristocratic education she had received, she looked like a noble lady from every angle. "There's a task for you to do." Soren took a few glances and his expression became serious. He looked at the red-haired female pirate in front of him and said in a deep voice, "There will naturally be other people to deal with the Vrykal pirates on the north coast. Although you are responsible for managing the route to Arendelle, I have more important things to teach you. This is a letter to Princess Anna of Arendelle. Take this letter to her. She will allow you to stay in the palace as her female companion. At the same time, she will bestow you with a noble title. When you get there, your first task is to learn the court etiquette and fully master the aristocratic set. Then I need you to find a way to contact the nobles on the south coast as a descendant of Elizabeth. It's best if it's your mother's nobility. Your new identity will be recognized by Princess Anna, the successor of Arundel. In this way, it's basically impossible for others to doubt you. Your task is to make friends with them and find a way to gain the support and trust of these nobles. A foreign monk was good at chanting scriptures. Soren's original plan was to support the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella himself, and then find a way to open up a situation with the nobles on the south coast. But now that he had the backing of Arundel, he had a simpler way to get Adele Isabella a new identity. A descendant of Isabella who had been stranded overseas, with the recognition and support of Princess Anna, the successor of Arundel, her new identity was basically set in stone. This was enough for Adele Isabella to easily dispel the doubts of other nobles. Because nobles were such a group of people, anything related to the royal family was easily pursued by them. In Soren's plan, the red-haired female pirate would become a good friend of Princess Anna and accompany her as a female companion in the palace several times. As long as the identity of a noble descendant was recognized, then what Soren had to do next would be much easier. Clap clap. Soren gently clapped his hands, and then 2 or 3 beautiful maids and a middle-aged man who was obviously dressed as a noble butler appeared. He glanced at Adele Isabella and slowly said, "They will be the servants of your new identity. Tomorrow you will take a merchant ship from Shipwreck Bay to Arundel. When you get there, there will naturally be someone to meet you and arrange your next things. Your task is to go around Arundel and return to the south coast with a new identity. I will transfer an additional 100,000 Kindler's funds for you to arrange. The specific task is here. I will explain it to you in other ways later." Soren reached out and handed over 2 letters. The red-haired female pirate reached out and nodded with a serious expression, "I will never let you down again." Even if she was an idiot. At this moment, she could also feel that Soren's plan was not small. It seemed that His Excellency the Beheader was preparing to extend his hand to the land of the south coast. What he was plotting was probably not simple. No matter how vast the sea was, it was still rootless duckweed after all. Although the foundation was established in the outer islands and the city of Mordor was gradually growing, it was still too far away from human civilization. Many things needed to rely on the mainland for supplies, and the kingdom on the south coast was a place that Soren needed to enter. Otherwise, he would be too dependent on Port Tylon. A pirate naturally could not blatantly extend his hand to the land. It would be too eye-catching. Soren's plan was very complicated. The identity of the red-haired female pirate was just the beginning. To achieve his goal, he needed to make more preparations. A day passed quickly. Adele Isabella embarked on a journey to Arundel. The middle-aged butler with a rigid expression tirelessly told her about the things that nobles should pay attention to, and she listened very carefully. This was a task that tested her acting ability, and women were naturally good at acting, so she was very confident about this task. The journey was calm. As Adele Isabella arrived at Arundel, all the people responsible for her were in place. Ms. Isabella. A low-key but luxurious carriage stopped at the port, and then carried her into the noble district of Arundel without attracting attention. The carriage finally stopped in front of a magnificent aristocratic mansion. There was already a row of servants waiting in front of the door. They were welcoming their new master, although no one had seen her yet. This was just one of the properties under her name. Adele Isabella was now a noble, rich, young, and beautiful noble lady. She not only bought one of the best mansions in the noble district in recent days, but also directly bought 3 shops in the central area near the port of Arundel. It was said that she ran her own chamber of commerce on the south coast and was ready to expand her business to Arundel in the south. Many people paid attention to this rich and beautiful noble lady. However, she seemed to be very low-key and refused all the visits from other nobles in Arundel. Occasionally, there would be people who wanted to test the background of this young, beautiful, and wealthy noble lady. However, they were all dealt a heavy blow. Only then did they realize that this lady's identity wasn't that simple. She was not a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. A woman who could expand her business all the way from the south to the north was naturally not simple, but the nobles in Arendelle realized that she was not simple for the first time at a banquet in the palace. It was a banquet hosted by Princess Anna. And this mysterious, rich, and beautiful noble lady, who was said to be a direct descendant of Queen Isabella, accompanied Princess Anna directly and sat on the left side of Her Majesty after the banquet began. P.S. There is one more update today. Soren did not waste too much time. After he sent the blueprint for a new round of construction to the outer islands, he continued to prepare to complete the chain quest of the 4 elemental stones. Now he was getting closer and closer to the realm of legends. It was estimated that after completing these quests, he would be able to advance to the realm of legends. At that time, he might be able to try to fuse the shards of divinity obtained from the quests. A sealed shard of divinity, which was said to come from a fallen evil god, was still a little dangerous. It required a very high will to fight against the remaining power of the divinity. Therefore, Soren was also hesitant about whether he should give the shard of divinity to Vivian to absorb. The will of the gods was a very troublesome thing. After all, Vivian was still too young. Her will was definitely not comparable to Soren, who had experienced so much. As time passed, it slowly spread. The matter of defeating the navy of the southern island countries was also brewing. Soren finally got a new legendary point, and he got 2 at once. Fog Sea Battle, Legendary Battle. In early March 1676 of the New Moon era, you single-handedly sniped the coalition forces of the southern island countries and the Vrykal pirates in the waters near Arendelle. In this battle, you severely damaged the enemy and repelled the navy of the southern island countries. The legend of the ghost ship gradually spread to the Frost Kingdom. The result of this battle is still brewing. There are faint rumors among the people that you are the guardian of Arendelle. Legendary Point +2, Dark Tide Sea Battle, Large Battle. In mid-March 1676 of the New Moon era, you led the pirate army near the Dark Tide Strait to attack the retreating army of the southern island countries. In this battle, you severely damaged the navy of the southern island countries and brought the west coast into your sphere of influence. With the victory of this battle, your reputation among the pirates has become higher and higher. Some people have even proposed to formulate the pirate code in your name that represents the Pirate King. Legendary Point +3, the 2 legendary points were calculated separately. Perhaps because of the difference between these 2 battles, Soren got 5 legendary points this time. With the increase of legendary points, personal reputation would also increase, and more people would know about you. Normally, adventurers would only have around 10 legend points at most, which meant that they were quite famous in a certain area. Once a player's legendary points reached around 20 points, their reputation would spread far and wide. It was possible that many people in a kingdom would have heard of their legend. For example, when Soren had just become the Pirate King. When a person's legend points exceeded 30 points, the range of their fame would quickly expand. It could be said that their fame had already spread to half the continent. 50 legendary points was a watershed. If one wanted to advance further, one would either have to do something that would make one a household name, or find a way to spread one's name outside of the continent. Take Soren for example. Although he was quite famous among the pirates and had heard of him in various kingdoms, he was still a pirate. However, no one in the Underdark knew who he was. As for the other planes like the Bottomless Abyss, Bottor Inferno, Elysium Wilderness, and the Grey Realm, they had no idea who Soren was. Frost Kingdom. Soren once again came to the Frost Kingdom, but this time he was not going to Arendelle. Instead, he was heading towards the Frost Mountains. This was the territory of the Ice Trolls. Although Soren already had the ability to challenge these creatures with amazing regenerative abilities, he did not have the idea of using them to level up his profession. Because these monsters were not easy to kill. Their regenerative abilities were too abnormal. More importantly, the trolls here had spell-like abilities. Perhaps because they lived in too cold an area, these ice trolls had mutated into spell-like creatures. They were creatures that could cause people to fail miserably. Moreover, there was a certain chance of encountering a troll witch doctor, a kind of spellcaster similar to a shaman. Rogues were naturally at a disadvantage against them. Monsters like trolls could grow their heads after being chopped off. Stabbing their hearts would be fine, which was not in line with Soren's fighting style. Moving along the cold frost mountains, Soren gradually entered a valley in the mountains. There was steep ice on all sides. As the number of creatures entering here began to decrease sharply, some elementals that were difficult to deal with appeared. Ice Elemental. Ice Elemental, Elemental, Grade 4. Challenge Rating, Level 10, Monster Level, 15, possesses spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 22 and 10, total attribute points, 90 to 100. Special abilities, Elemental Armor, Ice Lance, Elemental Characteristics, Cold Characteristics. Challenge Difficulty, A. Elementals were all supernatural creatures. Basically, they were around Grade 4. They were difficult enemies for ordinary people to deal with. Even the pirate leaders under Soren's command found it difficult to deal with them. Ice elementals were ice bodies up to 2 meters tall. Like earth elementals, they only had a vague human shape. Their bodies were close to light blue, and they were completely composed of very hard ice. There were basically no fatal points on their bodies. Any injuries could be gradually healed. They only needed to refreeze the water into ice. Therefore, dealing with them must be done in one go. As they entered the territory of the ice elementals, the legendary curved sword, Icing Death, began to emit a cold light. When the nearby temperature was close to zero, Icing Death would automatically emit a strange light and then extinguish the nearby flames. It could reduce the cold damage that Soren received. This level of battle was not difficult for Soren. He easily defeated these ice elementals, and then gradually went deeper into the altar. The real highlight was the giant elemental that appeared after taking away the elemental stone. The last time it appeared was a legendary earth giant. This time, he did not know what would appear. After all, Soren did not fully understand it. The altar was very similar to the one he saw last time. Soren approached carefully, then groped around the altar, and soon found the elemental stone, water. Rumble, when he took out this elemental stone, the ice under his feet immediately began to shatter, and then a huge arm suddenly stretched out from under the altar. The ground cracked in all directions like a spider web. It was only the size of an arm, but it had already reached the height of Soren. Rumble, a huge body appeared. A creature with an upper body made of ice and a lower body made of spiral-shaped water like a whirlpool appeared. Ice Jin. Demigod, damn it, Soren's face changed slightly. In a flash, he escaped into the shadows and then fled out of the valley. The elemental Jin were all demigod creatures, much more powerful than the elemental elders. Some could even directly fulfill the wishes of mortals, just like the legendary magic lamp. Such an enemy was not easy to deal with, however, just as Soren fled out of the valley, the ice Jin rushed out of the ground and suddenly said, "I'm finally free." Mortal. Did you release Coronagus? Demigod Jin. Elemental form of special life. Basically, as long as the 4 major elements were related to the title of Jin, they were all creatures with divinity. However, the most active of the 4 elements were the fire and wind elements. In most cases, adventurers still encountered the Jin the most. They were also the most interesting Jin because the Jin liked to ask questions to others, or give a question to test others. As long as one could answer the Jin's question correctly, then it was possible to get its help or even reward. This was the same whether it was good or evil, because the Jin were basically neutral creatures. There were some special legendary items in this world. It could be a magic bottle or a magic lamp. There were sealed or trapped demigod Jin in it. If one could find them, they could control the Jin and make it serve them, but there were also corresponding rules. Because the elemental life had its own contract, the Jin rarely intervened in the affairs of mortals. It seemed that there was no need to fight. Soren stopped and turned to look at the ice Jin in the distance, but he did not approach because Soren was very careful. Yes. He nodded slightly and said, "Your Excellency Coronagus. I released you." Demigod Jin were very powerful. Unfortunately, they also had a fatal weakness, that was, they could be imprisoned by some special means. Therefore, many legendary spellcasters had tried to imprison the Jin. The ice Jin in front of him seemed to be one of them. Soren carefully observed his opponent. Among the enemies of the demigod level, the most difficult to deal with was the demigod lich. Although the challenge of the Jinn was much lower than that of the demigod Lich, it was also a legendary creature with a monster level of 24 or above. You can only become a demigod when you become a legend. Very good. Coronagus turned his huge body, frowned and looked here, and said in a deep voice, I don't like the material plane. Mortals. I will soon return to the elemental world, so are you ready to accept my test? Test. Soren was startled when he heard the words, and then said, what test? Coronagus looked at Soren in front of him and said in a low voice, even if you release me, I can't let you take away the elemental stones at will, and I can't give you a reward in violation of the contract. Any seal will be broken one day. The person who removes the seal must pass the test to take it away. Of course, you can also try to escape. However, according to the contract, you will have to defeat me. Speaking of this, the ice genie raised its hand and pointed to the front. The ice and snow in the distance cracked and then turned into a big avalanche in an instant, blocking the way out of the valley. Soren's eyes turned cold when he saw this scene. If he had tried to run away, he would have been buried by the snow. Although it wouldn't threaten his life, his escape plan would have failed. All right. Demigod Titanic Karanagos frowned as he looked at the sun and said, Mortal. I don't have much time to waste, so prepare to accept my test now. I will ask you some questions. Please choose your answer carefully, because it will determine what you will face next. It stared at Soren and said in a low voice, then. Mortals. If you are trapped in a dungeon now, there is a button in front of you. If you press it, you will be saved, and an innocent person will die. What will you choose? Soren frowned when he heard this. He glanced at the ice genie in front of him and said, I will press it. Very good. Karanagos nodded, not knowing if he was satisfied or dissatisfied. He then asked, because you pressed the button, an innocent person died. However, although you escaped from the dungeon, you encountered a powerful demon. You can't defeat this demon at all, but you found your former companions in other dungeons. If you gather everyone's strength, you may defeat this powerful demon, but it is more likely that all of you will die here. However, you can also bewitch others to help you delay this demon, and then as a rogue, you can easily escape. What will you choose? Soren frowned even more when he heard this. He didn't know when he put his hand on the hilt of icing death, and then said in a deep voice, I will choose to fight. The ice genie's smile suddenly became a little playful. It raised its hand and waved gently, and a dice with 20 faces appeared. The numbers on it ranged from 1 to 20. Karanagos looked at Soren and said in a deep voice, do you know the war chess game during the Arcane Empire? If you want to defeat an invincible enemy, you must have absolute luck. The dice made of ice spun rapidly. Then it fell to the ground with a click. The numbers on it rolled, and the final number was 20. It seems that the goddess of luck is on your side. Karanagos' expression was a little indifferent, and he continued to say in a low voice, Congratulations! You have killed this powerful demon. You and your companions have been saved, and as a reward for defeating the demon, you have gained a lot of wealth. The ice genie raised its hand and waved gently. A dimensional pocket appeared in front of it, and then pieces of blue gems fell from it. There were exactly 20 pieces, and all of them were placed in front of Soren. The demigod genie glanced at the surprised Soren, and said with a playful expression, Mortal. This is an ice crystal from the elemental plane, a very rare and expensive gem. It is also the reward you deserve. However, at this point, Karanagos paused and continued in a low voice, it's not over yet. As you defeated this powerful demon, you found that this dungeon was a very complicated maze. You saw something next to the demon's body. It came from the most important person in your heart. The person you care about most seems to be trapped in the dungeon. Soren's face changed slightly, but the expression of the demigod genie was still very playful. It said in a low voice, you are ready to enter the dungeon again to find the person you care about most. But there was a disagreement in your team. Some of your companions, after experiencing the battle that could be said to be a fluke victory, thought that they should leave here first instead of putting everyone in danger for one person. Half of them supported you and were willing to follow you back to the dungeon. And the other half opposed you and were ready to leave here and find a safe way out. But at this time, a demon's shadow appeared. It accused you with insightful words and told others that your original plan was to let them out to delay the demon, and then you were ready to run away. Your companions believed it. Because the demon's words were so bewitching, you finally became alone, and your companions decided to leave here. At this time, what will you choose? Will you go with them to find an exit out of this dungeon maze? Or will you return to the dark and dangerous cave to find the person you care most about who may be trapped here? Soren looked up at the demigod genie and said without hesitation, I will choose to go back to find the person I care most about. As soon as his voice fell, the demigod genie nodded, then raised his hand and waved, and some monsters' shadows appeared out of thin air in front of him. Very good. Coronagus continued in a low voice, you choose to return to the depths of the dungeon, and your companions go to find an exit out of here. It's quite dangerous here. Because you just met a demon that you can hardly defeat. Soon, you will meet a new enemy. A strong Tauren warrior. The light of magic emerged. The demigod genie seemed to cast some kind of summoning spell, and the shadow of the abyss appeared in front of it. Then, a strong Tauren with a height of 3 meters and full body armor appeared. It held a battle axe that weighed more than 300 pounds in its hand. After it appeared, it roared at Soren and swung the huge battle axe at him. Unfortunately, Coronagus's expression seemed to be quite interested, and he continued in a low voice as if he was explaining, you met a Tauren from the bottomless abyss. It may not be as strong as the demon at the beginning, but it is still quite difficult to deal with. Rumble. The ice on the ground was split by the battle axe, and Soren leaped to avoid the enemy's attack. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword with a clang. This test seemed to be a bit interesting. In his past memory, it seemed that only a very small number of demigod djinns could do this and turn a simple problem into the current situation. And one of them seemed to have the name Nagus behind it. Clang! Soren swung his sword to block the attack of the Tauren from the abyss. His whole body could not help but take 3 steps back under the huge force. Then he turned around and swung his sword, leaving a mark on the Tauren's solid armor. A creature level of more than 15, this was a demonized Tauren that was teleported by mid-grade and high-grade summoning spells. There were many such Taurens in the abyss because one of the powerful demon lords was a Tauren. Roar! A dull roar sounded. The Tauren from the abyss stepped on the ground, and a wave of air raged around like a shock wave. Then it locked onto Soren's position with its scarlet pupils and swung the heavy battle axe again. Shadow strike. Sword form, beheading. A cold light appeared in Soren's eyes, and his figure suddenly swooped up. In an instant, he passed like a shadow, and then his curved sword icing death slashed across the throat of the Tauren from the abyss. Plop! A headless body fell to the ground, and Soren stood on the ground and put his sword back into its sheath. Blood gushed out from the wound. Soren stood there expressionlessly, but he didn't relax at all. The demigod ice genie didn't seem to be too surprised by this result. Instead, it continued to say in a low voice, the enemy in front of you doesn't pose a threat to you, but as you entered the depths of the dungeon, there was a strange noise from the ground, followed by a wave of sharp arrows flying towards you. It seems that you have triggered some kind of mechanism. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its hand and waved. The ice on all sides suddenly turned into ice arrows and attacked Soren directly. Clang! 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 Another curved sword appeared in Soren's palm. The 2 swords in his hands turned into a stream of light that blocked the ice arrows coming from all directions. At the same time, he rolled back 3 meters, held the 2 swords in front of his chest, and vigilantly watched the demigod ice genie in front of him. The spell attack that the opponent had just launched was completely without warning. The enemy at the level of a demigod was really different from all the enemies he had encountered in the past. The realm of the gods had its own rules. The ice arrows just now were completely improvised spells. You dodged the trap with some skill. Coronagus looked up at the sky, and his expression seemed to change slightly. Then it continued to say in a low voice, you found the person you were looking for in a dungeon room. But at this time, there was a loud rumbling sound in the dungeon. When you opened the door, you seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Now the whole dungeon is about to collapse. Hot magma is gushing out from the ground, and the scorching atmosphere is enveloping the dungeon. This place may be engulfed by the gushing magma at any time. The ground around them shook. The frozen ice gradually shattered, and the whole valley seemed to tremble as if something terrible was about to happen. A divine light appeared in the eyes of the demigod ice genie. It stared at Soren in front of it, and its smile suddenly became strange. It said in a low voice, "At this time, the devil that first appeared suddenly appeared and stood in front of you." The figure of Coronagus seemed to be distorted. As if it was not a body made of matter, it smiled strangely and said, "I can open a portal to let you leave here. However, this portal will only allow one person to leave. The other person will be buried. Who will you choose to let leave?" Rumble, the mountains on all sides of the valley began to collapse. Ice and snow rushed down like a flood, and the rock structure of the mountain gradually cracked. It was like an earthquake spell, and the cliffs around the valley began to fall down. It wouldn't take long for the entire valley to be buried by the falling rocks. The light of a teleportation gate appeared. A blue portal appeared in front of Soren, and the demigod ice genie was staring at him with a strange smile. It was as if he was waiting for Soren's answer. Soren furrowed his brows as he lightly dodged a boulder that fell from the sky. The boulder created a crater in the ground, and with such force, even he would be severely injured. He wanted to leave here, but he felt that the demigod ice genie had locked onto his body. It was waiting for his answer, and its smile was as ferocious as the devil's. "I'll stay." Soren slowly pulled out his curved sword, and his muscles tightened. He was ready to fight at any time, and said in a deep voice, "I will choose to let myself stay." Rumble, the ground gradually cracked, and the nearby mountains collapsed. A boulder with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky. The demigod ice genie stared at Soren, and then smiled playfully, "Very good. You have passed my test. Mortal. Goodbye. I hope we can meet again one day." The figure of Coronagus gradually disappeared. However, the drastic changes around did not stop. Boulders fell one after another, and the collapsed mountains were about to bury this place. Soren took a deep breath. Then he quickly cast a spell. With the help of the fly spell, he rose into the air. When his figure flew in the air, the valley in front of him had been buried by ice, snow, and rocks. The whole valley had become a ruin, and almost half of the nearby mountains had collapsed. If he didn't have the fly spell, he wouldn't have been able to escape at all. In the end, he would inevitably be buried under the rocks and ice. The original elemental altar had completely disappeared. The elemental energy here seemed to have changed. The breath of the ice element had completely disappeared here. The figure of the demigod ice genie was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if it had returned to the elemental plane or went to other worlds. Soren's figure stayed in the air for a moment, and then flew to the east. The mountain collapsed and buried everything behind him. It was estimated that the ice element would never appear here again. Intuition told him that there might be a magic circle under this valley, but it should have been completely destroyed now. He didn't care where the demigod ice genie would go after the seal was lifted, because with the arrival of the Avatar crisis, creatures of this level would become more and more common. But he didn't know why. He always felt that the demigod wind genie was a bit strange. It seemed to be different from the elemental spirits in his memory. Maybe this was the reason why it was sealed. Soren didn't stay here. He went directly in the direction of the eastern desert. There wasn't much time left for him because according to the progress in his memory, if there were no particularly big changes, there would soon be important news coming out of the Underdark. When he heard the news, he was near the misty forest. The time should be around April. The gods had appeared. Among the first batch of gods that fell to the mortal world, one of them appeared in the Underdark and eventually died there. Note: for details, please review the chapter near Whiterun. It mentioned the gods who fell to the mortal world at that time. 3 days passed quickly. Soren crossed the snow plains and left the cold country from Icewind Valley again. He didn't go to the elves' territory because recently he heard that the elf kingdom was not very stable. The Droll Church seemed to have a fierce conflict with the elf god system, so many legendary Droll were dissatisfied with the elf royal family. The Droll organization's recent actions were quite abnormal. People who paid attention could basically feel that they were planning something, but because it was difficult to sneak into the Droll's territory, there was no specific news yet. Note: for details, please review the chapter near the elemental stone, Earth. Soren would naturally pay attention to this news. Night fell. Soren came to a place called Blackwater Town near the misty forest. There were rich coal resources here, and it was an open-pit coal mine, so it was much more prosperous than other towns. He had been here before, but at that time, it was already in ruins. Due to excessive mining and cutting of trees, the humans near Blackwater Town had offended a group of powerful natural beings. But now Blackwater Town was still very prosperous, with many caravans and a population of more than 10,000 households. There were some supernatural beings in the misty forest. Some of them were existences that even Soren didn't dare to provoke, so he was just passing by. The hotel was very lively. But this was the hinterland of the continent, so there was basically no news from the south coast, and no major events happened in the Frost Kingdom. People were still talking about Whiterun. It was said that the mayor of Whiterun had pulled out the legendary dragon-slaying sword and was preparing to gather the army and powerful adventurers to kill the entrenched red dragon. The cunning ancient red dragon had yet to reveal its identity, so Soren knew the fate of the mayor of Whiterun almost without thinking. He just hoped that this time there wouldn't be too big of a deviation, and Whiterun wouldn't decline so quickly. Because the decline of Whiterun meant that the environment in the surrounding area began to deteriorate, and other races gradually launched attacks on humans. Humans had a greedy nature. If they were strong enough, other races would naturally retreat, but once they declined, hatred and desire would reignite the flames of war. Soren sat in the room and pondered, playing with the elemental stone, water, in his hand. Item type, elemental stone, water, item grade, legendary, grade 1, item description, a special treasure from the water elemental plane, a stone formed by the spirituality of the water elemental. It has been endowed with special magic, and when activated, it can cast powerful spells. It doesn't seem to be a single item. From the patterns on the edge, it can be seen that it used to be part of something. Requirements, none. Special effects, summon water elemental, 7 days once, ice storm, 3 days once. Compared to the earth elemental stone, the water elemental stone was a little less practical. The water elemental it summoned was much weaker than the earth elemental, and its speed was not as fast as the wind elemental. However, its combat power in the sea was amazing. Among the 4 elemental summons, the fire elemental was the most practical because it was a burning flame. As long as it walked around, it could cause damage to the enemy, and it had a crushing effect on many weak enemies. As for the spell Ice Storm, it was an AoE spell. Although it was not as good as Soren's stone skin, it was still useful. Ice Storm, level 4 spell summons an ice storm to deal AoE damage to enemies within 20 to 40 meters. Enemies in the area will receive 18 points of blunt damage and 12 points of cold damage. Enemies in the area will receive -4 points of attack and have their movement speed reduced. The effect of the reduced movement speed is determined by the enemy's constitution. This spell's damage was not as good as the level 3 fireball spell. However, it had one advantage: it could freeze the enemy and affect their movement speed. It was a relatively common spell. P.S. Today's update. After passing through the edge of the misty forest, the land gradually became barren. The misty forest was a special place. There was a certain dead magic area here. Simply put, it was a place where the elemental energy was chaotic and there were loopholes in the magic net. Spellcasters would be affected here and might fail to cast spells or even cause confusion. Most of these places were very dangerous because of the strong energy radiation and the appearance of powerful mutant creatures. The depths of the misty forest was the place where the gods fell. A powerful god once fell here, and there were very few people who could enter so far. It was difficult for even the incarnation of the gods. Only a small number of legendary droll could connect there with dreams. There were some fragmentary rumors back then. It was rumored that the depths of the misty forest were connected to a divine kingdom, a huge half-bit wall directly embedded in the material plane. Unfortunately, no one had been able to confirm this. The wind and sand gradually became more violent. After entering the Gobi Desert, everything in front of him gradually became desolate. This Gobi Desert was the territory of the gnolls, and there were many gnolls active here. Many of the half-baked wild monsters in the hinterland of the continent had advanced into professions due to the harsh living environment. And there was the belief of the Lord of the Abyss, King of the Gnolls, Yeenagu, the demon lord of the 422nd floor of the abyss, one of the most powerful gnolls. Perhaps it was not a powerful lord of the abyss, but no one could underestimate it. This was because its archenemies were the succubus queen and the Tauren king. To be able to fight against these two archenemies for thousands of years without falling, it was either very lucky or it really had some tricks up its sleeve. The king of the gnolls was not a very complicated lord of the abyss, because Soren had been to its territory before. Its lifelong goal was to make the gnolls prosperous. For this reason, it hunted as many weak creatures as possible or plotted against some enemies. Unfortunately, the gnolls were born to rely on hunting for food, which was destined to make their numbers difficult to prosper. A gust of wind blew. The gnoll scout's excellent tracking ability allowed them to find Soren walking alone in the Gobi Desert. They carefully lurked behind and communicated with him in a special way. They were smart enough to understand that people traveling alone were not so easy to deal with, but their desire for flesh and blood still made them feel restless. Swoosh! A sharp arrow flew out. To avoid trouble, Soren took out his elven war bow and shot an arrow at a gnoll scout's shoulder. Due to the direction of the wind, the arrow deviated and should have hit the gnoll scout's head. An appropriate display of strength could reduce trouble. Awoo! A series of screams rang out. The Jack-Ellen scouts finally realized that the target in front of them was not something they could deal with. These creatures quickly retreated into the desert. The further they went into the Gobi Desert, the fewer traces of plants there were. In the end, Soren began to see a desert in front of him. It was a desolate scene with yellow sand filling the sky. There was almost no greenery in sight. This was a disaster brought by the Arcane Empire. Many of the once glorious cities were now buried under the yellow sand. Part of the reason was humans. In the past, the land had been severely deforested, so much so that there were no traces of plants left. The rivers dried up and the land became desertified. Humans had migrated from this place after excessive destruction, leaving only other creatures to occupy this place. Beyond this desert was the Eastern Kingdom. This was the largest desert in the material plane. It would take a few days to reach this place even if he used flight. Soren's goal was to reach the inner part of the desert. To do so, he needed to find a city in the desert. Oasis. Since the environment began to deteriorate, some of the noble droll came here. They formed the legendary tree shepherds and had been trying to create greenery in this harsh desert for hundreds of years. This was a very difficult task because it was difficult to repair the deteriorated environment. Moreover, there were still remnants of radiation in many places. The tree shepherds were another branch of the droll. They rarely interfered with the affairs of the continent. Their task was to plant plants and build oases in the desert. These tree shepherds had a very high reputation in the desert. They were the ones who built the oases on the eastern trade route. Note, the details are mentioned near the Elven Kingdom. Finding an oasis was not easy. This place was unfamiliar to Soren as well. He could only rely on flight to determine the direction and follow the traces of life in this barren land. The first day. He had to spend the night on the sand dunes and continue his journey in the morning. As they gradually went deeper into the desert, some dilapidated buildings appeared in front of him. They were magnificent buildings that looked like the pyramids of Egypt. Unfortunately, they were now damaged beyond recognition. They were surrounded by yellow sand. If they wanted to enter, they could only dig out a tunnel. This was very dangerous. Soren had almost been buried by the quicksand in the past. The land under his feet used to be a city, but it was now an ancient ruin in the desert. Apart from the occasional adventurer who came here to look for wealth, no one would easily enter this place. This was because there were too many dangers. This desert had buried almost a third of the cities of the Arcane Empire. There were also ancient monsters that were sealed here. Exploring this place was equivalent to exploring a city. It was a very large project. Most of the time, you could not even find the way out. You had to dig a path yourself. The most dangerous place was the Eastern Kingdom. There were many ancient ruins under the monks' monastery. Many of them were sealed with terrifying monsters. Half a day passed just like that. Soren finally saw a green area in front of him. This was because he saw a river. A river in the desert. Tall trees were neatly distributed on both sides of the river. These were not natural trees. They were planted and modified by humans. The work of tree shepherds. Since he found a river, it meant that there was an oasis nearby. Soren could not help but quicken his pace and move forward. A city wall made of sand and stone appeared. A tall flagpole was erected at the city gate. This place was completely different from the hinterland of the continent. The whole city was surrounded by sand and wind. The traveling caravans did not use horses. Instead, they used camels. The camels were carrying heavy goods. Beside them, there were Eastern merchants wearing Arabian-style clothes. Many of the surrounding buildings were built with sand and stone, giving off a rough and desolate feeling. Soren entered the city in the desert. There were a lot of pedestrians in the town. The city in the desert was called Hadar, which meant the watcher of the desert. It was an ancient language from the east, and many wizards probably didn't understand it. Soren felt like he was back in the Middle Ages in the western region. The mixed population was a bit like Jerusalem, with both desert people and Westerners, and they were trading with different accents. Merchants from the east were reluctant to enter the western continent, so most of their goods were sold in the cities on the edge of the desert. After coming here, Soren realized that he had forgotten a very important thing. That was to learn the language proficiency spell. Damn that dialect, although there were many people who knew the common language, the main language was still the Eastern one, and there were also some dialects from the desert. He didn't have a translation system, so he could only understand a little bit of what was said. It was troublesome for him to communicate normally. Fortunately, he was just passing by, so he could only talk to merchants who knew the common language. The buildings in the city were domed, and the most eye-catching one was the desert temple. It was the church of the god of death. The clergy of death had always been an important field for the gods to fight for, so almost every pantheon had a god who was involved in the field of death. The desert temple in front of him was the church of the eastern goddess of wealth and death, Nefertis. Soren saw a golden bowl at the top of the temple, with the emblem of the ring of life floating above it. It was a goddess of the chaotic good alignment, and the clergy of the guardian of the dead extended from the field of death. It was the kind of clergy that protected the dead from being disturbed. Therefore, the followers of this goddess were not difficult to deal with. The Eastern gods were outsiders during the ancient empire, and no one knew where they came from. However, the ancient empire had once kidnapped a large number of people from other worlds, and that was how the Eastern desert gods were born. For a long time, the Eastern desert gods rarely interfered with the struggles of other gods. Even during the chaotic era of the Arcane Empire, they were just bystanders. The belief of these gods was limited to the desert, and the Eastern kingdoms were blind spots. Because of the influence of the monks, the Eastern kingdoms were more inclined to believe in the Tao of nature rather than a specific god. This Tao was a bit like the so-called heavenly Tao. However, it was not the same as the heavenly Tao that people knew of. Instead, it was a Tao that leaned more towards the spiritual. Martial monks pursued personal sublimation. If one had to use a word to describe it, Soren thought that it should be the so-called unity of man and nature. In any case, he still could not tell the difference between the spiritual transcendence pursued by the nature droll and the warrior monks. From his point of view, the will of the heavens and nature were basically the same thing. Soren wasn't the kind of person who was too rigid in the spiritual world. There was a passage that went like this. It was a book written by a droll wanderer who traveled to the Eastern Kingdom. This droll wanderer eventually became a powerful legendary champion. In addition to daily training, the monks' cultivation is mainly spiritual. They had a direct and mysterious connection with the spiritual world and could feel the mysteries of nature through meditation. Therefore, they did not need priests or gods. In the process of traveling to the east, I saw many powerful monks. They did not know any magic at all, but they could master many magical abilities through cultivation. This ability did not come from the gods, nor was it any arcane magic that I knew of. It was more like a gift from nature to the cultivators. I think this is another kind of Tao of nature. Therefore, I decided to join them and use my cultivation as a monk to explore the mysteries of nature. Soren temporarily found a hotel to stay in and then prepared to inquire about some information. It was quite difficult to find a place in the vast desert. Even Soren himself only knew the general direction. If no one had explored the place, as a pioneer, he might have to dig a hole. Because his next target, the anti-detection cloak, was in the underground ruins, and it was buried in the depths of the desert. Exploring this kind of underground ruins was not like finding a random dungeon to explore. It was more like excavating an archaeological discovery. The specific operation could be compared to the European plunderers who excavated the Egyptian pyramids. The first batch of underground ruins were almost all excavated by the adventurers. The geographical environment of the desert did not allow for an entrance for thousands of years. Soren wandered in this desert city. Here, he could see adventurers from the east. Every year, there would be monks embarking on the journey of cultivation, visiting the Droll church on the other side of the continent, and learning from other professions. These were their daily practice. The number of monks increased as he approached the east, but most of them still kept their hair. Only those who were prepared to strictly abide by the commandments of the monks, or those who had made the poverty oath, would shave their hair. Violence. If it's not for justice, then it's meaningless. Soren first walked around the place, but when he was about to return to the hotel to rest, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. Then, a loud and hoarse voice came from the front, and he could not help but stop. There were many people gathered in front of him. It seemed that it was human nature to like to watch a commotion. There were many people in front of him. Even the nearby guards were attracted, but they did not mean to stop it. The expressions on their faces seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Soren also walked over quietly. Then, in front of him appeared a paladin with a face full of vicissitudes. From his face, he looked vaguely young, but the wind and frost on his body were too strong, making him look at least 10 years older. The paladin was wearing a shabby silver armor and a fish-scale gauntlet on his wrist. In front of him was a man dressed as a desert warrior. The man's scimitar was held in his hand. He couldn't stab it in and couldn't pull it out at all. The paladin's face made Soren a little stunned. Then he seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. Judgment of justice. Facing the desert warrior in front of him, a white light appeared in the palm of the paladin's hand. He suddenly let go of his palm, pulled out the two-handed sword at his waist, and pointed it at the enemy in front of him. A blood-red light appeared. The man standing in front of the paladin appeared with an evil aura. This blood-red aura startled the others. Anyone with a little knowledge could not help but step back because the desert warrior in front of them was a person with bloody hands. It's a desert bandit. He's one of the skeleton desert bandits. A merchant next to him seemed to remember something, and then said in an angry and scared voice, "They rob the passing merchants and never leave anyone alive." The paladin did not care about the others around him. He looked at the man in front of him and said in a low voice, "A week ago, you attacked a caravan from Oasis City and killed 27 innocent people. You should pay for the crimes you have committed." The paladin held the heavy greatsword in both hands and slashed out. The desert warrior in front of him waved his sword rather awkwardly, but his whole body flew out directly. Bang, his body hit the wall behind him, and he could not help but spit out a trace of blood. Justice. Either by force or by the law. The paladin waved his greatsword again and said in a low voice, "But the law here seems to be protecting you, so I can only rely on force to uphold justice." A faint aura appeared on the greatsword he held in both hands. When the paladin waved his sword again, "Kacha," a crisp breaking sound was heard. The desert bandit in front of him was directly cut off and died instantly under his sword. Evil slash. The paladin glanced at the others and paused for a moment when he passed by Soren, but he quickly looked away. He did not recognize Soren. He came to the body of the desert bandit, leaned over the body and whispered a few words in a special language. Then he looked at the stiff guards around him, picked up the body with one hand and walked out of the city. The others did not hear what he just said. However, when Soren heard the strange language, he could not help but be startled because he was very familiar with this passage. This was a very ancient language. It was impossible to even find out where it came from, but the translation was roughly like this. "In the name of justice, avenge the weak." In the creed of the paladin, there was a very important sentence. Sympathize with the weak, protect the women and children. Perhaps even Soren himself did not expect that his words would really let the young paladin he met in the City of Wealth embark on the road to become a holy avenger. But it seemed that he had not completed his test because the real Holy Avenger was not what Soren saw now. But from him, Soren had seen that he had completed a lot of training because the Holy Avenger also had the test of asceticism. The real Holy Avenger was close to the legendary level. Although the sword he waved just now was very strong, there was still a big gap between it and the Avenger in Soren's memory. And his weapon was not an imitation of the Holy Avenger, but an ordinary two-handed greatsword. This meant that he had not obtained the real qualification yet. The paladin left alone. No one dared to stop him. The city guards just looked at the paladin carrying the desert bandit's body with one hand and then watched him go away. Any city had dark corners. The goods looted by the desert bandits eventually needed a place to sell. Soren watched the paladin leave, and his eyes seemed to move slightly, then he quietly followed him. Soren was far behind. The other party's strength was not what it used to be. If he got too close, he might be discovered. As soon as the paladin left the city, Soren noticed that someone was rushing outside. He had openly killed a skeleton desert bandit in the city, and it seemed to be a leader. It was almost impossible for him to leave the city without being retaliated against. Desert bandits ranked first among the mountain bandits everywhere, and their fierceness was not far from that of pirates. Pirates' desire for revenge was very strong. Since this city sheltered the desert bandits and sold their stolen goods here, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only one member here. The paladin left alone. The possibility of being caught by them outside the city could be said to be more than 80%, that was why Soren quietly followed. He didn't like to help others, but he also didn't want the paladin to die here, so he decided to follow behind and see. If the paladin was not a match for the desert bandits, then he would intervene in this matter. However, seeing the paladin leave so calmly, it seemed that he also had some confidence. The wind and sand became a little stronger. The paladin's speed was not fast, which made Soren wonder if he was deliberately slowing down to wait for the desert bandits to catch up with him. Sure enough, about an hour later, a sound of horse hooves came from afar, and then dozens of masked desert bandits gradually approached from the side of the sand dune and divided into two groups to surround the paladin and block his retreat. Kill. The cold-blooded and fierce desert bandits did not have the slightest superfluous words. There was basically no possibility of them sitting down and talking with the kind paladin. Because under the command of a desert bandit who seemed to be the leader, the other desert bandits shouted and rushed forward. Some of them sped up and rushed down with swords, while others took out their bows and aimed at the target. The number of desert bandits was nearly 40, and it looked like a bandit group. With so many people, even a legend would feel a little tricky. Looks like he's in trouble. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not move at all. He had to make sure that the paladin was not courting death. If he did not even anticipate the situation in front of him, then he was completely courting death. Such a person was not worth saving at all. Because in the end, he would still die. Charge. With a clang, the young paladin threw away the corpse of the desert bandit he was carrying, and then rushed forward with his greatsword in both hands, roaring, "You are guilty. Get rid of all evil." A holy radiance that seemed to have materialized appeared. The sacred warrior's body seemed to be shrouded in some kind of energy. He waved his giant sword and rushed forward. In an instant, he swung his sword horizontally. Accompanied by the whine of a horse, he directly cut down a desert bandit and his horse. "Justice be with me." Tyr's hand. The paladin pressed his palms down on the two-handed greatsword, and the seemingly ordinary two-handed greatsword actually separated from the middle, turning into two one-handed greatswords. He held the sword hilt and sword into the air. In an instant, another two desert bandits were beheaded on the spot. Dance of death. The whirlwind created by the single-handed greatsword was even more frightening than Soren's spinning strike. It could be said that all the enemies that were caught in the whirlwind were split in half. Blood, corpses, broken limbs. At this moment, the violence shown by the young paladin seemed to have a tyrannical aura. This was the Holy Avenger in Soren's memory. Clang. Clang, the arrow hit the paladin's body, but it failed to penetrate his silver-white armor. He blocked the oncoming arrow with his fish-scale gauntlet, and then suddenly accelerated toward the archer in front of him. Justice. Holy. Courage. The young paladin pressed his hand on the sand. The cunning desert bandits immediately turned around and retreated when they found him approaching. It was difficult to catch up with these enemies on foot. However, the next moment, the sacred warrior seemed to have launched some kind of special ability. With the holy white light turned into a summoning circle, a tall white horse rushed out of it. Superior summon mount. Celestial horse. The white horse rushed out of the summoning circle. The sacred warrior turned over and jumped on the horse's back. There was no need for him to guide at all. The celestial horse automatically chased after the enemy under telepathy. This was a warhorse from the upper plane. Only a few professions could summon it, and the sacred warrior happened to be one of them. They were stronger and smarter than the warhorses in the material plane. They were a creature of the upper plane with a creature level of 10 or above. Blood splashed. The sacred warrior rushed into the group of desert bandits like a hot knife through butter. Soon, the enemies were cut down one by one. Clang! Clang! The young sacred warrior was like a ruthless reaper. He had no mercy like the other sacred warriors. His moves were fierce and ruthless. He was even more aggressive than Soren when he reaped the enemy. Almost none of the enemies who died under his greatsword survived. Even if 1 or 2 desert bandits knelt down and begged for mercy after being shot down, he did not hesitate at all. He directly swung his sword and cut off the enemy's head. The fierce battle was still going on. The sacred warrior gradually had more wounds on his body under the siege of the desert bandits. Even the strong celestial horse was a little breathless at the moment because it was shot in the abdomen. Hand of healing. The holy light emerged. After the sacred warrior felt the holy energy, he could use it to heal injuries. However, the healing effect was not as good as that of a priest. This ability could only be used once a day, but the holy energy could be used separately. The paladin wasn't healing himself, but the celestial horse he was riding. He let out a low roar and suddenly jumped down from the horse's back, swinging his sword horizontally. His power was a little weak. Without entering the realm of legends, he could not master powerful legendary abilities such as armor skin, legendary health, legendary battle skills, perfect constitution, and so on. This made his explosive power unable to be supported enough. The desert bandits suffered heavy casualties, but after finding that the sacred warrior was weak, they rushed up again. Sacrifice, glory, unyielding. The young sacred warrior still looked resolute. He put the 2 one-handed greatswords together again, then took a deep breath and roared, Judgment. Sword form, cross slash. The ruthless and overbearing sword light appeared, and the enemies who rushed in front of him were instantly cut into 4 neat pieces. Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression suddenly became a little surprised. Advanced swordsmanship. There were not many abilities in this world that could be called advanced swordsmanship. The complete white raven tactics was one of them, but Soren had not really mastered it until now because he did not have a complete learning program. Sword form, cross slash, was another advanced swordsmanship. Its origin was the crusade against pagans. The complete version should be called silver cross swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship was beyond the scope of mortals, and it could even touch the field of chi like the sword saint. This chi was difficult to describe in words, but it could be roughly explained by an example. A sword saint who was close to the legendary level, under the condition of using chi slash, swinging his sword at a wooden pile 5 meters away could instantly split the wooden pile into 2 halves without touching it. If you really wanted to say something, perhaps it could be understood as sword chi. This ability was very difficult to practice. Basically, anyone who mastered it had gone through a long period of hard work. Basically, the difficulty was similar to that of a sword saint that Soren once saw slashing water with a sword. The young paladin did not use the complete version of silver cross swordsmanship, but the power of each strike was as fierce as a sword saint who activated chi slash. The more powerful the move, the more it would consume the body. Soren could see that he was close to the end of his rope, but when he was about to secretly help the paladin, he suddenly seemed to feel something and retreated into the shadows. Judgment. Another incomparably burly figure appeared. It was a very tall man who was close to 4 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. He held a warhammer in one hand and rushed in like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, there were instantly corpses everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 desert bandits were killed by his hands. This incomparably tall man held a heavy warhammer in one hand and a thick book with a metallic luster in the other. He was expressionless, but he ruthlessly and cruelly slaughtered the desert bandits in front of him. Almost none of the desert bandits present could withstand a single blow from him. All of them were killed in one blow, leaving no survivors. Soren was shocked. He looked at the burly man in front of him and murmured in his heart, "Warden?" Warden, a legendary paladin, the mentor of the Holy Avengers, and also their training instructor. Very good. The warden glanced at the corpses all over the ground, then his eyes fell on the young paladin. He slowly said, "Although it's a little worse than I expected, it's already good enough that you can do this with your strength. Young man. You've passed my test here." A paladin with a professional level of around 16 dealt with a group of desert bandits alone and killed 2/3 of the enemies. This record could be said to be glorious. The young paladin knelt down on one knee and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Warden." The burly man glanced at him, and suddenly his face changed slightly. He said in a dignified voice, "Is that rogue nearby? Please come out and meet me." Was I discovered? What a strong sense. Soren took back his footsteps and slowly walked out from behind the sand dune. The Holy Avengers had been hiding in the Gobi area. They were active in the desert most of the time. Because they also belonged to the Order faction, the paladins of this organization also received some training techniques from the Eastern monks. This may be the reason why he could discover Soren. Listen to the wind to determine the location. There were many special training methods in the Eastern world. For example, the ascetics of the East had a special ability called Wisdom, which was more powerful than the legendary ability, Sixth Sense. In addition, the training methods of the Eastern monks could also give many additional abilities, such as Fleetfoot, Wind Detection, Hidden Weapon Deflection, and so on. Many of these abilities were universal and could be mastered by other professions. Among them, Droll and Blade Master were the professions that learned the most from the monks. The warden in front of him should also have mastered some special ability. He was able to find Soren's trace when he just moved, so he didn't need to continue hiding. He walked out directly and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency. Long time no see." Hearing Soren's words, the warden's clenched warhammer fell slightly and frowned, "Who are you? Have we met before?" Soren's words were a psychological hint that they had met before. In this way, the possibility of the opponent directly attacking him was very low, which made it easier for him to say what he wanted to say next. "We met a long time ago." Soren glanced at the paladin next to him. The young paladin did not recognize him because Soren was wearing a cloak at the moment. At that time, Soren did not have the momentum he had now. As long as Soren was not willing to expose himself, even people who had met him before would not recognize him easily. He glanced at the warden in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Actually, I'm just passing by. But since I've met your Excellency, I'm going to make a deal with you." "A deal?" The warden's expression was a little surprised and he said in a low voice, "What deal?" The one in front of him should be a legendary rogue. Whether he was evil or not, he was not sure of winning. And fighting with a legendary rogue, the paladin next to him was likely to be affected. He did not want a young seed to fall here. The number of Holy Avengers was very small. Most of the paladins were gathered under the Lord of Light. Compared with the Avengers who were fierce and decisive, the Lord of Light's deal was more in line with the beliefs of the paladins. For example, exterminating all evil was one of the creeds of the Holy Avengers. They advocated cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, showing no mercy to the enemy, but other Saint Samurai advocated treating captives well, not attacking the unarmed. Those who have committed lesser sins can be forgiven if they repent, and so on. Using the desert bandits in front of him as an example, the Holy Avengers would kill them all, while the Orthodox paladins might let some of them go. Soren stared at him and said in a low voice, "I heard a piece of news by chance. Perhaps this information will be very useful to you. However, if you want to get information from me, you have to pay a price. It just so happens that I have a favor to ask of you." "Thieves' Union, or rogues from other organizations?" The warden frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What news? What do you want?" Soren smiled and said, "I accidentally heard a piece of news during my travels. I know where the gem on the Holy Avenger, Karsamir is. I know you've always wanted to repair this divine artifact, so I thought you'd be interested in this news. Holy Avenger? The warden was a little shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but take a step forward, locked his eyes on Soren in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Are you sure you know where Karsamir is? Holy Avenger, Karsamir. A +5 divine artifact, and one of the most powerful weapons in the mortal world. However, it was not complete now because this divine artifact still lacked the most important part, which was the Eye of Tyr. The eye of the previous god of justice. This eye was similar to a gem. It could be used to repair the Holy Avenger, Karsamir, and turn it into a real divine artifact. For a long time, the Holy Avenger organization had been looking for its whereabouts, but unfortunately, there had been no clues. Naturally, Soren had never seen this eyeball before, but there were clues about it in his memory. That was something that Soren couldn't get at the moment, but he didn't mind telling the warden in advance. What do you want? The warden's expression gradually calmed down, and he said in a deep voice, I'm curious about what a rogue would want from us. He believed it. Because if it was an ordinary profession who said this, he would probably scoff, but if it was a legendary rogue, then the credibility was quite high. Among many professions, rogues were the easiest to inquire about information. It's nothing important. Soren glanced at him and said slowly, I know that your organization has been active in the Gobi Desert for so many years. I want a map here, but not an ordinary map. I want a map of those ancient ruins. One of the ruins has something I need, so this is a fair deal. There were many dangerous ancient ruins in the desert. Many places were remnants of the Arcane Empire. The paladins also secretly monitored these places to prevent the terrible monsters sealed in them from appearing. The energy radiation had produced many mutant creatures. The existence of ancient evil creatures had always been a great enemy of the Eastern world, and the paladins also shouldered part of the responsibility of the Eastern monks. Map? The warden was silent. As Soren said, this was not something too important. The worst result was that the rogue in front of him had opened some dangerous places. Even without a map, if a legendary rogue insisted on looking, he could still find what he was looking for. Where is it? The warden looked at Soren and said in a deep voice, tell me where it is first. I'll have someone send the map to you. The paladin's words were more reliable. Soren glanced at him and said slowly, in a beholder's nest in the Underdark, it is currently in the hands of a Death Eye tyrant. With your ability, you should be able to ask a legendary wizard to use prophecy. As long as you use prophecy, you can know the truth of the news. As for the specific location, I'll tell you when the map is sent. Prophecy had great limitations. But as long as there were certain clues, it would not be so difficult to determine whether it was true or false. Even if he couldn't directly predict the location of Tyr's eye, he could do it in another way. For example, whether or not the Holy Avenger, Karsamir, was there, whether or not an item from the God of Justice, Tyr, was in its hands, or using another method to make the prophecy. As long as there were clues, there were many things that could not be completely covered by magic shielding. The paladin in front of him could determine the truth of the news as long as he changed his method. Of course. This was the case where Soren was telling the truth, and the legendary prophecy could only be confirmed. If there was nothing he said, it was basically impossible to get any clues just by using Tyr's eye to prophecy. The warden looked at Soren deeply, and then said in a deep voice, okay. As long as the news is true, the things you want will be sent soon. Let's go. The legendary paladin turned and left, as if eager to confirm the authenticity of the news. But before he left, the young paladin couldn't help but look at Soren a few more times, as if he felt that he was a little familiar. Although Soren didn't say the specific location, as long as the news was true, the Holy Avenger's strength could still be found. But the price would be huge, and they had to find the Death Eye tyrant in the Underdark first. Even the warden in front of him might not have much confidence in dealing with such a monster, not to mention that he had an eye from a god in his hands. A day passed quickly. The Holy Avenger's movements were fast. Almost at noon on the second day, Soren got what he wanted. A map marked with most of the ruins in the desert. Soren could determine whether it was true at a glance because even if he wasn't too familiar with the terrain of the desert, He still had some impressions of the locations of the ruins that were tracked by many adventurers in the past. He vaguely remembered more than 70% of the desert ruins on the map. As for the place he wanted to go, it was naturally marked on the map. There was a bailer in the deepest part of the ruins, and there was an obvious mark on the map. Soren's memory coincided with this because the Holy Avenger was among the people who sealed the bailer. This was a bailer with a monster level of 27. The thing Soren was looking for wasn't in the place where it was trapped, so it shouldn't have much interaction with this monster. Nearly half of the things on the map were marked. From golems, evil creatures, demons, all the way to devils, there were many places where things were clearly marked. Such a map was only in the hands of a small number of powerful organizations, and he only got half of it in the Eastern world. Soren told them what he knew. As for whether they could get it or not, it was up to the paladins. The Underdark was full of danger, and it wasn't easy for them to enter. It must be a legendary party to complete the mission. Now that I've got it. Soren didn't need to stay here, so he went directly to the underground ruins. But before that, he needed to hire some people to find a way to dig a passage into the ruins. Although these ancient ruins were buried by the desert, many things inside were still intact. If necessary, Soren could dig a passage himself. Of course. He definitely needed to prepare some tools in advance and see if he could recruit some cannon fodder. The Pearl of the Desert. This was a city very close to the Eastern world, and it was also the border of the Desert of Death. If you continued to go east from here, you would enter the Desert of Death. It was a very dangerous place, and it was also the gathering place of Naruto's believers. There were many clergies in the realm of death, but the most evil were undoubtedly the believers of Naruto. This ancient god was known as the enemy of good, the abomination of life, the emissary of darkness, the king of gloom, the reaper of flesh and blood, and so on. Since he appeared until now, although he had risen and fallen many times, he still had not fallen. This was one of the few surviving ancient gods of death. Naruto's believers did not need a reason to attack others, because their doctrine was to reap lives. This god of death hated life and hated living creatures. Soren's figure came here. In this bustling desert city, there were not many people like him from the mainland. This was the territory of the desert people, and people of other races rarely went too deep. In the center of the city was a towering palace, and the walls on all sides were carved with exquisite reliefs. At the top of the palace was a huge statue of the undead bird. It was said that the undead bird once appeared here and was reborn in the flames, so this place had always been a thorn in Naruto's side. There were many people in the Adventurers Guild. Soren unexpectedly saw elves, dwarves, and halflings, but most of the elves who came here were droll. Since the Eastern monks' practice spread to the mainland, many droll would travel to the Eastern countries. "What can I do for you?" An Eastern woman with a veil and a slender waist appeared in front of Soren. She was the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. Because of the different regions, it was naturally different from the mainland. Don't underestimate this woman. Soren saw at a glance that she was an advanced Oriental dancer. In her exotic dress, there were at least a dozen deadly throwing knives hidden. An advanced profession similar to the clown dancer. The Oriental dancer was proficient in some of the fighting skills of the bards, and at the same time, she had received a small number of training methods from the monks. These women's movements were fierce and deadly, and sometimes they would also act as assassins. They were very good at using their beauty and charming dance moves to confuse the enemy. Even in battle, they were like dancing fairies. This was an advanced profession that required a lot of talent. Not only did it require agility, it also required charm. There were many special advanced professions in the Eastern world. Soren only needed to glance around to find 2 or 3 special advanced professions, including the Ronin near the Eastern Sea. An advanced variant of the Ranger class, a dangerous group of people who were proficient in swordsmanship. "I want to issue a recruitment mission." Soren glanced at the Oriental dancer in front of him, raised his hand, took out a task list, and handed it to the woman in front of him. The Oriental dancer glanced at him, looked up at him with her blue eyes, and whispered, "Exploring the ancient ruins? Mission difficulty level C? We'll need to recruit some experts. The cost is 1,000 Kindler. We'll announce your information. If someone wants to take this mission, we'll send someone to inform you." Please leave us your current address. Soren quickly left the location of the hotel, then glanced at the adventurer's hall, turned around, and walked towards the hotel. He still needed to learn some new spells, and it was not easy to recruit a group of experts. Low-level professions were not even qualified to be cannon fodder in the ancient ruins. Soren was going to stay here for 3 days. As Soren's figure left, the Oriental dancer quickly entered the back of the hall. A middle-aged man with a beard was sitting inside. After glancing outside, he said in a low voice, "Where did he come from?" The Oriental dancer glanced at him and said slowly, "A high-grade rogue. Good skills. He should be from the south. He has the smell of the sea. It's the same smell as that Ronin. I guess he used to be a person who drifted on the sea all year round. I don't know why such a rogue would come to the desert." Observing people's expressions, the Oriental dancer was very good at collecting information. Her knowledge was no worse than that of the bards. As long as it won't cause trouble. The middle-aged man glanced at the mission list and said in a deep voice, "Exploring the ancient ruins? Every year, these adventurers come here to die. They don't know what's in the depths of the desert." The Oriental dancer shrugged her shoulders and said playfully, "What can we do if they want to die? We can't stop them." Soon, the mission announcement was posted. Because it was a sea-level mission, the position was quite obvious. Exploring the ancient ruins? Recruiting experienced veterans? The reward is at least 5,000 Kindler? The person who posted it is a rogue? It looks like the reward is quite good. The announcement quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. However, most of them weighed their own strength and chose to give up because many of them were mercenary groups. At most, they would take on the task of escorting caravans. This kind of ancient ruin exploration was too dangerous. Even if the reward was good, they were not sure. Most professions still wanted to be safe. It looks good. A bearded dwarf in heavy armor glanced at it, then put down his axe and said in a deep voice, "Maybe we can talk to this rogue." Taking on a mission was naturally not that simple. Not many veterans would make a decision easily. They must know the specific content of the mission. Another person who was attracted by the mission was the Oriental Ronin sitting in the corner. There was a jug next to him, and he had been wiping his blade. After hearing the movements of others, he looked at it seriously. 5,000 Kindler. It was already a very generous reward, enough to make a professional like him excited. Spellcasters were as rare as ever. There was not a single wizard in the whole Adventurers Guild, not even a warlock. The droll did not seem to be interested in this kind of mission. They had always rejected the act of exploring the underground because they thought it could easily cause disasters. Many of the droll here were tree shepherds, not droll of the warlock fighting school. The polarization of strength was more serious. 3 days passed quickly. Soren recruited some useful veterans with generous rewards, a dwarven heavy shield warrior, an Oriental Ronin, and a desert warrior. Including Soren, there were 4 people in total. It was a relatively good team. The only shortcoming was that they still lacked a priest. High-grade priests were as difficult to recruit as ever. These guys had high status and rarely took risks to make money. Because he could not recruit spellcasters, Soren had to delay the time. Although he didn't care very much, these temporarily recruited teammates hoped to have a spellcaster around, so that they would be safer. In the end, Soren had to raise the reward to 8,000 Kindler. Unfortunately, this still did not make the spellcasters interested. In desperation, he could only turn this investment to buying supplies from the desert temple. Expensive healing potions were more or less useful. The potions made by priests could reach the effect of heal serious injuries at most, but the price was not cheap. Just as Soren was considering whether to find a way to recruit a high-grade profession to make up the numbers and make up a 5-person adventurer team, a small accident happened. Someone actually took the initiative to find him and was ready to accept this mission. It was a woman. A very beautiful and dangerous woman. Time went back to a day ago. Soren was just about to return to his hotel. He went out today and hired a group of workers to dig a passage to the underground ruins with tools. But just as he walked to the door of the hotel room, Soren's expression suddenly became serious, and then he put his hand on his curved sword. Someone had touched his door, Before leaving, Soren left a very slight mark, but now this mark was not symmetrical. The door had been opened. Soren told the innkeeper not to clean up the room, so there was a high possibility that someone else had sneaked in. There was no sound in the room. Soren was sure that if there was someone inside, the other party could hear his footsteps upstairs. He reached out and grabbed the door handle. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. There was nothing unusual in the room, but Soren could find that the things placed on the table were slightly offset. The distance was about 1 or 2 millimeters. If it wasn't for his amazing observation and memory, it would be impossible to find out that someone had come in and rummaged through his things. Squeak, Soren gently closed the door. He did not relax his vigilance because he could not see anyone in the room. There were many masters who were proficient in sneaking in this world, and there were many people who were not worse than him. Swoosh, there was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. Soren's body tensed up for a moment, then he rolled sideways and pulled out his curved sword with a clang. There was a strange throwing knife at the door. It looked like a twisting snake, and it was aimed at Soren's throat. There was a slight sound of wind. In the dim light of the room, a hazy figure appeared. With the sound of breaking through the air again, 5 throwing knives came from different angles, blocking all of Soren's escape routes. Dang! Dang! Soren instantly blocked the enemy's attack with his sword. At the same time, he jumped over. His figure disappeared strangely when he was in the air, and suddenly appeared behind a hazy black shadow. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Soren did not show any mercy, and all of his attacks were fatal. Giggle. At this moment, the strange figure made a crisp and charming laugh, and then the hazy shadow divided into 3 and dodged in 3 directions at the same time. Hazy dance. Illusion, the strong and tall figure turned over and tapped the roof lightly with her toes, then swooped down and stabbed out a black dagger. The Oriental dancer. Soren's brows furrowed tightly. Facing the figure rushing down from the roof, he suddenly closed his eyes. His ears twitched, and without even looking at the attack above, he swung his sword at the foot of the bed. The shadow rushing down from the roof suddenly disappeared, and the corner of the wall was distorted, and a hazy shadow flashed again. Illusion again, the enemy had not appeared so far. Eastern illusion. As the birthplace of the monks, the Eastern Kingdom's illusion was not like the Western world, which was mostly mastered by wizards, illusionists. Many of the people here who were proficient in illusion were combat professions, among which the Oriental dancer was good at using illusion. Many illusions were illusions, but when one's strength reached a certain level, the illusions would be real. Even the bards who played tricks would not be much worse than the orthodox spellcasters after advancing to a certain level. The Oriental dancer could master the ability of mirror image after advancing to a legendary level. Soren did not dare to make any moves, but waited quietly for the other party to make a move, looking for an opportunity. The woman who attacked him was very strong. She was at least a high-grade profession, and there was a possibility that she was a legendary because she obviously had not done her best. Ring. The crisp sound of the bell rang, which seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of people. For a moment, Soren was a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. At the same time, 3 phantoms appeared in front of him again. They were wearing light silk dresses and dancing lightly. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, they were full of endless charm. These 3 charming figures were not in a hurry to attack, but surrounded Soren and made a burst of crisp laughter, as if they enjoyed the feeling of fooling the enemy. Shadow leap. Sword form, spinning strike. Soren's figure leaped out, and the scimitar in his hand turned into a cold light as he slashed down. The 3 figures in front of him chuckled, dodged slightly, and then waved their daggers to stab at him. Dang, dang. The 3 figures were all real, and they directly blocked Soren's attack. Mirror image. Soren frowned, and his expression was quite serious. Enemies who could master the ability of mirror image, even if they were not legendary, would not be too far away. Where was the real body? The combat power of mirror image was very low, less than 1/3 of the real body. Even the legendary sword saint who practiced mirror image could only retain half of his strength at most. These 3 mirror images did not pose much threat to Soren, but the Oriental dancer hiding in the dark was very dangerous. Soren had not been threatened by this kind of enemy who was proficient in stealth for a long time. What was that smell? Just when Soren was a little at a loss about the enemy's position, his nose suddenly twitched, and then a light burst out of his eyes. He leaped toward the position of the bed. Shadow strike. Sword form, beheading. Fragrance. There was a faint fragrance in the room. It was the fragrance of a woman. Clang, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. A pair of snake-shaped daggers suddenly appeared, and a slim figure was forced to reveal herself. She was sent flying a meter away by Soren's explosive force and crashed into the wall of the room. Oh! The hazy shadow gradually became clear, and the figure of the Oriental dancer appeared. She said in a painful voice, "Wait a minute. Stop. I admit defeat." So painful. Bastard. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Soren's eyes were cold, and his fierce offensive did not stop at all. After the sword form, beheading, he immediately slashed out horizontally. At the same time, he shouted and launched the sword form, spinning strike, sealing all the blind spots of the opponent. Every move was fatal. Although the opponent had admitted defeat, Soren did not mean to stop. Xuanpa. The Oriental dancer's face finally changed. She finally knew what a dangerous enemy she had provoked. She turned around to avoid it. Her slender waist was almost folded in half. Her amazing flexibility allowed her to avoid Soren's attack. At the same time, her figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Soren. Stop. The Oriental dancer jumped back and said anxiously, "I'm just testing your skills. Not an enemy. I'm going to join your team to earn some money, so I'm here to test you." Wait a minute. We've met before. In the Adventurers Guild. Clang. The sound of weapons colliding sounded again. Soren frowned and took back his curved sword. He looked at the opponent coldly and said in a deep voice, "Take off your veil." When the Oriental dancer saw him stop, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She first gasped for breath, then frowned and looked at her arm. On her bare white arm, there was a faint bloodstain. If she had not dodged fast enough, she would have been cut in half by the man in front of her. The Oriental dancer looked at Soren with a strange expression, and then slowly took off her veil, revealing a beautiful face with an exotic Oriental style. There was a small mole at the corner of her eye. Soren looked at the woman in front of him, and his memory ran quickly. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Who is the Oriental princess to you?" The Oriental princess. Soren's words made the woman's face change greatly. She clenched the snake-shaped dagger in an instant and said in a nervous voice, "Who are you? Why do you know this?" Sure enough, it had something to do with the Oriental princess. Soren couldn't help but think of a beautiful figure, which made him touch his ear subconsciously. After he advanced to the legendary rank, he traveled the whole continent and fought with countless legendary powerhouses. He even fought with the incarnations of the gods several times, but he was defeated by a mysterious woman from the east. Not only did he fail the mission, but he also lost nearly 1/3 of the people in the team. In the end, he also lost one of his ears. If he had been a little slower at that time, he would not have lost an ear, but his whole head, the Oriental princess. She was an advanced dancer with a profession level of 30+. She was proficient in illusion, mirror image, charm and other abilities. She was good at sneaking, assassination, and inquiring about information. She secretly controlled many brothels in the Eastern Kingdom. No one knew her true identity, and her alignment could not be judged. She had a very special thing in her hand. It was said that it was a divine artifact passed down from the Eastern Kingdom, which could make people have an ageless face and a long life. Say it. Soren's eyes were slightly cold. He held the hilt again and said in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" The Oriental dancer in front of him had a complicated expression. She didn't seem to understand why a person from the western part of the continent would know the existence of the Oriental princess. She took a step back gently. After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, "I really just intend to test your skills. I just received information that in the underground ruins you are going to, there is something that Her Excellency is also very interested in. So I was ordered to take it out. I mean no harm. Otherwise, I would have used the ecstasy powder before you entered the room." ecstasy powder. The effective means of the Oriental dancer could sometimes even defeat legendary powerhouses. What is it? Soren frowned and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid you didn't come here to test my skills, but to steal the information of the underground ruins from me, right? It seemed that Soren was right. The Oriental dancer in front of him seemed to be avoiding his eyes. During this time, she had been secretly observing Soren's actions and found that many of his preparations seemed to be for certain specific situations. This made her very sure that Soren had specific information about the underground ruins in his hands. If he didn't know the general situation in the underground ruins, he would never deliberately prepare so many things. The Oriental dancer didn't speak. It seemed that she acquiesced to this point. Then she said, there is one thing in this underground ruins. It is a gem left behind by the Desert Kingdom. My task is to find it. As for the other things, I don't want them. If you think it's okay, maybe we can cooperate. Since you know the existence of Her Excellency, you should also know our strength. With our help, it will be much easier for you to explore the underground ruins, and we also need your information about that place. After all, there is a terrible Baylor demon sealed below. The other party's words made Soren fall into deep thought. For people like Soren, there were basically no eternal enemies. He could even deal with the unpredictable and sinister drows and cooperate with them many times. Now it was not impossible to cooperate with the Oriental dancer in front of him. However, he couldn't believe the woman in front of him, just like he never believed the promise of the drows. The people of the Oriental dancer would not be easier to deal with than the female drows, however, their strength might still be able to be borrowed. Soren was used to the insidiousness and cunning of the drows, so even if the woman in front of him was not very trustworthy, he was still confident in his heart. It was nothing more than using each other and relying on their own means at the critical moment. Although Soren suffered a loss in the hands of the drows, in the end, he was also fiercely stabbed by her. When it came to playing tricks, Soren had some confidence in his heart. Okay. Soren looked at the other party, nodded unexpectedly, and said in a deep voice, we will set off the day after tomorrow. I still need something. Maybe you can help me get it. The Oriental dancer didn't seem to expect Soren to agree so quickly, but in the end, she smiled and nodded gently. She turned her eyes and said, no problem. The things you want will be delivered tomorrow. Things seem to be settled like this. Soren finally decided to set off the day after tomorrow, and in the group of cannon fodder, there was an additional Oriental dancer above high grade, as well as some people she brought with her. Although Soren could not know everything about the situation in the underground ruins, after all, there was a cloak that was like a divine artifact for rogues, so he remembered the general situation and the distribution of areas inside more clearly. In this case, he had the geographical advantage. Even if there was an accident, he had more than a 50% chance. So, on the morning of the third day, this group of adventurers set off on the road to the ancient ruins with nearly 100 people and materials close to a caravan. Before everything began, Soren must find the right excavation site and open a passage into the ancient ruins. The group of people slowly moved forward in the yellow sand. The closer they got to the desert of death, the stronger the sandstorm became. Sometimes, there would even be terrible sandstorms. Even a powerful professional like Soren could be buried in the sand after a sandstorm. Energy radiation not only changed the environment, but also the abnormal climate of the desert. Although the tree shepherds had worked hard for hundreds of years to build some oases and plant defenses in the desert. But in the end, they were easily destroyed by the terrible sandstorms. Sometimes, the wind from the desert of death was like a storm, and it could directly bury a river. Of course. But that was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was the desert tornado. This was the real disaster, or even a nightmare. The gigantic tornado engulfed everything in its vicinity. Any caravan that encountered it would not be able to escape. Gigantic tornadoes were formed due to the mutation of energy radiation. When the intensity of the tornado exceeded level 5, it could cause energy chaos in the nearby area. This was the so-called dead magic area and magic chaos area. In this area, the wizard's spells were very likely to be ineffective, and in that case, there was no place to escape. Soren had seen a giant tornado with a range of more than 15 kilometers, from the yellow sand below to the clouds in the sky. It was as if the whole world was about to be sucked in. Note: giant tornadoes can be encountered about once every 3 years. He still remembered the first time he came here with other teams. At that time, they realized that the terrible natural climate was sometimes more troublesome than the powerful monsters. The group moved forward very slowly. This was because they had prepared more than 30 camels, and there were also a lot of supplies on them. Although there were only 5 adventurers in the team, the amount of supplies they needed was quite large. When Soren first came to the desert to explore the ruins, the whole team was a little dumbfounded when they arrived at the place. Because there was no way in, the poor dwarven juggernaut was forced to dig for 2 whole days because of their high stamina. Only then did they open a passage into the ruins, but after they met a sealed wall, everyone had to go back and prepare more tools. Later, when exploring the ancient ruins, the adventurers would bring a team of 30 to 40 people. Just like that, the group advanced for 3 days. Along the way, Soren also gained a better understanding of the others. For example, the dwarven juggernaut was a chatterbox. Of course, under the circumstances where he didn't drink, he was still relatively quiet. Dwarves didn't have much resistance to good wine. Along the way, while others drank water, this guy had been drinking. If it wasn't for his amazing physique, this fellow would have been drunk to death. The name of the dwarven juggernaut was Sauron Tatanden. He was a very young dwarf, only 46 years old this year. He had a thick beard and a strong body. He had the dwarven bloodline of Helm's Deep, and his body could be slightly petrified, as if he had been blessed with stone skin. Bloodline of the Hill Dwarves. The name of the Eastern Ronin was Ingzong. He was an advanced Ronin from the Eastern Sea region. There were many islands there, and many Ronins were advanced pirates. This was a very quiet guy. He had been polishing his sword all along the way. He should be quite strong, but what surprised Soren was that he was using his left hand. A left-handed Ronin swordsman. As for the other desert warrior, he was a more famous adventurer in the local area. His name was Muhammad Nord. A desert warrior with a profession level of about 15, an advanced profession of the warrior. Like Soren, he was good at using 2 weapons to fight. His weapon was similar to a Persian scimitar. His dress was also a bit similar to that of the Persians. Note: the desert warrior's advanced profession is similar to that of the northern warrior. It belongs to a regional advanced profession and has received special regional combat training. As for the last oriental dancer, she should be the only profession that Soren didn't know the depth of. He could only determine that her profession level was above 16, proficient in illusion, and also mastered mirror image. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, Soren and others finally arrived at their destination. There was a landmark building here, which was a broken obelisk. They didn't know what it was used for. But in the underground ruins buried in the desert, many large ruins had such obelisks. Here we are. Soren looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "It's here. Let the workers get ready to work." He quickly came to the bottom of the obelisk, and then began to move in the direction of the sun. Soren counted his steps and walked about 150 meters, and then about 50 meters to the north. Finally, he squatted down, reached out and touched the yellow sand on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Start digging from here. Dig a passage about 3 meters in diameter." There were many dangerous places under the ancient ruins. Digging in the wrong place could lead to accidents. Moreover, the whole city was buried in yellow sand. When the disaster happened, almost no residents in the city survived. Under such circumstances, the possibility of undead creatures appearing in the city was very high. Nearly 100 workers began to get busy. Digging a passage with a diameter of 3 meters was not so easy. Because this was a desert area, there was sand above, and there might be quicksand below. It was very difficult to dig a passage in the sand. It needed to be cleaned up nearby, and a lot of tools were used. Nearly 100 people seemed to be a lot, but when they really started to work, it wasn't very fast. They had to dig a passage with a shovel, and they could only do it slowly. The sky gradually darkened. Soren supervised the workers' work, and then got up and walked around to see if there was anything unusual. Ah! At this moment, there was a shrill scream from the construction site, and then all the professionals present rushed over. Soren also rushed over. Before he got close, he saw a worker twitching on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and soon stopped breathing. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The one who answered Soren was the Eastern Ronin. There was a yellow scorpion on the blade of his sword, and he said in a deep voice, "It's a sand scorpion. It's very poisonous." They had just started work, and a person had died. This was a considerable blow to the enthusiasm of the workers. Many people were a little timid when they worked. Soren had no choice but to let Dongfeng Ronin supervise from the side and deal with the sand scorpions that might appear at the same time. This guy's sword speed was very fast. Just now, it was he who killed 3 sand scorpions in an instant. Night fell. A group of people set up tents near the construction site. The workers gathered together to sleep, while the professionals took turns to keep watch. The wind was very strong at night. But fortunately, it only lasted for a while. It was quiet all around, and occasionally a slight rustling sound could be heard. Soren sat by the campfire and meditated. From time to time, he turned his head to look at the hole that had been dug, because there were more than just a few poisonous scorpions below. Light footsteps came from behind him, and then he saw the Oriental dancer sitting in front of him in a wide cloak. "What are you worried about?" The Oriental dancer met Soren's gaze, and said with a meaningful expression, "Since you came here, you seem to be a little worried." Soren did not answer the question of the Oriental dancer. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes seemed to pass through the sky and see some fragments of the future. The stars in the night sky were already very dim. As they entered the latter part of April, some of the stars became very inconspicuous. No matter how one looked at it, the moon was a bit gray, as if it was covered with a layer of haze. There were still 8 months before the end of this year. These should be the most stable 8 months for Soren. When the spring of next year came, he was afraid that he would not be so relaxed and stable. The Oriental dancer looked up at the sky, and she seemed to be a little absent-minded. She murmured, "Have you heard of the legend of the East?" "What legend?" Soren stirred the fire and said in a deep voice. The Oriental dancer stood up and looked at the moon. Then, he said in a low voice, "When all the stars in the sky become dim, a demon star will streak across the sky. At that time, there will be a huge disaster. It is said that there are rumors in many places, and the monks seem to be secretly preparing to deal with something. There is news in the Eastern Kingdom that many ascetic monks have come out, including the ascetic monks of the Prajna sect. The actions of the monks make many people feel uneasy. After completing this task, I will return to the Eastern Kingdom. Her Excellency Empress asked us to withdraw from the Desert of Death before the second half of the year, although I don't know what will happen." The Eastern Empress. This woman's professional level was above level 30. She was a legend among legends. Soren was not surprised that she could detect the signs of the Avatar crisis in advance. The Desert of Death was the first to bear the brunt of the Avatar crisis. There were too many evil things sealed here, but there was no monastery to suppress them. It was easy to become a chaotic place of killing. "It's good to leave here." Soren turned and glanced at the woman behind him. The Oriental dancer had a charm that was different from other women. This exotic style made it easy for them to gain the favor of others. But it did not include Soren, because the woman in front of him was very likely to want to get closer to him. If one had to use a kind of person to describe the Oriental dancer, they were like the Ingwe faction of the Devil sect. The Oriental Empress was proficient in charming techniques, and the lethality of her dance was definitely not much weaker than the demonic dance. Moreover, they were inextricably linked to the brothels of the Eastern Kingdom. On the surface, many Oriental dancers were the top hostesses of brothels, but secretly, they were ruthless assassins. Soren stood up and looked at the woman in front of him. "Time's up," he said in a deep voice. "It's time for someone else to keep watch. You'd better rest early today. We can enter the underground tomorrow." The second night watchman was the Oriental Ronin. He sat by the fire with his sword in his arms. He glanced at the Oriental dancer, but his face showed a lack of interest. After a while, he pierced a scorpion with his sword and roasted it over the fire. Surprisingly, he drank some wine. The night passed quickly. The next day, the laborers were urged to work again. Their progress was much faster in the morning. they dug up the broken walls of some buildings. However, something unexpected happened once again. After digging a hole in the wall, a large number of sacred beetles suddenly rushed out. The black mass of sacred beetles crazily rushed out and submerged the 3 workers who were closest to them. Not to mention these ordinary people, even the other professions present, especially the Oriental dancer, could not help but turn pale after seeing the dense sacred beetles. Desert sacred beetles. They were like marching ants in the outer islands, a creature that could drown even high-grade professions. Fire. Soren had been prepared for this for a long time. With his order, someone poured kerosene on the side of the passage, and then the fire spread to the passage. It burned for more than 10 minutes before the sacred beetles were driven to other places. There were a lot of burned sacred beetles at the entrance of the passage. There were probably thousands of them. Many ancient ruins in the desert had this kind of creature. If one did not prepare in advance, seeing them would make one's scalp tingle. 2 dead and 1 injured, the casualties were still within Soren's expectations, although they had just dug to the edge of the underground ruins. Get ready to go in. Soren looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, hold the torch. Everyone else, get ready. There should be an ancient ruin square below here. There are some unclean things inside. We have to clean them up first before we can continue to dig the passage. Ordinary people would die if they went down. Soren had to clean up some monsters inside before they could go in and continue to dig. I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. The dwarven juggernaut knocked on his shield, jumped up from the sand dune, and said excitedly, is there treasure below? Didn't you say that you know the situation inside very well? There should be some good things near the square, right? Treasure. Except for Soren and the Oriental dancer, the rest of the people present came for wealth. Soren glanced at him and nodded, there should be some. According to the distribution of buildings during the Arcane Empire, we should be able to find a lot of arcane gold coins nearby. The value of this gold coin is very high, and the exchange ratio with Kindler is about 1:10. Arcane gold. Simply put, it was gold refined by alchemy. The stability of gold was very strong, and the gold coin manufacturing technology of the Arcane Empire was at least 2 eras ahead of the current era. Is it so valuable? The dwarven juggernaut was a little excited. Doesn't that mean that if we find 100 of them, we can exchange them for 1,000 Kindler? Hearing his words, the expressions of the Oriental Ronin and the desert warrior changed slightly. It was normal to find thousands of ancient gold coins in an underground ruin exploration, which meant that there were tens of thousands of Kindler's income, not counting other treasures. Don't be happy too early. Soren frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, there may be undamaged golem guards below. Our task is still to clean up the square first, and then explore other areas. The dwarven juggernaut patted his chest and said seriously, I know. It's not the first time I've come out to explore ruins. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Rumble, there was a slight sound of collapse in the passage, as if a wall had been pushed down. Soren glanced down and immediately said, prepare the rope. We've dug an entrance that looks more than 30 meters deep. Torches, hook locks, pulleys. Soren walked in the front as a rogue. Although he could easily go down with the help of levitation, he still slowly slid to the bottom with a rope. At present, no one knew that he was a part-time wizard, so it was better to keep it a secret for the time being. Safe. Soren's night vision was very strong. He glanced around, immediately lit the torch, and said in a deep voice, you can come down. The second one to come down was the dwarven juggernaut. He was the orthodox meat shield. His heavy armor was more than 60 pounds, and only the dwarven juggernaut could afford to wear it. Good strength, the highest constitution among the conventional races. Dwarves who don't advance can reach 19 points if they have good talent. The dwarven juggernaut is a top meat shield in all aspects except for his height disability, and these guys are born with good taunting ability. Bang, because of his weight, the sound of his landing was not small. The sound echoed in the dead underground, and soon there seemed to be some slight movements coming from all sides. Never expect the juggernaut to move quietly. Soren listened for a while, and his face gradually became dignified. He said in a deep voice, come down quickly. Get ready to fight. The desert warrior and the Oriental Ronin were both agile melee professions. They soon landed and stood firm, while the oriental dancer landed quietly. Woo woo woo, strange sounds came from all directions, making one's hair stand on end. Damn it. The dwarven juggernaut listened for a while and muttered, "It's really the undead." What the hell? A faint blue flame appeared. The breath of the undead appeared with the cold wind. There should be little ventilation in the closed underground ruins, so they knew at once that they had encountered the undead. Ghost. Ghost fire. There seems to be a skeleton undead nearby. Soren frowned and looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Get the holy water ready, you can smear it on your weapons. Everyone, don't be too scattered, no one knows what monsters are here." Woo woo woo, translucent figures appeared, and these undead, who were buried together with the city, rushed towards them. Clang. Soren slashed his sword in an instant. The curved sword icing death had energy damage, which could directly deal with these undead creatures. I hate the undead. The clumsy dwarven juggernaut had no way to deal with the ghosts. He could only turn his eyes and find an awakened skeleton undead, challenge rating 6. All the people present were high-grade professions. They were also the leaders of a town organization, so it was naturally easy to deal with these undead. The battle lasted only a few minutes. All the undead were dealt with. Soren put away his curved sword and began to light the torch. This was the first stop to explore the underground ruins. Because it sunk into the depths of the desert, many places were buried. The exploration must be done step by step from here. Although the light became abundant, everything in front of them was also displayed in front of them. This was a square with a large diameter, and in front of it was a broken obelisk. Half of the square was buried, and the other half was the location where they dug. If Soren hadn't found the location, it would have been useless for them to dig here, unless they dug out all the soil and sand. There was a passage near the square, which was the street of the city. It was very open, but many had been buried, and the collapse of the houses was quite serious. Only a few of the buildings in front of them were intact. These well-preserved places were not simple, and there were traces of arcane magic. This should be the location. Before Soren acted, he was still prepared to give them some benefits. After all, they were all high-grade professions, and it was difficult for them to really work hard if they didn't see the benefits. He still had a deep impression in his memory that there was a place nearby with a lot of loot. Follow me. Soren looked up. It had been buried for thousands of years, and it was much more solid, but he did not rule out the possibility of abnormal collapse. He did not want to be buried under the sand. The group of people moved forward very carefully. As they gradually approached a relatively intact building, some plants unexpectedly appeared in front of them. Mossy plants. There were mottled traces on the wall, and there were broken artificial crystals. This was the craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire. They used artificial crystals to transmit magic energy. Intruder found. Intruder found. Reserve energy activated. Magic-powered device activated. Level 1 defense system activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the wall in front of him, followed by heavy footsteps. A 3-meter-tall puppet golem made entirely of steel stepped out. Soren stepped back vigilantly, letting the dwarf warrior stand in front, and said in a deep voice, "It's a puppet golem from the Arcane Empire. Be careful. They may have the means of energy attack." As long as it was an underground ruin related to the Arcane Empire, it was easy to encounter these steel golems, because they completely replaced the city guards during the Arcane Empire. Target found. Magic-powered guard Type 1 received attack command. Click. The arm of the steel golem in front of them suddenly turned, and then a black cannon barrel stretched out. This was a rare golem craftsmanship in the current era. Soren just glanced at it and his face changed greatly, spread out quickly. Boom, boom boom boom, 3 energy cannons hit where they were, directly blowing up pits in the ground. The power was not much different from that of mortars. Ba ba ba. The dwarf juggernaut spat out the soil in his mouth, roared, rushed over with his shield in front of him, and shouted, "Tadenden hates puppet golems. Go to hell. Steel monster." The mountain dwarves also had brilliant alchemy, which was finally destroyed in the hands of the dwarf defender, construct golem, they created. Clang, with a harsh sound of metal collision, the dwarf warrior's axe hit the leg of the steel golem, and sparks came out directly. Attack the joint position. Soren's figure also moved and went around from the side. The Oriental Ronin also reacted quickly. He slid sideways and swung his sword at the leg joint of the golem. Activate the energy shield. Elemental fission shield activated. Insufficient energy. Elemental fission shield failed to activate. Magic-powered guard type 1, switch to the melee form. Under the attack of Soren and others, the joint part of the steel golem began to operate, like a transformer, and the black muzzle entered its body and transformed into a pale golden square shield and a giant sword forged with magical steel craftsmanship. At the same time, the key part of its leg that was hit began to gradually recover, and the metal seemed to come alive and gradually return to its original appearance. Memory metal? Soren's face changed in an instant, and then his expression became a little surprised. He murmured, "Is it a high-level construct golem?" Memory metal. As long as the advanced technology of the Arcane Empire was not completely damaged, it could gradually be restored to its original state. This was an alchemy process that was only used on the high-level golems of the Arcane Empire. The memory metal allowed these golems to have the ability to repair themselves, which would allow them to continue fighting for a long time. For example, what Soren saw in front of him was a wound on the leg of a high-level construct golem, but it quickly recovered to its original state. Memory metal had a great relationship with the weapons of the Xianxias in the astral realm. Many wizard organizations were secretly studying this metal to strengthen golems. Unfortunately, the progress he had made so far wasn't that great. Focus your attacks on one spot. Soren twisted his body to avoid the giant sword wielded by the high-level construct golem. At the same time, he backhanded his sword and slashed at the enemy's leg. The golem's strength was infinite, and only the dwarven juggernaut could withstand it. If the others were to face it head-on, they would either die or be injured. Fortunately, it had been buried in the underworld for too long, so the high-level construct golems didn't have much energy left. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't know what other terrifying attacks they had. A fully constructed golem of this level was sometimes similar to a simplified version of a transformer. Clang! Clang, the sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. The Arcane Empire's alloy steel craftsmanship was very strong. Soren felt like he was using a cold weapon to dismantle a tank. The strength of the alloy steel was almost at the level of aerospace craftsmanship. Soren had a sense of helplessness as he gnawed on a hard bone. The magic golems were highly resistant to spells and ignored most of the negative statuses. The only way to deal with them was to tear them apart. Who would have thought that I would encounter a situation that was jokingly referred to as tearing down a Gundam with my bare hands so soon? Soren slid 3 meters to the side. Then, he switched from holding the sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. He activated sword form, horizontal slash, and slashed at the high-level construct statue's knee. Perhaps their series of attacks finally had an effect, as the memory metal's recovery ability was damaged by the continuous attacks. The high-level construct golem's body shook, and then its movements suddenly became slow and awkward. Its leg rune had been destroyed. Good chance. Soren's face lit up, and he said in a low voice, "Attack its other leg and stop it from moving." Gale cut. The enemy's movement speed was impaired, and the Oriental Ronin, who was a little restrained at first, suddenly became brave. Among all of them, he was the only one who was inclined to the warrior profession and did not wear heavy armor. Now that the enemy's movement was impaired, he was able to attack freely. The Oriental Ronin's left hand was like a gust of wind, and his technique was a bit like the sword-drawing technique. In an instant, he slashed 3 times, all hitting the same position, and in an instant, the other leg joint of the high-level construct golem was split open with obvious cracks. Is it the Storm Ronin's faction? Soren glanced at him and thought to himself, so, he's probably an Eastern Ranger who evolved into a Ronin? There were many special advanced professions in the Eastern countries. Soren's deepest impression was the Fist Master that came from the Eastern world. In the Eastern world, there were many professionals who specialized in a certain skill, and they believed that this skill would eventually become compatible with the heavenly axiom, nature, and world. Boom, the heavy greatsword was smashed down by the high-level construct golem. The dwarven juggernaut, who had resisted it once, did not take it head-on again. After that, he used his short stature to avoid the attack. Let me do it. After Soren jumped out of the battle, he put away his curved sword and replaced it with a small dagger with a pale golden luster. He said to the desert warrior who was fighting, "Attract its attack, I'll cut off its leg." The curved sword was a legendary equipment, but its cutting ability was not as good as the dagger in Soren's hand. Because this dagger was a weapon forged with a lot of fine gold. Among all the special metals, the hardness and cutting ability of fine gold were the most amazing. A real fine gold weapon could even be used to cut diamonds. This dagger was better than many legendary equipment when cutting metal. Sword form, spinning strike. With a burst of sparks, Soren rushed to the side of the high-level construct golem. At the same time, the dagger in his hand cut through the broken steel armor with a cold light. Crack, there was a clear sound of breaking. When Soren's figure rushed forward to avoid the waving shield, the high-level construct golem behind him suddenly shook, and then rumbled and fell to the ground. One of its legs had been severed. Rogues still have to rely on equipment to survive. Without a suitable weapon, many skills are useless. Soren put away the fine gold dagger, and then took out the curved sword again. The dagger was too short, too small, and not easy to use. Even if he had trained in using the dagger, Soren still did not like this short and powerful weapon. Dang! Dang, the high-level construct golem with one leg cut off suddenly became a live target. Its incomplete movement speed was basically difficult to threaten the others present. However, another problem arose. It seemed to have activated its defensive mode and put the heavy shield in front of its body, which suddenly made people feel like they were facing a turtle shell. Losing a leg made it give up most of its attacks. The intelligent command input by the Arcane Empire actually let it know to switch to defensive mode in a disadvantageous situation. This time everyone was a little dumbfounded. It was not that they could not kill it, but the opponent was obviously in a defensive counterattack posture. Unless they could deceive its counterattack, they were very likely to be included in the sweeping range of the giant sword after attacking. Damn it! Soren's face was a little ugly, and he murmured, "This golem actually has the ability, attack through defense." The puppet golems of the current era did not have any abilities. Only the high-level golems of the Arcane Empire could be inputted with some special combat abilities by the great arcanists. It was definitely quite depressing to encounter such a high-level golem. What a tough bone to chew. The dwarven juggernaut took a step back with his battle axe and gasped slightly, "What do we do now? This damn thing stays in place and defends. Why don't we go around it?" "No." Soren shook his head and said, "It's safer to get rid of it. Attack through defense." A very disgusting defensive ability, it was equivalent to giving up on offense and focusing on defense. At the same time, under the situation of focusing on defense, it could carry out part of the defensive counterattack. If other people mastered this ability, it would be a little better. They could more or less break through the defense ability. But when this ability was mastered by a high-level puppet golem made completely of steel, the situation became very troublesome. "Cover me." Soren frowned and thought for a moment. Then the pale golden dagger appeared in his palm, and he said in a deep voice, "Help me attract its attention. I'll find a chance to destroy its energy core." There was no energy. No matter how powerful a construct golem was, it was still a pile of scrap metal. Soren needed someone to cover for such a dangerous thing. The others continued to harass the high-level construct golem. Soren, on the other hand, kept circling around it, looking for a breakthrough point. The energy core was generally placed in the most heavily protected area. This kind of golem was unlikely to place the energy core in its head. The most likely place was its chest. Because no matter from which angle, the chest was the easiest place to protect. The high-level construct golem only needed to put a shield or a greatsword across its chest to block most of the attacks. Therefore, its energy core was likely to be inside the alloy steel armor on its chest. Attract its attack. Soren turned his eyes to the oriental dancer next to him. She was the most agile and flexible one besides Soren. Against this kind of steel-shaped enemy, the oriental dancer did not have much fighting power, but she was one of the few people who could deceive the high-level construct golem to fight back. Soren needed her to open a breakthrough point, otherwise, the shield would be too uncomfortable. Hazy dance. Moonlight step. The Oriental dancer's reaction was very fast. Her tall figure suddenly jumped lightly like a dance, and her figure gradually became hazy. When she slid to the side of the high-level construct golem, she suddenly waved her dagger and stabbed it. Clang, unsurprisingly, the high-level construct golem blocked the attack with a heavy shield. In the combined defense with attack mode, its defensive ability had increased by at least 3 levels. The greatsword swept down. The Oriental dancer's expression was not worried. With a light twist and a light tap of her toes, she dodged with a technique similar to Xuanpa. At this moment, Soren, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally moved. His figure disappeared into the shadows. Evade sight. Soren's figure disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared beside the high-level construct golem out of thin air, or it should be said that he appeared directly in the arms of the high-level construct golem. Time went back half a second. The high-level construct golem blocked the attack of the Oriental dancer with a heavy shield, and then waved its greatsword with a backhand sweep. At this moment, the shield in its hand was raised slightly, and at the same time, under the light of the nearby torch, the shield formed a shadow that was projected on its own body. And Soren's figure jumped out of this shadow. It was a crazy move. This was like walking on a tightrope. No, it should be said that he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Soren's silhouette appeared right next to the high-level construct golem. The golem's cold steel armor touched his arm. In this situation, as long as the high-level construct golem's reaction speed was slightly faster, it could instantly close its arms and trap Soren inside. The enormous strength was enough to strangle him to death. However, Soren was still one step ahead of him. After directly appearing beside the high-level construct golem with shadow jump, a pale golden cold light appeared in his palm, and then the fine gold dagger accurately pierced the chest of the high-level construct golem. Accompanied by a burst of crackling flames, the puppet golem in front of him trembled, and then its arms fell down powerlessly. Patter, Soren landed on the ground. His chest was a little undulating, and it seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy just now. This kind of risky move was more or less frightening, but it seemed that he had successfully hit the enemy's energy core. If he did not hit the enemy's vital parts, he would have to use shadow jump again to escape from the enemy's attack range. It's finally dead? The dwarven juggernaut gasped and sat on the ground, muttering, "This thing is probably more powerful than the dwarven defender." No wonder the Arcane Empire was destroyed. No one paid attention to his words. After Soren rested for a moment, he slowly stood up and said, "There should be some loot inside. You guys go and collect it." Loot. Hearing Soren's words, the dwarven juggernaut quickly got up and walked inside quickly. "Let's go. Let's see what's good inside." The others looked at each other and could not help but follow. As normal adventurers, they were more concerned about how much they could get. Soren stood still. He was now the pirate king who ruled the 3 seas, and his value was comparable to the ruler of a small kingdom. The only thing that really attracted him here was the cloak against detection, which was undoubtedly a divine artifact for rogues. The other one who stood still was the Oriental dancer. She seemed to be very interested in the high-level construct golem in front of her and whispered, "Is this the craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire? It's really amazing wisdom." Soren ignored her. He reached out and took out some tools, and then began to disassemble the high-level construct golem in front of him. Although Soren was not an orthodox wizard and did not know much about alchemy, many of the parts inside were at the level of the Arcane Empire's craftsmanship. It would definitely be useful for Gloria's research. The challenge level of this thing was probably close to level 20. They could deal with it so easily, and more importantly, it was because the enemy's energy was insufficient. The elemental fission shield sounded like a very high-end thing. Dang. Soren quickly disassembled the high-level construct golem into parts. Some things that looked like a construct body were all put in by him, and then he collected some samples of the memory metal. The golem craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire was very exquisite. The parts inside were more than 10 times more complicated than the current golem craftsmanship. It made people feel like they were disassembling a robot. Soren found the energy core in the chest of the golem that he had destroyed, and something similar to a crystal block in its brain. This should be its intelligence system, right? Soren held the purple crystal block in his hand and said with a dignified expression, "It can actually inject special abilities into the puppet golem." How did the spellcasters of the Arcane Empire do it? It was very high-end stuff. It could even be said to be at the level of artificial intelligence. Soren became more and more curious about the craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire. He didn't know how to study this thing at all. So Soren directly put it away and planned to bring it back to Gloria to see if she could find something from it. At the very least, it could help her upgrade her steel golem. If the puppet golem could be injected with special abilities, then its growth would be quite terrifying, soon. The dwarven juggernaut and the other two people came out of the front room. They brought out a lot of good things, and some complete light purple crystals. It was not clear whether they were artificial or natural crystals. Looking at their expressions, they should be satisfied with the benefits they obtained. This was good. Soren wanted to satisfy them so that these people would really work hard. The spoils of war made the others more active in their actions. After disassembling the body of the high-level construct golem, Soren began to survey the nearby terrain. Many places had collapsed and buried. The only passage pointed to the north, which was not where Soren wanted to go. The scope of the underground ruins was very large. After all, this was a sunken city, but the places that could be explored were limited, unless a large number of people were arranged to dig out the city. Such a project was difficult even in the 21st century, so the exploration of the ruins was mainly concentrated in the core area. Let the workers come down. Soren surveyed the nearby terrain, then came to a thick wall and said in a deep voice, "You should be able to enter the interior if you break through here. Let them come down with tools and dig bit by bit. You can't blow it up with gunpowder." The light in the square was already very strong. The torches illuminated this area, and the monsters were basically cleaned up by them. The Oriental dancer quickly went up and asked people to come down. After a while, dozens of workers timidly landed along the rope. They glanced at the surrounding environment, and the expressions on their faces were still very scared. But at this time, it was no longer up to them. Under the orders of the professionals, these workers began to dig the side walls. The rhythmic knocking echoed in the underground ruins, as if the vibration had disturbed something. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the depths of the underground ruins, and some kind of aura that penetrated the soul. Baylor, monster level 27, the Baylor, sealed in the deepest part of the underground ruins, felt the vibration above, but it could not leave the range of the seal at all. The only people present who knew what was below were Soren and the Oriental dancer, but they were wise enough not to speak, because it was better not to let others know about this kind of existence. The workers stopped in fear under the slight movement, but were soon called to work quickly again. Soren could not stay here for too long. "There seems to be something here," the bearded dwarf warrior murmured. The Oriental Ronin glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "There must be something under this kind of place. We'd better move faster." It took him more than an hour to do so. They finally opened up a passageway. Unlike the plaza, the space inside was very narrow. Broken buildings supported the gaps inside, and many places only allowed one person to pass through at a time. Of course, Soren was the one leading the way. His main goal was to get the cloak of proof against detection, so he was heading straight for the general area. This legendary equipment was stored in a special room. Its previous owner should have been a powerful professional. Now, there was a monster that was very difficult to deal with. This monster had once wiped out the adventurers who first explored this place. Later on, only then did the adventurers figure out a way to deal with it. Since Soren was here, he naturally knew how to kill it, but he might have to pay a small price. The rugged passage gradually widened. This meant that Soren had entered another area. This should be the residential area of the city's nobles. Even though it was dilapidated, he could still see that the buildings here were exquisite, and there were many marble pillars nearby. The most conspicuous thing in this area was a tall house. It was one of the few buildings that was well preserved. From the side, he could see 3 steel golems. Their surface was heavily rusted. They should be low-level puppet golems. Because they lost their power source, they were completely scrapped. "Be careful." Soren looked around and said in a low voice, "There seems to be an undead aura here." Hearing his words, the rest of the people present became alert. There were indeed undead here. But it was not an ordinary undead. Sora knew what was here before he came. Ancient mummy, challenge rating 18, mummy. It was a very common monster among undead creatures. Some were man-made mummies, while some were naturally formed due to certain reasons. The desert was the most likely place for mummies to appear. These undead creatures were not difficult to deal with. A normal adventurer team could easily kill them. However, if an undead creature had the word ancient above its head, it would be quite difficult to deal with it. Ancient mummy, high undead, grade 5. Challenge rating 18, personal level 22, has spell-like ability. Highest and lowest attributes 25, lowest attributes 15, total attribute points 100 to 115. Special abilities, high undead characteristics, negative energy erosion, spell-like ability, immunity to ordinary weapons. Challenge difficulty, B+. The first group of adventurers to explore this place was the ancient mummy. It was a powerful undead creature that was created due to a special geographical environment. Soren looked around carefully. He knew that there was an ancient mummy here, but he didn't know where it was hiding. The group spread out and formed a defensive formation. They approached the building in front of them little by little. They didn't know where it was connected to the outside. There was a slight wind here, and there was a faint chill. Whoosh, a strange figure passed through the darkness in front. Soren's spirit suddenly tensed up. He clenched his curved sword icing death and said in a low voice, "There is a monster nearby." There was a faint light. He didn't know if the curved sword icing death sensed something, or some kind of aura stimulated it. The legendary curved sword's body seemed to have encountered ice and emitted a faint light. This was the weapon's warning. Since the legendary curved sword icing death woke up, it seemed to have some special uses. Extinguishing flames. It emitted a dazzling silver light after coming into contact with sub-zero temperatures. And when there were evil creatures nearby, it gave an early warning. Be careful. The others could not help but hold their weapons nervously. Many of them glanced at Soren's curved sword, and some people's eyes flashed with greed for a moment. After all, the number of legendary weapons was quite rare. Soren's curved sword was not activated. Once it was activated, it would immediately let others know that it was a legendary weapon. Whoosh, the strange sound of the wind appeared again. A shadow flashed in the darkness. The ancient mummy was different from other undead. Its speed was actually quite fast. When the undead reached its level, it was already a legendary monster and was no longer restricted by the mummified undead. It was even immune to the attacks of ordinary weapons. Fortunately, none of the professions present had white equipment. It's a mummy. The Oriental dancer reached out and picked up something from the ground. Her face changed slightly and said, "This fell from it." A piece of wrinkled dry cloth. She did not know how long it had been kept. There was a very unpleasant smell on it. It should be a high-grade mummy. The desert warrior knew a lot about mummies. He had probably encountered some before. He immediately said in a deep voice, "It has such speed. I'm afraid it's not so easy to deal with." The mummy was not in a hurry to attack. It seemed that its wisdom was good. It actually knew that the adventurer team in front of it was not so easy to deal with. Soren's eyes turned, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "You stay where you are and be on guard. I'll lure it out. Evade sight." His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, but he was not looking for traces of the ancient mummy. Instead, he quietly sneaked toward the building in front. That was where the legendary equipment, Cloak Against Detection, was located. Soren came here for this piece of equipment, which was undoubtedly a god-level equipment for rogues. Now that he had found the place, it was naturally the most important thing to get it in his hands first. Hearing Soren's words, the others immediately formed a defensive formation. And he himself went over little by little, and then quietly sneaked into the room through the broken window. He was very clear about the memory of this place. There was a dark room in the room, and the Cloak Against Detection was stored in the box. However, there was a magic trap on the box. Forcibly opening it would trigger a disintegrate. There was no other way. This was a relic from the Arcane Empire. The level of the traps on it was very high. Even when Soren was at his peak, it was not easy to remove them. But it was not completely impossible. Knowing what kind of trap it was much easier to crack it. Creak. A slight noise came out. Soren quietly entered the dark room, and a lot of things suddenly appeared in front of him. There was only a piece of powder left on the bookshelf, but other well-preserved things were basically extraordinary items. Including some alchemy equipment, some unknown potions, a dark blue robe, and a staff of special texture, etc. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the box in the corner. This was the most valuable thing in the vicinity, and it was also the only legendary equipment. The box had a special enchantment process. Even after thousands of years, it was still intact. Silver-white metal. There were strange patterns on the surface, which were engraved magic patterns. Any forcible destruction of the box would activate the magic trap on it. This was a treasure box that was difficult to open with brute force. The adventurer team that found it in the past had no way to remove the magic trap, so they could only let the warriors directly break it open. In the end, the warrior was directly disintegrated. Disintegrate, level 6 spell. Disintegrate, transmutation. After casting this spell, a green light will be shot at the target, causing a maximum of 240 magic damage. It can directly disintegrate inanimate matter and can affect the effect of the force field. Any enemy hit by disintegrate must go through a compulsory test of immunity. If they fail to pass the test of immunity, they may be disintegrated. If they pass, some of the damage will be reduced. The level of this magic trap was extremely high. The warrior who opened it was a high-grade warrior, about a profession level 16 defensive warrior. As a result, he was instantly disintegrated along with his equipment. Even now, Soren did not have much confidence in resisting it. However, disintegrate had a flaw, which was that it would only work on the first target it hit. Soren basically had no way to remove this magic trap unless his dispel trap skill was as high as 200 points. So the only way to open this box was to use disintegrate, or use a crossplane method to avoid this attack. He turned around in a circle. Then Soren quietly moved the bookshelf a little, just enough to cover him in the shadow, and then took an alchemy crystal bottle in his hand. 1, 2, 3. Soren took a deep breath, swung his curved sword, and smashed it directly on the box in front of him. Clang! With a muffled sound, Soren suddenly let go of the crystal bottle in his hand, and at the same time, his figure became blurred in the shadow. The next moment, he appeared 1 meter away. Shadow leap. A green light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the place where Soren was originally, and then the crystal bottle that he let go of was directly disintegrated, disappearing without a trace like melting snow. It's broken. There was a strange sound of wind outside, and the movement here attracted the wandering ancient mummies outside. Soren did not think much and directly smashed the box in front of him. Without looking at the other items, he directly picked up a black cloak and put it on himself. Cloak of proof against detection, he was finally one step ahead. He got this equipment that was undoubtedly a godly item for rogues. Item type, cloak of proof against detection. Item grade, grade 3 legendary item. Item description, this is a legendary cloak. Anyone who wears it will not be discovered by any spells after entering the state of stealth. It is immune to all detection spells, unless it is a creature with the natural ability to see through invisibility. Otherwise, even the incarnation of the gods would not be able to discover the person wearing it through detection spells. However, it is not omnipotent. Although this legendary cloak can make people immune to detection spells, there is no way to hide other movements in the state of stealth. Requirements, none. Equipment effect 1, sneak plus 30. Equipment effect 2, force field of proof against detection, immune to any detection spells. No enemy can use spells to break the state of stealth of the person wearing this legendary equipment. Soren's figure disappeared into the shadows. This legendary equipment did not have many additional abilities. In addition to the force field of proof against detection, it only added an additional 30 points of sneak. However, this was already very useful for Soren. After putting on this cloak, he went into stealth again without the slightest trace, as if he had completely integrated into the darkness. Gotcha, a slight noise was heard. A shadow gradually approached from the outside, and the figure of the ancient mummy appeared outside the dark room. However, it did not find any trace of Soren. Instead, it looked around blankly. The undead had a certain ability to detect invisibility, however, after putting on the cloak of proof against detection, only creatures born with true sight could discover Soren's trace. The required database has been filled up. Bow. Thank you, everyone. There are 2 updates today. Rogues were actually a profession that could be easily cheated. Although rogues had all kinds of abnormal means, and warriors had all kinds of resistance and endurance, they were naturally proficient in a variety of skills and had mastered the most basic skills. Rogues did not lack the level of cheat-like achievements. For example, killing monsters of more than 10 monster levels, sneaking alone into a dungeon with a challenge rating of 12 or above to steal treasures, or using a combination of high agility and items to play a little shocking acrobatics, and forcibly dragging a group of professions to death. This kind of thing was not rare. Rogues were a profession system that made it easy for people to play their own strengths. They could sneak, attack, assassinate, dig holes, pick locks, steal, alchemy, poison. Have good knowledge, perform well, have good hearing, and are easy to get up in the wild. In the comprehensive basic skills, no profession was more versatile than rogues. Rogues had the most basic skills. So after bypassing the ancient mummy and getting what he wanted, Soren had a new idea in his mind. He was ready to kill this legendary ancient mummy because the slaughter EXP it gave would not be much less than an adult white dragon. Soren was less than 200,000 slaughter EXP away from entering the legendary realm. With the anti-detection cloak, even if he encountered a powerful enemy, as long as he did not have true sight, no one could stop him. The ancient mummy was not easy to deal with. There were 2 main headaches. The first was that as a high undead, it was quite resistant and belonged to the undead species at the meat shield level. The second was that it was born with a spell-like ability called Ghoul Touch. In the case of ordinary attacks, it could launch negative energy erosion, making people with insufficient immunity to directly freeze in place, and it was possible to steal some of their attributes through negative energy erosion. Ghoul Touch, level 2 spell. After hitting the target, a mandatory test of fortitude will be triggered, and the target that cannot pass will enter a state of paralysis. When activated, it will produce a stench, making nearby enemies feel nauseous and slightly affected. The difficulty of Ghoul Touch is affected by the spellcaster's casting level or the level of the creature. Vampiric Touch, Ghoul Touch. These 2 spells were not high-level spells, but they were very useful. The most disgusting thing about the ancient mummy was that its normal attacks would automatically carry the Ghoul Touch effect. Soren wasn't afraid of this spell. After all, his physique was very high, and his toughness was comparable to many warriors. Among the people he brought here today, except for the Oriental dancer, whose toughness was relatively low, the others had a high chance of passing. Swoosh, Soren did not approach the primordial mummy. He took out his elven war bow and shot an arrow at it. Hoo. A strange sound came. After being attacked, the ancient mummy found Soren's position in an instant, and then rushed over at an amazing speed. Prepare for battle. Soren put away the elven war bow, and the master battlemaster gloves were instantly switched to curved sword icing death. As his figure rushed out of the shadows, a monster wrapped in bandages also appeared behind him. The ancient mummy was different from other mummies. The bandages on its body had almost been integrated into its body. The dry skin and the bandages were stuck together, and the whole body seemed to have an extra layer of skin. A stench filled the air. The Oriental dancer wrinkled her nose involuntarily, but the others were not affected. It's an ancient mummy. The desert warrior had a lot of knowledge about mummies. When he saw the monster behind him, his face immediately changed and he said, "Be careful not to touch it. Its attack can paralyze people." After all, he was still a little slow. Seeing the ancient mummy chasing after Soren, as a qualified meat shield warrior, the dwarven juggernaut directly raised his shield and rushed over. Shield charge. Bang, the primordial mummy's figure was blocked by the dwarf warrior. The dwarf warrior was like a wall, forcing the primordial mummy to take a step back. Shield bash. The 2 sides collided in an instant. The moment the dwarven juggernaut came into contact with the ancient mummy, he trembled in the blink of an eye, as if he was shivering, but he quickly recovered. He swung his heavy battle axe and smashed it down, roaring, "Damn undead! What the hell is this?" Immunity passed. Among all the people present, the dwarven juggernaut was undoubtedly the strongest. Seeing this scene, the desert warrior could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then he waved his curved sword and joined the battle. Soren had been paying attention to the movement behind him. After finding that the dwarven juggernaut could resist the immunity test, he could not help but turn around and join the battle group. As long as the meat shield was not afraid of the effect of ghoul touch, it would be much easier to kill the ancient mummy. Shadow strike. Sword form, beheading. Soren jumped up from the left and instantly slashed the head of the ancient mummy with his sword. The enemy's body was extremely tough. It felt like he was chopping on dry ironwood. At the same time, at the moment of contact with the other side, there seemed to be a piercing chill. This was the negative energy field of the ancient mummy. Wind cut. The main force responsible for the output was still Soren and the Oriental Ronin. The role of the desert warrior was still the second meat shield. If the dwarven juggernaut could not withstand the immunity and was paralyzed, then he would temporarily act as the first meat shield. The only one who did not dare to get too close was the Oriental dancer. She did not know if it was for psychological reasons or her fortitude was too low, but when she was slightly touched by the ancient mummy, the woman's face was a little pale. After only hitting the enemy once, the Oriental dancer turned to harassment and attack. It seemed that she did not dare to get too close. But it was her move that made the ancient mummy, who had a certain amount of wisdom, list her as the first target because she looked like the easiest one to break through of all people. Touch of the undead. The ancient mummy suddenly gave up its defense under Soren's storm-like attacks. Its whole body shrank suddenly, and then the bandages on its body suddenly flew out like a poisonous snake, in an instant. Everyone had no time to dodge. Whether it was Soren or the Oriental Ronin, they were all blocked by the flying bandages. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes in an instant, attacked by the ancient mummy. You've been attacked by the spell-like ability, Touch of the Undead, of the ancient mummy. You've been seriously eroded by negative energy. Test of fortitude failed. You've received 42 points of negative energy erosion damage. You've been temporarily absorbed 2 points of strength and 2 points of constitution. Damn it, it was a spell-like ability that absorbed attributes. The 4 melee professions present were all hit. Each of them lost 4 points of attributes, and their combat power suddenly decreased by a lot. However, the ancient mummy did not continue to attack them. Instead, it turned its eyes to the wandering Oriental dancer. In an instant, it rushed over, and the bandages on its body wrapped around her like a whip. Hazy dance. The Oriental dancer's face was pale, her body turned into 3 phantoms, and she retreated frantically at the same time. But it was a step too late. All the phantoms she turned into were hit by the bandages, and then her whole person seemed to be frozen in place. Sure enough, her fortitude could not be immune to the effect of Touch of the Undead. A trace of despair emerged. Seeing the ancient mummy rushing over, the Oriental dancer, who was completely stiff and had lost the ability to move, couldn't even close her eyes. Legendary monsters always had the ability to crush enemies below the legendary level. The shadow of death came. Just when it was too late for others to rescue her, and they thought that the Oriental dancer would die in the hands of the ancient mummy, Soren's figure suddenly disappeared. Evade sight. Shadow jump. At this time, there was no way to hide her strength. Although Soren and she were using each other, he did not want her to die like this. Bang! At the moment when the Oriental dancer was desperate, Soren's figure suddenly appeared from behind her shadow, and then directly knocked her body away. He gritted his teeth and took an attack. From the ancient mummy. Stone skin. The cold and biting negative energy emerged with a stench. Soren, whose attributes had been reduced by a full 4 points, could not resist the fortitude immunity in an instant, and his whole person stood stiffly in place. Bang bang bang. A series of attacks fell on him like a storm. It would obviously take some time for others to rescue her. In this case, Soren's only way to save his life was to rely on Stoneskin to resist. With just 2 attacks, the Stoneskin gradually collapsed. Every time the ancient mummy touched him, Soren would be affected by negative energy. Any of its attacks would have an additional 10 points of negative energy erosion damage. Even with Soren's more than 200 HP, he was suddenly put into a seriously injured state. After all, they were not long-term teammates. The speed of the other's rescue was obviously half a beat slower, especially the Oriental dancer who was knocked away by Soren. She didn't seem to think that Soren would save her in this situation, and she was stunned for a second. This stupid woman. Soren could not help but have a trace of violence in his heart. In the case of being paralyzed by ghoul touch, the possibility of these teammates in front of him saving him was less than 30%. The paralysis effect would not disappear soon. If he did not use his trump card, it was very likely that he would die in the hands of the ancient mummy. Finally, Soren decided not to hide his strength anymore. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his originally stiff body let out a crackling sound. A violent aura appeared on his body, and at the same time, the paralysis effect of the ghoul touch was forcibly removed. Slaughter form. Sure enough, he couldn't be too soft-hearted. He actually forced himself to become a slaughter. Slaughter, death, destruction. A violent aura emerged from Soren's body. Since the cost of transforming into the slaughter form became higher and higher, Soren rarely activated this ability. But he didn't expect that he didn't use this ability in many fights on the North Coast. Today, in order to save a woman, he had to activate the slaughter form again to protect himself. Because the ancient mummy was a legendary monster, Soren didn't have the confidence to resist the effect of the ghoul touch until the end. Sure enough, he had to pay a price for not being hard-hearted enough. An invisible energy field burst out. When Soren transformed into the slaughter form, some of his abilities were also automatically activated. Fear Gaze, Divinity, Death Walker, Legendary, Slaughter and Death were always inseparable. When Soren transformed into the slaughter form, a substantial domain power also burst out. The Oriental dancer, who was grateful to Soren for saving her, turned pale under Soren's aura. Even her delicate body trembled slightly. Her pale face seemed to have seen something terrible. A row of data appeared, activated the slaughter form. Transformation completed. Divinity activated. Immune to negative energy erosion effect. Undead touch, negative status removed. Strength +6, agility +2, physique +2, wisdom +2, combat ability transformed to a warrior of the same level, resistance to any abnormal status increased by 10 points. Slaughter will activated. Immune to mind control spells. Slaughter Thirst activated. You are under the negative status of Slaughter Thirst. Unable to satisfy the Slaughter Thirst, you will enter a state of madness. Soren's pupils turned into a blood-red color. Facing the attack of the primordial mummy, Kieran suddenly raised his palm. Bang! Soren caught the attack of the ancient mummy with his bare hands. A shockwave of the collision of forces appeared. Soren stood still, but the ancient mummy's wrist was slightly bent. How terrifying was this power? Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Especially the Oriental dancer, who had fought with Soren before. Her face was full of disbelief at this moment. Soren's strength was only 19 points when he didn't use any spells. But if he transformed into the slaughter form, then his strength could reach a terrifying 25 points. This strength could almost crush many legendary-level warriors. As a warrior with 15 points of strength, all of his energy was focused on training his strength. He would only have 25 points of strength after entering the realm of legends. However, as the price of this unorthodox training, his vitality, agility, and so on would be greatly weakened. Die. Soren's expression. The ancient mummy's arms Soren's hand, and violently. He lifted his foot and performed a beautiful shoulder throw. Along with the trembling of the ground, the ancient mummy was directly smashed into the ground by his brute force, and a human-shaped pit was forcibly smashed out. Clang, the legendary curved sword, Icing Death, flashed with a strange silver light. Soren waved his curved sword and slashed down. In an instant, a cold light shrouded the ancient mummy. Before it could even stand up, there were amazing sword marks on its body, sword form, beheading. Soren changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. He jumped up and slashed towards the ancient mummy's head. Poochie. The sound of an object being cut through came out. Soren slowly retracted his curved sword, and there was only a mummy's body with its head cut off at his feet. Soren, slaughter form, vs ancient mummy, KO. After dealing with the ancient mummy in front of him, he turned to other people who were still in a daze. The dwarven juggernaut looked at him and could not help but swallow. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The Ronin's hand holding the hilt was trembling slightly, and the muscles of his body had been stretched to the limit. The desert warrior's expression was even worse, and there was obvious fear on his face. As for the oriental dancer, who was saved by Soren at the beginning, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, it was as if someone was strangling her throat and she could not speak. Soren's eyes were too cold and terrifying, the pressure seemed to penetrate into their souls, making it difficult for them to even speak. Thirst for killing. The soul of the ancient mummy satisfied part of the thirst for killing, but even if it was a legendary monster, it could not satisfy Soren's thirst for killing. More killing. Soren was now like a person who had been hungry for a long time and barely ate half full. More thirst made him gradually lose control. "Stay here and wait for me." A cold and emotionless voice sounded. Soren's figure flew out in an instant, and then smashed a closed passage with his fist. He directly relied on his terrifying brute force to open a path. Then his figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving only 4 teammates standing in the same place with frightened expressions. The surrounding scenery was quickly retreating. Dark vision allowed Soren to easily shuttle through here. Some undead appeared in front of him, but none of them could withstand Soren's sword for a second. Even the skeleton undead with a monster level of 15 could only resist 1.5 of Soren's sword. He killed all the monsters he saw without any expression, because he knew that if he did not satisfy his desire after transforming into a slaughterer, he might fall into a state of madness and kill all his teammates and the human laborers outside. The merciless harvest continued. Soren estimated that his challenge rating in the slaughterer form could reach more than 18. In the entire ruins, the only one who could fight with him was the Baler that was sealed in the deepest part of the ruins. Thirst. The thirst for killing came from the soul. These trashy monsters wandering in the ruins could not satisfy Soren's thirst for killing. He needed stronger enemies and stronger souls to satisfy his thirst for killing. The scorching hot air was spreading. The temperature of the ground had risen unknowingly. If it was a normal person standing on the ground, they would probably feel their feet burning, but Soren did not feel the slightest bit. The light of the flames appeared. In the depths of the ruins, there seemed to be a reflection of the flames, and a huge and twisted figure. The Baler, as a high-level demon from the abyss, it also felt the aura of slaughter, death, and destruction. This aura was very familiar to it, because it felt like it was the same kind of aura. The Baler brought slaughter and destruction in the flames, and death was its favorite feast. Scorching flames. In the depths of the underground ruins, which should have been pitch black, flames had been ignited near the passageway. The torches that had been there for an unknown period of time, as well as the lamps that were filled with oil, were all ignited automatically under some kind of power. It was said that the land where the Baler walked would burn. Although there were very few people who had seen this terrifying monster, legends about it were still circulating in the mortal world. Because in the stories of mortals, the Baler was close to the most powerful enemy, the challenge level was equivalent to an old red dragon, and most of the dragons that appeared in the stories of mortals were young and adult dragons. If one went higher, then one would basically need to challenge the existence of the deities. The abyss was a place of chaos and evil. There were many types of demons, and new types were born almost every day. But there was no doubt that the true master of the abyss was the Tanar'ri demons, which were the current third-generation abyss demons. Before them, the ruler of the abyss was the Orbis demons, the descendants of chaos and destruction. They were the creations of the first batch of chaos demons and once ruled the abyss for a long time. But then, humans were born. Before the current order had truly taken shape, the souls of dead humans began to enter the bottomless abyss. The Orbis demons were very interested in the souls of these mortals. They used their own chaotic power to transform these souls and finally created the Tanar'ri demons of today. The demons created by fusing human souls were abnormally powerful and numerous. In the end, the chaotic war in the abyss broke out. The Tanar'ri demons overthrew the second-generation demon lord and became the ruler of the abyss. Now, Even the many demon lords in the abyss were also born as Tanar'ri demons. They had the spiritual power of humans. The Baler was the best among the Tanar'ri demons and also a high-level demon that inherited the power of chaos and flame. Even in the abyss, the Baler demons were the absolute ruling class. They stood at the top of the demon race, second only to the demon lord. They were one of the few high-level demons born with divinity and had always been the main force on the abyss battlefield. A Baler demon was the demon lord in any place in the abyss and controlled a large number of demon armies. Note: to challenge the Baler demons in the abyss, one must face the demon army. Name: Baler, high-level demon, large otherworld creature. Race: Tanar'ri demon. Attributes: Strength 35, Agility 25, Constitution 31, Intelligence 21, Wisdom 24, Charm 26. Alignment: Chaotic Evil Creature level, 25 plus Challenge level, 20 plus HP, 360 plus Godhood, Non-Divinity, Lesser Divinity Domain, Flame, Chaos, Evil. Treasures: Standard Coins, Double Treasures, plus 3 Abyssal Beheading Sword, plus 3 Abyssal Flame Whip. Basic Skills: Deception 310, Focus 330, Negotiation 350, Disguise 100, Hide 260, Intimidation 330, Knowledge 300, Listen 380, Sneak 300, Search 300, Discerning 300, Spellcraft 300, Detect 380, Survival 70, Use Magic Device 310. Special Skills: Burning Explosion, Bind, Spell-like Ability, Summon Demons. Specialty Abilities: Cleave, Powerful Cleave, Proficient in First Strike, Proficient in Dual Wielding, Fierce Attack, Advanced Fierce Attack, Instant Cast Spell-like Ability, Telekinesis, Advanced Dual Wielding, Longsword, Expert, Beheading Sword, Master. Spell-like Abilities: Blasphemy, Dominate Monster, Advanced Dispel Magic, Advanced Teleportation, Soul Assimilation, Decree, Intimidate, Telekinesis, Evil Spirit Light, Firestorm, Internal Explosion. Innate Ability: Flaming Body. The Baler. It was a textbook monster in the abyss. Almost any adventurer who was ready to go to the abyss would remember the basic information of the Baler. When Soren felt the surrounding temperature rise, a large amount of data had already appeared in his mind. When he first went to the abyss, the Baler was one of the monsters he paid attention to. Because if he encountered this monster, he had to know enough about it to defeat it. It was too strong. Challenging the Baler was not much easier than challenging a demigod. The thirst for slaughter continued. Soren's mind did not disappear because of his transformation, but there was an extra desire to fight and kill. The Baler was the only enemy here that could satisfy his desire to kill. Flames, a huge shadow. When Soren went through the dark tunnel, the light in front of him suddenly became abundant. In front of him stood a huge monster that was burning with raging flames. It had a pair of demonic horns and a pair of wide demonic wings on its back. However, it was basically useless in this narrow underground ruin. The Baler was more than 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. In its hand was a huge abyssal beheading sword that was burning with raging flames. The Baler was also a high-level demon that mastered dual wielding. Its other weapon was the level +3 abyssal flame whip. The temperature was gradually rising. The Baler was like a huge flame, and any creature that approached it would be incessantly burned. However, just when this huge monster appeared in front of Soren, a strange silver light appeared on the legendary curved sword icing death. It was as dazzling as the stars, isolating the scorching flames. At the same time, it automatically extinguished the magic flames caused by the Baler in a burst of magic aura. This legendary curved sword had killed the Baler before. After sensing the evil aura and discovering a new enemy, it even trembled slightly in Soren's hand. The flames became a little weaker. The raging flames on the Baler seemed to have dimmed a lot. Then a pair of heavy shackles appeared in Soren's sight. The shackles with a silver-white metallic luster bound its hands, and there seemed to be a barb piercing through its huge demon wings. It had been sealed here for a long time. Even after thousands of years, it still couldn't break free from the seal here because it was imprisoned by the great arcanists of the Arcane Empire. Demon? No. A human? The pupils of the Baler were like jumping flames. It stared at Soren, who appeared in front of it and said in the ancient demon language, a human with the aura of a slaughterer. Mortal. Come here, release me. I will give you everything you want. Soren sneered. He didn't care about the Baylor's words at all because demons were untrustworthy. They didn't abide by the law of contract at all. Anyone who made a deal with a demon could be eaten by them in the end. Besides, Soren's purpose was to take its life. An arrow on the bow, Soren took out the elven war bow and directly shot an arrow at the Baylor in front of him. Clang. The Baylor's huge beheading sword instantly blocked the arrow. At the same time, the wooden shaft of the arrow instantly burned, and even the steel arrowhead showed signs of melting. The terrible strength of a superior demon was undoubtedly revealed in an instant. Unless it was a legendary existence, it couldn't even get close to it because the body of the Baylor was scorching hot. Note, any enemy caught by the Baylor will receive 36 fire damage per second. The power of the seal was still there. The furious Baylor let out a roar. It took a step forward, and in an instant, the shackles shackling it appeared with a faint magic aura. Then it groaned. The chain was connected to the wall behind it, and there was a huge 9-pointed star array on it. There were slight traces of cracks on the surface of the array, and there were wreckage after the battle nearby. These were left behind by adventurers who had explored this place before. The mark of the Baylor on the map was also left behind by them. Damned mortal! The Baylor let out a roar. The shackles that bound its hands couldn't stop it from attacking Soren. The Baylor fiercely waved its flame whip and flew towards Soren in front of it. A flame that was more than 10 meters long, the flame whip came with a whistling sound. It was as flexible as a poisonous snake and blocked all of Soren's escape routes. Pata! Soren's eyes narrowed. His figure rose into the air, and he didn't have any intention to dodge. Instead, he directly slashed at the flame whip. A silver stream of light appeared. The flame on the flame whip seemed to dim, and then gradually extinguished. Then the Baylor shook its hand and took it back. It stared at the curved sword in Soren's hand. The flame in its eyes jumped, and it said in a deep voice, "This weapon has a disgusting aura." The first round of confrontation. It seemed that both sides were probing attacks. Although Soren saw the shackles on the Baylor with his own eyes, he didn't have the slightest idea of attacking rashly. The sealed flame Baylor was still a flame Baylor. No matter how it was trapped in this underground ruin, its challenge rating of more than 21 would not lie. Soren had encountered this kind of sealed high-level demon more than once. Although they were trapped somewhere, it didn't mean that they had no fighting power. For example, even if Soren had no weapon, even if his hands were shackled, his powerful attributes and abilities could still turn him into a terrible killing machine in an instant. The seal here had been loosened. There were 2 broken pillars behind the Baylor. Originally, the shackles on its hands should have been wrapped around it, but now only the barbs on its back were connected to the wall. This allowed it to have some mobility. Soren's mind was working quickly, thinking about ways to kill the Baylor in front of him, and also calculating its danger. The flame whip once again turned into a flame. The chaotic nature of the Baylor made it so easy to be provoked. It shook the flame whip and wrapped it around Soren, as if it was going to catch him to its side. Pata! Soren jumped away again. The Baylor that was chained in place had a limited attack range, so the danger to him was reduced a lot. But, just as Soren jumped away from the attack, a grin appeared on the Baylor's face, and it growled, "Mortal! You can't escape. Spirit summon." The evil magic aura emerged. The Baylor raised its hand and pointed at Soren, and it launched its spell-like ability. Soren's body was hit in an instant. Immediately, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. "You've been attacked by the Baylor's spirit summon. Slaughterer form activated. Divine power transformed. You're immune to this spell effect." Soren landed safely. The Baylor's expression seemed to be a little unbelievable. It roared and waved the flame whip again, and at the same time, launched another spell ability towards Soren. Intimidate. The flame whip whistled past, and the evil magic aura fell on Soren again. But this time, Soren didn't even plan to dodge. He directly resisted the spell of the Baylor, and at the same time, waved his curved sword to cut the flame whip. A data prompt appeared. "You've been attacked by the Baylor's intimidate. Slaughterer form activated. Divine power transformed. Your HP is higher than 200. Toughness passed. You're completely immune to the effect of this spell. Soren's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. He dared to come here to challenge the high-grade legendary Baylor because he was basically immune to the opponent's control ability when he transformed into a slaughterer. Spells like Law, Intimidate, were very likely to be ineffective against Soren, who had a strong HP. Few of the Baylor's control spells could work on him, as if it was unbelievable, the Baylor suddenly cast several spells towards Soren. Mind Control. Immune. Evil Aura. Immune. Blasphemy. The angry Baylor uttered ancient blasphemy. This evil language seemed to have some kind of powerful magic. When it spoke this depraved language, the air around was filled with evil energy. This time, Soren was no longer unmoved. His expression changed a little. It seemed that he was in pain and crazy. His body trembled involuntarily as if he was suffering great pain. The Baylor couldn't help but laugh. The arrogant enemy in front of it finally fell under its spell, and the blasphemy had an effect on him. Ah! Soren let out a painful howl, and then he stood up trembling. There was a strange blood-red light in his pupils, and the violent atmosphere on his body became stronger. He opened his mouth gently and said a blasphemy that was also full of evil. Blasphemy, a dense data display appeared in front of Soren's eyes in an instant. Rewind time to 1 second ago. When the Baylor uttered the blasphemous words, Soren's brain also seemed to be struck by lightning in an instant. A burning breath emerged from his body and flowed all over his body in an instant. Not only that, but Soren's powerful memory ability also seemed to be activated by some kind of power, and he instantly remembered these blasphemous words that he could not understand at all. This was the power of the oldest evil god and one of the abilities that the gods of the evil alignment were good at. Pain. Soren's brain seemed to be pierced by some kind of power, and he instantly understood the ancient blasphemous words. Blasphemous words, pain. This power seemed to be so compatible with him at this moment, and Soren actually mastered it in an instant. A series of data appeared. You are affected by the effect of blasphemous words. Divinity of Slaughter transformation. Divinity of Fear transformation. Slaughterer form activated. Eidetic memory triggered. Encyclopedic knowledge triggered. Your alignment is lawful evil. Divinity level is minor divinity. You are immune to this blasphemous damage. The compatibility between your level of evil and blasphemous words is 91%. Divinity mastery ability activated. You have learned a new ability, blasphemous words. Blasphemous words. As the name suggested, it was a special power of the evil alignment. This was the oldest blasphemous words. Only some powerful and evil beings with divinity could master this ability. Otherwise, they could only master the lower level of blasphemous words, which was the special spellcasting ability used by the blasphemous priests in Whiterun. Some priests who were favored by the gods also had this ability, but they mastered Word of Truth. If they could become the chosen or favored by the gods, this ability could be upgraded to Holy Word. Good and evil. The abilities mastered by these two camps were different, but the most fundamental power of evil was still blasphemy. Under normal circumstances, even if Soren wanted to master blasphemous words, he had to go through an evil sacrificial ritual, and perform a depraved blasphemous ritual during the sacrificial ritual. The ritual process was different according to the god sacrificed. If it was a demon, then it was likely to be a bloody ritual. If it was a devil, then it might be some terrible conspiracy. Of course, there were many choices for this ritual sacrifice because the evil gods of the Abyss and Bator Inferno could also give this ability. For example, the Queen of Succubus, the easiest sacrificial ritual to please her. Because she was the demon god in charge of lust, depravity, and ethics, it was easy to please her with certain taboo pleasurable rituals and obtain her rewards. The blasphemous abilities bestowed by demons, devils, and evil gods all came with a price. Although it could strengthen one's own power, it was also equivalent to falling into their control. Soren's mutation at this moment was different from all the blasphemy rituals. He automatically mastered and understood the blasphemy language. Just this point, even he couldn't understand it. He could only vaguely guess that it was related to his camp, the bloodline of the slaughterer, or the weak divinity. Because having divinity was equivalent to stepping into the realm of the gods. If the Baylor in front of him didn't have a master, then the blasphemous words it mastered was also because of its own divinity. The Baler's body was trembling. Even if it had a powerful flame body, it still suffered a lot of damage under the power of the blasphemous words. Blasphemous words, pain, special ability, speak the most ancient blasphemous words and turn this blasphemous language into the power of pain on the enemy. Any non-territorial power can't be immune to this damage. True damage is equal to your own profession level plus divinity value. This ability can be used once a day. Soren stood up expressionlessly. The power of pain gradually subsided. He stared at the Baler in front of him, and there was a strange blood-red light in his eyes. At this moment, he looked full of evil and depraved as if he was some kind of demon from the abyss. The Baler in front of him seemed to think of something. Suddenly, its face changed and said in a deep voice, "Son of Slaughter? No. No. You're too weak. It seems that I've met the descendant of the Son of Slaughter." There was a trace of greed in the Baler's eyes. It suddenly roared and stepped forward. The barbs that pierced its back were instantly pulled taut, and then drops of demon blood slid down the chain. The Baler let out a painful howl, but it still didn't retreat. Instead, it clenched the abyss beheading sword in its hand and took another step forward. The sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. The flames on its body were much weaker. The huge demon wings were torn apart by the chains, and a rather hideous wound was exposed on its back. Divinity of Slaughter. There was a trace of fanaticism in the Baler's eyes, and it roared, "Ha ha ha. I actually met the descendant of the Son of Slaughter. Mortal. Let's have a showdown. The winner has everything. The loser will become a sacrifice. The one standing in front of you is the descendant of Flame and Destruction. High Demon Belother Kendi." As long as it was still imprisoned, it would be difficult for the Baler to really kill Soren. Because even if it couldn't kill the Baler in front of it, Soren could escape at any time, and the Baler was confined to a certain area by the chains. The Baler didn't know that Soren in front of it had a thirst for slaughter. If this thirst for slaughter was not satisfied, it would fall into madness. It just felt the divinity of slaughter in Soren's body. This power activated its crazy nature, so in order to kill Soren in front of it, it was ready to break free from the chains. Slaughter and destruction. The two most powerful divinity in the abyss, although they were not the gods who controlled these two divinity, these two powers still created a level 27 Baler, and Soren, who was now above the ordinary legends. Boom, a trace of cracks appeared on the wall where the chains were connected, and a tearing wound appeared on the Baler's body. Its hands were still shackled, but the chains that imprisoned it in place were pulled out little by little. There was a sharp barb on its back, almost piercing through its shoulder blade. There were strange silver runes on it, and this was the power that kept it in place, unable to leave. But now it was forcibly breaking free, and with a gush of demon blood gushing out, the Baler roared in pain and madness, and once again took a step forward. Its injuries were getting worse, but the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. Greed and madness appeared in the Baler's eyes. As long as it could kill the mortal in front of it and take the divinity of slaughter, then the price it had to pay now was nothing. As a powerful high demon, it was confident that even if it was heavily injured, it could still kill the mortal in front of it. Baler, Belother Kendi, monster level 27, heavily injured, seal weakened, grade 6, Soren, slaughter form, class level 18, grade 4. Drops of demon blood dripped on the silver chain. It seemed to contain some kind of powerful magic. After the demon blood touched the silver chain, it burned like gasoline. The Baler stared at Soren with a crazy expression and took another step forward. Then a stream of demon blood gushed out from its wound. It was like adding oil to the fire, making the raging fire spread all over the silver chain. The light on the chain was gradually dimming. It seemed that the demon blood eroded its power and the ancient runes on it. Soren, who was about to make a move, stopped. He stood in place and looked at the Baler who was walking forward step by step with a ferocious expression. Demon blood, the origin power of high-rank abyss devils, was a bloodline ability they were born with. This kind of power was quite precious. In the abyss, only after the other demons under their command had made considerable contributions, the higher demons would give them this kind of power to promote the weaker demons. This kind of promotion would reduce the power of the higher demons, so it was also an ability that was rarely used by the higher demons. Most of the time, the lower demons needed to rely on killing to promote bit by bit, from the weakest dredge to the intermediate demons. Although demons had bodies, they were still soul creations in essence. Their souls had transformed into corporeal entities. Therefore, their growth had a mutation type. The power that the Baler used at this moment was the demon blood. This blood was not only its vitality, but also part of its own strength. It used this as a price to break the seal on the chain. In short, if it was Soren who was trapped now, then not only would his HP be reduced at this moment, but also the slaughter EXP he had gained in the past battles. This kind of loss of power was permanent. The lost HP could be gradually recovered, but the lost slaughter EXP needed to be regained. The Baler was breaking the seal in this way. The price it paid was that its power would be reduced, and it might even directly drop a grade. The Baler was willing to pay such a price, which meant that Soren's value was amazing in its eyes. After confirming that the Baler was using the demon blood to corrode the chain, Soren was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Although the Baler was now trapped in the chain, its combat power was not affected much. As long as Soren was within 15 meters of it, the Baler could launch a fierce attack at any time, and even turn the nearby area into a sea of fire. Soren waited silently, waiting for the moment when the Baler broke the seal. When the seal was completely lifted, the Baler's strength would be reduced to the limit. At that time, his chances of winning would be higher than now. Both sides wanted to kill each other. In the eyes of the Baler, Soren had an incomparably delicious divine power. In Soren's eyes, killing the Baler that also had minor divinity. The slaughter form limited Soren's spellcasting ability. This was a bit disadvantageous for him because the slaughter form was similar to the Tansen's polymorph. Although it changed his combat power to that of a warrior of the same level, it also made him unable to cast spells. Soren could only use the abilities brought by divine power, as well as the spell-like abilities of his own talent. Note, spellcasting requires concentration and a clear mind. The thirst for slaughter greatly affects spellcasting ability. However, Soren's chances of winning were not low. Otherwise, he would not just stand there and wait. He had challenged the Baler in the bottomless abyss, so he was very clear about the fighting style of this powerful monster. The narrow terrain here limited its ability to fly, and it also limited the fighting skills of large weapons. Without enough space, the power of the Baler's 2-meter-long abyssal beheading sword was greatly reduced. Soren would not fight a battle that he was not confident in. Only when his chances of winning were more than 50% would he take the risk. Boom, the Baler roared and took another step forward. At this moment, the silver chain on its back was stretched to the limit, and the silver runes on it became very dim. The true demon blood turned into a raging fire and melted it little by little. The source of the Baler's power was fire. Its true demon blood was the hottest fire in the bottomless abyss. Even the seal left behind by the Arcane Empire could not resist this powerful force. Crack, when the Baler's huge body of more than 5,000 pounds took another step forward, the already fragile chain directly broke. It roared and suddenly raised the abyssal beheading sword and rushed towards Soren in front of it. Although the moment when the seal was broken was the moment when it was the weakest, it was also the moment when the Baler's aura was the strongest. After breaking the seal at a heavy cost, the Baler's crazy expression showed an indomitable will to fight. This strong will to fight was matched with its huge body and the 35 points of strength that it was born with. It was enough to cause crushing damage to any enemy. It was even confident that it could kill the weak mortal in front of it with one hit. 35 points of strength. This was a terrible power that mortals could never reach. Its strength was not only because of its own spell-like abilities, but also because of the powerful attributes brought by the high demon blood. Rumble, the Baler rushed over like the bravest warrior. It swung the 2-meter-long abyssal beheading sword with one hand as if it was weightless. At the same time, the flame whip swept from the side and directly blocked all the space that Soren could dodge. No matter which angle he dodged from, Soren could only choose one of the abyssal beheading sword and the flame whip. Never underestimate any high demon. The Baler's body looked fat and heavy, but it actually had as high as 25 points of agility. Note, adult dragons only have 10 points. And it also had the skill of greater dual wielding, regardless of any spell-like abilities, just relying on its own attributes. talents, abilities, and fighting skills, the Baylor was enough to easily crush a legendary Orthodox warrior. Unless there was a cheat-like existence that could kill it with one slash, even the incarnation of the gods would have to pay a little price to deal with the Baylor. Mighty slam. A burning flame appeared on the Baylor's abyssal beheading sword, like a huge burning torch. The sharp edge of the sword was hidden in the fire, and it directly slashed toward Soren's head. The flame whip came from the side at a tricky angle. It was clearly an attack from two different directions, but it was so easy to use it. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. A strange blood-red light appeared in Soren's eyes. In the face of the Baylor's attack, his figure disappeared in an instant. He had been standing in the shadow. The next moment, Soren's figure appeared in the shadow behind the Baylor. He only jumped less than 6 meters away, then pulled out his curved sword and stabbed into the back of the Baylor. The fiercer the attack, the harder it was to take it back. The Baylor's attack that had accumulated to the limit hit the open space. The abyssal beheading sword directly split the ground with a loud bang, leaving a terrible gully in the place. A piercing pain came from behind it. The Baylor let out a crazy roar, and the flame whip in its hand instantly hit its back. The whip was a very flexible weapon, and the abyssal beheading sword was a very overbearing weapon. These two weapons were extremely difficult to master. Only the Baylor could use them so well. Sword form, heavy hack. In the face of the flame whip coming from the side, Soren's expression did not change at all. The hot flame enveloped him. This was the fire of the Baylor. Ordinary people could not even get close to this terrible monster. However, Soren was not afraid of the flame, because the curved sword was emitting a strange silver light. No flame could get close to his body. Even the nearby magic flames were extinguished by this legendary weapon. Time froze at that moment. The flame whip swept over with a roar. Soren suddenly rolled sideways and dodged the Baylor's crotch. The opponent was 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. It was too big for Soren. He had enough space to use the swordsmanship from the Underdark. With a cold and ruthless light, Soren directly launched the sword form, heavy hack, under the Baylor's crotch, Poochie. A gush of blood spewed out, then, like an unstoppable fountain, Soren cut a 30-centimeter-long wound in the Baylor's groin amid its painful and mournful screams. Its huge body gave it terrible power, however, this size also gave Soren enough space to perform. At this moment of life and death, he did not care about any face or demeanor. No matter how bad the skill was, Soren would not hesitate to use it. Damned mortals. The immense pain made the Baylor's body tremble. No male creature would be able to continue fighting as if nothing had happened after being cut in the groin. Soren's cold eyes did not change at all. When he rolled under the Baylor's crotch to dodge, he also appeared at the lower corner of the opponent, which was also the attack range of the abyss beheading sword. The Baylor, who was proficient in dual wielding, shook the flame whip and instantly retracted it. At the same time, it waved the huge abyss beheading sword and slashed at Soren. It wanted to cut the damn mortal in front of it in half. Its 35 points of strength gave it enough confidence to crush the enemy in front of it with one sword. Swing sword form, Soren slammed his palm on the ground. The huge force made a clear palm print on the ground. The reaction force from the ground made Soren's body fly half a meter in an instant. Then the curved sword icing Death's body bent about 30 degrees when it touched the hard rock. The second reaction force took effect on Soren's body. He rotated at a 360 degrees angle and moved about a meter away. The next moment, the heavy abyss beheading sword swung down and cut a crack more than 2 meters deep on the ground. Soren, who almost dodged the sword edge, did not hesitate and slammed his palm on the ground again. The huge force made his whole body fly back and directly move a distance of nearly 5 meters. As the top legendary rogue in the past, his fighting skills were not just limited to the sword form, although he didn't have Shadow Realm or Shadow Step, and he couldn't use the unpredictable surprise attack ability. His strong enough attributes had allowed him to use many extraordinary combat skills. No rogue could casually stand at the top. Soren used to challenge a saint as a legend. Fighting with only the abilities of a rogue was undoubtedly courting death. Sword form, horizontal slash. Shadow strike. The fighting skills from the east required the support of Ki. The monk's wind walk, non-stealth ability, traceless steps, and chain steps allowed them to instantly rush to the enemy's side. As a rogue, although Soren did not master these special fighting skills, he also had other ways to accomplish this. Soren slammed his foot on the wall, and then his figure flew out like a sharp arrow. He rushed over from the left side of the baler, and his curved sword turned into a stream of light and pierced the enemy's heart. The baler, who had been thwarted several times, seemed to be crazy. It almost did not dodge and slashed its sword at Soren as if it wanted to die with him. The powerful body of a higher demon made it difficult for it to die so easily. The flame body of the baler was no longer an ordinary thing. Just stabbing the heart could not kill it immediately. On the contrary, it was difficult for Soren to resist the power of the sword in the hands of the baler. Shadow leap. Time froze again. Soren flew out like a sharp arrow. This seemingly fierce attack went straight to the heart of the baler, but after rushing about 3 meters in front of his body, Soren's figure entered the reflection of the stalactite above the underground ruins. Then in the next moment, Soren disappeared into the shadow, and then appeared again in the shadow behind the baler. Shadow leap 7 meters. The fighting skills of a top rogue were undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Soren successfully launched Shadow Leap in less than a millisecond after entering the shadow, and then appeared behind the enemy in an instant. Sword form, waist slash. Shadow strike. Soren held his sword with both hands and slashed at the body of the baler in an instant. The hot demon blood spilled on his body along with the fire. Even at this moment, he was still expressionless. But he looked so cold and ruthless, like the most terrible killing machine. This was his real strength at the peak of his strength. Only after transforming into a slaughterer, Soren's basic ability could support him to burst out with the real legendary combat power. P.S. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for it. The gentle sea breeze blew through the port of Mordor, and the sound of waves hitting the reef came from afar. There were people coming and going in the port, and merchant ships full of goods were docked near the port. Occasionally, a team of heavily armed and expressionless guards patrolled by. The merchants who came and went could not help but give way in awe after seeing them. Occasionally, the legendary drows could be seen here, but they were not as evil as in the stories. They just looked a little cold and indifferent to everyone. These drows were quite strict in law enforcement, and the means used to bribe other guards did not seem to have much effect on them. Stephen Hogg jumped down from the deck, touched his money bag after landing, and then looked at the Billow Tavern on the south side of the port. This was a tavern run by a priest of the Sea Temple. On the other side of the dock was the more luxurious Golden Crown Inn, which was the best place to spend money in Mordor, with the most expensive wine and the most beautiful maids. However, Stephen was just an ordinary pirate. He couldn't afford to go to that kind of place. He just occasionally drank a few glasses of rum in the Billow Tavern. He was now a man with a family. Naturally, he needed to be more careful, so after thinking about it, he turned and walked towards Mordor City. Forget it. Stephen lowered his head and muttered, refusing his companion's invitation to go to the tavern for a night of fun. As he returned to his station, he thought to himself, now is the time to use money. The money I saved is enough for 300 kindler. Enough to buy a piece of land in the city. I heard that the mainland is not very safe recently. I'll bring her and the child over after a while. Thinking of this, Stephen could not help but show a happy smile on his face. He was not young anymore. He was 35 years old this year, which was relatively old among pirates. As a human, Stephen felt that his physical energy was not as good as before after entering the age of 30. Although he had the strength of grade 2, and his combat experience was quite rich, after all, age was unforgiving. People in middle age could not avoid aging. This was the same even for advanced professions. In the last decisive battle with the pirate king Ashrod, Stephen was stabbed in the abdomen and lost a lot of blood at that time. Although he had recovered now, there were still some internal injuries. Stephen drifted on the sea for a long time. After so many years of life and death battles, he was already tired of it, so he planned to apply to join the city guards after handing over this mission. Change to a more stable job. In Stephen's long career as a pirate, he had followed many pirate leaders, but he had never met anyone like Sir Soren, who filled him with hope for the future. Order. Everything in Port Mordor was in good order because there was a strict order here. Although the law had not been fully established, the rules set by Sir Soren had always been strictly enforced. Anyone who challenged the rules would be mercilessly crushed. Stephen had never seen a pirate leader like Sir Soren who could control the rebellious pirates so well. Although some of the processes were bloody and cruel, that was only a small problem. As long as they got used to Sir Soren's order, they would find that their lives were not as bad as before. He didn't have to worry about being stolen and thrown into some stinking ditch after getting drunk, nor did he have to worry about his wealth falling into the hands of others after fighting to the death. You should be rewarded for your efforts. In Mordor, any job could allow people to support themselves. Even the most humble slave could get freedom because of hard work and live a good life in the city of Mordor. What reason did Stephen have not to believe that he would have a better future than those slaves who were freed? The money is almost enough. There was a paved road in the port that led directly to the city of Mordor. The neat road was repaired every once in a while. Stephen did not receive any education, so slightly complicated calculations were a bit troublesome for him. Although he had been spending money to learn words and arithmetic recently, unfortunately, because of his age, Stephen had been learning a bit difficult. So now he had to count with his fingers while he was on the road. With the merits I've made in the past, I should be able to buy the land south of Mordor at the most favorable price. Almost enough to buy 15 acres of land? Note, the size is about the same as an acre. 1 acre is about 6 acres now. These lands have been cultivated by slaves. Looking at the growth of the land, there should be a good harvest this year. After buying the land, I'll spend some money to buy 2 slaves from Shipwreck Bay to farm. Even if I'm old in the future, I can live a good life. When I get the land deed, I'll bring her and the children over. Then I'll spend some money to ask a priest to hold the wedding. Haha. An honest smile appeared on Stephen's face, which softened the hideous scar on the left side of his face and made him look less frightening. He had a lover. She used to be a prostitute in Shipwreck Bay. Her husband used to be a sailor, but unfortunately, he died in a shipwreck. After her husband died, she struggled to raise 2 children alone. Unfortunately, it was too difficult for a woman to raise 2 half-grown children. In the end, she made up her mind and hooked up with men behind closed doors, relying on the sex business to support the 2 children. Then she met Stephen, a pirate who looked fierce but was very gentle to her. After crippling a drunkard who did not pay after sleeping with a woman, Stephen got together with her. She was a very gentle woman. She was not very beautiful, and her voice was a little soft. She was 26 or 27 years old. Her waist was a little thick, but her skin was white. She was very gentle and good at housework. She would clean the room and have a big butt. At first glance, she was a woman who could bear children. As for the sex business, Stephen did not care so much. A woman who could make up her mind to do this kind of business to support children only made him feel awe. He was just a pirate. It was a bit too much to say that his hands were covered in blood, but there were definitely many people who died under his hands. There were people who deserved to die, and there were also innocent people. Occasionally, he would go to the temple to confess his sins. Once, he even cried in her arms like a child. Maybe the older he got, the more soft-hearted he became. This time, when he went to Shipwreck Bay to escort goods, Stephen encountered a young thief. If it was in the past, he would definitely cripple the child's hand. But this time, when he saw the child's yellow face and thin body, he could not help but think of the 2 children. Not only did he let the thief go, but he also gave him a few silver dirhams. Because life was difficult, and the door was always half closed, the older of the 2 children had also done some sneaky things in the past. Now, the 13-year-old child only had 8 fingers. Stephen was tired. He was not young anymore. In a few years, he would be 40 years old. When a man reached 40 years old, he could only rely on rich experience to fight. He wanted to change to a more stable life. There was a woman. There was a group of lively children. A stable job, a stable home. So many years of wandering on the sea had honed him into a real man. He could fight bravely without fear of death in battle, but this did not mean that he wanted to live a life of uncertainty all the time. He was a little different from other pirates. Maybe when others reached his age, they would become eager for all this. The gate of Mordor City appeared in front of him. Stephen could not help but speed up his pace and rush towards his station. He had his own house. Although it was only a small brick house, after all, it was an industry that he fought for with his life. But most of the time, he still stayed in the station because the house was empty. It was not as convenient as staying in the station. When he picked up the woman, he would consider moving in. I have to buy some furniture too. Stephen thought so in his heart. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his face showed an expression that all men understood. Hey. There are 3 rooms. Maybe I should buy a bigger bed. At this time, there was a noise at the gate of Mordor City. Then a large pterosaur climbed out. Its head was much bigger than a cow. There was a rope around its neck. It seemed to be led by someone, but it was blocked. The pterosaur walked forward arrogantly without looking at the guards around. When it came out of the gate, it couldn't wait to flap its wings, blowing up the dust all over the sky. Okay. Little Black, stop it. I'll let you out to play now. A crisp child's voice came from behind. Although he still couldn't see the person, Stephen couldn't help but change his expression. He quickly bowed his head and knelt down on one knee. Miss. This was the treasure of Mordor. Her status in Mordor was similar to that of a princess. Everyone knew that Sir Soren valued her more than his life. Whoosh! The pterosaur's figure rose into the air. Then Vivian, who was standing at the gate in a black princess dress, appeared in front of Stephen. The little girl didn't even notice Stephen kneeling on one knee. After letting go of the pterosaur's rope, she clapped her little hands gently and said, "Let's go. Lulu. I'll take you to catch fish today." The petite cat girl was full of happiness when she heard this. She nodded desperately and said, "Meow. Catch fish. Lulu wants to eat grilled fish." Under the sun. Vivian held the little cat girl's hand and walked towards the beach. Stephen also quickly stood up and rushed to the station. He still had to hand over the mission today. Battle after battle. Desperate battles over and over again. Blood, slaughter, death. In the cruel and ruthless game of life and death, the city of Mordor finally stood on this overseas archipelago. Soren didn't just change the fate of Vivian. This city, which was full of vitality, changed the fate of many people. Vivian finally had a stable environment to grow up in. She could live a life her age should have in her free time. Happy. Carefree. Living like a child. After all, she was only 9 years old. And Soren. He would continue to move forward in the killing, because of the promise, and also because of the protection. Fresh blood dripped down. Soren's breathing was a little rushed. Continuous high-intensity bursts of energy were quite taxing on his body, especially in a battle where the precision was on the millisecond level. It was a great test for his body. However, his current vitality was extraordinary. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Soren had already adjusted his breathing. Vitality not only affected his physical limits, but it also determined his endurance in battle. With his extraordinary vitality, Soren only needed to adjust his breathing a little, and he would be able to return to his peak condition. There was a burnt smell on his skin. Perhaps it was because he was burnt, but Soren didn't feel too much pain. The baler standing in front of him wasn't any better. There were 7 or 8 wounds on its body, especially on its back, where Soren had directly hit it twice. Unfortunately, the baler's vitality was too strong. With 31 vitality, Soren's attack should have cut it in half, but it was only able to injure its spine. The baler's vitality was too tenacious. The HP of a high-level demon was basically above that of a legendary warrior. Soren was barely able to push it to the brink of death. The baler was also panting. Even if it was as strong as it had lost a lot of blood and was heavily injured. The speed of its recovery was far from the speed of its recovery. The demon's madness allowed it to fight even when it was heavily injured and on the brink of death. It raised its heavy abyssal executioner sword again, and at the same time, waved its flame whip and rushed towards Soren. The flames on the baler's body had dimmed a lot. There were only some flickering flames left on the flame whip, and then a dark green barb was exposed. This was the reason why Soren's left arm was heavily injured. The barb hooked onto the flesh of his arm, and then a piece of flesh was forcefully torn off. Soren's injury wasn't light. Although he had only been hit by the Baler once, that one hit had caused him nearly 100 points of damage. The flames on the Baler's body were too strong. Even with the power of icing death protecting his body, Soren was still slowly burned every time he got close to it. This kind of enemy was simply impossible for mortals to defeat. It was even more difficult to deal with than a giant dragon because ordinary people would be burned to ashes if they stood in front of it. Soren was already a little numb from the roasting. Icing death prevented him from burning directly. This legendary weapon's ability to extinguish magic flames was still in effect. However, a scorching aura penetrated deep into Soren's bones from his skin, making him feel as if his chest was on fire. His throat was so dry that it felt like it was about to split open. The silver light was still dazzling. The Baler's flames made it even colder. Soren held it in his hand like a block of ice. I've already used up my shadow jump. Even if Soren was fighting at his peak condition, he still couldn't withstand a few jumps of 100 meters. Both sides were at the end of their tether. That was why Soren had no choice but to roll and dodge the Baler's crazy attacks. The huge abyssal beheading sword slashed the wall behind Soren, creating a 2-meter-long crack. At the same time, because of the Baler's strength, a crack appeared on the wall. Go to hell, mortal. The Baler had made up its mind to force Soren into a corner. The enemy in front of it didn't dare to take a single hit from it, so it completely gave up on defense and used the most violent method to force Soren to take its attacks. Rumble, Soren could only dodge again. The Baler's strength was too high. He didn't dare to take it head-on even when he was in his slaughter form. Not to mention that the Baler's body was huge. The abyssal beheading sword once again hit the ground. The terrifying brute force caused web-like cracks to appear on the wall. The wall rumbled, and the cracks extended to the top of both sides' heads. Solon seemed to have discovered something in an instant. That was why when the Baler swung the abyssal beheading sword again, he turned around and returned to his original position. The wind howled. The flame whipped towards Soren, and the abyssal beheading sword swept out. Rumble, the wall shook again, and the cracks were very obvious. At this moment, Soren was almost forced into a corner. The Baler's face showed a ferocious smile, and it suddenly swung the abyssal beheading sword at him. This damned mortal finally had no room to dodge. Clang, when the Baler swung the abyssal beheading sword again, Soren gritted his teeth and held his sword with both hands to block the attack. Poochie. Blood gushed out from the wound. Soren's whole body flew out as if he was hit by a speeding car. The huge force caused him to hit the wall with a bang, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Strength suppression. The huge difference in size and strength between the two sides made it easy for the Baler to deal crushing damage. Crack, Soren hit the wall behind him. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The cracks on the wall spread in an instant, and a shadow suddenly fell from the top of the Baler's head. Rumble, a sharp cone-like stalactite hit the Baler's head, and at the same time, a lot of debris fell to the ground. This level of damage couldn't kill the powerful Baler. But in the case of the head being hit, the Baler's attack was instantly full of loopholes. Its huge body became a burden at this moment, and most of the falling stones hit its huge body. Die. At this moment, Soren suddenly jumped out with a ferocious expression. His thin body easily crossed the falling boulder, and then after getting close to the Baler, he suddenly reached out and pressed on it. Vampiric touch. A life force full of burning breath poured into Soren's body, and the injuries on his body suddenly recovered a lot. A strange fiery red color appeared on his pale face. Soren jumped up and gently touched the back of the Baler. Then he held his sword with both hands and chopped at the Baler's head. Sword form, beheading. A cold light suddenly appeared. Then blood gushed out crazily. The huge body of the Baler was stiff in place. The next moment, it suddenly seemed to be burning. The Baler's body was full of raging flames, its whole body looked like a huge fireball. Burning explosion. As one of the most difficult higher demons to challenge in the abyss, the Baler's horror was not only its power, but more importantly, it would automatically activate a burning explosion talent ability after death. This talent ability would make the Baler explode like a fireball, causing hundreds of explosion range damage to any enemy around it. Back then, countless people had died under the self-detonating corpses after killing their enemies. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and terrible flames surged out. Soren, who had just slashed the Baylor's head, was shrouded in a terrible explosion in an instant. I'm back. Now there are a bunch of relatives' children over there. Fu Tu changed back to the original place to write. Today, 3 chapters. Rumble. Suddenly there was a violent vibration from the ground. The dwarven juggernaut, who was searching for loot, shook and almost fell to the ground. The others next to him also looked at each other with surprise and uneasiness. The desert warrior quietly put away a statue made of pure gold, and then turned to look at the few people present as if nothing had happened. What happened? The dwarven warrior picked up the well-preserved crystal on the wall and blew on it. Did something happen down there? He asked in a low voice. The 4 people present looked at each other. I don't know. The Ronin held his weapon in both hands and frowned slightly. The captain's expression just now seemed a bit wrong, and the hostility on his body was too strong. I guess something big must have happened down there. The desert warrior rolled his eyes and said with a meaningful expression, I heard that there are demons sealed in such underground ruins. The movement just now didn't look good. The oriental dancer's face changed slightly, and a trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face. She suggested, should we go down and find him? No. The desert warrior decisively rejected. He glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, just now, the captain asked us to stay here. We don't know the situation here at all. If we go down rashly, if there is something terrible down there, I'm afraid we will all die here. Speaking of this, the desert warrior could not help but lower his voice and said, I think everyone has a good harvest today, and more importantly, no one was injured. Why don't we stop here today, go up and divide the loot first, and then wait for the captain to come out? Anyway, he is a very powerful rogue. If he wants to leave, there are very few people who can stop him. If he can't leave, we will die if we go. He wanted to slip away. The situation in the underground ruins was a bit wrong. The vibration just now caused some places to collapse. It was likely that something big had happened down there. Not many people were injured in the previous few battles. After Soren left, they found some chests and secret rooms. They found quite a lot of valuable loot. Even if they divided it up, there were still several thousand Kindler coins. Since the situation was not right, everyone had found a lot of spoils of war. Fortunately, no one was injured. The desert warrior already had the idea of leaving as soon as he could. After all, he and Soren were only in a temporary party, and they didn't have much of a relationship with each other. It wasn't strange for them to run away as soon as they saw that something was wrong. The desert warrior's words obviously attracted the approval of one person. The Ronin stroked his sword silently. He had come to the desert area to train. He had only accepted this mission because he didn't have enough money. The situation here was a bit dangerous. He had encountered a legendary ancient mummy so easily, and this was only the 2nd floor of the underground ruins. He didn't want to lose his life here. Since he already had the spoils of war, and he wasn't injured, leaving with the benefits to continue his cultivation was undoubtedly the wisest decision. The dwarven juggernaut looked a little hesitant. It seemed that he wanted to leave, but he felt a little guilty. The dwarven race was still more credible. Leaving in this case meant abandoning his comrades. Among the people present, the one with the most complicated expression was undoubtedly the oriental dancer. Her face looked wavering, as if she wanted to stay and leave. After all, Soren had just saved her life. Reason told her that leaving now was the wisest decision, but she felt that it was too much to do so. The difficulty of the underground ruins was a bit high. She knew very well what was below. If Soren really encountered that kind of monster, she was afraid that the possibility of him coming back alive was not high. Baylor. It was difficult for a legendary rogue to kill a Baylor alone. Rumble. After the explosion from the underground caused the first batch of collapses, it seemed to have broken the support in some places, which obviously formed a chain of collapses. There were sounds of collapsing in many places, and a large amount of dust fell here. We can't stay here any longer. The desert warrior looked at the others and said in a deep voice, if you want to stay, then stay. I'm ready to leave. It looks like this place may collapse. Maybe we will be trapped here. After that, he ran directly towards the square. The Ronin glanced at the others and quickly followed. This was a desert area. If the hole above was blocked by the collapse, it would be very troublesome to get out. The dwarf hesitated, glanced at the Oriental dancer and said, "Shall we go out too?" The Oriental dancer's expression gradually calmed down. She glanced at the dwarven juggernaut in front of her and said, "No. I'm going to go down and see. After all, he just saved me. I can't abandon him like this. I will definitely feel guilty about this in the future." Hearing her words, a trace of guilt appeared on the dwarf warrior's face. Immediately, he took out a few bottles of healing potions and a bottle of fiery red potion, threw them to the Oriental dancer, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. I'm going to leave here. This is the healing potion bought from the temple, and a bottle of strength potion from the Grey Valley dwarves. It can temporarily improve your combat effectiveness. Good luck." The dwarven juggernaut picked up his axe and ran out. A lot of dust had fallen here, and there were vibrations in the distance. The Oriental dancer glanced at their backs, gritted her teeth, and ran into the dark passage ahead. "I'm just doing this for the mission." The Oriental dancer rushed into the dark passage and muttered to herself, "The mission given by the Empress has not been completed yet. If I go back like this, she will definitely be unhappy. Yes. I have to go in and see. He shouldn't die so easily, right?" The surrounding scenery flew back quickly. The vibration in the distance continued to come. There should be a fault below, so many ruins collapsed. Boom, the Oriental dancer turned to avoid a falling stone, and then stopped. There was a big pit in front of her. It was obviously blown up by a terrible explosion. Below it were all large and small pieces of debris. The road here had been cut off. If she wanted to go, she could only jump down and then find a passage to move forward. But at this moment, a rather embarrassed figure climbed up from the fracture in front. "You're not dead." The Oriental dancer's face glowed in an instant. She seemed to be relieved and said, "Great." "Bah." Soren spat a mouthful of saliva after climbing up. His blood was mixed with dust. He was almost directly shrouded in the initial big explosion. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to resist the explosion, he might have been buried alive. Soren's whole body was gray, and there was a thick layer of fallen sand on it. He spat out the soil in his mouth, raised his hand to wipe his face, and then said, "Why are you here? Where are they?" Soren glanced behind him and found no trace of other people. At this time, the Oriental dancer didn't even need to speak. He seemed to already know everything, and said slowly, "Gone? TSK. This kind of temporary team is really unreliable at critical moments. Catch." The Oriental dancer, who just wanted to say something, suddenly saw Soren raise his hand and throw a gem with a strange luster. She quickly reached out and took a look at it. Her face immediately showed surprise. This was the task item she needed. Rumble. There was a sound of collapse behind them. Soren's face changed slightly. He rushed up quickly and said in a deep voice, "Let's go first. The bottom has been blown up. Even this area might collapse." The two sprinted toward the original road at high speed. Soren seemed to be seriously injured. The dust on his body was all stained with blood, and it was mixed together and condensed into blood clots. Even though their speed wasn't slow, by the time they arrived at the square, it was already pitch black. All the torches were extinguished, and the position of the dug passage was blocked by falling sand. The passage collapsed. This kind of temporarily dug passage could not withstand such a collapse, but the others seemed to have escaped in advance. "What should we do now?" The Oriental dancer glanced at Soren and whispered, "The passage has collapsed." Clang. Soren turned and glanced at her. He raised his hand and threw a shovel over. He said angrily, "What else can we do now? Dig out." Bah, the Oriental dancer was all wet with sweat. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead with the shovel in one hand, and immediately a white and delicate skin appeared in the dust. Digging in a sandy environment, if she wasn't careful, she would be covered in dust and sand. Now, a beautiful woman had become like a beggar, spitting out a mouthful of sand. The structure of this underground ruin was not very good. If she dug a little bit, the quicksand would pour down. Just now, she was almost buried. Hoo hoo hoo. The Oriental dancer opened her mouth and gasped for breath. After turning around and glancing at Soren on the side, she couldn't help but complain, "Hey. Haven't you rested well? How long will it take for me to finish digging?" At first, Soren threw a shovel to her. She thought it was two people digging up, but she didn't expect that she was the only one doing it. After a long time, she only dug a little bit. If this continued, she didn't know how long she would be trapped. As for Soren, he had been sitting there to rest for almost 5 or 6 hours now. Every time she was tired from digging, or after being drenched by sand from head to toe, the Oriental dancer would look back at Soren. He was still sitting cross-legged there. Every time she looked at him, there would be more resentment in her eyes. "He's not a gentleman at all," the Oriental dancer muttered in a low voice. Then she raised her hand and moved her long hair. Her hair was full of dust, which was very uncomfortable for someone who loved cleanliness. After digging for a long time, she sweated a lot. The sweat mixed with dust stood on her body, making her feel as if she had been rolling in mud at the moment. But after complaining for a while, she finally dug hard because she could see that Soren was seriously injured at the moment. In fact, Soren was seriously injured now. Under the burning explosion of the baler, he was directly put into a state of near death. The reason why he could still move freely now was entirely because of his extraordinary constitution. At this moment, Soren seemed to be resting, but in fact, he was rememorizing spells. The Oriental dancer didn't know that Soren was still a wizard. Naturally, she thought that Soren was resting and recovering. Moreover, other wizards needed to take out a spellbook to memorize spells. She had never seen a wizard like Soren who relied entirely on memories to memorize spells. Although he paid a lot of slaughter EXP, the spells that Soren currently mastered were all imprinted from memory. He didn't need a spellbook to memorize spells, and he basically didn't have a spellbook on him. Who? Soren slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the Oriental dancer who was working hard in front of him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, the Oriental dancer was no longer as charming as she was at the beginning. She was completely a country woman covered in mud. Her appearance was really pleasing to see. There were a lot of messages prompts in front of him. The top one was, attacked by balers, incineration explosion. Conditioned reflex passed. You successfully avoided the core area of the explosion. You received 52 points of explosion damage. You received 12 points of fire damage. Critical point triggered. Ability breakthrough. Your ability, minor fire resistance, has been upgraded to minor fire resistance. Critical point triggered. Ability breakthrough. Your ability, minor fire resistance, has been upgraded to medium fire resistance. The baler was a ball of fire. Soren was suffering from fire damage from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for the support of the power of icing death, which could extinguish the magic flames on his body, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. So after the battle, the first thing that broke out was the fire resistance that Soren had originally trained. It actually increased from minor fire resistance to medium fire resistance in one breath. Medium fire resistance, personal ability, the power of divinity allows you to increase your resistance against fire damage. From now on, you are immune to any fire damage below 5 points. When attacked by spells or spell-like attacks, any damage with fire effects will be reduced by 10 points. With the strengthening of the power of divinity, the effect of your fire resistance ability will gradually increase. Eventually, you may be immune to fire damage. Resistance was a very useful ability. After upgrading to high resistance, it could greatly increase survivability. However, if you wanted to be immune to a certain type of attack, you may need a more powerful ability. This was the domain of the gods. Soren currently had 2 types of resistance, minor cold resistance, and medium fire resistance. Then, below were some other data. You have killed the baler, extracting the target's soul energy. You have gained 165,100 slaughter EXP. The target has divine ability. Divine power activated. Absorbing the target's remaining divinity. Divine transformation. You have gained 5 divinity points. More than 160,000 slaughter EXP. Although it was not enough for Soren to advance into the legendary realm, it was not much less than that. He still needed to get another elemental stone on this trip. At that time, it should be enough for him to advance into the legendary realm. As for the 5 divinity points, this surprised Soren. He did not expect to get so many divinity points from killing a high-level demon. It was a pity that this kind of thing was difficult to encounter again. After all, the difficulty of challenging a high-level demon and a demigod was not much different. But it was not surprising. The demons of the abyss had always had a divine bloodline. Many powerful demons clearly did not have divinity and clergy, but they could still use part of the power of the gods. This was the divine bloodline that they had. The children of the abyss demons. This time, he was lucky to kill the Baler. Soren knew very well that if the opponent was not sealed here, he would have almost no chance of winning in a head-on battle. If he wanted to deal with such an enemy in the future, he would have to wait for the arrival of the Avatar crisis before entering the bottomless abyss. At that time, the Baler would be the backbone of the first batch of demons. When the Avatar crisis began, the bloody war in the abyss came to an end temporarily. The demons and devils turned their attention to other planes. Patter, Soren stood up slowly. He took out a shovel and began to dig silently. The most important thing now was to leave this place. About 3 hours later, another message appeared in front of him: War of the Baler, legendary battle. In early April 1676 of the New Moon era, you encountered a sealed Baler in the ruins of the ancient Arcane Empire. After a tough battle, you finally defeated this powerful enemy. The fall of a high-level demon made your existence begin to be noticed by the abyss. The Baler you killed is a descendant of an ancient Baler. Your existence will be sensed by some powerful demons. Legend +2, it was a little strange. Soren only got 2 legend points. Logically speaking, the Baler should be the most powerful monster he had challenged so far. But the legend points it gave him were only 2, moreover, this time, the legend points appeared very quickly. It seemed that it did not take a long time to appear like in the past. This made Soren fall into deep thought. Why is it like this? Soren thought quickly in his mind and secretly said, this Baler is so powerful. Why is it only 2 legend points? Even in naval battles legend points are higher than it. Could it be that the legend points are not directly related to the enemy's strength? Or are there other conditions that determine how much legend points are? Soren frowned slightly because he seemed to have found something. The legend points were not necessarily the more powerful the enemy was. Of course, defeating a powerful enemy would naturally give more legend points than defeating a weak enemy. But there seemed to be a benchmark that determined the number of legend points. Audience, many of the legend points that Soren got in the past were because of the wide range of spread. Many battles were not as dangerous as today, but the legend points obtained were very high because these things were spread far and wide. But today, Soren didn't seem to have an audience at all. He wouldn't go to the tavern to brag about how he killed the Baler. Among all the people, only the Oriental dancer vaguely guessed that Soren defeated the Baler. Maybe this was why the legend points were low. Soren was trapped. In fact, he and the Oriental dancer were trapped in the underground ruins for a whole day and night. By the time they finally dug out a tunnel and returned to the surface, the two of them were already a little exhausted. It looked like they had crawled up from the ground after rolling in the ground. Soren's body was a little better. After all, he was wearing tights. He just shook off the sand and mud on his cloak. But the Oriental dancer was wearing a long dress. When she climbed out, her whole body was gray. Only when she occasionally wiped her sweat would she wipe off the dust, revealing a piece of white skin. Finally, I climbed out. When the Oriental dancer came to the ground, she threw away the shovel directly, then sat on the sand unladylike, and then jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. At this moment, although the sky was getting dark, the temperature in the desert area was still very high. There were no traces of laborers and other teammates nearby, but there was a lot of garbage not far away. The wind and sand during the day were very strong. They had probably taken away everything that could be taken away. Now there was only garbage left on the entire ruins. Soren reached out and pushed the sand away. He touched the burnt charcoal and said in a deep voice, "They left not long ago. They should have packed up and left in the morning." The Oriental dancer came over and nodded gently, "These guys. Forget it." Soren shook his head indifferently. He had seen too many things worse than this when he was in the Underdark. At least this time, the people he met did not stab him in the back. He looked up at the sky and said slowly, "Let's rest here for a night. We will leave tomorrow. You have found what you want. We will separate tomorrow. Since you plan to go back to the Eastern Kingdom, let's leave early. It won't be long before this place becomes a place of trouble." The Oriental dancer nodded gently, and her eyes fell on Soren. She looked at him quietly for a while, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said softly, "Thank you." Soren waved his hand and said nothing. He just said, "I'm going to find some water. There should be an oasis nearby." Water. Hearing Soren's words, the Oriental dancer suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but quickly follow up and whisper, "Is there an oasis nearby? I'll go with you. There should be an oasis nearby." Because an adventurers' gathering place had once been established here, it was very difficult to resupply in the desert. The area near the underground ruins had been explored before they found this oasis as a camp. Soren followed his memory and soon saw a patch of green in the distance. A very small oasis. It was probably only about 100 meters wide. There were all kinds of vegetation growing on all sides, as well as some tall trees. In the middle was a deep pool. It was a miracle in the desert that an oasis could be preserved in such a place with such strong sandstorms. Great! The Oriental dancer couldn't help but speed up her pace. When she came to the pool, she leaned over and drank a few mouthfuls. Then she held the water and washed her face. As the dust on her face was washed away, a charming face was also revealed. It had obvious Oriental characteristics and looked full of exotic charm. After she washed her face, her expression suddenly became a little shy. There was a slight blush on her charming face. She turned to look at Soren next to her. It seemed that she wanted to say something but couldn't. Soren was also washing his face. The cold water made him breathe a sigh of relief. He simply wiped his body, and then noticed the Oriental dancer's gaze. "What's wrong?" Soren frowned slightly. The Oriental dancer's expression was a little shy. She seemed a little embarrassed, but she still whispered, "I want to wash up. Can you wait for me outside first?" It turned out that she wanted to take a bath. Soren stood up helplessly. He glanced at the dusty and embarrassed appearance of the opposite side and said, "Okay. I'll wait for you outside." Soren turned and left. After the Oriental dancer confirmed that he had gone out, she carefully untied her belt, but she still quietly glanced back and whispered, "I don't know if he will peek. Such a powerful rogue, if he turns around and sneaks back, I guess I can't find him, right? I don't care so much. I'd better take a bath first." The long skirt on the Oriental dancer's body was taken off, revealing a pair of slender legs. She explored the water with her feet, and then slowly unbuttoned her blouse. Her full breasts were like white jade in the moonlight. The Oriental dancer slowly entered the water with her hands in front of her chest. The water was sparkling, and her white legs and slender waist were faintly visible. She sighed contentedly and then began to wash the dust on her body. "He is a good man. It's a pity that the person I like is D. Otherwise, he would be really good." The Oriental dancer's whole body was soaked in the water, and her wet long hair spread out like water plants. She gently wiped her face, and some thoughts ran wild in her mind. Her face was slightly red, and she said, "Is he peeping?" In fact, she really thought too much. Soren walked out from the beginning. He was not interested in peeping at others taking a bath. In terms of beauty, Gloria was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. It was estimated that only Vivian might surpass her when she grew up in the future. So with Gloria, Soren was not so thirsty that he would turn around and peep at others taking a bath. Faint moonlight. Soren stood on the edge of the oasis and waited quietly. But when he felt that it was almost time to go back, there was a slight noise in front of him. Someone was approaching. Soren's figure instantly disappeared into the darkness, and then quietly moved in stealth. A person. A woman. Before Soren got close to the target, he saw a tall figure with long black hair hanging down naturally. He could recognize that it was a woman at a glance. The other party was wearing tight clothes, revealing the exquisite curves of her body. Her facial features were oriental, but she was taller than the northern woman. But this was not the key point. The key point was that Soren did not see any weapons on her, only a pair of black gloves. Who? A cold voice sounded, and then the woman in front of Soren stopped. Her figure flew up in an instant and directly locked on to Soren's position. Then she turned into a shadow and approached Soren. Her leg was mixed with a whistling wind, and she kicked at Soren with an amazing momentum. There was no sign of it. Soren didn't even know how the enemy determined his position. He could only be sure that he was not directly exposed. The other party seemed to be able to find him because of some supernatural ability. Was I discovered? Soren's expression was a little surprised. The rolling sound exposed his position. Bang! In the face of the enemy's high-speed kick attack, Soren had no time to dodge or draw his sword. He could only block it with his hands in front of his chest. Accompanied by the dull sound of flesh colliding, Soren took a little half-step back. The vigorous figure quickly retreated after colliding with Soren. She floated in the air like a goose feather and landed on the ground. Her eyes instantly became fierce and she said, "Rogue?" Clap. The woman in front of him clapped her hands together. As her palms clapped together, a faint magic aura immediately appeared on the gloves, followed by a jumping arc between her palms. This strange arc kept jumping in her palms, but it was not her own ability. It should be the power of the pair of gloves. This was a very special rare weapon. Lunge, sideways, raised her hand. The familiar posture made Soren's expression dignified for a moment. He slowly pulled out his curved sword Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Pugilist?" Pugilist. This was the first time Soren saw a woman advance into a pugilist. As an advanced extension of the monk profession, although there was no mandatory advancement requirement for a pugilist, it was extremely rare for a woman to advance into a pugilist as a profession. Soren had seen a female priest advance into a pugilist's modified version of Divine Fist in the past, but he had never encountered a female profession that accepted the orthodox pugilist's cultivation. Moreover, the opponent's strength seemed to be not below his landslide. The tall figure came like a storm. As an advanced profession that leaned towards the monk class, the strength of a pugilist was basically above the advanced level. The woman in front of him kicked more than 10 meters away. Her figure flew through the air, and her slender and strong thighs rolled up the wind and sand, directly whipping towards Soren's abdomen. Clang! The curved sword Xianxia was instantly unsheathed, and Soren swung it horizontally. In the face of Soren's attack, the tall woman did not panic at all. Her slender and strong legs pulled back, and she actually rose directly from the ground. She continued to soar in the air without any relay point. Chi! Soren's pupils shrank in an instant, and he suddenly bent his body and stabbed his curved sword towards the opponent's lower body. Cloud ladder. Ethereal form. In the face of Soren's attack from below, the tall woman slightly frowned her beautiful willow-like eyebrows. She only saw her palms together, and crackling lightning jumped in her palms. She swooped down towards Soren, and while her figure fell at a high speed, she strangely moved half a meter away. When she passed by Soren to avoid the attack, her palms turned into a gust of wind and hit Soren's vital parts. Gale attack. Arcs of lightning jumped in the air. Soren was shocked in an instant. He quickly protected his chest and blocked the enemy's attack. The opponent did not need a relay point at all. In the case of no foothold in the air, she could still launch continuous attacks. The enemy's fist hit Soren's body, but when she retracted her fist, Soren felt a shock in his chest. The force seemed to have passed through his arms and hit his internal organs directly. The subtle electric current jumped on Soren's body. Even with his strong physique, he felt numb all over. If it were anyone else now, they would have been paralyzed by the electric current. 1-inch punch. Soren's figure fell from the air, and his chest rose and fell violently. Suddenly, his throat moved, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. 1-inch punch. Or it could be said that it was internal force, as well as hitting a cow through a mountain. It was a battle technique that could ignore the opponent's defense. Soren's defensive equipment was basically useless against such an attack, and the enemy's attack directly penetrated his internal organs. This was an ability that could turn a fully armored heavy soldier into an idiot. Under such a special combat technique, any physical defense would basically be rendered useless. Evade sight. Soren's figure disappeared as soon as he landed on the ground. The tall woman also landed on the ground. She furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and looked around. It was quiet all around. It was as if Soren had evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Shadow leap. Soren's figure suddenly appeared from behind the enemy's shadow. His scimitar flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards the enemy's heart. However, the moment he launched his attack, the tall slender woman clearly didn't notice his existence, but her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly turned around to avoid the cold light behind her. Evade instinct. Super sixth sense. When Soren realized that the enemy had actually dodged his attack, he immediately knew that things weren't going well. He immediately swung his scimitar horizontally. Clang. However, what happened next was a little different from his previous combat experience. The tall woman in front of him suddenly closed her palms and caught Soren's scimitar, catching a blade with bare hands. Crackling electricity appeared, and the electricity flowed along the weapon to Soren's arm. The tall woman in front of him sneered, and then suddenly twisted her waist. A pair of strong legs instantly clamped onto Soren's neck. Her legs locked onto Soren's neck, and then she suddenly used all her strength to flip him over onto the sand. Legendary, this woman was definitely a legendary pugilist, with such a reaction speed, such a predictive ability. Soren even suspected that she had mastered the terrifying ability, Sixth Sense. Humph. The tall woman stuck close to Soren. She was less than 5 centimeters away from Soren. At such a close distance, Soren could even feel her long black hair fluttering in the wind. Just as Soren was about to raise his scimitar, the woman's elbow hit his abdomen, and then her fist landed on his shoulder joint. In an instant, Soren's entire arm was completely numb, and he almost couldn't hold his scimitar. Elbow, knee, 1-inch punch. A series of continuous attacks landed on Soren like a storm, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Every attack Soren made would be detected by the enemy in advance, and she would instantly hit his weak points, making it impossible for Soren to fight back. Especially the pair of gloves that kept jumping with electricity. Although they couldn't do much damage to Soren, the electric arcs were a nightmare to Soren. Every time Soren was hit by the gloves, he felt like he was touching a high-voltage electric current. In this case, he might not even be able to use 30% of his usual combat ability. The close combat ability of a pugilist. Being stuck by the tall woman in front of him, Soren took more than 10 punches in just 1 or 2 seconds. He was like a human sandbag being hit by the opponent. If it weren't for his amazing physique and strong vitality, he would have been finished off by the opponent. Clang. In the face of the enemy's storm-like attacks, Soren finally made a decision. He directly let go of the scimitar in his hand, and instantly turned around and slammed into the opponent's body with his shoulder. Mountain lean. With the dull sound of flesh hitting flesh, the ferocious tall woman was finally knocked back a few steps by Soren. The distance between them was instantly pulled apart. Soren quickly reached for the scimitar on the ground, and the tall woman rushed forward and slapped him in the chest. Crackling electricity leaped about. A sneer appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth. He suddenly withdrew his hand that was grabbing curved sword, icing death. The next moment, a pale golden cold light appeared in his palm. At the moment when the tall woman in front of him rushed over, he waved the fine gold dagger and stabbed the other party's chest. It was a trap. The tall woman's expression was stern. When the forward momentum disappeared, she instantly twisted her body and dodged. At the same time, her slender and strong thighs whipped Soren's chest. Bang, both of them were sent flying. Soren pressed his hand on his chest and coughed slightly, while the tall woman pressed her hand on her elbow, where there was a slight bloodstain. If it weren't for her strong dodging ability, she would have lost half of her life. After all, a pugilist would not use other weapons except for boxing gloves, and would hardly wear any armor. Note: armor type. It's definitely the sixth sense. Soren gently moved his feet and placed the fine gold dagger in front of his chest. The pugilist's ability to rush forward was too strong. Once the distance was too close, the scimitar would become restrained. It was not as good as the small fine gold dagger. The woman in front of him should have mastered a supernatural ability like the sixth sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to continuously dodge Soren's attacks, and even predict the position of his attack. Soren also had the ability, danger sense, but when fighting with the tall woman in front of him, it was as if it didn't exist at all. The only explanation was that she had a more powerful supernatural ability that completely suppressed Soren's danger sense. Expeditious steps. The woman in front of him looked at Soren coldly. She took a hairband from her left arm and did not look at the bloodstain on her arm. She just gently tied up her long black hair. It was not until now that Soren noticed that there was still a hairband tied around her arm. After tying her hair into a neat ponytail, the tall woman's momentum suddenly became more aggressive. Seismic strike. 1-inch punch, landslide. The tall woman suddenly jumped up and swept through the air like a wild goose. Her long hair was tied into a single ponytail flying in the air, and she rushed toward Soren with a fierce blow. Stop. But just when Soren was about to face her with the fine gold dagger, the figure of the Oriental dancer suddenly appeared and shouted at the tall woman in the air, "D. Stop fighting. He's not an enemy." The tall woman's figure landed. However, she still moved her right leg forward and put on a half-bow posture, ready to attack again at any time. Soren also squatted slightly, holding the fine gold dagger in his hand, ready to fight at any time. The loss just now made him feel a little aggrieved. Even if it was a legendary fist master, he should not have been so helpless. What made him most afraid was not the opponent's fighting ability, but the damn gloves. The electric current was too disgusting for a rogue like him. There were all kinds of elemental attacks. Electric damage was the most likely to trigger negative statuses, which people who had accidentally touched. Household circuits knew. This pair of gloves might not be legendary equipment, but it was not far from it. The Oriental dancer quickly came to the tall woman's side, almost threw herself into her arms, then hugged her slender waist, and said in a happy voice, "D. Why are you here?" The tall woman's attention was still on Soren, and she whispered, "I heard that the princess assigned you a task. I was a little worried about the difficulty of the task. I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I came here. Be careful of this man. He's very dangerous and seems very evil." Aura. The other party seemed to have seen the aura on Soren's body through some means. As the pirate king who ruled the three seas, if Soren used a detection spell on him, it would definitely be a very evil magic aura. There were many mysterious means in the East, but it was not a paradise for wizards. Professionals from the East seemed to be able to master some special abilities in their cultivation. Sixth sense. One of the most powerful supernatural abilities, the ability that Soren longed for but could not get. In fact, he had spent a lot of effort to get a weakened version of danger sense. If he wanted to get a more powerful, sixth sense ability, he could only rely on some kind of adventure or enter the realm of the gods himself. As for the more advanced, super sixth sense, it was a legendary ability. The number of people in the world who had mastered this ability was less than 2 digits. Note, the sixth sense is equivalent to a natural superpower. It is basically impossible to train it. You can only master danger sense through training. When a legendary monk reaches a certain level, his perception may be further strengthened to the sixth sense ability as a natural-born supernatural ability. He's fine. The Oriental dancer raised her head and looked at Soren. The expression on her face was a little complicated. She said softly, "I'll tell you this later. Can you stop now? He saved me once. They're not enemies. D. Why don't we sit down first?" Hearing the words of the Oriental dancer, the tall woman raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, then glanced at Soren and slowly withdrew her stance. Soren frowned slightly and looked at the Oriental dancer and her. Then he put away the fine gold dagger. He pulled out the curved sword icing death from the ground, and his eyes fell on the tall woman. Fistmaster, D. She was a very strong woman. However, Soren wasn't afraid of her if she used all her trump cards. Fist Master and Sword Saint had the same fighting style. They both pursued the extreme path. This kind of fighting technique might be very powerful, but it also had an obvious weakness. They could be killed in an instant if they seized the opportunity. This kind of advanced profession might be very powerful in a one-on-one fight, but if there were too many enemies, the situation would be very dangerous. In short, Soren had been punched by her more than 10 times, and now he was only a little injured. However, if she was hit by Soren once, then the injury would be very serious. Because Fist Master only wore gloves to fight, and there was basically no armor on his body. Note, Fist Master can't even wear leather armor. At most, he can only wear arm guards. The woman in front of him did not wear arm guards. The group approached the oasis. The Oriental dancer whispered to her. It seemed that she was talking about what happened before. From time to time, the tall D would look back at Soren with a slightly surprised expression. Soren sat by the campfire and quietly wiped his curved sword. He seemed to be uninterested in their conversation. Wait a minute. D looked at Soren again and whispered, "You mean he may have killed the Baler below? How is this possible? Even I am no match for the Baler. With this man's strength, I'm afraid it's difficult to get close to it." The Oriental dancer glanced at Soren quietly and whispered, "It's probably true. It's all collapsed down there. But I didn't see it either. Maybe he didn't show his real strength just now, or it's because he's still injured." D shook her head gently, as if she still didn't believe it. After a while, she slowly came to Soren and whispered, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Yukari would be in danger today." Yukari? Was that the name of the Oriental dancer? Their names were really strange. They were all monosyllabic, and it seemed that they didn't even mention their surnames. Soren looked up at her. At this time, he saw the real appearance of the woman in front of him. Willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, an oval face, a small cherry mouth, a high nose, and long black hair. It seemed that from any angle, she had all the beautiful characteristics of an Oriental woman. Obviously, she had the kind of weak beauty with the aura of the East, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce and vigorous in battle. Full breasts, slender waist, slender and strong thighs. Soren's eyes stopped on the white and slender thighs of the other party. It was not that he hadn't seen a pugilist before, but it was the first time he met a pugilist who could practice hidden power on the legs. Chi, Soren wasn't sure if it was the power of Chi, or the other party's talent was really amazing. However, the woman in front of him had undoubtedly left a deep impression on him. She had even mended some of the loopholes in his fighting style. Her kick, which seemed to be incomparably ferocious, was actually mixed with hidden force. In the future, it would be best to be more careful when encountering professionals from the East. He had traveled in the Eastern Kingdom in the past, but he hadn't received the training of the Eastern Kingdom. Maybe he could try it in the future. Even Droll and Rangers could learn from the professionals of the Eastern Kingdom. As a rogue, he should also have the opportunity to learn from them. Let's take a break. Soren stirred the bonfire, looked up at the dim starry sky, and said slowly, "I'll keep watch. I'll leave tomorrow. Since you've got what you need, you should leave here early." As soon as he finished speaking, the Oriental dancer who came over could not help but tremble, but not because of Soren's words. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky in surprise. Her expression seemed a little horrified, and she said incoherently, "Look. You. Look over there. Stars. No. No. It's the stars. It's falling." Soren immediately turned and looked in the direction pointed by the Oriental dancer. Dee also quickly looked up at the sky, only to see a star in the distance that suddenly became very dim, like a light bulb that was about to go out. Then, it suddenly disappeared without a trace, but this was just the beginning. Just after its light completely disappeared, suddenly a very dazzling brilliance appeared in its original position. This was completely different from the light at the beginning. In the past, its light was like a star. Although it could be seen clearly, it was far away, just like the earth and the starry sky. But now, its light felt so close. It was as if it had been in 2 different latitudes before, but now it was in the same plane. The dazzling star crossed the sky, falling like a meteor. Although it only flashed for a moment, it still made people feel a strong shock. The kind of shock that could not be described in words. Soren stood up. He had been looking at the direction where the star fell, and his expression was unprecedentedly dignified. Because a god had fallen, he didn't know which god had fallen, but he knew that if such a vision appeared in the sky, then a true god must have fallen. He was dead. Even the high and mighty gods would die one day. Soren was not on the south coast. No one knew when it started, but the news was spread out by others. The legendary pirate king was not on the south coast, and naturally, it inevitably caused others to be restless. There was no doubt about Soren's deterrence. His existence was a legend on the south coast. As long as he was in the south coast, no one dared to make any moves. But now there was news that he was no longer on the south coast. It was very likely that he was in the Frost Kingdom on the other side of the continent. This made many people who secretly spied on them to take action. The Pirate King of the Amazon. The Pirate King active in the Amazon islands seemed to feel threatened by Soren's strength, but she did not launch an attack. Instead, she expanded the scope of her activities a little more than before. It was obvious. The territory under her control was about to connect to Soren's overseas route. But this was not the biggest threat on the south coast, because the Pirate King of the Amazon had always been very cautious. She should not have any intention of going to war with Soren at the moment. Therefore, their actions were only a test, a hidden provocation. The real threat was the Principality of Rossard. In the battle to defeat the Pirate King Ashrod, Soren also severely damaged the navy of the Principality of Rossard. He even killed the Duke of Red Dragon's wife once, forcing her to use life hiding to resurrect. This kind of hatred was very strong. To some extent, it was almost impossible to resolve. So after getting the news that Soren was not on the south coast, the navy of the Principality of Rossard immediately took action. This action alarmed the half-elf first mate who was guarding the eastern route. He could deal with the pirates in the east, but he could not deal with the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Without any way to contact Soren, the only thing he could do was to ask for help from Mordor, Raging Sand Island. This used to be the base of the Pirate King Ashrod. Now it was the transit station of the eastern route that the half-elf first mate was in charge of. At this moment, the port was solemn, as if a storm was coming. The Principality of Rossard's navy was moving abnormally. Through some unknown means, they had secretly equipped more warships. There was news that the Amazon pirates were secretly supporting them, but there were no more specific sources of information. The only thing that was certain was that the navy of the Principality of Rossard had been replenished with a large number of warships and had rebuilt a powerful navy. In the entire south coast area, the only ones who could support them with so many things, other than the few nearby kingdoms, were the Amazonian women. It was impossible for the kingdom to send its own warships to support the navies of other countries, so the possibility of it being an Amazon woman was the highest. The Amazon Islands were originally overseas. The warships were their standing force, and it was not difficult for them to support the Principality of Rossard. A warship gradually approached Raging Sand Island. At this moment, many people had gathered at the port, including the half-elf first mate and other pirate leaders. They were all waiting at the port. The entire south coast, other than Soren, there was only one other person who could make them wait so respectfully. Gloria's figure appeared on the deck. She was wearing a black wizard robe, and her face was covered with a veil. Even so, at this moment, she still looked so beautiful, as if with a mysterious color. Next to her was little Vivian. Today, Vivian was wearing a pure white princess dress, and behind her was Lulu, who looked a little confused. Finally, in the dark corner of the cabin, there seemed to be another figure wearing a wizard robe. She did not directly show up, but stood quietly behind. "Your Excellency." The half-elf first mate knelt on one knee, and the pirate leaders behind him all knelt on one knee and said, "Your Excellency." Miss. Soren's intentions were becoming more and more obvious. His ambition made the enemy feel uneasy. Not only did his men understand something, but his enemies were also aware of something. Especially after taking over the west coast and the north coast, Soren's former enemies were obviously more and more uneasy. At the same time, some rules were quietly changing. The pirate leaders, who used to be lawless, now began to learn the law and rules. They needed to learn how to become managers, because they were no longer pirates who ran away after robbing, but a ruling class that each had a territory to manage and build. Get up. Gloria walked gently like a noble princess. She reached out and took little Vivian, glanced at the other pirate leaders, and slowly said, "Let the others gather in the council hall." "Yes." The half-elf first mate said respectfully. It could be said that in the whole south coast, besides Soren, only Gloria could control these unruly pirate leaders. Not only because of her identity in the Northern Witch Council, but also because of her strength. It could be said that since she followed Soren to the outer islands, Gloria's identity and status were destined to be extraordinary. In the absence of Soren, although she rarely intervened in the affairs of the outer islands, there was no doubt that she had the right to speak. Night fell. Gloria rubbed her forehead tiredly and then put down the file in her hand. The situation in the Eastern Sea route was not very good. The Principality of Rossard's navy was growing stronger, and the possibility of a war with them was too high. New hatred and old hatred. Gloria was also a powerful spellcaster. She knew how much the Duke of Red Dragon's wife hated Soren. Today, they discussed in the council hall for the whole afternoon. All the intelligence showed that the Principality of Rossard may threaten the Eastern Sea route, and the female pirates of the Amazon seemed to be ready to make a move. These Amazonian women were not simple, they were not simple pirates. Behind them stood the Amazons and the Church of God that believed in the Storm Lord. Soren's expansion was too fast. Everyone in the vicinity felt threatened, and the number of enemies increased. "Sister Gloria?" Vivian's clear voice sounded. The little girl walked up with a plate of snacks and said very cleverly, "Look. I brought you some delicious food." Lulu followed behind like a little tail, looking at the exquisite snacks with a face full of desire. Just one look and one could tell that it was delicious. Meow. Gloria's beautiful face could not help but show a smile. She just opened her mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, her face changed slightly and she disappeared, leaving only a shadow. "Vivian. You stay here." Short distance teleportation. Gloria's figure appeared on the roof in an instant, and there was another figure that appeared with her. "Mother." She looked at the empty sky and said with a dignified face, "Let's force her out." A ray of magical light appeared. Gloria's figure rose into the air, and Fallen Witch, who was covered in a black robe, also flew up. In front of them, there was a strange chuckle, and then under the magic light, a figure wearing a fiery red dress with a pair of huge red dragon wings behind her appeared. "You are Gloria?" The figure was very hazy under the moonlight, but it was not difficult to identify her. Gloria's expression was very indifferent. She turned around and looked at Fallen Witch behind her, and said slowly, "Mother. Let me meet her. I just recently finished a little thing." Snap. Gloria raised her hand and snapped her fingers. This action seemed to be learned from Soren. A pale golden light appeared. A deck of tarot cards appeared in Gloria's palm. With a gentle wave of her white fingers, the tarot cards in her palm all fluttered in the air. 56 cards revolved around her body, shining with a strange arcane brilliance. These tarot cards were like mysterious runes that revolved around her body. "Although only 56 cards have been completed, it should be enough to deal with you." With a smile on her face, Gloria gently flicked her finger on a tarot card. The next moment, a shocking bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the surging electric light directly struck the enemy in front of her. Lightning. A dark golden card emerged. This was a card that Soren had seen before. At this moment, it was held between Gloria's fingertips, but she didn't seem to want to use it. Tarot cards. There were a total of 78 cards, 22 main cards and 56 secondary cards. The dark golden card between Gloria's fingertips at the moment was the queen of the 22 main cards. This dark golden card seemed to have a powerful magic that was completely different from the other 56 secondary cards. Under the night sky, it was quiet. Soren sat cross-legged by the campfire, holding the curved sword icing death with both hands on his knees. This was the cultivation method of the Sword Saint, a mysterious realm similar to meditation. At the moment when the mind was calm to the extreme, the sensory world would capture the tremor in an instant, so the Sword Saint's moves were always so accurate and fatal. This was also the basic cultivation to master the legendary ability, Insight into Weakness. For a rogue like Soren, it would take a lot of effort to master it in the future. Dee was also sitting cross-legged. However, she was not meditating, just sitting in a very ordinary meditation. Her whole person seemed very relaxed. She was vaguely similar to the boxing master Soren had seen before. The Oriental dancer rested her head on her slender and strong thighs. The relationship between the two women made Soren feel a little strange. He didn't know if they really just had a good relationship or there was some other special relationship. Dee in front of him looked like a gentle big sister at the moment, occasionally reaching out and stroking the long hair of the Oriental dancer. Her eyes were clear. Soren had never seen such clear eyes. It was a pure heart and a pure power. Body, spirit, soul. The cultivation of a boxing master was very similar to that of a monk. They could get a pure body through exercise and be completely immune to any disease effect. With further exercise, the physical body of a boxing master would gradually approach perfection, and they would be immune to any poison effect. When the cultivation reached a certain level, the spirit of a boxing master would become very pure, and their body and spirit would enter a mysterious state of emptiness. In the end, a boxing master would also cultivate to the realm of transcendence like a monk. In simple words, the woman in front of him had cultivated to the point where spirit, chi, and spirit were integrated. Her clear eyes represented a real power. Your mind is not calm. Dee looked at Soren for a long time, and suddenly said slowly, although you have extraordinary concentration, as long as your mind is not really calm, you will never feel the real way of cultivation. Soren slowly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "What should I do?" "I can't teach you." Dee shook her head gently, took off the hairband behind her, and let her long black hair fall. She raised her hand and stroked the side of the Oriental dancer's face, whispering, "In the Eastern Kingdom, everyone's way of cultivation is different. Even monasteries of the same school have different ways of cultivation. You have a very strong conviction. I can feel it. This is a very good thing. When you find the path of cultivation, this belief will become your greatest motivation." Dee paused for a moment before continuing, "When I left my hometown, I met a droll. Like you, he comes from the other side of the continent. Although he has some mysterious magic that allows him to reach the Eastern Kingdom very quickly, he is still a magician. But in the end, he still chose to travel on foot. He spent more than a year walking tens of thousands of miles, passing through forests, grasslands, deserts, and finally arrived at the Green Dragon Lake in the Eastern Kingdom. Before I left, he had already stayed there for 3 years. Every day, he would plant trees, flowers, and grass, and then meditate there to cultivate. He said that he was comprehending the way of nature. Droll's way of nature is different from our path of cultivation. The power you use is not the same as ours. So if you plan to cultivate, you should find the answer from the source of your own power." At this point, Dee stopped. She slowly closed her eyes, as if she was not interested in saying anything more. Soren was lost in thought. If the source of Droll's power was the way of nature, then where was the source of the power of rogues? Combat skills? No, in terms of combat skills, rogues were above many professions because they were the most proficient group of people. Soren looked at the bonfire and noticed the shadow under the fire. Shadow. He gently spread out his palm, his expression a little thoughtful. The source of the power of rogues should be the shadow. This was the only supernatural power they could use, and it was also the support of most supernatural abilities. But for this ability, Soren was not so familiar with it, nor did he have many clues to improve it. More often than not, it was more like a bloodline ability that penetrated into the body little by little with the improvement of profession level and strength. From the moment they advanced into rogues, their bodies began to adapt to the power of the shadow. The mysterious Eastern Kingdom. They seemed to have a completely different path. No wonder more and more professions went to the Eastern world in the past hundreds of years. Soren did not have many clues. After all, he did not know much about the cultivation of the Eastern Kingdom, but he was more familiar with something. That was the Sword Saint. The existence of the Sword Saint was the perfect combination of different profession systems on both sides of the mainland. They inherited the explosive power of the warriors on the mainland and also mastered the most mysterious chi in the Eastern Kingdom. Ki, Chi/. This was the most iconic ability of the Sword Saint. It burst out one's combat power at the peak in an instant. Now all the sword moves that Soren had mastered were basically extended from the explosive skill of Chi/. Soren felt that there was a fog in front of him. He seemed to see something, but it seemed that he did not see anything. He thought of the Storm Ronin he first encountered. Although it was an advanced profession of the Ranger Warrior, its combat skills obviously had traces of storm attack. Maybe I should go to the Eastern Kingdom again when I have the chance. Soren stood up slowly. He turned his head and glanced at Dee behind him. He whispered, "It's almost dawn. Let's part here. Take care of yourselves. I hope we can meet again when we have the chance." A glimmer of light gradually appeared on the horizon. Soren turned and walked away without saying much. The Oriental dancer also slowly opened her eyes. She watched Soren's back as he left. Her expression was a little complicated, a little reluctant, but in the end, it turned into calmness. "Let's go too." Dee slowly stood up and gently stamped her feet. The sand in front of her collapsed and buried the bonfire. She turned and stroked the side of the Oriental dancer's face. She slowly said, "The princess is still waiting for us to go back." Recently, the monasteries all over the country seem to have taken action. I'm worried that the evil things underground will run out again. Guarding the evil things. From the fall of the Arcane Empire to the present, the ancient evil things sealed underground had always been the great enemy of the entire Eastern Kingdom. The two tall figures gradually went away. Before leaving, the Oriental dancer looked behind her again. Soren's figure had gone far away. She could only vaguely see a small black dot. The wind and sand gradually spread. This desert was the border between the two countries, and it was also the place where the Arcane Empire was really destroyed. In this desert, there used to be the most brilliant arcane civilization that radiated throughout the multiverse, but now it had become the most barren and dangerous desert of death. Energy radiation destroyed everything. This desert covered more than a quarter of the land of the entire continent and also isolated the two countries for thousands of years. It was not until the ascetics from the east appeared and the south coast opened the eastern route that the connection between them began to gradually increase, however. For ordinary people, the Eastern Kingdom was still an unreachable unknown place. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. Recently, there was one more famous person in Arendelle. That was the descendant of Queen Isabella, Lady Adele Isabella. In other parts of the continent, it was not so easy for a woman to get a title, but in Arendelle, there was no such concern. This Adele Isabella was the new favorite of Arendelle. She not only had a noble bloodline, a beautiful face, and amazing wealth, but also had a close relationship with Princess Anna of Arendelle. She would be invited to almost every palace banquet and always sat beside Princess Anna. She was like Princess Anna's closest friend. Her existence was even heard of by other kingdoms in the south. After all, the bloodline of Queen Isabella had different meanings. It was also on this day. The new famous person in Arendelle, Lady Adele Isabella, left here. She was going to take a merchant ship to the south coast because she still had her own business in Shipwreck Bay. The news had spread to the kingdoms on the south coast. Many of the nobles in the south began to arrange for people to meet this woman with a noble bloodline. Her beauty, her wealth, her status, all of them made the nobles in the south restless. A woman with a noble background could not only increase the value of the family, but also share a huge wealth through her. They could also build a relationship with the rich Arendelle. Both the woman and the wealth. Many nobles in the south were planning their own wishful thinking. Soren's plan had begun to brew. About 300 kilometers south along the desert. There was a special place where there was a volcano, but it had not erupted for hundreds of years. This volcano was Soren's destination, and the third elemental stone was on the altar near the volcano. Fire elementals were the most difficult to deal with among the four major elements, but for Soren, he had just killed a Baler, so dealing with some fire elementals was as easy as child's play. With his current fire resistance and the power of the curved sword icing death, he was basically not afraid of the fire on their bodies. But, there was also something here that he was more afraid of. A dragon. Dragons had always lived all over the world, but most of them did not like places with human activities, so many dragons built their lairs in deserted areas. And Soren's current location naturally met all the conditions of a dragon, so his destination was actually the territory of an adult dragon. Although it was not the first time Soren fought against a dragon, he was not naive enough to think that he could easily fight a dragon alone. Especially the dragon entrenched here, it was not so easy to deal with. It was a brass dragon. The brass dragon was a dragon of the chaotic good alignment. It was different from the pure-blooded dragon Soren had encountered in the past. The brass dragon belonged to the metal dragon, while the red dragon and the white dragon belonged to the pentashade dragon. Most of the metal dragons were dragons of the good alignment, so they were not very aggressive. Unfortunately, as an evil alignment, the danger of the metal dragon was not much different from the pentashade dragon to Soren. This was the disadvantage of the evil alignment. It was easy to fight with the good alignment, but it was also easy to fight with the evil alignment. The one entrenched here was an adult brass dragon. Its existence had long been known by others, and even a desert caravan had encountered it and called it desert wind. The brass dragon was a very special kind of dragon. The reason why they were special was because they had a special characteristic, and that was that they liked to talk nonsense with others. There was a passage that recorded them like this. Brass dragons are extremely talkative and can speak well. Sometimes they can provide some useful information for adventurers, but it usually takes a long time of chatting and hinting that they want to give it a gift before the brass dragon will tell the news. The pupils of a brass dragon will gradually darken with age, until they look like molten metal balls. Brass dragons like dry, high temperatures. They spend most of their time bathing in the scorching sun of the desert. They give off a strong smell of metal or sand. They like to build their nests in high caves. Brass dragons can eat almost anything, but they usually eat very little. They can get nutrients from the morning dew. Since the habitat of brass dragons and blue dragons was the same, blue dragons were the most dangerous enemies for brass dragons. If it's a one-on-one battle, the bigger blue dragon will have the upper hand. For brass dragons, talking to adventurers is more attractive than fighting. That was right, you didn't read it wrong. Brass dragons were labeled as extremely talkative, good at speaking, likes to chat, and so on. In the simplest and most straightforward words, brass dragons were the talkative kind among the pure-blooded dragons, and they were born to be talkative. There was such a saying back then. What's the easiest thing to produce in the chaotic camp? Without a doubt. It's a joker. Note, since ancient times, chaos has produced jokers. Brass dragons. They were the jokers among the dragons. They were born chaotic, kind, and talkative. Not only were they jokers, but they were also the Battleby of Jokers, the place where Soren was now. It was the territory of the brass dragon called the Desert Wind. It once did a very funny thing. It kidnapped a team of adventurers. Then it forced them to chat with it for 3 days and 3 nights. After satisfying its desire to be a chatterbox, it released the adventurers who were about to be played to the point of breaking down. Because it didn't do anything bad, and its strength was quite strong, no one came to crusade against this brass dragon. Basically, this desert area was its independent kingdom, and it lived here well until the end of the Avatar crisis. Maybe most of the guys who were born to be funny were lucky. Anyway, Soren didn't hear of anyone who killed it. Note 1, there are not many brass dragons, and most of them live in the deserted desert. Note 2, because of living in the deserted desert, the brass dragon's desire as a chatterbox often cannot be satisfied. A volcano appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Fortunately, the figure of the brass dragon did not appear. The dragon slept for a long time in its life. It was not difficult to find the elemental altar. Because all the elemental altars had a symbolic feature, that was, there was an elemental nearby. So if you found the fire elemental, you could find the location of the elemental altar. Fly. Soren carefully looked around the volcano, and soon he found traces of the fire elemental. It was not difficult to deal with these fire elemental. Soren's fire resistance was enough to ignore the fire on their bodies, so it was easy to kill a large number of them. Slaughter EXP was constantly accumulating. When Soren cleaned up a lot of the fire elemental near the elemental altar, he gradually approached the center of the altar. Then he began to look carefully. Time went by little, Soren's expression became more and more puzzled. At last, he frowned and stood in place, seeming to be lost in thought. The fire elemental stone was not here. This was a very strange thing, because according to the information in his memory, the location of the 4 elemental stones should not be wrong. Although the specific details were not announced at that time, the general location would not lie. The fire elemental stone should be here. Soren's previous 2 elemental stones were obtained from the altar. Why couldn't he find the fire elemental stone here? He did not give up and looked again. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. However, Soren found the hidden compartment of the elemental stone. It was empty, the fire elemental stone was taken away. This discovery suddenly made Soren feel troubled, because the 4 elemental stones could not be missing. If it was really taken away by someone, he did not know if he could get it back. Even if he could find it back, he did not know how much time it would take. Now Soren was in a race against time, and he could not afford to spend too much energy on it. If the fire elemental stone was really missing, he was afraid that he could only give up. Just when Soren could not find any clues at all, suddenly a voice came from above him. "Hey! Where did this rogue come from? How dare you come to my place and steal things?" The voice was very loud. But there was a hint of naivety in it. When Soren heard this voice, he almost turned over and retreated in an instant. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword, icing death with a clang. He bent his body slightly and squatted down, ready to fight at any time. "Me?" When Soren raised his head and looked forward, his expression suddenly froze. Standing about 50 meters in front of him was a little lowly about 1.2 meters tall. She was wearing a golden princess dress with broken lace, inlaid with dazzling gems. Her pale blonde hair hung down naturally. Her face looked very cute, but her expression was old. At this moment, she stretched out a pink finger and pointed at Soren in front of her. She pouted and said, "Hey! I'm asking you a question. Why did you come to my place to steal things? Hey! Are you mute? Are you an idiot? Are you scared by my domineering aura? Are you really scared? I can't be so unlucky, right? It's not easy to catch a human." Before Soren could speak. Just when he was stunned, the little lowly in front of him had already said a lot of things. However, he seemed to know who she was. P.S. Today's 2 chapters, take a break to recover your energy. Brass Dragon. To be honest, Soren had a hard time connecting the cute little girl in front of him with an adult brass dragon. However, most dragons knew magic, so it wasn't that difficult for them to transform into human form. However, many dragons didn't like to transform. When they transformed into other creatures, their combat power would be weakened. Polymorph. Advanced Polymorph. There were many spells that could transform into a human. It wasn't easy to retain combat power. Most dragons rarely transformed into human form. They thought that this form was too weak. However, small creatures also had their own advantages. Occasionally, some dragons would prefer to be in human form. In this regard, the good metal dragons preferred to transform, while the evil pentashade dragons preferred to be in their dragon form. There were many reasons for this. For example, the pentashade dragons had more enemies and needed to maintain combat power at all times. The metal dragons had stronger magic, so it was easier for them to transform into human form. Here, I have to mention the dragon's combat power ranking and some of their general characteristics. Evil pentashade dragons. Red dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was volcanoes. Its dragon breath was fire. Its natural disposition was arrogant. Its strength was ranked first. Blue dragon, sky dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was sand. Its dragon breath was lightning. Its natural disposition was belligerent. Its strength was ranked second. Green dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was forests. Its dragon breath was poisonous. Its natural disposition was cunning. Its strength was ranked third. Black dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was abyss. Its dragon breath was acid. Its natural disposition was berserk. Its strength was ranked fourth. White dragon, one of the evil pentashade dragons. Its habitat was ice. Its dragon breath was frost. Its natural disposition was dark. Its strength was ranked 5th. Weakest, good alignment metal dragon, gold dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was Dragon City. Its dragon breath was fire and lightning. Its natural disposition was arrogant. Its strength was ranked 1st. Silver dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was Dragon City. Its dragon breath was frost. Its natural disposition was passionate. Its strength was ranked 2nd. Brass dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was sand. Its dragon breath was fire. Its natural disposition was talkative. Its strength was ranked 3rd. Bronze dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was water. Its dragon breath was lightning. Its natural disposition was curious. Its strength was ranked 4th. Copper dragon, one of the good metal dragons. Its habitat was barren mountains. Its dragon breath was poisonous. Its natural disposition was ranked 5th. Its natural disposition. These were the 10 most common types of pure-blooded dragons. There were also gemstone dragons, but unfortunately, they were rarely seen in the material plane. Most gemstone dragons lived in elemental planes. Adventurers liked red dragons the most, many spoils of war, white dragons, easy to deal with, and silver dragons, affectionate by nature. Green dragons, very cunning, brass dragons, funny and talkative, and copper dragons, often mischievous, were the most hated. The metal dragons were slightly smaller than the pentashade dragons. Red dragons were the largest commonly seen dragons, but metal dragons had an advantage in spellcasting. On the whole, the metal dragons were more powerful than the chromatic dragons. For example, the little loli in front of Soren had always fought with the blue dragons, azure sky dragons, the most aggressive of the chromatic dragons. A dragon was still a dragon. Even though the person in front of him was a cute little loli who didn't seem threatening at all, Soren didn't let his guard down at all. He stared at the other party's expression and slowly said, "I'm here to look for an elemental crystal stone." There was one thing that had to be mentioned. There was a very troublesome thing when dealing with the good metal dragons, and that was that they liked to use the spell lie detection. If they were deceived from the beginning, there was a possibility that they would fight directly. Note, an important tip in the dragon's code. Oh. The little loli in front of him raised her hand and gently lifted her light golden hair. She looked at Soren with her small mouth and blinked her pale golden eyes. She tilted her head and said, "It doesn't look like you're lying to me. Elemental crystal stone? Let me think about it. Ah. Yes. Is it this thing?" The little loli raised her hand and gently waved it. The space in front of her directly cracked open, and then a dazzling golden light could be seen. Then she stretched out her white and tender little hand and took out a fiery red elemental crystal stone. Seeing this scene, Soren's pupils shrank slightly. The other party had mastered the dimensional storage spell. It seemed that her spellcasting level was not low. The metal dragons had an advantage in spellcasting, and the most powerful gold dragon was even famous for being a scholar. Note, gold dragons have long whiskers on their faces, and they look very knowledgeable. Elemental crystal stone, fire. When he saw the fiery red elemental crystal stone, Soren's expression immediately changed. However, the little loli standing in front of him smiled and put it away. She tilted her head and looked at Soren in front of her and said in a clear voice, "You want it? Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. Hee hee. It's mine. Everything on this mountain is mine, including the nearby desert. Now you're mine too." The little loli laughed with an insufferably arrogant face. She was clearly so cute, but her expression was so infuriating. It made people feel like she was a silly Chunibu child who needed to be properly educated by an adult. However, Soren was not so relaxed. His expression was even a little nervous. His whole body was tense and slightly bent, ready to fight at any time. Yes. The little loli in front of him laughed arrogantly, and then her eyes fell on Soren. She said with a playful expression, "I'm going to take you back now. Are you going to resist? Resist? Or resist?" Speechless. When Soren heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He slowly held the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "Do I have a choice?" The atmosphere of battle was about to be triggered. Hee hee. The little loli tilted her head and chuckled, then said in a clear voice, "Of course not. It's not easy for me to catch a toy. Of course I have to play with it. No matter what kind of dragon it was. Whether it was good or evil, there was always one thing that was very annoying about dragons. That was, they were extremely arrogant and self-righteous. Basically, they never considered the thoughts of other creatures. They acted completely according to their own preferences, so if you wanted them to talk to you properly, you had to show them your muscles first. Even if it was a good dragon, if you didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't take you seriously. Hold human. The battle broke out in an instant. The cute little loli in front of him instantly flew up, raised her white little hand and pointed at Soren in front of her. There was no room to dodge. At such a distance, Soren was hit in an instant, and then a row of data appeared, spell hit. You've been affected by the brass dragons, hold human, spell. Mandatory judgment immunity. Test of fortitude passed. Test of will passed. You're completely immune to the hold effect of this spell. It was completely useless. Soren's tenacity and willpower were not to be trifled with after practicing his internal strength for so long. It was not so easy for this kind of spell that wanted to knock people down in an instant to take effect on him. Shang, the cold light of the sword appeared. Even if it was a cute little loli in front of him, Soren didn't have the slightest intention to be merciful. Haste shoes activated. Soren's figure flew out in an instant and slashed at the opponent's head without any mercy. Advanced spell armor. The little loli in front of him looked a little surprised. She gently waved her little hand and opened an energy shield. Transforming into a human meant losing the natural advantage of a dragon's physical ability. How could Soren not seize the opportunity to close the distance? Arcane Missile *5. The overwhelming arcane missile shot out wildly. Facing the enemy in front of him, Soren didn't hold back at all and instantly activated the spell from his memory. When a dragon transformed into a human, under normal circumstances, the dragon's magic resistance would also be lost. Huh? The little loli's expression changed from surprise to surprise. She clapped her little hands and said, "You can even cast spells. This is great. Looks like you'll be more durable. You should be a very fun guy." She didn't even look at the arcane missile that filled the sky and let them fall on her body. The next moment, Soren's eyes almost popped out. He murmured, "This is impossible. How can a human have such high magic resistance?" Unscathed. It was as if the arcane missile never appeared at all. Spell resistance. It was an ability that was difficult to obtain through conventional means. Among all the known professions, the one with the highest spell resistance should be the monk. Legendary monks had an incredible spell resistance. They could stand in place and let a spellcaster with a profession level of 15 or below use up all their spell slots. Basically, as long as a spellcaster's profession level of 15 or below, it was impossible to threaten a legendary monk. This was because in front of the legendary monk's spell resistance, many spells could not even be resisted, and the effect of all elemental damage was so low that it could be ignored. This was an ability that was higher than any elemental resistance and had an effect on all spells. To a certain extent. This was also the foundation of the monk's cultivation. It was precisely because of the qualitative change that they were immune to any ordinary weapon damage. Soren had no spell resistance. Basically, most rogues did not have spell resistance. Elemental resistance could be obtained through training, but spell resistance was often innate. The monk's spell resistance was accumulated little by little in their daily practice. If others wanted to obtain spell resistance, they could only rely on legendary equipment or advance to the realm of transcendence. Saint form, it was basically impossible for spells below the third circle to threaten a saint in the form of a god. Dragons. They were creatures that were born with spell resistance. And the dragon's spell resistance was very high. Many times, it could directly make them immune to some low-level spells. Even high-level spells may not be able to pass through their spell resistance. There was only one way to deal with them. The metamagic ability, spell penetration. If that did not work, then the legendary metamagic ability, legendary spell penetration. If that did not work, then add mana structure, legendary mana structure, and so on. If there was still no way. With the use of spells that reduced the enemy's spell resistance, there was always a way to break the enemy's spell resistance. Unfortunately, at present, Soren could not do it. In fact, what puzzled him was that he had not encountered a dragon that transformed into a human in the past. In his memory, once a dragon transformed into another creature, its spell resistance would disappear. Because this transformation was equivalent to temporarily transforming oneself into a human, and humans were creatures that were born with no spell resistance. Hee hee. The little loli waved her little white hand nonchalantly and giggled, "You're scared silly just like that? This kind of spell can't threaten me. Do you have any more powerful spells? Let's try it again." Soren's pupil shrank. In the next moment, he pulled away and began to rapidly cast spells. Brute Strength, Maximum Spell. Cat's Grace, Extreme Spell. Mouse Minute Meteor, Extreme Spell. The legendary curved sword Icing Death disappeared in Soren's palm, and 2 dazzling flames were ignited. Soren's figure landed on the stone pillar of the altar. The multiple buffs greatly increased his combat power. Dazzling flames danced. The little loli's expression finally changed. She stared at the minute meteor flame in Soren's palm with a hint of panic. She then stuck out her little tongue and licked her lips. She seemed to be a little excited as she said, "Oh. I think I've gone overboard. I didn't expect you to know this spell. TSK TSK. What are you going to do? Do you want to slay a dragon? I'm so cute. Do you really have the heart to do it?" She was clearly showing her weakness, but the expression on her face was still the same as before. Wahahaha. The little loli suddenly laughed excitedly. Her figure was strangely suspended in midair. There was an evil smile on the corner of her mouth. She provoked, "Come on. Weak human. Even if you know this kind of spell, you may not be able to defeat me. I'm the princess of the Brass Dragon Kingdom." The Brass Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Island. Soren seemed to have caught something for a moment, but there was no time for him to think. The little loli in front of him suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already above Soren. Dragon's Breath. A scene that completely subverted Soren's previous knowledge happened. The brass dragon in front of him could actually use the dragon's ability in human form. She took a deep breath, and her little chest was bulging. Her mouth and cheeks were bulging high. When she opened her mouth and spat at Soren, a terrible dragon's breath fell from the sky, raging fire spewed out. This seemingly petite body actually spat out a terrible dragon's breath that was comparable to an adult red dragon's breath. In an instant, it covered Soren's figure. Shadow Leap. Evade sight. Soren's figure fell under the reflection of the stone pillar on the altar, and then disappeared without a trace in the distorted shadow. Huh? The little loli stopped spitting out the terrible dragon's breath. She tilted her head and looked down. She raised her hand and touched her light golden hair. She had an expression of a cat playing with a mouse. She said excitedly, "Are you hiding? I'm very good at hide and seek." "Where are you? Let me see. Where are you hiding?" A strange shadow appeared. Soren's figure appeared in the shadow of a rock on the top of the mountain. He leaped up in an instant, and the burning micrometeor in his palm instantly hit the little loli in front of him. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The terrible penetrating power of Melf's micrometeor destroyed the energy shield on her body in an instant, and at the same time, there was a violent explosion on her body. A petite figure was sent flying backward. But soon she stabilized her figure, but the beautiful lace princess dress was a little tattered, revealing a white and delicate thigh. There were scorched marks. Soren's spell had obviously broken through her magic resistance. But, the next moment, something strange happened. The little loli's scorched skin quickly recovered after being hit by the spell, and she returned to her white and delicate appearance, as if she had not received any damage at all. Damn it! Soren's face changed slightly, and he disappeared in an instant. The dragon's regeneration ability is also preserved. What kind of monster was this? In the case of transforming into a human, she could still retain the ability of the dragon form. Not only could she use dragon breath, but she also had the regeneration ability of the dragon body. Spell, this was definitely some kind of legendary transformation spell that he did not know about. Woo woo woo. The little loli covered her cute face as if she was crying, but there were no tears in her eyes. Instead, there was a competitive spirit like a child who had found some kind of interesting game. She pretended to cry for a while, then said with a small mouth, "You actually ruined my favorite dress. I only have this one dress. I'm angry. Now I'm serious." Buzz. Suddenly, a gust of wind escaped from the air. Dragon wing form. A pair of huge dragon wings appeared behind the little loli. Her body was still in human form, but there was a pair of huge brass dragon wings behind her. She looked a bit similar to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife that Soren had seen before. Therefore, when the Duke of Red Dragon's wife transformed, a pair of huge red dragon wings also appeared behind her. However, the dragon wings of the little loli in front of him were bigger and more threatening, just like the wings of a real dragon. Flying sand and stones. As the huge dragon wings flapped, a terrible wind swept out, and the sand in front of her was immediately blown away. Soren's trace was exposed in the wind. Even if he was still invisible, there was no way to hide his general outline from others. After all, the stealth of a rogue was not omnipotent. Being invisible to the naked eye did not mean that there was no other way to find him. Found it. There was a hint of excitement in the little loli's eyes. Her petite body swooped down with the huge dragon wings, and she shouted, "This time I'm serious. Please don't die like this." Dragon wing strike. A terrible power broke out in an instant. The huge dragon wings swept down with unparalleled force. The most threatening move of a pure-blooded dragon, the damage caused by the dragon wing strike was enough to move any profession. The howling wind swept over. Facing the dragon wing attack launched by the little loli in front of him, Soren's expression was not as panicked as before. He rolled back into the shadows and disappeared without a trace. No profession could withstand the attack of a dragon's wing. Even a wizard with a legendary force field or a barbarian with a legendary berserk would find it difficult to withstand the attack of a dragon's wing. However, it did not mean that he could not dodge it. Soren's shadow jump and shadow jump were not difficult to dodge the attack of the dragon's wing. Shadow jump. The terrible dragon wing attack swept across the entire altar. The little loli's chest was slightly undulating, and her breathing was slightly rapid. This kind of attack was also a great burden for a dragon. Huh? The little loli's figure rose into the air, tilted her head and looked down, and whispered, "Hiding again? What good things do you have on you? I can't even force you to show up." Anti-detection cloak. Although there was no way to let Soren avoid the effect caused by the AoE attack, it made him invisible to the naked eye. The terrain was a bit unfavorable for him. If it were not for the fact that the desert area was too easy to reveal, Soren would have a greater advantage in the battle. Hee hee. The little loli carefully looked around, and there seemed to be an energy shield on her body. She thought for a moment, then took a deep breath again, and her little cheeks puffed up. Dragon breath. Didn't the giant dragon's breath need time to recover? How can she use dragon breath twice in a row? Dragon breath, sleeping gas. A strange breath came out of the little loli's mouth, and then covered a large area in an instant. Two types of dragon breath. Adult dragons with excellent talents could master two different types of dragon breath. One was elemental dragon breath, and the other was gas dragon breath. For example, the silver dragon could spit out ice dragon breath and paralyzing gas dragon breath. The range of the gas was quite large. Soren was almost instantly affected, and at the same time, a row of data appeared in front of him. You have been attacked by dragon breath. You have been attacked by dragon breath, sleeping gas. Test of compulsory immunity triggered. Test of fortitude passed. Test of willpower passed. You're completely immune to the dragon breath. It was ineffective. Soren's hard work in training his Nigong to increase his immunity finally paid off one day. He was now immune to the effects of the dragon's breath of deep sleep. Oh. The little loli gasped in midair and muttered, "Is it still useless?" To my surprise, this guy is actually quite strong. Shadow leap. A distorted figure appeared on her left side. Soren's figure suddenly soared into the air, and the minute meteor flame in his palm attacked her like a violent storm. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. In the face of this little loli whose strange methods completely overturned his previous attempts, he could only passively wait for her to exhaust a portion of her strength before counterattacking. Rumble, a violent explosion was heard. The powerful penetrating ability of Melf's minute meteor flame successfully broke through the energy shield. However, in the case of the dragon wing form, the little loli immediately wrapped her petite body with her huge dragon wings as soon as she saw that the situation was not right. In this way, almost all the attacks fell on the huge brass-colored dragon wings. In fact, her body suffered almost no damage. Evade sight. Shadow leap. Soren's figure instantly landed, and then immediately appeared under the shadow of the little loli's huge dragon wings. His whole body was like a top bow. He suddenly jumped into the air and directly stabbed the enemy in front of him from below. The huge dragon wings spread open slightly. The petite body appeared, and some of the broken lace princess dress fluttered in the wind. Soren soared from below, and his curved sword drew a cold light. After the tip of the sword touched the tip of the opponent's foot, Soren suddenly turned around and put away his sword. The tip of his foot tapped on the huge dragon wings, and then slowly landed like a goose. Ah! When the tip of the sword touched the bottom of her foot, the little loli's whole body trembled violently, but the pain that followed did not appear. Soren's control of his strength was quite subtle. He only touched her lightly, and her skin was not even scratched. The opponent did not want to hurt her, yes. Soren did not intend to hurt her, and he did not have absolute confidence in defeating her. Since she could have dragon wings in the state of transformation, and retained the dragon's strong recovery ability, then it was very likely that she also had the terrifying defensive ability of a dragon. If this was the case, Soren's attack would at most slightly hurt her. On the contrary, if she was angered and transformed into a dragon, Soren's chances of winning would be greatly reduced. This little girl's strength was probably not low. She might be a brass dragon with a monster level of 25 or above. A gust of wind blew. The little loli's figure flew down from mid-air, and then directly came to Soren's side. Her little face was red, and her little hand covered the corner of her dress. Her expression was a little shy and angry. What did you just see? What did I see? Soren heard this and frowned. I was fighting with you just now, what else could I see? His mind was slightly distracted. Soren subconsciously recalled the scene just now, and instantly realized that he really did see something. Damn it, it can't be. Seeing Soren's expression, the little loli's face suddenly flushed red, and then she stared at him with dissatisfaction. Her little face also had an angry expression. Soren's expression was a little helpless. He quietly took half a step back and muttered, "What a surprise. Besides, isn't it the same if you fly around naked in the sky all day long in your dragon form?" Humph, the little loli glared at him, as if she was so angry that she wanted to bite him. She really did grind her teeth, but in the end she held it in. Her little face was red as she said, You're the one who flies around naked." The biological structure of a dragon. Although Soren had slain a dragon a few times, he really didn't study it in detail. However, in a battle situation, he really didn't find any obvious weaknesses on the dragon's body. It was as if most of the dragon's body was covered by dragon scales. Thinking about it this way, it didn't really count as flying around naked. But, Soren thought about it and looked at the little loli in front of him. His expression suddenly became a little strange, and he secretly said to himself, "You were definitely flying around naked just now." Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he might really have to fight with her. The little loli stood in place and stared at him, and then the huge dragon wings gradually disappeared. She raised her white little hand and tidied up her tattered clothes, then she stared at him with dissatisfaction and said in a crisp voice, "Let's go. Come back with me." Soren's expression suddenly became hesitant. The other party's words made him a little uncertain. Humph. The little loli turned around and looked at him. A fiery red elemental stone appeared in her palm. She gently weighed it in her palm and said proudly, "Don't you want this thing? I was just playing with you just now. If I really transformed into my dragon form, you might not be able to beat me." If you want it, then come back with me first. This thing doesn't seem to be very useful to me, but it's still my collection. If you want it, then you have to give me something in return. Speaking of this, the little loli couldn't help but squint her beautiful big eyes. She looked up and down at Soren, as if she was looking for treasures on him. A leopard can't change its spots. Soren was very clear about the character of a dragon. But the other party didn't seem to have much hostility. Soren hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded and said, "Okay." This little girl wasn't simple. Soren suspected that she came from the Dragon Island, but the Dragon Island in the material plane didn't have a kingdom. Country of the Brass Dragons. Such a name didn't seem to exist in the material plane. In the entire multiverse, there was only one place that could be called the Country of the Dragons. The plane that place was located in wasn't simple. Legend had it that the Time Dragon, who was just a baby dragon, had a challenge difficulty of 24/7. It lived in that plane. Power. The unprecedented power gradually merged into his body. Soren stood motionless, and his figure seemed to become hazy. The shadows around him seemed to cover him, and the picture of the whole space seemed to be a little distorted. The power of the shadows permeated the space, and the distorted shadows rushed to Soren's body like a tide, making his whole person seem to be isolated in another space. He seemed to be just a shadow, and his real body was no longer in the material plane, but in another world. So everything gradually disappeared, and Soren's figure returned to its original appearance. A large number of data appeared. The Shadow Dancer profession has leveled up to level 7. Received 32, DEX 26+, INT 22 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8+, Constitution 22 to 10, *0. 5. You've received 1 free attribute point. The Shadow Dancer profession has leveled up to level 8. Received 32, DEX 26+, INT 22 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8+, Constitution 22 to 10, *0. 5. You've received 1 talent point. Advanced to Legendary. You've received 1 extra talent point. The total profession level of the rogue has been raised to 15. You've automatically mastered the ability, Shadow Control. The profession level of the Shadow Dancer has been raised to level 7. You've automatically mastered the ability, Flexible Mind. Break through the critical point. The ability, Danger Sense, has been raised to the ability, Danger Sense. Break through the critical point. The ability, Reflex Evasion, has been raised to the ability, Reflex Evasion. He finally entered the realm of Legendary. Soren slowly opened his eyes and looked at the huge spider corpse in front of him, then turned around and looked behind him. The little loli tilted her head and sat on a rock looking at him. Her expression seemed to be a little surprised, but only a little surprised. When she saw Soren turn around and look at her, she couldn't help but smile and said in a crisp voice, "Congratulations. It seems that you've advanced to Legendary. But it's a bit troublesome for you humans to advance to Legendary. Unlike us dragons, we just need to fill our stomachs and have a good night's sleep." Dragons. The difference between the two species was too great. The only species that could sleep all the way to the Legendary realm was the dragons. Soren's Slaughter EXP had already reached a critical point. After killing the venomous spider in front of him, he finally had enough Slaughter EXP to advance to Legendary. So, he did not hesitate to choose to advance directly. A row of data appeared again. Advance to Legend. You have obtained partial information about the Legendary ability, Shadow Domain. You have obtained partial information about the Legendary ability, Shadow Step. Advancing into the Legendary realm did not mean that one could directly master Legendary level abilities. Many Legendary level abilities required a lot of time to train. However, Soren had an obvious advantage after entering the Legendary realm. He could directly use the ability points he obtained to upgrade his Legendary level abilities. This was also the reason why he had been holding back until now. From now on, every talent point would become extremely precious because the talent points obtained after entering the Legendary realm could directly strengthen the Legendary ability. Note: ability points obtained by the wizard profession cannot be used to upgrade the rogue profession. This was the second time he received information about Shadow Realm. Soren now only needed to get the last information about Shadow Realm, and he could directly master this legendary level ability. The quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. At the moment when Soren broke into the legendary realm, the rogue's combat ability had been comprehensively improved. However, because he was a wizard, some of the rogue's legendary level abilities could not be mastered. Note: this is also the reason why there were only 2 information about Shadow Realm. The improvement after advancing into the legendary realm was amazing. In addition to the new abilities, Soren's original abilities were also strengthened. Shadow Jump, 100 meters, Shadow Jump, 200 meters. Shadow Jump, 1 time, Shadow Jump, 2 times. Intuition Evasion, proficient in Intuition Evasion. Reflex Evasion, proficient in Reflex Evasion. Soren had been accumulating evasion abilities for a long time. The accumulation of battle after battle finally exploded at the moment he advanced into the legendary realm. The 2 evasion abilities he mastered were upgraded at the same time. Proficient in Intuition Evasion, supernatural ability. From now on, you have an amazing intuition and prediction ability for any possible attack. It will be difficult for other rogues to sneak attack you, unless the local rogue's profession level is more than 4 levels higher than yours. Otherwise, you will easily see through their intentions and ignore the enemy's sneak attack. Note: this ability is effective for sneak attacks of any profession. Proficient in Intuition Evasion. As long as he had this ability, Soren could basically ignore other people's sneak attacks from now on. Only legendary rogues with a profession level of 25 or above could sneak attack Soren. As for other professions, it was basically impossible to sneak attack Soren. Note: this ability is often used to replace Sixth Sense. Proficient in Reflex Evasion, supernatural ability. From now on, your reflex ability will become more refined. You can perform a difficult reflex evasion test for any attack aimed at you. As long as you pass the reflex test, the damage you receive will be greatly reduced, including AoE spell attacks. You can rely on your amazing reflex ability to avoid most of the damage. Note: after dodging AoE spells, you will receive at most half of the damage. Proficient in Reflex Evasion. The specialty of a rogue was also a life-saving ability to avoid being directly killed by a wizard's AoE spells. As long as he mastered this ability, he could perform a reflex evasion test for AoE spells. With Soren's current basic attributes, it was not difficult to avoid the core area of the attack. From now on, whether it was Fireball or Ice Storm, even if Soren was directly hit by it, the damage he received would be greatly reduced. And these 2 evasion abilities were stacked, so the probability of physical attacks hitting Soren was also very low. Speaking of evasion, here, it was necessary to count Soren's current abilities that increased evasion. They were Flexible Movement, Roll Evasion, Proficient in Reflex Evasion, and Proficient in Intuition Evasion. A total of 4 evasion abilities, finally. It was the rogue's innate ability, Flexible Mind. Flexible Mind, supernatural ability. From now on, if you are affected by the effects of charm, confusion, or illusion spells, you will have an additional chance to pass the test of immunity. Even if you fail the first test of immunity, you will not be affected by the effect of the spell because your flexible mind has produced a supernatural power that allows you to make a second test of immunity. If you fail the second test of immunity, you will not be immune to the effect of the spell. Ultimate Enhancement. Soren, who originally had an innate advantage in charm and control spells, could now be said to be basically immune to such spells. Even a legendary wizard might not be able to charm and confuse him. From now on, Soren could basically ignore the effects of confusion and misdirection spells. It's almost done. Soren looked at his own data page and said to himself, my evasion ability has been stacked to the limit, and it can only be a legendary ability. It's enough to be immune to charm and confusion spells. Basically, I don't have to worry about being controlled by the enemy. 2 expertise points. Soren was a little hesitant about the 2 expertise points obtained from advancing into the legendary realm. Legendary ability. Most of the legendary abilities had prerequisites, including basic attributes, mastery of prerequisites, mastery of basic abilities, and so on. If he wanted to get the ability, legendary dual wielding, it was basically impossible to get the ability, dual wielding. As Soren had just advanced into the legendary realm, some of his abilities had not been completed yet, so the number of legendary abilities he could master was relatively limited. The most eye-catching legendary ability, it was actually not his own ability, but the legendary ability, Epic Sturdy, of the warrior class, Damn. Because of the importance of survival, Soren's constitution had always been not low. Now, he directly obtained the prerequisite to master the legendary ability, Epic Sturdy. At present, the legendary abilities he could choose from were Epic Sturdy, Legendary Ability, your constitution has advanced beyond the realm of mortals. From now on, you can further strengthen your body, making yourself half as strong as a dragon. Your HP will be greatly increased, and most attacks will not be able to trigger the Judgment of Death. This ability can be strengthened up to 10 times, and each increase will increase your HP by 30 points. Note, prerequisites are 20 constitution and a sturdy ability. Maximum HP increase is 300 points. A top-notch tank ability. Increasing his HP to the limit was even more abnormal than the Saints. Unfortunately, Soren's requirements for this legendary ability were very low. Legendary Evasion, Legendary Ability, your evasion ability has been transformed into an instinct. Even if you don't discover the enemy's presence, your body's instinct is enough to dodge the enemy's attack. From now on, any physical attack from the enemy, you will be able to dodge at least one attack. This ability can be triggered at most once per minute. This ability is a passive ability. Note, prerequisites are 25 agility, agile movement, reflex evasion, instinct evasion, roll evasion. Legendary evasion. From now on, it would not be so easy for any physical attack to hit Soren. The evasion ability of a legendary rogue was above most professions. About this legendary ability, someone had tested it before. A legendary monk, a legendary barbarian, and a legendary ranger. The three of them attacked at the same time. The damage they caused should have hit the target every minute, but it was strangely dodged by the opponent instinctively. That was to say, if a profession could only effectively hit the target once per minute, then no matter how long they fought, they would not be able to cause any damage to the target. Legendary evasion stacked with any evasion type ability. Then, this was the last legendary ability to be activated. Legendary combat skills, legendary ability, from now on, your combat skills have reached the peak, and fighting has become an instinct for you. Any attack you identify will gain an additional legendary bonus of 1 point. Your combat instinct allows you to more easily exert your peak strength. This ability is a prerequisite for other legendary abilities. Note, no prerequisites. The only legendary ability with no prerequisites. But it was a prerequisite for insight into weakness. To master the legendary ability, insight into weakness, one must first master the ability of legendary combat skills. There were many kinds of legendary abilities. Soren only triggered a few of them because of his focus. There was no doubt that he chose legendary evasion. Soren was also determined to get insight into weakness, so his choice was basically confirmed. Legendary evasion and legendary combat skills. Note, the legendary data will be sorted out and posted in the public chapter after a while. There is one more update today. Spider Forest. Soren walked in front to explore the way, and behind him was a lively little Lolita. In fact, Soren still didn't understand why this little loli would suddenly decide to go on an adventure with him after listening to his ridiculous stories about how he poisoned teenagers and pretended to be pretentious dragons for a whole night. Fog. Dragons should be very lazy creatures, right? In Soren's memory, dragons spent most of their time sleeping. He had also seen some good dragons. Although they would deal with other intelligent creatures, he had never heard of them going on an adventure together. The little Lolita in front of him didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually said that she wanted to go on an adventure with him to see interesting things. And she also said that if Soren didn't agree, she would not give him the elemental stone, fire, and she planned to eat it in one bite. Note, she really took a bite at that time. It was said before. Brass dragons could eat almost anything, and most of them could be digested. There was no doubt, if the little Lolita in front of him really ate the elemental stone, she might really be able to digest it completely. finally. Soren could only helplessly take her with him, and he believed that the sentence since ancient times, chaos has always produced funny people, was correct. Shoo! Soren, who was exploring the way in front, suddenly stopped. He turned around and made a gesture to the little Lolita who was humming and jumping behind him, and said in a deep voice, "There's someone in front. Don't make a sound." After advancing to legendary, Soren's abilities in all aspects had been improved a lot. Since there was a Lolita dragon who wanted to go on an adventure with him, he planned to get the last elemental stone as well. In this way, he didn't have to trouble Gloria. Now that Soren was not in the outer islands, he could only feel at ease if Gloria was in Mordor City. The Lolita dragon behind him was definitely at the legendary level. With her, it would not be difficult to get the last elemental stone, Wind. Maybe he could use her power to defeat the last 4 elemental elders. Hearing this, the little Loli immediately quieted down and tiptoed closer to Soren. She even climbed onto his back and whispered into his ear, "Who is it? Is there anyone nearby? Why didn't I notice it?" His ears were itchy. Soren turned around and glared at her, but when he saw the little Loli's smiling face, he sighed and said softly, "It should be an elf." There was a scouting team nearby. They seemed to be quite skilled. The spider forest was close to the elf kingdom. Soren didn't come all the way from the desert just for sightseeing. In fact, anyone with a bit of intelligence would be able to guess where the spider forest led to based on its name. That was right, the Underdark. Many of the spiders here were the offspring of the Queen of Spiders, Loltha's pets. For a long time, the battle between the surface elves and the underground drows had never stopped. The spider forest was the front line of the battle and also a passage connecting to the Underdark. The last elemental crystal stone was in the Underdark. It was also the elemental crystal stone that he knew the best because Soren had been active in the Underdark for a long time. "Are we going to the underground?" The little Loli lay on Soren's back. Her beautiful big eyes were eager to move. She said excitedly, "I haven't been to the underground yet. Is there anything fun down there?" The Underdark. That was not something fun. Soren grabbed the little Loli from his back and said in a deep voice, "Be quiet. Let's find a way to sneak in. Don't get involved in the battle between the surface elves and the drows." The spider forest was very dense. 2 silhouettes approached stealthily. Although the little Loli was a giant dragon, her stealth ability was unexpectedly not low when she transformed into a human. Soren was quite familiar with this place because the spider forest was a leveling ground for adventurers with a profession level of 5 to 10. There were many poisonous spiders here, all of which were the offspring of the Queen of Spiders, Loltha's pets. The speed of their reproduction was a headache for many nearby races. Poisonous spiders, phase spiders, fire spiders, etc. There was a small path here that could lead to the Underdark. Soren planned to take the little Loli dragon into the underground world from there and see if a certain rumor had happened. Blood. The ground was full of blood. Accompanied by the sound of blood dripping, a burly barbarian with wounds all over his body knelt on the ground. His breath was very weak. Hideous wounds were all over his body. Many of them looked like marks left by sharp claws. Even with the strong physique of a barbarian, he was gradually approaching the edge of death. Hee hee. A strange and gloomy laughter sounded. The demigod vampire, who was wearing a dark red noble suit, slowly appeared. He looked at the body of a beautiful woman at his feet, lifted his foot, and stepped on the beautiful head. He said playfully, "Just with your group of trash. You want to join forces to defeat me? You're overestimating yourselves. Today, I'll let you know the difference between a mortal and a god. I'm God. I'm God." A terrible force spread. The blood on the ground all moved like living creatures. The barbarian kneeling on the ground trembled. Facing the approaching demigod vampire, he suddenly said, Don't kill me. I never thought of competing with you for the power of the Dreadlord. Don't kill me. I can tell you where the first deity is." "The first deity?" The vampire Reinhardt stopped and asked with a slight frown, "Where?" He had been looking for that person for a long time. Unfortunately, there had been no clues. It was as if the other party had completely disappeared. "Soren." The barbarian's face was full of fear, and his voice trembled. "The beheader, Soren. He is the first deity. You should have heard of him. The pirate king of the south coast. If it wasn't for the power of the Dread Lord, he wouldn't have been able to unify the south coast so quickly. Pirate king, the beheader, Soren? The demigod vampire's face showed a contemptuous smile, and slowly said, so it's him. He's actually fighting for that pathetic power among the mortals. It seems that I've overestimated him. Speaking of this, his scarlet pupils looked at the barbarian in front of him. No. Don't kill me. Ah. The barbarian's body slowly fell. The demigod vampire looked around with a cold expression and ordered, deal with this place. Don't leave any traces. Recently, the group of paladins has been really annoying. Damn paladins. They were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. After killing a group, another group would appear immediately. Were they really not afraid of death? Some other vampire servants appeared and quickly began to clean up the blood nearby. The demigod vampire looked up in the direction of the sea and murmured, the south coast? Recently, the Church of Riches has been very hostile to me. But I still have to kill him as soon as possible. Soren. He shouldn't be a troublesome opponent, right? Patter. There was a slight sound of something falling to the ground. The hazy figure of the Helpheimer appeared behind the demigod vampire. He frowned and glanced at the blood on the ground. He slowly said, Reinhardt. Let's talk about that later. Important news has been sent. The demigod vampire turned around when he heard the words. He smiled and looked at the Helpheimer. He opened his hand as if to hug the other party, but the Helpheimer avoided him. What news has been sent? The Helpheimer pulled away a little. As a depraved and evil dark creature, vampires had certain habits. Ever since he learned something about them, he had been reluctant to get too close to Reinhardt. The Helpheimer raised his hand and threw a file over, then said, the god of rogues and half-elves has appeared. He's in the Underdark. Someone saw his miracles in the Underdark. This is an important opportunity for us. God. There was a hint of excitement on the demigod vampire's face. There was a sickly blush on his handsome face. He murmured, a saint? I can finally taste the blood of a god. Darkness. This was the strongest feeling anyone had when they entered the Underdark from the surface world. The entire narrow passage was pitch black, and the ground was slightly slippery due to the water stains. Dark green moss grew on the walls on both sides. Soren's night vision allowed him to easily see the surroundings, but the little lowly behind him was a little troublesome. Dragons had better vision than humans, but it was very limited when it came to dark environments. At most, they could reach the level of night vision, and it was very inconvenient for them to move in complete darkness. The Underdark was not completely dark. In fact, most of the areas in the Underdark were in the state of night vision. This was because there would be more or less light diffusing. It could be from fluorescent plants, or from other sources of light. The specific difference could be understood as a night with no moon or stars. In this case, the range of human vision would be reduced to less than 3 meters. Many places in the Underdark were like this, so adventurers from the surface had to prepare torches or find some rare items that could enhance their night vision. This was not difficult for wizards. A normal night vision helmet cost around 300 to 500 Kindler coins. Those who had the ability to venture into the Underdark would not be short of money. Oh. It's so dark. The little lowly was lying on Soren's back. She moved her head close to his ear and whispered, are we not underground yet? Can't I cast Illuminate permanently? Light, are you planning to be a target in the Underdark? No. Soren refused without hesitation and said in a deep voice, about 1,000 meters down, there will be fluorescent moss. You will be able to see things then. Light. In the Underdark, a light source was a living target. Soren knew too well how much trouble it would cause if he lit a light source. Hooked horrors, giant lizards, mind flayers, and so on. These creatures in the Underdark were very sensitive to light. Recklessly using light was the same as starting the farming mode that adventurers jokingly called. As they went deeper into the underworld, some stalactites began to appear above Soren's head. He did not know where the underground water source was, but he could hear the dripping sound of it. In the Underdark, any place near a water source was a battle zone. There were bound to be monsters that lived underground nearby. Oh. There seems to be a swamp nearby. The little loli leaned on Soren's shoulder and seemed to dislike the smell. She wrinkled her nose and said, I could feel the wet smell from afar, and there was also a rotten smell. No wonder those ugly and dirty black dragons like to stay underground. In the underground swamp. Basically, places with swamps in the Underdark would have very obvious light sources. As expected, Soren began to see light. It was dark green moss that emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was a mutated plant that was very common in the Underdark. The other was a mushroom that was a specialty of the Underdark. These two plants were quite tenacious and could even grow near volcanoes. Soren had seen fiery red moss near a volcano in the Underdark. The ground became a little wet. Soren gently put the little loli down and then made a gesture to keep quiet. In the underground swamp, it was very easy for a kind of creature to exist in such a terrain. Swamp bearmen. Simply put, they were a kind of mutated human that was infected with a virus. They belonged to a branch of the beastmen. For some unknown reason, they were bitten by other beastmen, or they were born with the disease of beastmen. In the end, they had the ability to transform into a beast or a beastman in combat. Lulu Mao, who Soren brought back, was a catwoman in the beastmen branch. Looking at Lulu Mao's talent, one could understand the combat power of the beastmen. Most adult beastmen were born between level 5 and level 8. About the beastmen. Soren should be most familiar with werewolves, tigermen, and bearmen. Among them, werewolves infected with the beastmen virus were the most common and could occasionally be encountered in the surface world. The rarer ones were tigermen and bearmen. Most of them lived in very rare areas. As for catwomen like Lulu Mao, they were basically on the verge of extinction. Needless to say, werewolves and tigermen had a natural strength adjustment of plus 16, which meant that as long as they transformed, their strength would directly increase by 16 points. Note, the strength of bearmen in the Underdark fluctuates between 27 to 36. In human form, their strength is not much different from ordinary people. Most of them are between 9 to 14. Even if it was just an adult bearman, their strength after transformation was higher than a strong brown bear. Huge footprints began to appear on the ground. They were about the same size as a brown bear. These mutated bearmen were between humans and beasts. The beastman virus affected their intelligence, making them not much different from savages. Most of them lived in a tribal way. There were rumors that bearmen were the failed product of a droll transformation research experiment in a glorious arcane era, which eventually led to the appearance of the beastman virus. Unfortunately, no one could prove it. Note, the appearance of the beastman virus was earlier than the Arcane Empire, and the Arcane Empire also conducted research in this area. Thinking back to when he first met Lulu Mao, he could understand what kind of creatures these bearmen were. At that time, she was really wild and untamed. I'll go and see the situation. Soren glanced at the little loli behind him and whispered, maybe I can find a guide in the bearmen's territory. They like to capture other creatures as slaves and reserve food. Stealth. Soren's figure disappeared into the shadows. In the Underdark, he was like a fish in water. He could enter stealth at any time. There were a lot of footprints on the ground. Soren preliminarily judged that there were 3 to 6 bearmen living here. With this scale, even the patrolling drow guards would not easily provoke them. The swamp terrain was a bit troublesome. But fortunately, Soren still had spells. As he gradually sneaked in, he soon saw a shabby shack. And a huge cage. There were obvious skeletons on the ground, which could be distinguished from drow, grey dwarf, and gnome creatures. There was no bonfire, which meant that the bearmen in front of him were the most primitive creatures that ate raw meat and drank blood. There was no way to communicate with them at all. The beastman virus could completely destroy the brain and turn them into beasts. Some of them could not even master the ability to transform back into a human for the rest of their lives. In the entire Underdark, there were very few beastmen that could be civilized and intelligent. In this regard, Lulu Mao was a very smart beastman. Strong combat power and very low IQ. This seemed to be more prepared for war. There were some creatures in the cage. Soren saw an injured mutant bugbear, a dying grey dwarf, and a dead hook horror. All of them were very difficult to deal with. But for the bearmen infected with the beastmen virus, they were all just food. Bang! Heavy footsteps could be heard. In Soren's field of vision, a huge monster that weighed more than 1,500 pounds appeared. It looked like a brown bear that walked upright. Its head was that of a bear, but part of its body had the outline of a human. It was very similar to a werewolf after transformation. No matter how one looked at it, their bloodline level was much lower than Lulu Mao's. It also meant that they were more primitive, more wild, and more threatening. A bearman that can't transform back into a human. Soren could determine the state of the enemy at a glance. After the bearmen returned to their territory, their noses twitched and sniffed everywhere, as if they had smelled something. Wild intuition. In front of him was the lowest level of beastmen, the most brutal, vicious, and inhumane. They couldn't be considered intelligent creatures at all. They could only be considered as beasts that walked upright. Bearman, Beastman, Grade 3. Challenge rating 10, Monster level 12+, has the ability to transform. Highest and lowest attribute points, 36 and 9, total attribute points, 85 to 100. Special abilities, Sturdy, Violent Strike, Powerful Slam, Rend, Claw, Roar, Transformation, Rage, Bloodthirst, Charge, Wild Intuition. Difficulty, S+. Most of the bearmen were Grade 3 creatures, but if you measured them as an ordinary Grade 3 enemy, it was basically an act of suicide. This was because their difficulty in Grade 3 was as plus. Note, a team of fully armed adventurers with a profession level of 10 has less than a 10% chance of defeating a bearman after exhausting all their items. P.S. There is only one chapter today. Please let Futu organize his thoughts. Moi. I'm preparing for a peak battle, a breakthrough attempt. The foreshadowing that should be buried is almost done. I hope to finish it before the end of the month. Please look forward to the true strength of the Arcane Empire. Poochie, fresh blood spurted out. The bear shifter let out an angry and painful roar, and slapped his back. The huge force set off a gust of wind, and a millstone-sized bluestone was smashed into pieces in an instant. Soren's figure leaped, and his curved sword icing death slashed through the gap between the bear shifter's arms again. Accompanied by a cold light, another wound appeared on the bear shifter's body. Tremendous strength, sluggish movements, and a brain that wasn't considered smart. For Soren, who had now advanced into the legendary realm, dealing with this kind of enemy was actually very simple, because it was too difficult for the bear shifter to hit him. If it wasn't for the fact that most of the bear shifter's physique was higher, he was afraid that his initial backstab would have been able to finish off the target. But now, the bear shifter's injuries weren't light either. Its chest kept bleeding. Its huge body seemed incomparably ferocious, but every time it attacked, it hit the empty ground. If it was a tiger shifter with a high threat, it might still be able to touch Soren's body, but the bear shifter didn't have much to think about. Plop, a dull sound of something falling to the ground sounded. Soren slowly withdrew his curved sword, and stared at the dead body of the bear shifter on the ground. After losing its vitality, its body gradually shrank, and finally became a human man with thick hair all over his body. His face was very rough, and his appearance was similar to that of a savage. It was only after his death that he turned into a human form. The side effects of the bear shifter disease were very big. If one's innate strength was not enough, it was very likely that they would be like the bear shifter in front of him. They would be an ignorant beast for the rest of their lives, and only death could make them return to their original form. In addition, there was another very dangerous aspect of the bear shifter. Low-level bear shifter like the one in front of him would carry some kind of terrible virus. If one was injured by them, there was about a 10% chance of being infected with the bear shifter disease. At this time, one would have to go through a compulsory test of immunity. Or else, it was possible for them to be infected with the beast virus. After a period of feverish and painful transformation, it was possible for them to transform into beast men on a certain night of a full moon or at any other time. During the transformation process, there was also a mandatory constitution test. If it failed, it would cause the user to go crazy or even die. Most of the beast viruses were carried by low-level war creatures. Their bodies contained the most primitive virus. If they were the offspring of a beast man, such as Lulu, an extremely rare existence, then the beast man virus would transform into their own genetic lineage. Lulu's main body was still in human form. There was no sign of her transformation, so it was very likely that her father or mother was a purebred human. Note 1, on the mutated form of beast man and the mutation after reproduction, Chapter 6. Note 2, on reproductive isolation and the probability of interracial reproduction of work creatures, Chapter 3, research report on mixed werewolves. Soren wasn't afraid of these viruses. Regardless of whether it was the beast virus or the undead corpse poison, it was impossible for him to be immune to them with his current endurance, vitality, and will. Unless Soren was infected by the virus while he was dead, he could basically ignore them. Come out. Soren slashed open the cage next to him and said to the grey dwarf imprisoned inside, "Where are you from? Are you familiar with the surrounding terrain?" Bang. Just as Soren opened the cage, the bugbear suddenly rushed out and ran out of the swamp without saying a word. It didn't know if it was out of its mind, but it actually thought that it could escape from Soren's hands. What greeted it was a cold flash of a sword. Soren swung his sword and chopped off the bugbear's head. The blood that gushed out splashed onto the grey dwarf's body. The grey dwarf couldn't help but shudder and then stutter, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Don't kill me! I'll tell you everything I know. Please don't kill me. No matter where you want to go, I'll lead the way for you." Light footsteps could be heard. The little loli tiptoed from outside. When she saw the corpse on the ground, she immediately clapped her hands and swaggered over. She pouted and said, "Soren, I'm bored to death. The environment here is so disgusting. Why don't we go out first?" As a brass dragon that lived in the desert, she naturally hated the swamp environment. "Okay." Soren nodded slightly and put away his sword. He stared coldly at the grey dwarf in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way. There should be a road that leads to Gleck City nearby. Take us there first." The grey dwarf cowered and walked forward. Soren followed behind with an expressionless face. The little loli was still carefree and happy, but she didn't like the environment here. About 1,000 meters away from Soren, a slender masked woman stood in the darkness. Her eyes were slightly shining, as if they contained some kind of mysterious power. There seemed to be an invisible force field around her body. Anything that got close to her, including the wind, was isolated. She stared at Soren's position. Her gaze seemed to penetrate through space and directly locked onto Soren's figure. "Die." Heavy footsteps sounded. Behind the slender woman, a burly man appeared. He carried a heavy battle axe with one hand. His terrible muscles seemed to contain infinite power. The luster of the adamantine was mixed with some kind of indescribable power. Just a glance could tell that it contained a strong lethality. This was a very terrible barbarian. There was almost no need to guess that his strength was already above the legendary realm. He spoke the ancient common language, a language that was used thousands of years ago. It was a language composed of 36 rune letters. The name was very special. However, if it was converted into the current syllables, it should be possible to call this masked woman Dai. The barbarian slowly walked behind her and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" "Haha." There was a chuckle. The masked woman turned around and looked at the barbarian. She smiled and said lightly, "I accidentally found a good rogue. He's a very interesting little guy. And he's followed by a brass dragon in human form. Such a combination is quite rare." The barbarian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't complicate things. We didn't come out of Sigil City to play this time. This is the first official action of the Godslayer. Our bait has attracted the target. The Queen of Spiders has turned her attention to the bait. To deal with this terrible existence, I believe you should know the consequences of failure. The Queen of Spiders, the supreme existence of the Underdark. The Queen of the Drows. The ruler of the Abyss. A terrible god with great divine power." Dai's expression gradually became serious. She withdrew her gaze and said slowly, "I know what's important. I won't delay business. It's just that this little guy's soul is very special. I've never seen such soul power. Dark, cruel, ruthless. But there's an indescribable light. I even saw the glory of sacrifice. It's a little fascinating." The masked woman smiled a little frivolously, then slowly spread out her palm and said in a cold voice, War Chess. Note 2, Simulation activated. Activate, Arcane War Chess, Scanning Mode. A cluster of pure energy appeared. Then, an invisible energy field spread out in all directions. Psionic energy field activated. Soul scanning activated. Activate terrain simulation. Scan the surrounding 100 kilometers. Thaling 7 took over command of the war chess system. Beginning terrain simulation. Tactical map construction. Scanning the nearby space nodes. Psionic energy field spread. Activate psionic resonance. Synchronized psionic transmission established. Calculating space waymarks. Semiplane synchronization locked. Simulation of a different dimension teleportation channel. Teleportation node rune. Arcane power armor, Note 3, standby. Thaling 6 took over command of space waymarks. Godslayer plan activated. Target, Queen of Spiders, Lolth. Note 1, Sigil City is a very mysterious existence in the entire multiverse. Legend has it that it is an important node of the multiverse and has portals that connect countless planes. The Lady of Pain is the absolute ruler of Sigil City and has terrible power that mortals can't imagine. However, Sigil City has been closed for a long time, and now there are very few existences that can enter Sigil City. Sigil City rejects all gods, and even gods with great divine power can't easily set foot in this place. Note 2, Arcane War Chess is a tactical simulation game that originated from the Arcane Empire. Now this special technology has been lost, and only a few wizard organizations have a partial simulation ability. When Soren was looking for the second elemental stone, the elemental djinn he met mentioned this, war chess. The monsters it summoned at that time simulated the rules of arcane war chess. Note 3, the magic-powered armor was a terrifying war machine during the Arcane Empire, in all the previous information. Soren, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. His muscles tightened, and his palm held the hilt of icing death in an instant. He was ready to fight at any time. The Lolita dragon next to him was shocked by Soren's action, but in the next moment, she quickly disappeared. Her petite figure appeared in mid-air, and her whole body was shrouded in an invisible energy field. The only one who was unaware was the captured Duergar, who was still looking around blankly. Psionic energy field. Soren's expression was very solemn. His perception was raised to the limit, and his telepathy was also paying attention to the surroundings. He slowly said, "There's a psionic warlock casting nearby." The little Lolita dragon's expression was very serious, and she whispered, "Legendary." No, no, no. It should be above legendary. I felt a terrible power like a psionic storm. The coverage of the psionic force field is quite wide. How is that possible? There can't be such a powerful psionic warlock in the material plane. Both of them were ready to fight at any time. However, there was no abnormal situation nearby, and the sudden burst of psionic force field only existed for a moment. When it calmed down, Soren even suspected that he had just seen an illusion. However, if there was no Lolita dragon next to him, Soren might think that it was an illusion, but now that the Lolita dragon next to him also felt it, it was absolutely impossible that it was an illusion. There was indeed a very powerful psionic warlock casting a spell, and the coverage of the psionic force field was so large that it was a little beyond Soren's imagination. Such a coverage area. According to Soren's past memory, if it was really done by a psionic warlock, then his profession level might be above level 30, a level 30 psionic warlock. How was that possible? Soren had never encountered such an existence during the time of troubles. There were probably only a few creatures in the astral plane that could reach this level. Was it an illusion? The Lolita dragon shook her little head and landed on the ground. She stared at Soren and murmured, "Did you feel it?" "Just now." "A very powerful psionic force field." Soren nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "I felt it." It's impossible for both of us to be hallucinating at the same time. There might really be a psionic warlock nearby. It's best to be careful later. The Lolita dragon nodded her little head gently and said softly, "Could it be a Githyanki?" The knowledge in my memory tells me that Githyankis often appear in the Underdark, and there are many powerful psionic warlocks among them. Surprise. Soren looked at the Lolita dragon next to him in surprise and said slowly, "It's possible. Githyanki's do appear frequently in the Underdark." It seemed that this Lolita dragon was quite knowledgeable. Most of the time, a dragon's hereditary memory would take a long time. Judging from her current form, she probably hadn't fully awakened all her hereditary memories. This meant that her bloodline was most likely from the Dragon Nation. Githyanki. Damn it. I don't know much about the Underdark before the Avatar crisis. Is there really a powerful psionic warlock visiting the Underdark from the astral boundary? Which astral boundary traveler would it be? Soren tried his best to search his memory, but unfortunately, he could get very little information. When he first came to the Underdark, it was already after the Avatar crisis. The gap between the two was actually quite big, which was why he needed a guide. The difficulty of the Underdark was much higher than the surface world. Before the Avatar crisis, only a few adventurers could enter it. About this period of time, a lot of information was just hearsay because not many people could intervene in this level of field at that time. Soren also reincarnated in the River Styx before he became a legend, so there was a partial gap in the information level. Be careful. Soren looked around, motioned the Grey Dwarf to continue moving forward, and said slowly, "Psionic warlocks are not easy to deal with. We have to be ready for battle at any time." The group continued to move forward. But until Soren found the way to the city of the Grey Dwarves, they didn't encounter any abnormalities. Everything just now was like an illusion. They didn't encounter any enemies, nor did they see any traces of psionic warlocks. The psionic force field disappeared. It only existed for a moment and then disappeared completely. The Underdark, the crossing passage. The demigod vampire threw away the body of the drows in his hand, raised his hand and gently wiped the corners of his mouth, and said contemptuously, "This group of dirty and licentious drows. Their blood is as disgusting as feces." At the feet of the Helpheimer was the body of another female drow. He glanced at the demigod vampire coldly and said slowly, "Then why did you bite her?" Reinhardt spat softly, as if he still felt a little disgusted. He turned and glanced at the Helpheimer next to him. A frivolous smile appeared on his handsome face, and he said lightly, "We are not familiar with this place, so we need a servant to lead the way." A drop of blood slid down. With some kind of evil and depraved power, the body of the drows at his feet suddenly trembled. "Master!" A cold and ruthless voice sounded, and the dead drow stood up. Her pupils were gray, and her whole body was like a puppet, humbly kneeling at the feet of the demigod vampire. "Look." The demigod vampire smiled slightly, raised his hand and tapped on the forehead of the drows, and slowly said, "What a simple thing. Now we can let her lead the way. The god of half-elves and rogues. I can't wait any longer. What should the blood of a god taste like? It must be very wonderful." The Helpheimer looked at him blankly, gently touched the magic flute in his palm, and said coldly, "Don't be complacent. This is the territory of the Queen of Spiders. It is not ruled out that she will also notice this prey. This existence is not to be trifled with. Even her avatar is enough to kill us easily." Reinhardt's body trembled, and then he seemed calm and said, "It shouldn't be. For the Queen of Spiders, a weak god should not be enough for her to personally take action." The Helpheimer did not speak, but continued to walk forward. After a while, he said, "Don't forget her greed and brutality. Besides, she may be interested in anything related to elves." The demigod vampire paused for a moment, and then said, "But that's a half-elf, and it has nothing to do with the drows." The Helpheimer looked around and then said, "I know. So we'd better pray that we don't meet her. The recent changes in the drows may be because she has passed on some kind of oracle. In addition, I heard that a group of paladins with good strength have also come to the Underdark. I don't know what the purpose of these guys is. What could possibly attract them here in this dark zone that is filled with evil and chaos?" "Paladins?" The demigod vampire frowned and then said with a disgusted face, "What a group of guys. An unknown place." A towering adept's tower stood on the plains, piercing the clouds. At the top of the wizard tower, there was an astrology platform with countless mysterious and ancient runes engraved on it. At this moment, a figure in a grey robe stood in the center, and his sight seemed to pass through space and looked at the underground world. "It's begun." He gently raised his finger, and a metallic luster appeared on his fingertips. As the faint light sprinkled in front of him, his appearance gradually became clear. It had a metallic face and a metallic body. The silver-white metal was like human skin, and it changed slightly with his expression. There was a special device on his chest. It was a clock that could not be described in words. There were countless tiny runes on it, and there were special marks on the 12 notches. It looked like the pattern of the 12 zodiac signs. The clock was still ticking. He looked into the distance and murmured, "I don't have much time left. Maybe the brilliance of the arcane can bloom again. Maybe everything will be buried by time. Only time will tell us the answer. Only time will tell everything. Thank you, Dirklina. May you be eternally in time." A space crack leading to the unknown place. In front of this man made entirely of metal, there was a space as bright as the galaxy. In the center of the space, there was a dragon sleeping. With its breathing, time and space gradually distorted. Time dragon, there was only one existence in the entire multiverse that could distort time and space like this. There was a faint smell of sulfur in the air. The environment in the Underdark was very bad. Some places even had underground volcanoes that could erupt at any time. Especially when they were close to the city of the Grey Dwarves, the faint smell of sulfur was even more obvious. The Grey Dwarves inherited the dwarves' usual attitude of seeking death. They liked to build their cities near volcanoes, or directly dig through the ground to draw out the underground magma. In terms of forging skills, the Grey Dwarf skills were far superior to the surface dwarves because they often encountered blacksmith masters who could forge +3 and +4 weapons. Unfortunately, the materials of the weapons in the Underdark were special. Many of them would become a pile of scrap iron if they were brought to the surface world. The Grey Dwarves were the best source of slaves in the Underdark. They had been ruled by the Mind Flayer for a long time. Although they were now free from the control of the Mind Flayer, there were still a large number of captured Grey Dwarven slaves in the city of the Drows. Slavery was deeply ingrained in this race. Even if they broke free from the control of the Mind Flayer, they were still regarded as a source of slaves by many creatures. In a city of Drows, the number of Grey Dwarven slaves may reach 1/10 or 2/10 of the total population. The light dimmed again. Soren heard the sound of flowing spring water. After passing through a towering stone forest, a white mist appeared in front of him. Soren remembered this place. Although the environment in the Underdark was very bad, there was also a good thing: hot springs. In fact, there were many hot springs in the Underdark that could be developed, and the one in front of them was the largest open-air sulfur hot spring nearby. The Drows advocated intrigue, the Grey Dwarf's brains were full of iron lumps, and the mainstream races in the Underdark did not seem to realize the value of hot springs. In the end, a team of adventurers from the surface world carried out a simple development and turned this place into a gathering point for exploring the Underdark. The water here seems good. The Lolita dragon sniffed with her eyes closed. She seemed to like the smell of sulfur. The temperature of the spring water was actually quite high, about 50 degrees, but for a dragon it was negligible. The little Lolita reached out and took a sip of the spring water, then turned around and looked at Soren with wide eyes. She said hopefully, "Soren, can I take a bath here?" There was no sun in the Underdark. Therefore, it was easy to lose track of time. Many cities in the Underdark had a light source, which was actually some kind of obelisk that emitted light. Soren roughly calculated the travel time and nodded. "Let's rest here for an hour. I'll go prepare some food." With that, he kicked the Grey Dwarf beside him. Soren turned around and asked in a low voice, "Are the furnaces in Gleck City still lit up?" "Furnace fire," the Grey Dwarf's expression was a little blank, but he still hurriedly nodded. "The fires in Gleck City have never been extinguished." "Is it still lit up?" Soren fell into deep thought, then nodded and said, "Go set up a campfire and prepare some food. I don't think you're stupid enough to think of running away, right?" The Grey Dwarf quickly nodded. Soren glanced at him and casually tossed a torch over, asking him to take out some dried meat rations. "The fires in Gleck City haven't been extinguished yet." Soren sat down as if he was thinking about something. He murmured, "That means the divine artifact hasn't been completed yet. I don't know how long it will take these Grey Dwarfs to make that thing." But it should be before the start of the Avatar crisis, right? Soren thought about his own matters. After about a while, Lolita Dragon's light figure came from behind. It's so comfortable. Lolita Dragon used her white little hands to tidy up her pale blonde hair and tied it into a pair of beautiful ponytails. Then she blinked her big eyes and looked at Soren. Don't you want to take a bath? The water below is so comfortable. Soaking in it makes me feel lazy. Soren shook his head gently. The group stayed in place for a moment, then continued on their way to their destination. Before leaving, Soren couldn't help but look at Glex City again. There was a divine artifact in this city. Or rather, a divine artifact that was being made. About 10 years ago, the Grey Dwarfs of this city discovered a large vein of mithril while they were in the process of mining. This was quite a shocking amount of wealth. If it was leaked out, it might even lead to a crazy attack from the Drows. Therefore, the ruler of Glex City, Greybeard, blocked the news for a while and restricted all the Grey Dwarven craftsmen who knew the truth, not allowing them to leave. Since then, the fires in Glex City had never been extinguished. Greybeard was using the mithril to forge a powerful equipment. Because they had been enslaved by the Mind Flayer, many Grey Dwarves had a certain level of psionic ability. Greybeard was the best among all the Grey Dwarves. Not only was he a legendary psionic warlock, profession level 21, but he was also a level 5 berserker and level 5 wizard at the same time. Greybeard made a mithril chain armor. It didn't affect his casting at all. Each buckle was engraved with runes, and all of them were personally engraved by him. Soren didn't know the specific attributes of this divine artifact. However, he knew that this mithril chain armor's defensive ability was equivalent to a full-body plate armor plus 3. The entire mithril chain armor's buckles were engraved with runes. In addition to its powerful defensive ability, it was also enchanted with a lot of powerful spells. The most important thing was that this mithril chain armor was as light as a feather. It wouldn't interfere with the caster's battle at all. Even a wizard could easily wear it. This was why it was a divine artifact even though it wasn't made by a god. Greybeard wasn't easy to deal with. What was more troublesome was that he was the ruler of Glex City. He was also a powerful legendary profession. Therefore, even if Soren had some plans for this divine artifact, he didn't have a clear idea. However, there was still some time before the divine artifact was completed. Soren felt that if he could enter the realm of the gods, he might have a chance to get his hands on this divine artifact. As a rogue and a wizard, it wasn't easy for Soren to find a divine artifact that he could use. Greybeard might not be one of the strongest people in the Underdark, but in the entire Underdark, he seemed to be the only one who could reach more than 400 points in both magic equipment forging and alchemy at the same time. As he got closer and closer to his destination, after solving some small problems, Soren finally saw the outline of an altar. It was already very broken. However, there were still powerful energy fluctuations around it. The last elemental stone, Soren's expression couldn't help but be slightly excited. At the same time, he turned around and looked at the Lolita dragon next to him. The air seemed to be getting heavier. In the dark passage, a tall and burly figure slowly walked out. It was an orc with a strange appearance. Only a small tuft of hair was left standing. It was more than 2 meters tall, and its muscles were filled with terrifying explosive power. Unlike the exaggerated muscles of the barbarians, the orc's muscles were very refined. If one looked carefully, one could see that every muscle on the orc's body was quite powerful. It even contained more explosive power than Sauron's. The Sword Saint has arrived at the target location. The orc looked around with cold eyes, and then an invisible light appeared in its palm. It said directly in its mind, "There are no obstacles at the target location. Do you want to wait here?" Time passed little by little. About a minute or two later, a frivolous female voice sounded slowly, "The Sword Saint is on standby. The bait has entered the reserved area. The praise dog has appeared. Pay attention to the priests of the Queen of Spiders Church. There is no sign of the prey yet." The orc slowly nodded and replied, "The Sword Saint understands." "Is the elemental pool fully charged?" "The elemental fission wave blade can't be charged to the 5th grade of the artifact. I'm not sure if I can break the Queen of Spiders' celestial force field." The frivolous female voice sounded again, and said lightly, "Extracting the energy of the half-plane. It is estimated that the energy will reach its peak in 24 hours. The orc nodded again and said, understood. The Sword Saint is on standby, waiting for orders. Pada. Light footsteps came from the side of the passage. The Sword Saint, who stood motionless, suddenly turned around and looked at the darkness not far away. The figures of the demigod vampire and the Helpheimer appeared in front of him. Shock. Not only was the Sword Saint a little shocked, but the demigod vampire and the Helpheimer were also a little shocked. Both sides didn't notice each other in advance. This meant that their hiding ability was not much different. They didn't notice each other until the distance was close enough. The Sword Saint. The demigod vampire just glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. Telepathy directly echoed in the Helpheimer's mind, and he said in a deep voice, the Sword Saint is above the legendary level. The Helpheimer's answer was also very quick, hybrid orc. Doesn't seem to be from the material plane. It could be from the astral world. The demigod vampire's face remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. He said solemnly, Astral Sword Saint? The Helpheimer quietly held the magic flute tightly and replied, it's possible. The demigod vampire said, it seems to be very strong. Helpheimer, stronger than me. The demigod vampire said, how is that possible? Then wouldn't he be? The Helpheimer replied, I can't determine his exact strength, but I'm sure he's from the astral world. There's some remnant astral world energy in his body. The demigod vampire said, could it be that they were attracted by the god of half-elves and rogues? Helpheimer, it's possible. It seemed that there weren't many things that could attract such an existence other than the realm of the gods. But the god of rogues and half-elves didn't seem to match his power. Unless he's only interested in the godhood. The demigod vampire said, since he's an opponent, why don't we kill him in advance? Helpheimer, the chances of winning aren't high. Moreover, we haven't even seen any traces of our prey yet, and we've already exchanged blows with an astral sword saint. Don't you think this is a bit of a loss? The demigod vampire said, it seems that this battle will be very difficult. Are many powerful people attracted by the godhood? Helpheimer, I don't know. Let's act according to the circumstances. On the other side. After the orc sword saint found the two figures in front of him, he immediately used telepathy and said, unknown targets found. One of them is in the form of a saint, and the other seems to be the legendary Helpheimer. Would you like to clear the target as an obstacle? After a while. In the mind of the orc sword saint, there was a cold voice that sounded like metal rubbing against each other, and it slowly said, don't act rashly. It's possible that there are other people attracted by the bait. If the other party is not hostile, let them leave. I have asked Butterfly to include them in the monitoring of the psionic force field. A bait may not be able to attract the prey to attack personally. I am recalculating the battle plan. The target of the saint form is the god of vampire, and it will be listed as the second bait to attract the queen of spiders. The orc sword saint nodded to the demigod vampire not far away and said in his mind, Sword Saint understands. There was a short silence. The demigod vampire glanced at the orc sword saint who nodded slightly at him and said telepathically, it seems that he has no intention of fighting with us. Helpheimer, that's best. We will leave directly from the side. The demigod vampire, are we leaving just like that? The astral sword saint is very rare. Don't you want to test his strength? Helpheimer, the sword saint is not testing the enemy, it will only become a battle of life and death. If we fight with him, the outcome will only be in a few seconds. This is not testing the enemy, but fighting with his life. The demigod vampire, that's true. Then let's leave. But it's really a pity. I have never encountered such an enemy. It seems that the recent changes have attracted many strong people traveling in the astral world. Helpheimer, let's go. Such an astral world traveler rarely acts alone, and there may be companions nearby. There was not much contact between the two sides. The demigod vampire and the Helpheimer cautiously left through the side passage, while the orc blademaster stood motionless. He waited until the target had completely disappeared before he retracted his gaze. The target has left. A magnetic female voice sounded, understood. The target has been included in the detection range of the psionic power field. 80 kilometers away from the location of the orc sword saint. An expressionless monk stood on a towering stone pillar. His gaze was focused on the darkness in front of him as if he was observing something through the fog. Monk has arrived at the designated location. Monk, stand by. A frivolous female voice sounded, stand by. Did you find anything unusual? The monk replied, traces of wax demon have been found. The prey may have appeared, but the target's concealment ability is too high and did not appear in our detection range. Another cold metallic voice sounded, Thaling number 5 has taken over the detection authority within 50 kilometers. Monk, prepare for battle. After the target appears, immediately clear the other obstacles nearby and ensure that there are no other disturbances near the prey. The monk nodded and said, Monk understands. 50 kilometers away from the position of the monk. There seemed to be something in the twisted shadows. In front of him was a team of fully armed drows. On the left and right were petrifying lizard knights. Male drow rangers were scattered to protect them. In the middle was a group of female drow priests and spellcasters. Behind what looked like a drow matriarch, there were some terrible monsters with hideous faces. They were the legendary spider elves. A terrible monster with the upper body of a drow and the lower body of a giant spider, a twisted mind. A crazy desire for blood, and a terrible desire for destruction after the distortion of hatred, the spider elves were the losers of the internal struggle of the drows. They were transformed into such monsters by the power of the Queen of Spiders. They were also one of the most troublesome and annoying monsters in the Underdark. The shadows gradually disappeared. The team of drows was still moving forward, but there was a sight in the dark watching them. The rogue has found the target. A drow matriarch, petrifying lizard knights, and spider elves have appeared. We are sure that the prey has appeared. But the specific location of the target cannot be detected at present. A cold metallic voice sounded. Keep your distance, don't get too close to the target. Report the target's location at all times. The Queen of Spiders is likely to be hiding in the team. There was a slight trace in the dark. Understood. The elemental altar. Soren looked at the last elemental altar in front of him and could not help but clench his curved sword nervously. As long as he got the 4th elemental stone, wind, then he could proceed to the final challenge. The 4 elemental elders. After combining the 4 elemental stones, the wind elemental elder, the water elemental elder, the fire elemental elder, and the earth elemental elder would be summoned. They were all legendary level creatures. Only by defeating all of them would one be able to obtain the final spoils of war. A sealed fragment of divinity, this fragment of divinity came from an ancient evil god. Although it was only a broken fragment of divinity, it could still promote someone to the realm of demigod. Divinity plus divinity equals demigod realm. Soren had enough divinity in him. As long as he had divinity, he could advance to demigod at any time. Perhaps there would not be too much of a change in strength. However, there was one thing that was very important to Soren. As long as he advanced to the realm of demigod, Soren would be able to completely ignore the legendary spell, Time Stop. This legendary spell would be completely ineffective against him. No matter what level of spellcaster he faced, he would not sit still and wait for his death. This was the biggest benefit of advancing to the realm of demigod. Moreover, as long as Soren could raise his divinity level to minor divinity, then he could transform himself into saint form. Basically, he could ignore all spells from circle 1 to 3. The saint form had high resistance against low-level spells. Many spells could not even break through the energy field of the saint form. Only when he advanced to the realm of demigod could he be considered to have stepped into the realm of gods. P.S. There is one more update today. Please recommend it. It was different from all the other elemental altars. This last elemental altar was almost a ruin. The stone pillars around the altar seemed to have been violently destroyed. Soren also found some traces that were not easy to judge. The initial estimate was that it should be more than 1,000 years old. Unless Soren's knowledge was involved in the field of archaeology, there was no way to analyze the situation here for the time being. But what Soren didn't expect was that he didn't see anything, but the Lolita dragon beside him noticed something. This place seems to be a temple. The Lolita dragon fiddled with her long pale blonde hair, a pair of beautiful ponytails swaying. She wrinkled her small nose and said to Soren, "It's a bit like the Temple of Elements, but it's almost destroyed. It's rare to see an elemental temple in the material plane." The elemental temple. Naturally, it was a temple that believed in the four main elemental gods. This kind of temple was very rare in the entire material plane. Even in the elemental plane, there were not many of them. The four main elemental gods were the existence of great divine power. They were the oldest gods and had divine power far beyond other gods. Therefore, their dependence on faith was also quite small. To some extent, they didn't rely on faith at all. There were very few believers in the material plane. The main elemental gods didn't care much about the mortal world, so such temples were rare in any era. Is the evil god sealed here related to the elemental gods? Soren frowned and looked around, then began to look for the location of the elemental stones. He didn't know why there was no wind element here, but it was because of this that he felt more uneasy. The location of the elemental stones didn't change much. Soren quickly found the last elemental stone, wind, but before taking it out, Soren couldn't help but hesitate a little. Things had come to this point. No matter what he had to face, he couldn't give up, so Soren directly took it out. Rumble, the ground trembled violently. This somewhat familiar change made Soren highly vigilant. He said to the Lolita dragon next to him, "Be careful. Something powerful may appear later." As soon as his voice fell, the nearby airflow moved at high speed, and then the surrounding space was sealed. A huge figure appeared. It had a hazy body that looked half real and half illusory. It held a mysterious scimitar in its hand that was engraved with countless runes. Around its body was a rapidly rotating airflow. Its eyes that were filled with divinity fell upon Soren. Jinn, demigod. True enough. There was also a demigod-level Jinn here. Mortal. A voice that reached the heart sounded in Soren's mind. The demigod Jinn glanced at the elemental stone in Soren's hand and slowly said, "Did you take away the sealing stone?" The invisible gaze of divinity seemed to penetrate everything. The demigod Jinn frowned and stared at Soren. "I didn't expect the other sealed crystals to be in your hands. Do you know the consequences of doing that?" Consequences? Soren only knew that this was a chain quest, and the final reward was a Tier 3 legendary elemental stone and a shard of divinity from a certain evil god. The demigod Jinn sighed and slowly said, "Mortals are really ignorant and fearless. The elemental stone in your hand is a seal. Sealed in it is the evil god of the abyss that was killed in the first war between demons and elements. After unlocking the seal, you may be able to get some of his power, but it will also lead you to fall into the realm of the abyss." Mortal. Is it worth falling into the abyss for a little power? Elemental war. Soren seemed to think of something, and some memories appeared in his mind instantly. Of course, the information in his memory was not quite comprehensive, but he still knew the general story. The bottomless abyss once had a very strong period. Many lords of the abyss, under the command of the demon monarch, unexpectedly ended a long civil war and decided to lead the demon army to the multiverse. At that time, they naively thought that they could unify the whole universe. Unfortunately, they were defeated in just the first battle. The demon army encountered the elemental legion, and their behavior angered the oldest wind elemental god. The main god of the wind elemental system woke up countless sleeping demigod jinns, and then beat the demon army back to the bottomless abyss. This was the only recorded battle record of the four elemental gods. In the long history of the multiverse, there seemed to be no other records that clearly recorded the four elemental gods fighting. No matter how the times changed, the elemental gods seemed to have always been indifferent. Or, they didn't care about these things at all. Even in the upcoming Avatar crisis, the four elemental gods were the least affected, because they didn't need any power of faith at all, and they didn't rely too much on the field of clergy. They themselves were one of the most powerful gods. Elements were the support of the whole world. No matter how the world changed, earth, water, wind, and fire would always exist. Even the battles between the gods rarely affected them. There was a passage that recorded the wind elemental god, Arcady. Arcady is one of the four elemental gods. She seems to be above time and has not changed in the long history. She has a little contact with other gods related to the wind elemental, such as Erdryphenia, guardian goddess of the winged elves, and Chandical, god of travel and exploration, but their relationship is not very close. The wind elemental goddess seems to have always been indifferent to everything. Occasionally, she will respond to the prayers of her believers when she is bored. But in fact, this is just a pastime for her when she is bored, because she doesn't need believers to provide her with power. The only battle record of this goddess was when she led the wind elemental army to drive the demon army back to the bottomless abyss in the very ancient era. Since then, she seems to have been wandering in the long river of time. In the face of the demigod Jin's questioning, the figure of Vivian appeared in Soren's mind. His expression unexpectedly became very calm, and his eyes met the eyes of the demigod Jin, and he slowly said, "It's worth it. Maybe that's where I should go. I don't believe in fate. But I know that I am destined to go to the bottomless abyss." There was no way out. If he wanted to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of Vivian, then Soren was destined to go to the bottomless abyss. Only by entering the bottomless abyss could he truly eliminate the remaining divinity of the Dread Lord. Otherwise, it would always be a ticking time bomb. Soren absolutely did not want to see Vivian's body torn apart one day, and finally, a resurrected Dread Lord would walk out of her corpse. The god of tyranny was resurrected in this way. His descendants didn't react until the moment of their death. Their souls, divinity, and power were all swallowed by the god of tyranny. The only body left was also turned into the last prop for his resurrection. This was something that Soren absolutely could not see. For Vivian, he could even give up his own life. What was the point of falling into the bottomless abyss? The demigod Jin was silent. Soren's determined eyes seemed to contain some kind of power, and this strong belief made it silent. Finally, the demigod Jin slowly said, "Mortal. Since you have made your decision, then get ready for the final challenge. I hope that the bottomless abyss will not make your soul completely lost." The brilliance of divinity emerged. The 4 elemental stones on Soren's body emerged at the same time, and then turned into a mysterious light gate. Elder Wind Elemental, legendary creature. Elder Earth Elemental, legendary creature. Elder Fire Elemental, legendary creature. Elder Water Elemental, legendary creature. The 4 elemental stones gradually disappeared with the energy. When the portal connecting the elemental plane was completely completed, the figures of the 4 elemental elders also appeared in Soren's sight. They were second only to the elemental Jin and had legendary combat power. 25 kilometers away. The barbarian who was moving forward suddenly stopped and looked at his companion, who seemed to be in a daze. He said in a deep voice, "Dai? What's going on? Did you find something?" The masked woman closed her eyes as if she was sensing something. Psionic warlocks used a kind of energy similar to the power of the will. They were one of the few professions that were born with the telepathy ability. After a while, the masked woman opened her eyes and looked at Soren's direction. She frowned slightly and said slowly, "Nothing. It seems that someone summoned a demigod, but it shouldn't affect our plan." Demigod was the most common divine creature. Many legendary wizards could summon them. There were many demigod in the elemental plane. According to the ancient contract, they would respond to the summoning of many spellcasters. The more famous Limited Wish and Wish were to summon an elemental Jin. Wind elementals were the most likely to respond to such spells. Note, most of the time, Wish summons a wind Jin. The barbarian nodded slowly and said, "That's good." The 2 of them continued to walk forward. Soon, a very open area appeared in front of them. Unlike other places, the plants here were very lush. There were many natural stalactites around, and they could faintly hear the sound of underground spring water. When the 2 figures appeared in this open area, some large monsters also appeared. It was a group of hook horrors that occupied this area. For the 2 in front of them, the hook horrors were not even a threat. So, in just a blink of an eye, there were more than a few corpses on the ground. "This is the place." The masked woman stopped in the middle and said slowly, "This is the best place calculated by fouling number 5. We will ambush the Queen of Spiders here." The barbarian looked around and said, "Understood." Immediately, he took out some strange silver-white metal and left a special mark in a hidden corner. This was the rune of a spell. Under normal circumstances, the barbarian who had more muscles than brains would not be able to grasp it. The fact that the barbarian in front of her could do this meant that he might have a part-time job, or he might have good knowledge. No matter what, it meant that this barbarian was quite dangerous. Hey! Soren. Lolita moved her feet and came behind Soren. The two of them stood back to back, surrounded by the four summoned elemental elders. The little Loli's expression was a little worried, but there was also a trace of excitement in her eyes. She whispered, "Didn't you say that we just need to fight the small monsters? How could he summon such a powerful thing all of a sudden? For legendary elemental life forms, even a powerful giant dragon would feel the same pressure, especially when the terrain of the Underdark made it difficult for her to use her full strength. Even if she could not defeat him, she could not transform into a giant dragon and fly away from the battle. It was just an accident." Soren's expression was quite serious. He looked at the demigod Jin in front of him. After making sure that the other party didn't intend to do it himself, he couldn't help but calm down a little. If the demigod Jin also joined the battle, then their chances of winning would be very low. However, facing four legendary elemental life forms at the same time, Soren also felt a lot of pressure in his heart. Back then, the other adventurers completed this mission by piling up human lives, crippling a total of 5 groups. Now, although Soren was stronger, his chances of winning alone were not very high. The only advantage he had was that he had coaxed a giant dragon to help him. Although he didn't know the specific strength of the little lowly dragon, she should be able to share a lot of the pressure. The little lowly's face seemed to be a little eager to try. The current situation made her feel like she was the protagonist of a legendary story. The great brass dragon princess and her little followers triggered a legendary seal, and then 4 powerful elemental elders appeared. Finally, after a difficult battle, Her Royal Highness and her little followers won the battle. Yes, yes, yes. That's how the story should be. The little lowly's mind was in a mess, but her battle intuition was very sharp. She whispered, "You deal with the Earth Elemental Elder and the Fire Elemental Elder. Leave the other 2 to me." The talent of a giant dragon was very amazing. With just a glance, the little lowly judged the best battle allocation. Soren had very high dexterity, so it was easier to deal with the Earth Elemental Elder. At the same time, the legendary curved sword in his hand was not ordinary at all. It exuded a cold aura, and it was twice the result with half the effort to deal with the Fire Elemental Elder. As for the other 2 elemental elders, especially the Wind Elemental Elder, which was the most difficult to deal with, naturally, it would be left to the story's protagonist, the Great Brass Dragon Princess, to deal with it. Right? Soren hesitated a little when he heard this, and then whispered, "Understood. Be careful." Boom, as the portal connecting to the elemental plane gradually disappeared, the 4 elemental elders also launched their attacks at the same time. The first to attack was the slowest Earth Elemental Elder. It waved its huge fist and directly smashed the ground in front of it. With a loud bang, a sharp stone pillar pierced out of the ground, and then instantly separated Soren and the little lowly dragon who were standing back to back. Not good. The wisdom of these elemental elders was not low. Elementals were not the same as other life forms. Many low-level elementals may not even have their own consciousness. However, the elemental elders in front of them were obviously different. As soon as the battle broke out, they cut off the battle formation of Soren and the little lowly dragon, directly separating them so that they could not support each other at any time. The second to attack was the Wind Elemental Elder. With the whistling wind sweeping past, the figure of the Wind Elemental Elder rushed directly over. "Soren. The other 2 are yours." There was a faint light in the little lowly dragon's eyes. Her petite body flew up directly, and she raised her hand and pointed at the Elder Water Elemental in front of her. Maze. A distorted space appeared. The figure of the Elder Water Elemental disappeared in an instant, and it had been sent into a different dimension maze. At this time, the little lowly dragon turned her eyes to the Wind Elemental in front of her. The 4 elemental planes of earth, water, wind, and fire seemed to be similar, but in fact, the strongest combat power had always been considered to be the Wind Elemental plane because they had defeated powerful abyss demons. From the perspective of combat power, the Wind Elemental was quite amazing both in terms of speed and lethality. What was even more frightening was that the Wind Elemental Elder generally had very powerful lightning-type spells. The Lord of Storms. He was a powerful god in the material plane, and also a terrifying existence that could control lightning and storms. The wind elemental realm could easily extend the power of lightning. Crackling lightning appeared. There was a jumping electric current in the body of the wind elemental lord, accompanied by the whistling wind. A jumping lightning swept out directly. It turned out that the little Loli's judgment was correct. With her magic resistance, she had a more obvious advantage against lightning attacks. Soren, on the other hand, was in a very passive situation when he was being electrocuted. Evade sight. Shadow leap. Facing the three elemental elders who surrounded him, Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. Bad guy. The little lowly dragon's petite body suddenly stiffened, and she could not help but feel a little nervous because Soren was a legendary rogue. If he wanted to sneak away, these elemental elders would not be able to stop him. But if she stayed here, it would be a tragedy. Being besieged by three elemental elders at the same time was not a joke. Just at the moment when Soren's figure disappeared, the pressure she was under suddenly increased. She could not help but bite her pink lips and murmured, "I hope this guy won't leave me behind and run away." Flame, earth, wind. Although she temporarily trapped the water elemental elder with maze, when facing three legendary powers at the same time, the little Loli's forehead could not help but sweat. "Why don't you do it?" The little lowly dragon bit her lip with her white teeth and took a step back. She murmured, "How can I fight this bastard? I'm a girl. He actually used me as a meat shield. Shameless. Dirty." From a tactical point of view, Soren's behavior was obviously correct, because in his view, although the Lolita dragon next to him looked like a little girl, her body was still a powerful dragon after all. As everyone knew, dragons had always been very resistant to beatings, so after Soren's figure disappeared, he began to look for a suitable entry point for the battle. The best entry point was naturally when the three elemental elders attacked the Lolita dragon at the same time. However, he obviously forgot to consider the feelings of the little Loli. In the lowly dragon's heart, she had already cursed Soren 10,000 times. She even cursed Soren with the words F***ck your mother. The three elemental elders put a lot of pressure on her. No matter how strong the dragon's talent was, she was still a dragon who had just reached adulthood. Moreover, the battle of the legendary level formed a suppression of numbers, so no matter how strong her strength was, it would be reduced. Rumble. It was only the first round of attacks, but the little Lolita's situation was not very good. Flames, lightning, rocks. The three elemental elders directly blocked her ability to fight back, and directly covered her with a powerful firepower net, forcing her to use blink to escape. Soren. The little Loli's face was covered in dirt as she retreated at high speed. Her cute little face had a look of gnashing her teeth, and even a little bit of a sob could be heard. Of course, she would never admit this even if she was beaten to death. The first round of attacks finally ended. Even if the little Lolita had an instantaneous teleportation spell, she still suffered a few hits. But at this time, Soren's figure also appeared from the distorted shadows. The legendary curved sword Icing Death emitted a strange silver-white streamer, and the temperature of the blade had dropped below zero. With a flash of cold light, Soren instantly cut into the battlefield and slashed at the fire elemental elder in front of him. With the experience of dealing with the Baylor last time, the fire elemental elder should be the easiest enemy for him to deal with. Scorching flames raged out. But for Soren, who had the curved sword Icing Death, these flames were no threat at all. It was also a legendary creature, but the combat power of the elder fire elemental was much lower than that of the Baylor. These scorching flames were instantly extinguished by the curved sword Icing Death. At the same time, the cold characteristics directly caused great damage to the elder fire elemental. With just one slash, Soren had heavily injured the elder fire elemental. The dark energy of Shadow Strike combined with the cold energy of the legendary curved sword, Icing Death, caused hundreds of damage to the elder fire elemental in an instant. Sword form, Spinning Strike. Soren knew that the outcome of a legendary level battle could be decided in an instant. Therefore, he did not hesitate to follow up with another attack even though the elder fire elemental was heavily injured. Risking being hit by the elder earth elemental, Soren once again swung his sword at the enemy in front of him. Bang! Soren's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The terrible force made his sternum cave in, and he even hit the wall behind him directly, leaving a faint trace. However, Soren's result at the cost of being hit head-on was also quite brilliant. The Elder Fire Elemental was only able to withstand less than one round of attacks from Soren, and it was already in a state of near death. The legendary curved sword Icing Death had an unexpectedly powerful lethality against it. Good chance. Facing the Elder Fire Elemental who was in a state of near death, the Lolita Dragon instantly launched Disintegrate. With a green light flying out, the Elder Fire Elemental, whose vitality was already very weak, was completely disintegrated in an instant. One was killed. Soren coughed and stood up, swallowing back the blood in his throat. The Earth Elemental had a natural strength advantage. After advancing into the legendary realm, its strength adjustment value was very high. Just now, it actually hurt him badly. However, since an Elder Fire Elemental had been killed, the next battle would be much easier. Before the Elder Water Elemental came out of the maze, they temporarily gained a one-on-one advantage, and the pressure on both of them was reduced too much. Evade sight. Soren did not hesitate to enter stealth again. For him who had the anti-detection cloak, as long as he entered stealth, the Elder Fire Elemental in front of him would not be able to find him. Basically, he did not have to worry about being attacked by them. Out of battle again, the little Lolita Dragon had a hateful expression, but she could not do anything to Soren. After all, he was a rogue. Against such a legendary-level monster, unless he transformed into his slaughter form, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. The Lolita Dragon once again became the primary target of attack. Being used as a meat shield by Soren angered her to death. This was not her ideal battle scenario at all. Shouldn't her ideal battle be Soren standing in front of her, and then she would stand behind him elegantly and confidently, Bayu, casting spells? Note, she thought that Soren would treat her as a spellcaster, but in fact, Soren treated her as a meat shield. This abominable guy did not follow the plot of the novel at all. Twisted shadows. Soren's figure wandered around the edge of the battle circle, looking for a chance to break in and seriously injure the opponent. The high-speed Elder Wind Elemental was not in his consideration. Soren's target was the Elder Earth Elemental, who looked quite slow but had thick skin. Shadow Strike. Sword form, beheading. The cold light instantly cut through the air and directly cut towards the Elder Earth Elemental in front of him. Soren felt as if he had cut into a solid marble, and Icing Death's blade had already exhausted its strength just by sinking into it. But it didn't matter. Soren never expected physical attacks to easily defeat the Earth Elemental. So the moment he pulled out his curved sword, he also quickly raised his hand and pressed it on the back of the Elder Earth Elemental. Vampiric Touch, Divinity. A row of data appeared. Activated spell-like ability. Vampiric Touch, Divinity. The target's immunity resistance failed. Negative energy erodes the target's vitality. Vitality transferred to your own body. You've caused 60 points of energy damage to the target. You've recovered 60 points of vitality. A special life energy was transferred to Soren's body. This energy was as heavy as the earth. It did not have the vitality of life that he had felt before, but it had a heavy texture. Under the effect of this energy, Soren's injuries recovered rapidly, and his own state gradually recovered to a state of minor injury. P.S. The power was out during the day, so it could only be released at the same time. Vampiric Touch. As long as the enemy had vitality, this spell would work, and the damage it caused was quite stable. The divine power gave it a strong spell penetration ability. So far, Soren had not failed to cast it. It was like a fixed damage ability for Soren, reducing the opponent's vitality and healing his own injuries. Unfortunately, it could only be used once a day, and Soren could only use it when he was in a desperate situation. As for the spell Vampiric Touch, because it was not a natural spell-like ability, and there was no divine power to support it, even if Soren remembered it, he had to cast it first and then touch the target before it could take effect. Note, casting time is about 1.5 seconds. In this case, it was not divinity that affected the spell, but the spell power brought by his wizard level. The injury recovered at an amazing speed. Soren caused hundreds of damage in an instant, but unfortunately, it was not fatal to the Elder Earth Elemental. However, this result was completely within Soren's expectations. At the moment when he pulled away, Soren's fingertips also flew out a piece of arcane missile. Perhaps this kind of attack had limited effect on dragons, but it was quite effective on other legendary creatures. After all, creatures like dragons that were born with all kinds of resistance and could increase their strength while sleeping were still rare. Arcane Missile X6. The arcane missile whistled out and hit the Elder Earth Elemental. Although the damage caused was greatly reduced, it still accumulated 70 to 80 points of damage. 30 arcane missiles were fired at once. Although each missile only dealt 2 points of damage, it could not take advantage of the advantage of quantity. In the beginning, the wizard's arcane explosion relied on a huge number of enemies. As long as the enemy was not completely immune to the damage of arcane missiles, then if 50 missiles were not enough, then 100 missiles would be used. All kinds of spell enhancement and spell maximization would be used to increase the spell level, and finally a torrential explosion would kill the enemy. Unfortunately, this tactic could be broken by a one-circle shield in advance. Otherwise, it would be a terrible burst of damage. Mouse Minute Meteor. Soren pulled away after a round of explosion, and at the same time, he quickly retreated and cast his big move. However, what surprised him a little was that a message prompt suddenly appeared at this time. Breakthrough in ability. You've made new breakthroughs in battle after battle. You've received information about combat spellcasting. You've mastered a new specialty, combat casting. Accident, Soren didn't expect this either. The combat casting ability actually had a breakthrough in this situation, but what surprised him even more was that when he completed the Melf's Minute Meteors, the second data display appeared again, breakthrough in ability. You've grasped more experience and skills in battle. Your understanding of spellcasting has reached a new height. You've obtained information about the ability, mobile casting. Mobile casting, it was an advanced ability for combat spellcasting and a prerequisite for flight spellcasting. It wasn't the first time that Soren had used this ability. However, it was only now that the new data had appeared. The appearance of 2 data prompts at one time made Soren's spirit shake. At his level of strength, every improvement was quite obvious. Being able to master 2 fairly important basic abilities through battle meant that he would have enough ability points to master more powerful legendary abilities in the future. Accumulation, precipitation, brewing. The battles over and over again were not without gains, but it took a relatively long time to trigger qualitative changes from quantitative changes. Rumble, after mastering the ability, combat casting, Soren's combat skills suddenly became much more flexible. The flames of the minute meteors roared out and enveloped the Elder Earth Elemental in it. With Soren's attack speed, the full-force explosion was completely a close-range bombardment attack. Even the figure of the Elder Earth Elemental was covered by dust. Why do I feel that this guy is getting more and more powerful? Lolita Dragon couldn't help but look at Soren, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She murmured, "This guy is really a freak." Dragon wing form. Little Lolita took a deep breath, and a pair of huge brass dragon wings instantly opened on her back. Her figure rose into the air and chased after the Elder Wind Elemental in front of her. Since Soren could suppress the Elder Earth Elemental, she must contain the most difficult Elder Wind Elemental. Blasphemy, pain. As soon as the bombardment of Melf's Minute Meteors ended, Soren launched the ability, Blasphemy, that he had recently mastered. This was a spell-like ability that was effective against any enemy, a power that directly acted on the soul and spirit. A power that came from the realm of the gods. The great pain directly acted on the spirit of the Elder Earth Elemental, which made it tremble all over. Shadow jump. Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness, and the surrounding space began to distort. A gray color covered everything. His figure shuttled through the shadow plane, and the cold light directly penetrated the body of the Elder Earth Elemental. Bang, the heavy body fell to the ground. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Killed Elder Earth Elemental. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 48,000 slaughter EXP. The Elder Earth Elemental died. The difficulty of the battle was reduced a lot. Soren took a little breath and began to target the most difficult Elder Wind Elemental. However, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. Little Lolita had no problem fighting an Elder Earth Elemental alone. In that case, Soren was calm. He went back into the shadows and began to look for the last chance to finish off the Elder Earth Elemental. There was never enough slaughter EXP. It was easier to find opportunities to cut in outside the battle. An Elder Earth Elemental had close to 50,000 slaughter EXP, which was a big source of income for Soren. If it was up to him to kill these 4 Elders Earth Elemental alone, it would probably be enough to raise a wizard level. Unfortunately, it was not a wise choice to fight alone. He had no confidence at all if he didn't transform into slaughter form. Even if he transformed, he only had a 50 to 60% chance. The battle was still going on. As soon as little Lolita saw Soren's figure disappear again, she was furious. In this case, he didn't hurry over to help. He didn't even know where to go. She really wanted to bite him. To death, Dragon's Breath. Facing the Elder Wind Elemental who moved at high speed, little Lolita couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her small chest became bulging, and then a scorching flame swept out. The Dragon's Breath attack was very lethal. At the same time, at the moment when the Dragon's Breath was over, Soren's figure also reappeared. With a cold light, the Elder Wind Elemental ended in his hands. The 3 Elders Earth Elemental were dead. The last Elder Water Elemental was not challenging at all. The effective maze seemed to still be there, and the Elder Water Elemental had not appeared yet. Little Lolita waved her hand gently. It seemed to be some kind of special spell, and then the figure of the Elder Water Elemental appeared. Humph. Little Lolita glared at Soren angrily and stood aside with her arms crossed. It seemed that she had no intention of helping at all. This guy is too shameless, I'll just let him deal with the last Elder Water Elemental by himself. I'm so angry, there was almost no difficulty in fighting an Elder Water Elemental alone. Soren's next battle was very easy. But as the battle ended, little Lolita finally made a move. She bit Soren, the little Loli, who had been holding her breath for a long time, finally took a bite on Soren's arm after defeating all the enemies, leaving a row of clear and neat teeth marks. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked twice as if to vent her anger. Finally, she glared at Soren hatefully, as if she wanted to take another bite. This bastard, I'm so cute and beautiful. He actually used me as a meat shield, on an open flat ground. The monk sat cross-legged on a towering stone pillar. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but his spirit was always paying attention to the surrounding environment. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a threatening light flashed in his eyes. The voice of the rogue sounded in his mind, "The target has appeared. The target has appeared. The bait has entered the predetermined range. The prey has appeared. Everyone, get ready for battle." A fierce aura instantly shrouded the surroundings. The monk stood up at once. He looked a little nervous. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "The monk is on standby. Ready to enter the battle at any time." A cold voice with a metallic taste sounded slowly, "The clock is ready. Everyone, get ready for battle. The prey has appeared. The monk is on standby. After the battle begins, immediately clear the targets near the prey." A series of voices sounded in his mind. Sword Saint is on standby. Rogue is on standby. Barbarian is on standby. Thaling number 3 is ready. Thaling number 2 has taken over the command of the Arcane Tower. Thaling number 1 has completed the calculation of the half-plane confinement. After the prey has appeared, the half-plane confinement will be activated. Along with the voices, a female voice sounded. Finally, a magnetic female voice rang out, synchronized telepathic connection established. Psionic energy field sensing sharing. Tactical simulation officially activated. All units, get ready for battle at any time. Psionic transmission has completed synchronization. P.S. I'll continue to write, but I won't be able to finish it. I'll finish the combat chapters in one go tomorrow. It was a piece of translucent diamond-shaped crystal. Soren's hand that was holding it could not help but tremble slightly. Accompanied by a faint aura, this strange crystal gradually disappeared from his palm like ice and snow gradually melting. An indescribable power surged into his body, and Soren's skin suddenly seemed to have a faint fluorescence. This scene only lasted for a moment, and then his whole person was no different from before. If there was a difference, it was that his eyes seemed to have an indescribable magic, and anyone who looked at his eyes could not help but feel a trace of awe. The Shard of Divinity. There were very few records about it in the material plane, because in the long history, there were not many gods that fell in the mortal world. Unless there was a situation like the Avatar crisis, even if the gods were killed, the power would be obtained by the victor. The only record of the shard of divinity in the mortal world was Tears of Baal, a special shard of divinity condensed by the son of God of Massacre. It not only contained the power of the god of Massacre, but also the divinity of the god of Massacre. Tears of Baal only appeared for a short time in history. Since then, there were basically no other records related to the shard of divinity. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes, absorbing the shard of divinity. Divine power conversion. Fusing with the shard of divinity. Unknown residual consciousness found. Forced test of will triggered. Test of will passed. Unknown residual consciousness completely wiped out. Successfully absorbed the shard of divinity. You have gained 3 shard of divinity. Insufficient shard of divinity. You have no divine position. Unable to convert divine power. The minimum requirement for converting divine power is minor shard of divinity. Divine power activated. Shard of divinity activated. Divinity domain mutation triggered. You begin to transform into a demigod form. You are constructing your own laws. You are constructing your own domain. You have gained a new characteristic, demigod. You are immune to the legendary spell, Time Stop. Dense amounts of data appeared. A large amount of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Just like when he first woke up, he even felt a little dizzy. Somehow, he seemed to have sensed a change. This change did not just come from his body, but was also related to these data streams. The power of divinity seemed to have seeped into it, and it was undergoing some kind of slow change that he could not understand. This change couldn't be described with words, but Soren could feel it and realize how shocking it was. This reminded him of the first adventurer who ascended to godhood. Gods. Their existence wasn't that simple. As high and mighty gods, although they had great power, they also had many things to do. One of the things that occupied most of their time was to answer the prayers of all the believers, and then to bestow divine spells upon the priests. There was a theory. The brain domain of gods was far beyond the imagination of mortals. Sometimes they were like a super biological brain, constantly receiving and responding to the prayers of the believers, and at the same time transforming the power of faith into divine power to bestow divine spells upon the priests. This was quite a complicated process, so some gods gave up their clergy, and even like the 4 main elemental gods, they didn't develop many believers at all. Under normal circumstances, unless the gods had fallen, they needed to respond to the prayers of all the priests who believed in them every day, and transform the power of faith to bestow divine spells upon them. There was an adventurer who ascended to godhood. He had gained great power, but he also encountered a problem. The adventurer had to adapt to the prayers of the believers, and then slowly respond to the divine spells they bestowed upon him. This process took him a long time to adjust. Therefore, in addition to the original hero template, with a total natural attribute of more than 90 points, there was also a divine template that was obtained after ascending to godhood. The existence of the divine template was to deal with the prayers of the believers. Soren had a special feeling, that was, the flow of data in his body seemed to be changing in this direction under the power of divinity and divinity. The jumping data in front of him seemed to be filled with some kind of power, and it made him feel a slight electric current in his brain. He still couldn't describe it in words, but he knew that some changes were going on. At this time, Soren's data was very different from the past. Name, Soren, demigod, race, half-elf, son of slaughter, attributes, strength 19, +7, giant strength +6, dexterity 27, +2, constitution 22, +1, intelligence 22, +2, wisdom 16, +1, charm 19, +3, Mo sorrow +2, alignment, lawful evil profession, level 10 commoner, level 7 thief, 030, 6500, level 8 shadow dancer, 037, 5000, level 10 wizard, 014, 8500, grade 5, health points, 272345, sturdy, experience points, 135075, slaughter exp, 1545, profession exp, unassigned, skill points. None attribute points, none legend level, 42 divinity points, 16 minor divinity, requires 30 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Divinity points, 3, requires 10 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Status, normal basic skills, sneak 285, literacy 280, steal 85, pick lock 9, trap 85, focus 75, negotiate 105, appraise 65, deceive 60, intimidation 145, taunt 30, act 35, listen 55, dodge 145, parry 75, block 60, heal 85, search 55, detect 70, copy scroll 50, spell identification 45, survival 80, use magic device 55, cooking 40, alchemy 30. Legendary skills, omnipotent hands, legendary evasion, legendary battle skills, epic dexterity special abilities, blessing of the misfortune goddess, blessing of the ocean goddess, dragon blood baptism LV2, heart of slaughter, slayer, deathwalker, ascetic, erudite, blasphemy, once per day, personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, skilled spellcasting, reflex evasion, intuitive evasion, roll evasion, agile movement, evade sight, dark vision, combat. Spellcasting, spell control, empower spell, maximize spell, minor spell resistance, minor cold resistance, medium fire resistance, minor poison resistance, minor electric resistance, greater dual wielding, sturdy, regeneration, intermediate, telepathy 10 feet. Profession abilities, shadow control, nimble mind, military weapon, proficiency, curved sword, legendary. Combat skills, summon shadow, shadow jump, 200 shadow strike, shadow jump, 2 times, fear gaze, divine, vampiric touch, divine, counterspell, sword form, heavy hack, sword form, horizontal slash, sword form, behead, sword form, waist chop, sword form, spinning strike. In a dark passage, a wretched figure was running for his life. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in shadows, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Target has appeared. The prey is being attracted to the designated area. Everyone, get ready for battle. The Queen of Spiders, Rose, has been spotted. The prey has been exposed. Psionic warlocks, get ready to mark the target. 10 kilometers away from the designated location. Other saints have been spotted approaching. The target is the god of vampires. Seems to be attracted by the bait as well. Recalculating the battle plan. Do you want to intercept the target? The god of vampires is closing the distance at high speed. The current distance is 8 kilometers. A series of telepathic communications echoed. Accompanied by a cold bowing voice, a metallic male voice sounded in the minds of the god slayers, saying slowly, cancel the interception plan. Let them and the bait leave. Our target is the Queen of Spiders. Wait for the prey to appear in the designated area. In an instant, Soren's body seemed to have been hit by an electric current. Just as he completed the fusion of the shard of divinity, he also seemed to have sensed that something was gradually approaching him. This was a feeling that belonged to the realm of the gods. Soren's figure moved forward in the shadows. Behind him was the Lolita dragon, who was carefully lurking while casting greater invisibility. Although he knew that such a move was very dangerous, Soren still couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart and was ready to come over and check it out. This was the first special feeling he had after becoming a demigod. Although he had just advanced into the realm of demigod, did not master the special ability of damage immunity, and did not advance into the form of a saint, Soren had reached the realm of demigod after all. Although there was not much change in the data display, the hidden immunity of a demigod was still there. In fact, his actual combat power had increased by at least 30% because from now on, the probability of low-grade spells working on him was very low. In addition, there was the Cloak of Proof Against Detection, which was almost a divine artifact for rogues. In case of any special situation, Soren could easily escape the battle. In this regard, the Cloak of Proof Against Detection was tested by the Goddess of Magic, who was a greater divine power. Even the Goddess of Magic could not see the person wearing this equipment without using some special means. As for the Lolita dragon following behind, Soren really couldn't do anything about her. Logically speaking, it was best if she didn't follow him. This way, Soren could stay and leave alone if he wanted to. But he couldn't resist the Lolita dragon's princess temper. If she insisted on following, Soren couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, she was more or less a legendary combat power, If the target of the sense was really the god of half-elves and rogues in Soren's memory, then she might really be able to help Soren a lot. As the two gradually moved forward, the vision ahead gradually widened, and the underground passage became an empty flat ground. There was a forest of stone pillars in front of them, and they couldn't see any further. Soren didn't dare to get too close. Just as Soren was about to tiptoe over to see the situation, a magnetic and flirtatious female voice sounded in his mind, and slowly said, "So it's you, little guy. Stay where you are and don't move. This level of battle is not something you can get involved in. Be careful not to lose your life." He stiffened. Soren's body instantly froze on the spot. There was no one around him, and no one could get close to him without him noticing. The voice was directly transmitted into his mind. Psionic Warlock. Soren immediately recalled the psionic force field he had sensed earlier. His instincts told him that this was a psionic warlock with a profession level of at least 30. This kind of existence was definitely something he could easily deal with. In fact, there was no such existence in the entire material plane. Psionic warlocks of this level could only be found in the astral plane. It was as if the entire space was shaking. Just as Soren took a cautious step back, he saw the stone pillars in front of him collapse. Then, in the dust, about 300 meters away, a group of drows appeared in Soren's sight. Not good. With just a glance, Soren, who was very familiar with the Underdark, knew that this was a standard guard of the drows. Drow Ranger, Drow Warrior, Spider Elf, Lolth Priest. What is she going to do? Many thoughts flashed through Soren's mind, but he still couldn't figure it out. He thought to himself, is she going to kill the drows? His thoughts were still not clear. The next moment, the change had already exceeded Soren's expectations. A special figure appeared in midair. No one knew when he appeared. All that could be seen was his silver-white metallic arm and his lifelike face made of metal. There was a clock-like device in front of his chest. When the strange metal man pressed his hand on his chest, the clock on it stopped immediately. Time froze at this moment. Something unimaginable to Soren happened. Some kind of unpredictable power spread out, and then everything nearby stopped in an instant. Including Soren, who was already a demigod. A row of data appeared, affected by the effect of clockwork nirvana. Demigod domain has failed. Time has stopped. Duration, 1 second. Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror? This information made Soren's heart tremble as if he had thought of something. However, what happened in the next moment left him with no time to think so much. Clockwork Nirvana has been activated. Battle begins. Thelling number 1 has activated demiplane imprisonment. All units, get ready for battle. I don't have much time left. The silver-white figure floated in midair. As the clock on his chest stopped, the arcane light on his body gradually dimmed, as if he had lost some kind of powerful magic. Telepathy had been established. Synchronized telepathy had been transmitted to the minds of all the combat units nearby. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Thelling number 1 has taken over the control of the demiplane. Activating demiplane imprisonment. Synchronizing the material plane space. Activating spatial fold. Synchronizing the space of different dimensions. Demiplane energy transmission. Locked onto the target space within 15 meters. Spider Queen, Lolth, has been discovered. Demiplane imprisonment has been established. Warning. Warning. Unknown power has been activated. Target has activated celestial domain. Demiplane energy is rapidly consumed. Current energy consumption is 1%. 2%. 3%. The time was synchronized within 1 second. The metal man's voice sounded almost at the same time, and he said slowly, demiplane imprisonment has been established. We have less than 100 seconds left. Everyone, get ready to fight at any time. The time was synchronized 1 second later. 25 kilometers away from the battlefield, the figure of the monk stood up. Thelling number 2 has taken over the teleportation authority of different dimensions. Space waymark locked. Psionic node locked. Extracting the energy of different dimensions. Activating dimensional portal number 1. Coordinates x87y157. a dimensional portal opened. It was less than 3 meters away from the monk. His figure instantly bowed and leaped into the dimensional portal. The next moment, he appeared in Soren's field of vision, just above the drow guards. Lunar shade style. The figure of the monk turned into a shadow and swooped down directly from the air. Sunflame style. As the golden palms slammed together, scorching flames and surging heat waves raged out. The huge impact swept everything within 30 meters and directly scattered the drow guards. However, among the figures that were sent flying, there was a strange figure that was frozen on the spot. The space around her body was distorted, as if it was imprisoning her on the spot. Shadowless kick. Whirlwind kick. Gale palm. Out of sight. The storm-like attacks raged out, but the target was not the figure imprisoned in place, but the other drows nearby. In an instant, with the figure imprisoned in place as the center, there was no one else within 20 meters. Pada. The figure of the monk landed and stood in place as if he was meditating. Bursting out so many killing moves in just 1 or 2 seconds, even the incarnation of a god would be a huge burden. The monk has completed the mission. The target's surroundings have been cleared. Barbarians, prepare to relay. A cold voice sounded again, space waymark locked. Psionic node locked. Extracting the energy of another dimension. Opening the second dimensional portal. Coordinates X57Y127. The second dimensional portal is open. Launching, magic-powered armor type 3. Unknown space. In this huge half-bit wall, there was a towering arcane tower. With the voice of Thaling No. 2, 2 huge magic-powered armors disappeared from the 5th floor of the arcane tower, and then appeared on the battlefield and quickly dispersed to the left and right positions. However, they did not join the battle, but were in a defensive posture. Space waymark locked. Psionic node locked. Extracting the energy of another dimension. Opening the third dimensional portal. Coordinates X37Y107. 30 kilometers away in a straight line. A portal from another dimension appeared in front of the barbarian. The barbarian, who had been on standby, let out a wild roar. Then, his whole body emitted a crackling sound. His burly body suddenly became like a giant. His muscles were full of explosive power. It was so shocking, epic rage. The barbarian's figure passed through the dimensional portal, holding a huge battle axe in both hands, and then roared and smashed it to the ground. Earth-splitting cut. The terrible power broke out, and the ground around was completely shattered. With the figure imprisoned in the half-bit wall as the center, the 20-meter area around it completely collapsed. A cold metallic voice sounded, "Target is in a state of levitation. Target activated divine energy field. Calculating the consumption of divine energy field. Current attack consumption is 3%. It is estimated that the target's divine energy field can be broken after 33 attacks of the same strength. Target's divine energy field shield is too strong. Activating the backup plan." Thaling No. 4 took over the command of the battle. Activating the cross-dimensional space tactical strike plan. Unknown half-bit wall. At the top of the arcane tower, a half-illusory figure appeared and said coldly, Thaling No. 4 took over the command of the battle. Activating the cross-dimensional space strike tactic. Synchronizing the calculation of the dimensional portal. Activating the dimensional portal. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Type 4 began to charge. Current charging progress is 10%, 20%, 30%. Cross-dimensional space coordinate locked. Portal stabilized. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Type 4 completed charging. Locking the target's spatial position. Initiating the cross-dimensional tactical strike. P.S. Stocks exploded, and my vitality was greatly damaged. I also got a little heat stroke. I don't know how I'm writing in this state. 2 updates today. It's her. When the other obstacles on the battlefield were cleared, Soren finally saw the appearance of the imprisoned drow. Almost instantly, Soren's body trembled involuntarily, and then there was a hint of fear in his eyes. There were not many existences in the entire multiverse that could make him feel fear, and there seemed to be only one existence in the Underdark that could make Soren feel fear. That was the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the absolute ruler of the Underdark, the supreme ruler of the infernal plane. The former queen of the elves, the current queen of spiders. In terms of appearance, the queen of spiders should be a very, very beautiful woman. No matter how the outside world vilified her, saying that she looked like a big spider, one thing that could not be changed was that the queen of spiders was the queen of the elves. As the first wife of the elves' main god, she was almost more beautiful than most of the goddesses in terms of appearance. Therefore, everyone who saw the queen of spiders for the first time would be shocked by her beautiful appearance. Even in the form of a drow, her charm could not be hidden. She was one of the two most beautiful women in the abyss. She was also one of the two most terrifying women in the abyss. The other was the queen of succubus, who was also a terrible existence that Soren was extremely afraid of. Ever since the queen of spiders had descended the holy kingdom, demon prison, into the bottomless abyss, the two terrifying goddesses had never stopped fighting. The queen of spiders was undoubtedly a goddess full of ambition. Her cruelty, insidiousness, and viciousness were enough to make everyone afraid. The queen of succubus was even more so. From a peerless plaything that the demon lords fought over, she became an important fallen demon in the abyss. She had schemed to kill 2 generations of demon princes, and she was definitely a nightmare in the hearts of many demon lords. Soren's fear of them was not only based on their strength, but also because of their cruelty and insidiousness. The queen of spiders was a goddess who loved to plot. They wanted to kill the queen of spiders? Soren didn't even need to think about it. Today's battle was bound to be a failure. The queen of spiders could not be killed. Her final defeat was only because she stood against the majority of the gods. Moreover, the Avatar crisis had not yet begun. Even if the queen of spiders' body came to the material plane, the connection with her god's kingdom, Abyss Demon Prison, was still there. How could a deity that could mobilize the terrifying power of the divine kingdom be easily killed by others? Go. The effect of clockwork nirvana only lasted for a second. Soren pulled the Lolita dragon next to him and frantically retreated to the back. This kind of assassination would only enrage the queen of spiders. Once the queen of spiders was enraged, they might be implicated if they continued to stay. The Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Type 4 is fully charged. Lock onto the coordinates of the dimensional space. Launch countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unknown half-plane. A terrifying energy gathered at the top of the arcane tower and finally turned into a purple light that flew out. The trajectory of the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon, Type 4, pierced through the air. Within the range of its trajectory was an open door to a different dimension. The purple energy beam passed through the dimension and appeared on the battlefield of the Underdark the next moment. Then a solid divine force field appeared around the Queen of Spiders' body. The energy light of the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Type 4 collided violently with the divine force field on the Queen of Spiders' body. The terrible power made the whole space begin to tremble, and everything around seemed to be twisted and folded. Thowling Type 4 calculating the consumption of the target's divine force field. The energy consumption of the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Type 4 is 90%, 80%, 70%. The remaining power of the target's divine force field is 70%, 60%, 50%. Attention! The target's divine force field is reduced to 30%. It is expected to disappear in 3 seconds. Blade Master, prepare for battle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the divine force field activated by the Queen of Spiders gradually weakened, and at the same time, the energy light of the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Type 4 gradually dimmed. Just as the Queen of Spiders' divine force field shield completely disappeared, another portal opened in front of her. Thowling Type 5 taking over the portal authority. Calculating the space waymark. Opening the portal. Extracting the energy of the elemental pool. Elemental Fission Wave Blade, beginning to charge. The charging progress was Divine Artifact Level 1, Divine Artifact Level 2, Divine Artifact Level 3, Divine Artifact Level 4, Divine Artifact Level 5. The energy of the elemental pool is exhausted. Elemental Fission Wave Blade, charging complete. Time passed by minute by minute. The Blade Master was already on standby tens of kilometers away. He held a strange sword hilt in his hand. There were countless runes engraved on it, and it had a special silver-white texture. There was no blade on the hilt, but in a strange light, a powerful energy was transmitted to the gem in the center of the hilt, and then a straight blade made entirely of energy appeared. The power of this strange energy blade was still increasing, and in the end, even the surrounding light was bent, like a strange stream of light trembling slightly. Elemental fission wave blade can last for 10 seconds. Blade Master. Whether this plan succeeds or not depends on you. A tired metallic voice sounded. The Blade Master's eyes burst out a threatening light, and then he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the portal in front of him. Blade Master. Among all the melee professions, he had the most powerful explosive power. No melee professions could have more explosive power than a Blade Master, and only they could easily break the energy shield of a spellcaster. No melee professions could compare with a Blade Master in terms of damage output. The legendary Blade Master was one of the few existences who had the ability to directly kill the incarnations of gods, although they were still so fragile after entering the realm of legends. Note: legendary Blade Masters still can't wear protective gear. A light flashed through the air, or a slash. Weakness detection. The seemingly simple attack contained the most fatal blow. The figure of the Blade Master crossed the air in an instant, and the next moment, the strange energy blade had penetrated the body of the Queen of Spiders, directly through her heart, leaving a huge hole in her body. However, there was no blood in the wound because the scorching energy had evaporated everything. Success? There was a dead silence on the battlefield, and the Blade Master's attack was launched at the moment when the divine power field was broken. Did we succeed? A slightly hesitant voice sounded. All the people present were legendary professions, and they could feel whether the target was still alive or not. The target seemed to have been killed by them, but they couldn't believe that they had killed the legendary Queen of Spiders so easily. Even if they had planned for hundreds of years, in order to fully simulate the best sniping tactics of the Arcane Empire era, they even took the risk to enter the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror, but now that they seemed to have killed the target, everyone present still couldn't believe it. At this moment, a cold and urgent voice suddenly sounded. Unknown energy reaction. Unknown energy reaction. The target has an unknown high-energy reaction. The half-plane energy is rapidly consumed. The current remaining energy is 30%, 20%, 10%. The half-plane shackles have failed. An unknown plane-eroding energy has appeared. An unknown mutation has occurred in the half-plane. An unknown dark energy is eroding the half-plane. The half-plane is in a state of collapse. Alert! Alert! The battle plan has failed. All units prepare to retreat. Time froze at this moment. The Queen of Spiders, who had already lost her life, suddenly opened her eyes. A terrible divine radiance appeared in her eyes. In just a moment, her broken body was quickly repaired. At the same time, 8 terrifying spider legs appeared behind her. An unknown energy reflection slowly emerged, and a space crack seemed to open behind the Queen of Spiders. In it, a black evil land could be seen. There were countless creatures on this land, but they were all terrible existences for mortals. Haha! A cold and cruel female voice sounded. The Queen of Spiders slowly opened her eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. With a gentle wave of her hand, the surrounding space was distorted. The figure of the Orc Sword Saint was frozen in place, and the next moment, he turned into thousands of neat pieces of meat scattered. She looked down at everyone on the battlefield and sneered, "So it's the remnants of the Arcane Empire. You don't even have a floating city. Are you planning to kill me with these pieces of scrap metal? You're too naive." Crack. The Queen of Spiders gently clenched her fists, and the 2 legendary magic power armors instantly turned into a large pile of scrap iron. An incomprehensible domain shrouded the nearby space. All the portals were closed in an instant, and the unknown domain energy eroded this material world as if it was isolated in another space. Ridiculous. Spatial skills. A mocking smile appeared on the Queen of Spiders' face, and she slowly said, "The only surprise is the Clockwork Nirvana. I thought all the time perceivers had fallen. I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. What a tenacious vitality. The gods don't want to see your existence, but you can appear again and again." The Queen of Spiders raised her hand gently, and the stiff body of the monk was immediately divided into two parts. The head fell to the ground, and then the headless body slowly fell to the ground. Lolth's face was full of mockery. Mortals are mortals after all. They can never understand the power of the gods. Time, space, matter, bitwall. As long as it is within the domain of the gods, the rules are completely set by us. Distorted space. The barbarian suddenly let out an incomparably mournful scream, and in the next moment, his burly body melted like a candle, gradually melting into a pool of horrifying flesh and blood. The Queen of Spiders waved her hand casually, as if she was wiping away inconspicuous dust. She cast her gaze to a location dozens of kilometers away. The next moment, the veiled psionic warlock trembled all over. Then, her face turned pale, and her breath became extremely weak. Her vitality gradually faded along with the power of a curse. The veiled woman's breath gradually faded, and her skin seemed to have lost its vitality. Her face was pale, and her expression was blank and fearful. She desperately fled backward, but the once powerful woman was now as weak as an ordinary person. Annoying little fly. The Queen of Spiders let out a cold hum, and then her gaze seemed to penetrate the space and locked on to a certain position. Her figure gradually merged into the distorted space, and she said playfully, "Found you. Lowly little mice. Wait for my arrival." The figure of the Queen of Spiders disappeared. But it was not over, and even the entire bottomless abyss shook because of it. The bottomless abyss. The abyss of demons. The divine realm of the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. Since the battle of the Queen of Spiders was promoted to the greater divine power realm, the Queen of Spiders Lolth had lowered her divine realm to a deeper realm. That was the bottomless abyss. The Queen of Spiders moved her divine realm to the bottomless abyss, and she became the most powerful evil god in the bottomless abyss, an outsider, a slaughterer, and a schemer. Her arrival made the entire bottomless abyss tremble. Countless abyssal demons felt afraid and uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. Because absolute power was enough to change the rules, no one wanted to see the arrival of the Queen of Spiders, but no one could expel her. Because she was the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the bottomless abyss. With a huge amount of divine power, the divine realm of the abyss of demons, which had descended into the bottomless abyss, began to move little by little. The huge vibration caused by the movement of the plane directly transmitted the energy to every corner of the bottomless abyss, and countless abyssal demons looked at the location of this space. At the same time, inside an incomparably splendid palace, the lazy figure of the succubus queen was lying on a luxurious throne. Her eyes suddenly turned to a certain space, and her expression seemed to change slightly. She murmured, "What is the bitch of the Queen of Spiders going to do?" She actually moved her divine realm at this time. Could it be that she was in some kind of trouble? Hee. Maybe I should leave her a surprise at this time. P.S. 2 in 1 chapter. I finished this paragraph in one breath. Continue to work hard tomorrow. End of chapter 434. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.